Chapter 735. A fish in a net. In the span of a single day, Su Chen thoroughly inspected the treasure vault and library of the Nangong family in Jiangnan, yielding significant discoveries. He unearthed several unique cultivation techniques and treasures, which he secured within his spatial ring, while the remainder was entrusted to the Qinglong Association and Zhuang Xuanji for further management. His acquisitions were substantial, including 20 orange lottery tickets and 3 blue ones, although some tickets remained unupgradeable, much to Su Chen's dismay. What shall we do with this estate of the Nangong family? Should it be transformed into Su Manor? Zhuang Xuanji inquired, observing Su Chen closely. This estate is indeed impressive, yet it has been the residence of the Nangong family, which may harbor hidden passages or other threats. It would be prudent to sell it off, Su Chen proposed. Understood. Zhuang Xuanji nodded in agreement. Are the second dragon heads currently in the living room? Su Chen subsequently asked. The second dragon head is meeting with the newly appointed leader of the Jiao Palace, Lan Pizzi, apparently concerning matters related to the Nangong family. Zhuang Xuanji replied. The mention of the Nangong family prompted a slight furrow in Su Chen's brow. The Jiao Palace previously had dealings with the Nangong family. Now that they have been eradicated, what brings them here? He chose not to enter the hall, opting instead to wait for Lan Pizzi to depart before meeting with Li Xuanhuan and the others. Within the grand hall of the Nangong family, Lan Pizzi sat opposite Li Xuanhuan. As she sensed the aura emanating from him, a chill ran through her. She could not detect any trace of his presence. Behind Li Xuanhuan stood a Fei, whose aura was sharp and fierce, exuding a formidable energy that suggested a sword capable of piercing through all. While Lan Pizzi attempted to gauge Li Xuanhuan's essence, he too was attuned to her presence. He discerned her formidable strength, which bore a connection to the winds. I am Lan Pizzi, and it is an honor to meet the second dragon head. Please, allow me to offer you tea. Li Xuanhuan gestured dismissively. Lan Pizzi took a delicate sip of her tea before speaking. I have come primarily to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Collaboration? It seems our Qinglong Association currently has no avenues for partnership with your Jiao Palace. Li Xuanhuan replied, his brow slightly furrowing. The Jiao Palace's elixirs, which relied on addiction, were not something the Qinglong Association would entertain. At Li Xuanhuan's words, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lan Pizzi's mind. Though there may be no immediate opportunities, future possibilities will arise. As a gesture of goodwill, we can provide the whereabouts of Nangong Wangshan, who was stationed in the black market on behalf of the Nangong family. Standing, Lan Pizzi handed Li Xuanhuan a sealed letter. Li Xuanhuan's gaze shifted as he opened the letter with keen interest. Thank you, Lan Palace Master. He expressed his gratitude, astonished that she had managed to uncover the whereabouts of Nangong Wangshan. In truth, I owe my gratitude to the Qinglong Association as well. My disciple was under the control of Nangong Qiushui. Had it not been for the Qinglong Association's efforts to eliminate him, I would have remained oblivious to my disciple's plight. This is merely the retribution that the Nangong family deserves, Lan Pizzi remarked. Nangong Qiushui? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanhuan's expression momentarily faltered, yet he soon appeared nonchalant. He had encountered women as venomous as scorpions before. Naturally, he had gleaned some insights into the intricacies of the Palace of Supreme Bliss. The forces and individuals entwined with this establishment were far from ordinary, warranting caution, as there was currently no indication of hostility from the other party. A state of coexistence could be maintained. He hoped for future collaboration with the Dragon Head, and thus refrained from interrupting the latter's affairs. Lan Pizzi inclined her head in a gesture of respect toward Li Xuanhuan. Ah Fei, please see our guest out, Li Xuanhuan instructed. Certainly. Ah Fei escorted Lan Pizzi from the parlor. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen entered the courtyard alongside Ah Fei. Li Xuanhuan succinctly relayed his earlier conversation with Lan Pizzi. He did not anticipate that Nangong Qiushui would be so ruthless. Indeed, it was a wise decision to eliminate such women, for should they escape, they would undoubtedly pose a minor inconvenience. The whereabouts of Nangong Wangshan had been ascertained. It was now up to the Dragon Head to decide how to proceed. Li Xuanhuan had assumed full responsibility for dealing with the Nangong clan and did not intend to involve himself further. The operations in the black market were proceeding as planned. Eventually, they could eliminate Nangong Wangshan or any associates he summoned, instilling fear in the black market's powerful figures. This would also facilitate the Azure Dragon Society's ascent as one of the black market's rulers. As for the remaining remnants of the Nangong clan, Ah Fei and Wei Zhuang would handle them, Li Xuanhuan declared. Previously, he had struck decisively in the black market, slaying the leader of Wushang in a single blow. Yet it had not engendered absolute deterrence. Now, he sought to demonstrate overwhelming strength to truly instill fear in the hearts of those in the black market regarding the Azure Dragon Society. While they conversed, Wei Zhuang entered from outside the hall. The elders and deputy leaders of Cursed Dream and beyond have convened at a location outside the city. It is time for us to act. A chilling glint flashed in Wei Zhuang's eyes. Since we have located them, there is no need to spare them. We must act swiftly and eliminate them all. Su Chen declared coldly. This is the location of Nangong Wangshan. Dispatch someone to investigate and ascertain the number of remaining Nangong clan members, preparing to annihilate them alongside Nangong Wangshan. Li Xuanhuan handed the address provided by Lan Pizzi to Wei Zhuang. I will arrange for it. Wei Zhuang nodded. As night fell, outside the city, within a dense forest, a small estate stood. Within the estate, members of Cursed Flower and beyond had gathered. The Azure Dragon Society has not taken action against us. Do you think they have given up? Inquired an elder from beyond. Give up? The Azure Dragon Society is currently preoccupied with the Nangong clan. Once that matter is resolved, they may turn their attention to us. Thus, I believe it prudent for us to leave Qinglong City as soon as possible, replied a slightly plump man clad in a brocade robe beside him. Guafati, after all these years in the assassin's life, I didn't expect you to still be so afraid of death. The elder who had spoken earlier shot a cold glance at the portly man. I am indeed terrified of death. If you, Brother Yang, are unafraid, then you could avenge the leader, as long as you eliminate Su Chen. The position of leader would be yours. The stout Gua cast a cold glance at his companion and spoke. Upon hearing this, the expression of the young man darkened. Vengeance was certainly a necessity. However, in this current predicament, seeking retribution against Su Chen would only lead to certain demise. Esteemed colleagues, we must unite at this juncture. Otherwise, our faction, Dreams of Ruin, along with your faction, Beyond, will have to withdraw from the martial world of Jiangnan. At this moment, Vice Leader Su Mu of Dreams of Ruin interjected. Indeed, Vice Leader Su, you are correct. We must join forces and devise a strategy. For the time being, let us refrain from confronting the Azure Dragon Society. I propose that we forge an alliance today, selecting a leader of this alliance. And once we have dealt with the Azure Dragon Society, we can disband. An elder clad in brocade from beyond spoke. Yes, let us establish our alliance and choose a leader today. The hall buzzed with lively conversation. Su Mu observed the scene, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He had already secured the allegiance of several elders from beyond. Today, he would claim the position of leader. Though Dreams of Ruin and beyond had lost their leaders, they had not suffered significantly in other respects. Whoever ascended to the position of alliance leader would wield even greater influence than before. To my surprise, you have not retreated and are instead forming an alliance. Should you have fled, it might have taken time to deal with you. Yet by gathering here, you have become mere fish in a barrel. A deep voice resonated from outside the hall. Wei Zhuang stepped forward confidently. Chapter 736. The sword is faster than your hand. Thus you shall perish. The entrance of Wei Zhuang caused the expressions of the dozen or so individuals in the hall to darken. Their gazes turned towards the door, where the previously stationed guards in black had all been silenced with a swift strike to the throat. Within the Azure Dragon Society, there were two who wielded flying daggers. One was Xiao Siwu, an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the heavenly realm, and the other was the second dragon head, Li Xuanhuan. They feared not Xiao Siwu, but rather Li Xuanhuan. Their eyes shifted to discern the source of this sudden violence. Upon recognizing Xiao Siwu, their expressions visibly relaxed. Seventh Dragon Head Wei Zhuang, I did not expect you to find this place. Since you are here, let us have a discussion, Su Mu declared. Vice Leader of Dreams of Ruin, Su Mu, it appears you have assumed the role of leader for both factions. Are you intending to confront my Azure Dragon Society? Wei Zhuang's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon Su Mu. Not to oppose the Azure Dragon Society, but I merely wish for our enmity to come to an end, ensuring that we do not infringe upon one another in the future. What say you? Su Mu replied, maintaining eye contact with Wei Zhuang. Do not infringe upon one another? Your factions, Dreams of Ruin and beyond, were the first to strike against us. If everyone acted as you propose, after attacking, how could my Azure Dragon Society maintain a foothold in Jiangnan? Wei Zhuang retorted, his gaze piercing. Are you suggesting that we cannot coexist, Wei Zhuang? Su Mu's expression darkened as he recognized that their gathered strength was formidable. For formidable masters of the sea. For adept practitioners whose dantian have transformed into oceans. With such strength, he believed himself unafraid of Wei Zhuang and his associates. For in the past 2 days, they had uncovered the events involving the Nangong family and the Zhuang family, which were instigated by the young leader of the Qinglong society. Today, whoever slays Wei Zhuang shall become the sovereign of the alliance between the two factions. At this moment, a voice emerged from within the hall. The speaker was a robust figure draped in a black robe, wielding a long blade. As he spoke, an aura of terrifying sword intent radiated from him, marking him as one of the 4 sea masters. Upon hearing his voice, Su Mu's brow furrowed slightly, yet his eyes gleamed with intrigue. He mused inwardly, "Lu Chuiwu, let us see how you fare against the Qinglong society." The audacity of the Qinglong society to arrive at this juncture signaled that their intentions were far beyond merely confronting Wei Zhuang. With a thunderous crash, the burly man leapt forth, landing before Wei Zhuang. On behalf of the Bayan, Lu Chuiwu, allow me to experience the prowess of the 7 dragon leaders of the Qinglong society. He raised his long blade. In that instant, a formidable blade intent exploded forth from him, fierce and domineering, causing the surrounding air to crackle ominously. Wei Zhuang's gaze sharpened, and he lifted his long sword, unleashing a surge of sword intent. Divine might, heaven's severance. As Wei Zhuang's sword intent surged forth, Lu Chuiwu summoned his own divine might, coalescing into a long blade that mirrored the one he wielded. Divine might, sword's reversal. Practicing the Gigu sword technique, Wei Zhuang manifested his unique divine might, which took the form of a shadowy sword. This shadow absorbed the surrounding sword energy like a black hole, rendering it inert. Sensing Wei Zhuang's divine might, Lu Chuiwu's expression shifted subtly. He swung his long blade, unleashing a torrent of blade shadows that crashed forth with overwhelming force. Lu Chuiwu's strike was formidable. Observing this, Su Mu's expression tightened as he focused on Wei Zhuang, who also made his move, his long sword cleaving downward, the black hole-like sword shadow cascading with power. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided, momentarily nullifying their divine might. The two figures clashed, Wei Zhuang's sword swift as a meteor, while Lu Chuiwu's blade danced with versatility, creating a mesmerizing display of light and shadow, leaving their victor undetermined. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the grand hall, clad in ordinary robes and cradling an unsheathed longsword. This individual drew the attention of all present. Just as they turned to gaze, the figure moved swiftly, materializing before one of the sea masters. The latter's expression shifted, and he attempted to strike, but the flash of the sword was too quick. It pierced through his heart. Hesitation in a killer's strike often costs them their own life. Retrieving his longsword, a Fei glanced at the crowd. "Who are you?" Su Mu's eyes narrowed at a Fei. For his records bore no mention of this individual. "I am a Fei of the Qinglong society." As his words fell, his longsword surged forth once more. Not far from him, a man's throat was suddenly slashed, and he clutched his neck, terror etched across his face as he gazed at a Fei. He had not even seen the sword strike. It was too swift. In that fleeting moment, the remaining group quickly gathered behind Su Mu and another formidable figure of the sea meditation realm. While the adversary spoke, one of their own was slain. The sword was still unseen, an overwhelming horror enveloping the scene. Su Mu exchanged a glance with the other individual, and they both nodded in unison. Kill. Divine might. Thunder of the heavens. Divine might. Explosive earth movement. The two unleashed their divine powers instantaneously. A thunderous force and a heavy weight simultaneously descended upon a Fei. Heavenly Thunder 8 Desolation's Fist. Explosive Earth Fist. The two figures moved, launching their assault towards a Fei. The sound of thunder rolled with each punch, the power of lightning erupting from their fists. Su Mu's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He intended to end a Fei's life with a single blow. Yet, just as his fist was about to descend, he suddenly felt a lock on his being, his gaze shifting to a specific point. Swish. At that moment, a white light flashed. A flying dagger pierced through the dimensions of time and space, cutting through the area enveloped by his divine might, and with a soft sound. It struck at the position of his heart. The attacking figure abruptly halted, then collapsed to the ground. He stared at the dagger embedded in his chest, a face full of unwillingness. In his heart, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Li Xuanhuan for the sneak attack. He had remained vigilant against Li Xuanhuan, Yet with no sign of his presence, his guard had lowered. Had he maintained his vigilance, he believed he could have evaded this fatal strike. On the other side, the assailant was momentarily taken aback, yet the force of his punch remained unchanged. Earthly energy surged forth, enveloping a Fey like a cloud of yellow sand. Dust swirled, obscuring his figure. Within the tempest of sand, a Fey's gaze sharpened. His mind descended into stillness, and suddenly, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The unsheathed longsword in his hand was unleashed in an instant. Swish! The longsword pierced through the yellow sand, revealing a presence. Abruptly, the sand came to a standstill, and a figure appeared before a Fey, raising a hand that descended as it approached him. Your mind and vision should be clouded. How can you still locate me? The figure queried. If you wish to kill me, you must draw near. The moment you strike, I shall discern your position, and my sword is swifter than your hand. Thus, you shall meet your demise. A Fey replied calmly, retracting his longsword. Is that so? He uttered before collapsing to the ground. In that moment, for figures of the sea meditation realm remained, leaving only the black-clad man who had been engaged with Wei Zhuang. I am willing to pledge allegiance to the Qinglong Association, one individual declared, gazing at a Fey, openly expressing his willingness to join. Chapter 737, Gathering, Remnant Dream, Other Shore. Grave of the Dead, we are willing to. The others in the hall, witnessing the scene, quickly echoed their agreement. Boom. At this juncture, the black-clad Lu Chuewu separated from Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang refrained from striking again, instead observing his opponent. You are quite astute. It is not my intelligence, but rather their foolishness. Since the Azure Dragon Society intends to confront us, how could the Seven Dragon Head be represented by you alone? Seven Dragon Head, I trust you have perceived my prowess. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you and assist in consolidating the remnants of Dream of Remnants and beyond, within all strongholds in Jiangnan. Lu Chuewu, you have demonstrated your worth. Within half a month, I expect to see Dream of Remnants and beyond, entirely unified under the jurisdiction of our Azure Dragon Society in Jiangnan. Should you accomplish this, you shall live and become a captain within my Jiangnan division of the Azure Dragon Society. Should you fail, it will cost you your life. Wei Zhuang cast a glance at Lu Chuewu. Rest assured, Seven Dragon Head, my subordinate will undoubtedly fulfill this task within the stipulated time, Lu Chuewu affirmed. Wei Zhuang nodded and turned to depart. Ah Fei also did not linger and exited the hall. Once Wei Zhuang and his entourage left, the atmosphere in the hall relaxed. Brother Lu, Wei Zhuang has only granted you the title of a captain. His strength is merely on par with yours, remarked a man clad in purple as he approached Lu Chuewu. TCH. Just as he spoke, a flash of blade light descended. The speaker was instantaneously cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Such audacity! To dare speak of the Seven Dragon Head in such a manner. You must understand that our fates from now on belong to the Seven Dragon Head. If you wish to survive, do not engage in petty cleverness, Lu Chuewu coldly stated. Unlike others, he perceived the title of captain bestowed upon him by Wei Zhuang differently. In any formidable force, strength is not the only determinant. While Ah Fei's power undoubtedly surpasses that of Wei Zhuang, the latter holds the title of Seven Dragon Head, indicating his esteemed position within the Azure Dragon Society. Therefore, he felt a sense of gratitude for the captaincy offered to him. Unbeknownst to him, this was primarily due to the differing circumstances of Wei Zhuang's arrival compared to that of Ah Fei. You are quite impressive. At that moment, a figure clad in red materialized within the hall. It was Qi Lian. Wei Zhuang would never allow the task of unifying Dream of Remnants and beyond to rest solely on Lu Chuewu. Hence, he dispatched Qi Lian to supervise him. May I inquire who the lady is? Lu Chuewu asked. I am Qi Lian, one of the 4 heavenly kings under the leadership of the Seven Dragon Head. I am here to assist you in the subsequent matters regarding Dream of Remnants and beyond, she replied. Though Wei Zhuang now held the title of Seven Dragon Head within the Azure Dragon Society, Qi Lian still referred to him as the leader. Greetings, Miss Qi Lian. Lu Chuewu bowed respectfully. At all times, one must not overestimate oneself. Such arrogance can lead to a swift demise. Lu Chuewu understood this well, which is why he had managed to avoid trouble thus far and had placed a successful bet this time. Meanwhile, at another secret stronghold of the Nangong family, within a chamber thick with the scent of blood, only Nangong Wangshan and his son stood. Finally, we have succeeded, Nangong Wangshan exclaimed, gazing at a crimson talisman in his hand, his face alight with excitement. After slaying so many, We have finally established contact with the Nangong family in the heavenly realm, thus receiving this blood-red talisman. Father, now the direct lineage of the Nangong family consists of only the two of us. What should we do now? Beside him, Nangong Wu spoke. Tomorrow, I shall take this talisman to the black market to meet Bei Xianming. Should anyone be willing to act, I will bestow upon them the talisman. If not, I shall return with it, and at that time, we shall conceal our identities and await your strength to ascend to the heavenly gate. Nangong Wangshan replied, Father, are you not afraid they might take the talisman and not act? Nangong Wu responded, they lack the courage. Their intent in obtaining the talisman is solely to enter the heavenly gate. Once they arrive there, the Nangong family shall be aware. If they learn that no harm was done, their fate will be far worse. Suddenly, a tremor shook the secret chamber. Someone is coming. I shall investigate. You must remain hidden within the chamber. Without my signal, you cannot leave. If I do not return in due time, swiftly escape through the secret passage. Nangong Wangshan instructed before stepping out of the chamber. Outside the chamber lay a small courtyard, where an emaciated elder clad in a gray robe stood. Upon seeing Nangong Wangshan emerge, the elder's eyes sparkled with mirth. To think, Nangong Wangshan, you truly are here. I feared I had come to the wrong place again. The elder introduced himself as the bone man of the dead tomb. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wangshan's expression sharpened. Might I inquire as to why the bone man seeks me? Nangong Wangshan. Of course, I wish to collaborate with you, my young friend. The Zhuang family's bank was previously under my watch, and my people replaced Zhuang Mingfan as the head. However, the Qinglong society has intervened and even killed my men. We share a common adversary. The bone man clarified his intentions. It became evident that Zhuang Mingfan was a mere facade, elucidating why Zhuang Xuanji had bestowed the Zhuang family's bank upon Su Chen. Yet, how do you propose we collaborate? Nangong Wangshan inquired. The Nangong family has fallen. To rise again, we require funds, and we of the dead tomb also seek monetary resources, thus paving the way for collaboration. Our objectives align, the bone man asserted. Our objectives diverge. I seek to eliminate the two leaders of the Qinglong society. If your dead tomb is willing to assist in slaying Li Xuanhuan, I shall cooperate with you, Nangong Wangshan stated. To kill Li Xuanhuan, one must evade his flying daggers, which have reached an extraordinary realm. I may not be able to escape them, the bone man said gravely. If you cannot evade or block Li Xuanhuan's daggers, how then do you expect to claim the Zhuang family's bank? Do you intend to use me as mere fodder? Nangong Wangshan retorted coldly. My dear Nangong, do not be enraged. While evasion may be impossible, blocking is still feasible. I have brought with me one of the treasures of the dead tomb, the Hunyuan Tiangang Pearl. The bone man declared. It is said that when activated, it can withstand a strike from the heavenly gate. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wangshan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed. Sure, we can collaborate. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the black market to eliminate Li Xuanhuan, alongside the Bone Master. Nangong Wangshan declared. However, the Bone Master, with a grave expression, responded, though we may intercept him for a moment, it does not guarantee his demise. There will be someone to assist us. I shall offer one slot for entry into the heavenly gate, along with a decade of protection from the Nangong family above the heavenly gate. To ensure the death of Li Xuanhuan, Nangong Wangshan stated. What? The Bone Master was taken aback, realizing the steep price of such a proposition. Brother Bone, this is not the place for detailed discussion. Let us proceed to the secret chamber, Nangong Wangshan suggested. The two subsequently entered the hall and vanished. In the shadows, a figure observed their disappearance and swiftly departed. Chapter 738. A blade to slay the old demon. A blade to shatter the heavenly gate. A grand chapter of 4,000 words. The following day, within the black market, Nangong Wangshan and the Bone Master, clad in black and donning a wide-brimmed hat, arrived at the pavilion of Bei Xianming. Bei Xianming, how have you arranged the matters? Nangong Wangshan inquired. Bei Xianming glanced at Nangong Wangshan before his gaze settled on the Bone Master. Nangong Wangshan, the only one who has agreed to assist you is the old demon of Wuji. You may proceed directly to him, Bei Xianming replied, revealing his reluctance to involve himself in the feud between the Nangong family and the Qinglong society. Bei Xianming, while you may wish to remain uninvolved, you have summoned the representatives of the black market with the intention of seizing the Nangong family's share, Nangong Wangshan retorted. The Nangong family has already been annihilated by the Qinglong society. According to the rules of the martial world, The Qinglong Society is entitled to take over your family's share in the black market. They proposed it, and I have no authority to interfere, Bei Xianming stated. Upon hearing Bei Xuanming's words, a shadow flickered in Nangong Wangshan's eyes. The share in the black market was of great significance to the Nangong family. He was unwilling to relinquish it. You cannot defend it. Do not cause trouble for the black market, Bei Xianming warned. Humph. Nangong Wangshan snorted coldly, turning to leave with the Bone Master. Outside the pavilion, the Bone Master said in a low voice, "This Bei Xianming seems somewhat unreliable. Do you think he may have already aligned himself with the Qinglong Society? Such opportunists. The Qinglong Society should offer him some of our share, otherwise he would not be so eager to convene the black market representatives." Nangong Wangshan replied coldly. "What shall we do then?" The Bone Master's expression turned serious. "Fear not. When I arrived at the black market, I had already requested the people from the Black Tower to investigate the Qinglong Society's strongholds. Li Xuanhuan is within one of their bases. Should the Qinglong Society make any moves, they will promptly relay the information to us," Nangong Wangshan assured. "Let us proceed to the old demon of Wuji. My speculation seems to be accurate. He will ultimately be the one to act," Nangong Wangshan concluded. Heading towards the location of the old demon of Wuji. Within the Qinglong Society's stronghold, Su Chen and Li Xuanhuan sat in the living room. Wei Zhuang was absent, having ventured outside the city to eradicate the remnants of the Nangong family. Nangong Wangshan had already encountered Bei Xianming and was making his way towards the lair of the infamous Wujileo Mo. From the shadows, a Fei emerged, speaking, "Xiaolong Shou. My brother, I believe it is time for us to take action. Very well, let us pay a visit to Wujileo Mo." Li Xuanhuan and Su Chen simultaneously rose. They had no intention of allowing others to seize the Qinglong Society stronghold. Had it not been for the need to re-establish their authority in the black market, they would have struck as soon as they were aware of Nangong Wangshan's whereabouts. The trio exited the parlor, where Heibai Xuanzhan had already prepared a carriage outside. They boarded the vehicle, which then set off towards the domain of Wujileo Mo. In the loft of Bei Xianming, a black-clad figure appeared before him, reporting, "My lord, the second-in-command of the Qinglong Society, Li Xuanhuan, has moved and is heading towards the location of Wujileo Mo. Given that the Nangong family has connections above in the Heavenly Gate, I have not offended them. The Qinglong Society is now formidable and also holds ties with the Heavenly Gate. Hence, I dare not provoke them. Let their grievances be resolved among themselves. I wonder if Wujileo Mo will eventually choose to intervene. Come, let us observe." Bei Xianming waved his hand. At that moment, within the black market, several leaders of various factions were equally intrigued and began to mobilize. This indicated whether the Nangong family would continue to exist in the black market or if the Qinglong Society would replace them as the new power. Meanwhile, outside the city, at the former stronghold of the Nangong family, Nangong Wushan, son of Nangong Wangshan, appeared somewhat burdened. He was plagued by an ominous premonition, uncertain whether it stemmed from himself or his father. Inside a sealed chamber, an air of suffocation lingered. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped out, and upon entering the courtyard, he beheld a figure clad in white, Xiao Siwu. Xiao Siwu regarded Nangong Wushan with an expressionless gaze. "What brings you here, Xiao Siwu?" Nangong Wushan's demeanor shifted as he looked at him. "Of course, I am here to kill you. I had expected this stronghold to be guarded by formidable experts. Yet I was surprised to find none. Not only are there no masters, but even the others are absent. I am quite curious about their whereabouts. I have heard that after you took them into the chamber, they never emerged." Xiao Siwu spoke. Previously, it was rumored that many from the Nangong family were present at this stronghold, but after investigation, no other members could be found. Those who had been brought in by Nangong Wushan had seemingly vanished. Xiao Siwu sought to extract information from his opponent. "There is no one else here, only I." Nangong Wushan. He was wise enough not to answer Xiao Siwu directly, knowing that the latter's power surpassed his own, rendering him no match. He hoped to leverage Xiao Siwu's desire for information about the others to spare his own life. "To expect me to spare your life is quite improbable. When I cleanse your Nangong family, there will be no chance for you remnants to survive. Death, in your case, would also serve as a form of liberation." Xiao Siwu gazed at Nangong Wu, a flying knife materializing in his hand, his eyes cold and a fierce murderous intent emanating from him. Recently, he had been shadowing Li Xuanhuan, fulfilling a crucial aspiration from his past life. He had witnessed the true essence of the flying knife, which elevated his own state of mind. Xiao Siwu had perished at the hands of Fu Hongxue. With a flash of blade light, the head had rolled. Undoubtedly, Xiao Siwu possessed remarkable talent. Given time, his prowess could rival that of Fu Hongxue. This was not merely his own belief, but a consensus shared by both Fu Hongxue and Shiminchue Shui. Upon seeing the knife in Xiao Siwu's grasp, Nangong Wu's gaze sharpened, and he brandished his long sword, launching himself forward in an instant. The sword light surged like a torrential rain, sweeping towards Xiao Siwu. Unfazed, Xiao Siwu maintained his composure, and as the sword light enveloped him, he released the flying knife from his hand. There was no grandiose aura, only a solitary beam of knife light. In its wake, a flying knife lodged itself in Nangong Wu's throat, his body collapsing against the ground in reluctant defeat. Xiao Siwu approached and retrieved the knife. Making his way into the room, he soon discovered an opportunity to enter a secret chamber. Upon stepping into the passage, a potent stench of blood assailed his senses. Following this pungent trail, he arrived before a hidden room. With a resounding crash, he struck open the stone door, revealing a gruesome blood pool within, along with dried bloodstains on the floor. Taken aback by the sight, Xiao Siwu's expression hardened. Had the members of the Nangong family been slaughtered, leaving behind this pool of blood? What sinister activities had transpired here? Perhaps I acted too swiftly in dispatching Nangong Wu, Xiao Siwu murmured to himself. He then retreated from the secret chamber and emerged into the courtyard. Outside, Wei Zhuang stood poised with his long sword, confronting the lone figure of Nangong Wu. I have entered the secret chamber, and it is drenched in blood. The Nangong family members must have been slain. What were they up to in that chamber? Xiao Siwu inquired. We must return to the black market. I believe the answers lie there, he proclaimed. In the dimly lit streets of the black market, two figures advanced. The underground expanse was vast, indistinguishable from the city above. Nangong Wangshan led the way. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. The Qinglong society has made their move. Li Xuanhuan is en route, the newcomer announced before vanishing into the shadows. A cold smile crept onto Nangong Wangshan's lips. Perfect timing. I shall send you on your way today, Li Xuanhuan. Are you so certain that the old devil Wujia will agree to intervene? Baigu, standing beside him, queried. The old devil Wujia relied on runes to prolong his life. Yet even with such delays, his remaining years were few. Faced with the inevitable end of his lifespan, he dared not ascend the heavenly gate. Thus, this was his sole opportunity, Nangong Wangshan explained. Having guarded the black market for many years, Nangong Wangshan was well acquainted with the relics of the past within. Had he not previously failed to acquire his objective, compounded by fear of a strike from the Qinglong society, he would have confronted the old devil Wujia himself. Brother Baigu, this is our chance to annihilate them. Surely, the grave of the dead will not send only you to this confrontation. Nangong Wangshan gazed at the Bone Master, declaring, of course not. As one of the four great dead, the half-human, half-demon is also here. However, I find myself puzzled. With your deep scheming, how is it that you did not ensure the young master remained within the stronghold? The Bone Master replied, we must lure some individuals to the outer stronghold. If you are able to locate us, I am certain the Azure Dragon Society can do the same. Wu can assist in diverting some members of the Azure Dragon Society. That is his worth. Nangong Wangshan spoke again, and hearing his words, the Bone Master's expression tightened. He had not anticipated Nangong Wangshan's ruthlessness in using his own son as bait to draw away some members of the Azure Dragon Society. This deepened his regard for Nangong Wangshan. Such a merciless individual, if he were to vanquish the Azure Dragon Society this time, would undoubtedly rise as a formidable tyrant. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of a pitch-black cave, a suffocating aura of blood permeating the air. Utilizing runes to enhance vitality through sanguine energy, the bloodthirsty magic of the infinite elder demon was indeed remarkable. The Bone Master sensed the blood energy emanating from within the cave. Infinite elder demon, I, Nangong Wangshan, have arrived, let us meet. His voice coalesced into a beam, penetrating the depths of the cave. Inside, the infinite elder demon, adorned in dark runes, opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Emerging from the cave with a bare torso, he was enveloped in a dark aura, an oppressive presence overshadowing Nangong Wangshan and the Bone Master. Have you brought the items? The infinite elder demon inquired, fixing his gaze upon Nangong Wangshan. This is the void-breaking blood talisman of the Nangong clan. Nangong Wangshan raised his hand, sending the talisman soaring towards the infinite elder demon. Grasping the talisman and examining it, the infinite elder demon revealed a delighted expression. Excellent. I shall assist you in slaying that Li Xuanhuan. A cruel smile crept across his face. No need. While they are en route, we shall wait for them here. Nangong Wangshan replied. At that moment, a carriage appeared not far away. From within, Li Xuanhuan, clad in flowing white attire, stepped out, followed closely by Su Chen and a Fei. Unexpectedly, the Azure Dragon Society's young dragon head, Su Chen, has arrived as well. Upon seeing Su Chen, Nangong Wangshan's gaze turned vicious. Su Chen was primarily responsible for the annihilation of the Nangong family. Though he harbored intentions to kill Su Chen, the latter was not his immediate concern. Having already crossed paths once, he could not pose a significant threat in the short term. Eliminating the second dragon head would render the Azure Dragon Society in Jiangnan devoid of formidable experts. At that time, dispatching Su Chen would become considerably easier. Nangong Wangshan, you should be hiding and clinging to life to preserve the last vestiges of your Nangong lineage. Seeking death, there will be no one to save you. Su Chen looked at Nangong Wangshan and remarked, the Nangong clan shall not merely survive. After Li Xuanhuan's demise today, I will personally end you. Nangong Wangshan retorted. Though in his heart, he contemplated that as long as Li Xuanhuan faced the infinite elder demon, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate Su Chen. He cast a glance at the bone master beside him, preparing to convey a message to entangle Su Chen's companions. The white bone man, emerging from the tomb of the dead so early, do you seek death? Su Chen gazed at the figure adorned with a conical hat. Little did he expect Su Xiaolong to be so audacious. A glint of ferocity flickered in the eyes of the white-boned man renowned as a formidable expert. He felt humiliated by Su Chen's mockery, and a murderous intent surged within him. Enough of the idle chatter. I have come to slay Li Xuanhuan. The infinite old demon turned his gaze toward Li Xuanhuan and stepped forward. A terrifying black demonic aura enveloped him, revealing a gruesome blood-red silhouette behind. The infinite old demon, can tread the gates of heaven and slay a master like you, departing without regret. The infinite old demon declared, fixing his gaze upon Li Xuanhuan. Try to kill me. You likely lack the capability. Li Xuanhuan retorted, his expression unwavering. His divine aura simmered at his fingertips, poised upon his flying dagger. As the dagger materialized, its brilliance became blinding. In that moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The infinite old demon's strength seemingly surpassed the concentration of the ocean. Even without fully unleashing his power, he consolidated this aura around him. Demonic shadow. The infinite old demon uttered a low growl, and a terrifying demonic shadow emerged behind him, merging with the relentless demonic energy, enveloping Li Xuanhuan. Bloodthirsty demonic hand. As the divine aura cloaked Li Xuanhuan, the infinite old demon struck first. His figure shot toward Li Xuanhuan with incredible speed, akin to a meteor. The chilling demonic energy filled the air, rendering it oppressively heavy. Yet, in the face of the infinite old demon's advance, Li Xuanhuan stood resolute, immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, Li Xuanhuan unleashed his flying dagger. In that instant, a silver light pierced the dim expanse of the black market. The silver flash erupted like thunder, hurtling toward the infinite old demon. The attacking infinite old demon narrowed his eyes. While preparing for the affairs concerning the Nangong family, he had learned of Li Xuanhuan's formidable flying dagger technique. Confident in his ability to counter it, he soon realized the true terror of the dagger upon facing it. The dagger penetrated his divine aura, heading straight for his chest. Attempting to collide with the dagger, his hand moved, but the dagger was swifter. The fear of death prompted the infinite old demon to roar, unleashing all the strength within him. As he summoned his full power, a silhouette of the heavenly gate manifested in the dark market above. Boom! The infinite old demon, at the peak of his strength, managed to block Li Xuanhuan's strike. The dagger, hindered by the overwhelming energy, slowed, only to be struck down by a fist from the infinite old demon. The heavenly gate, astonishingly, appeared unbound by spatial constraints. Su Chen observed the manifestation of the heavenly gate, his eyes narrowing. Here, in the underground realm, the heavenly gate could materialize. At that moment, a blood talisman appeared in the palm of the infinite old demon, which he crushed. Just as the heavenly gate began to gather strength, it faltered and ceased to coalesce. Die for me, infinite demon fist. The infinite old ancestor unleashed a terrifying punch, seizing the moment to eliminate Li Xuanhuan. A dreadful power accompanied the descent of his fist. At this moment, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from Li Xuanhuan. As this power surged forth, the previously stagnant sky began to coalesce once more. Two flying daggers materialized in Li Xuanhuan's hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both daggers were unleashed simultaneously, one aimed at the Wujialeo demon, the other directed towards the heavenly gate. Instantly, a dazzling blade radiance illuminated the entire dark expanse. A horrific sound reverberated through the space, akin to the howls of phantoms and the weeping of deities. The blade's luminescence pierced through the air, targeting the Wujialeo demon, who was turning to face the heavenly gate. He sensed an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, causing his true energy to feel as though it was being suppressed. In that moment, he could only perceive a glimmer of the blade's light. Swoosh! The blade penetrated his body. Rather than focusing on that dagger, he turned his gaze towards the one aimed at the heavenly gate. The flying dagger collided with the heavenly gate, which shattered with a resounding bang, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept through the previously dim space. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were struck with astonishment. Li Xuanhuan had, astonishingly, slain the Wujialeo demon, who had unleashed his full power with a single strike, while simultaneously shattering the heavenly gate. Chapter 739. The Sacred Sword Lake, Clarity of the Sword Heart in the Imperial Palace of the capital, within a grand hall. Shui Pingsheng gazed at the confidential report in his hand, his expression grave. The Qinglong Society, Su Chen had the strength of a formidable presence above the heavenly gate, and the second dragon head, Li Xuanhuan, possessed the ability to shatter the heavenly gate with a single blow. He tucked away the report and swiftly exited the hall. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at an underground palace within the imperial grounds. Emperor Zhou was immersed in a pool infused with purple spiritual energy, drawing in the essence surrounding him. As Shui Pingsheng made his entrance, the emperor opened his eyes, rising from the stone pedestal at the center of the pool. Shui Pingsheng handed the report to Emperor Zhou. Upon glancing at its contents, a hint of surprise crossed the emperor's previously calm visage. The power of Su Chen could indeed extinguish the Nangong clan, whose ancestor also possessed formidable abilities. The strength of the powerful figures above the heavenly gate was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the second dragon head of the Qinglong Society, Li Xuanhuan, astonishingly possessed the capability to shatter the heavenly gate with a single strike. Yet, it was regrettable that such power was only sufficient to deal with a wretched being like the Wujialeo demon. After utilizing this force, the influence of the heavenly gate on him would deepen. Should he resort to it a second time, the power of the heavenly gate would intensify, and his own strength would be further constrained. The emperor sighed. Nevertheless, the second dragon head of the Qinglong Society wielded such formidable power, indicating that the grand dragon head must be extraordinary. It remained to be seen how powerful this mysterious figure truly was. A glimmer of excitement flickered across the emperor's face. Your Majesty, should we not suppress the Qinglong Society? Or perhaps enlist someone to assist in guiding Li Xuanhuan to further unleash his destructive power and send him to the heavenly gate? Shui Pingsheng suggested. No need. The actions of these powerful figures from the Qinglong Society will only lead to more deaths, intensifying the malevolent energy in the world, which will ultimately benefit my cultivation. They are, in fact, aiding me. Once my dragon body is fully realized, I shall no longer need to concern myself with them, the emperor replied. Furthermore, grant full authority over the Tianjin division's public affairs to that girl, Qingchen, the emperor added thereafter. Your Majesty, should we grant power to Princess Qingchen, it is likely she would assist the fourth prince. Presently, a rivalry has begun to brew among the princes, and should Princess Qingchen lend her support to the fourth prince, his strength would undoubtedly be augmented. Shui Pingsheng remarked. If the fourth prince can secure Princess Qingchen's assistance, it speaks to his capabilities, for in this world, fairness is a mere illusion. However, external aid is but one facet. Ultimately, it hinges upon one's own strength. Should one's capabilities falter, once I depart, they too shall struggle to preserve this imperial legacy. This is precisely why I have consented to your plan. I also hope they will come to realize this truth amidst their skirmishes. The Emperor of Zhou interjected. I understand. Shui Pingsheng bowed deeply. Let us set aside matters concerning the Qinglong Society for now. You must expedite the affairs of the Chongqing Society and the Buling Hall. The emperor spoke in a grave tone. Your Majesty, I have devised a notion. Currently, the princes are embroiled in conflict with little direction. I propose we disseminate information that Your Majesty's injuries have healed, and that you require the Chongqing Society's Chongqing secret tome in the Buling Hall's elixir of eternal youth. I believe upon receiving this news, the princes will act, and while they are preoccupied in the open, I shall discreetly deal with the disciples of the Chongqing Society and the Buling Hall, thus arousing no suspicion from outsiders. Shui Pingxing articulated, My sons have advisors and supporters. Perhaps they would prefer that I do not recover? The emperor remarked. After all, the allure of becoming crown prince cannot possibly rival that of ascending the throne. Shui Pingxing slightly furrowed his brow. Let us proceed according to your strategy. Even if they do not wish for me to acquire the Chongqing secret tome and elixir of eternal youth, they will still make a show of it, which will serve to attract the attention of the Buling Hall and the Chongqing Society. The emperor concluded. I understand. Shui Pingxing bowed and withdrew. At that moment, in another location, within a pavilion, two youthful figures were seated, indulging in wine. I never anticipated that after the fall of my Jinwu courtyard, someone would still invite me. Qian Junmo, for a drink, Qian Junmo remarked, gazing at the 12th Prince Lu He before him. The demise of Jinwu courtyard is seemingly of little consequence to you, and its impact is minimal, the 12th Prince Lu He replied, sipping his wine. Yet there remains an impact, for I am the foremost disciple of Jinwu courtyard. Your visit is surely not merely for the sake of drinking, Qian Junmo observed. Brother Qian, I wish to propose a collaboration. You are aware that the royal family seeks to establish a crown prince to govern the empire, a position I find quite intriguing, the 12th Prince Lu He stated, fixing his gaze on Qian Junmo. Many share your aspirations, but my status as the foremost disciple of Jinwu courtyard cannot assist you at present. Qian Junmo frowned slightly at the 12th Prince Lu He's response. You are being too modest, Brother Qian. I shall not beat around the bush. I can help you reclaim the Jinwu courtyard, the 12th Prince Lu He asserted. Upon hearing this, Qian Junmo's expression shifted slightly. Previously, I collaborated with Shangwan Jinhong from the Money Gang. In the present day, the treasures within the Jinwu courtyard have been entirely divided amongst the Jin Qian Gang and the Jin Feng Shiyu building, transforming the once vibrant estate into a desolate abode. We could purchase this residence with monetary means, thereby allowing Brother Qian to become its master. I believe that with Brother Qian's esteemed identity, a new Jinwu courtyard can be swiftly established, ensuring that his training remains unscathed and that he does not fall behind the Lanyu Marquis. The 12th Prince, Lu He, observed Qian Junmo in silence. Both Qian Junmo and the Lanyu Marquis are well-known figures. The princes are aware of their rivalry, with Qian Junmo previously holding the upper hand over the Marquis. However, the recent obliteration of the Jinwu courtyard by the Tianya Pavilion is indeed a setback for Qian Junmo. Upon hearing Lu He's words, a glimmer of resolve sparked in Qian Junmo's eyes. Very well, as long as you assist me in reclaiming the Jinwu courtyard, I shall cooperate with you, Qian Junmo declared. Then let us toast to a pleasant collaboration. Lu He responded with a smile. Currently, Murong Fu, who has ascended to the position of deputy commander of the Bizenfu, has made some contact with Shangwan Jinhong. Previously, he had instructed Murong Fu to discuss this matter with Shangwan Jinhong, who has already signaled her consent to the transaction, which is why he sought out Qian Junmo. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside the pavilion, and a figure clad in white appeared at the entrance, one of Qian Junmo's maidservants. Young master, your highness. She greeted the two. What is the matter? Qian Junmo inquired. Young master, news has arrived from Jiangnan that when the sacred sword lake opens, a sword heart clarity grass will emerge, the maidservant reported. What? Both Lu He and Qian Junmo's expressions shifted in unison. The sword path clarity grass aids sword practitioners in comprehending the essence of the sword heart. The clarity of the sword heart assists individuals in grasping the true principles of the sword path and consolidating their sword intent. This signifies that the sword heart clarity grass is beneficial for sword cultivators of the Sea of Tranquility and below. What are they plotting by allowing this grass to appear in the sacred sword lake? Qian Junmo's gaze sharpened. My father has sustained injuries from a failed breakthrough, and the martial world is in turmoil. Such occurrences are to be expected. However, regrettably, I am not a swordsman. Otherwise, I would also venture to the sacred sword lake. Lu He remarked. Your Highness, regarding the Jinwu courtyard, please make the necessary arrangements. I must immediately set off for the sacred sword lake. I must obtain that sword heart clarity grass, Qian Junmo stated as he rose, bidding farewell to Lu He before departing. Amidst the shifting tides of fate and the emergence of rare treasures, Lu He watched Qian Junmo's retreating figure, murmuring softly. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Lu He. "Your Highness, news has just reached from within the palace. The Emperor requires the Longevity Classic from the Longevity Society and the Elixir of Immortality from the Everlasting Hall to recover from his injuries. Shui Pingsheng is already investigating the whereabouts of the heirs of the Longevity Society and the Everlasting Hall," the figure in black stated. The Longevity Classic and the Elixir of Immortality are said to be the core treasures of these two formidable factions. It seems that acquiring these from my father will be quite challenging. You should meet with the Yu Wuho and Lu Gong, and let them know I await them at our usual rendezvous, Lu He instructed. Understood. The figure in black turned and departed. After the departure of the men in black, Lu He also changed his attire and exited the pavilion. Chapter 740. The Emperor's Martial Marquis withdraws from the Evil Alliance. Meanwhile, in another location, within the Shadow Gate, Hua Liue gazed at the confidential report in her hands, her expression one of astonishment. Beside her, Hong Luo bore a similar look of shock. "Master, the Azure Dragon Society is remarkably powerful. With Murong Qingchen having such a connection to the Azure Dragon Society's young leader, if we support the fourth prince, could he not become one of the most promising candidates for the crown prince?" Hong Luo inquired. "It is difficult to say. The Great Zhou dynasty is far from simple, and many influential officials within the court possess their own strategies," Hua Liue replied. "Should we continue to support the 12th prince then?" Hong Luo asked solemnly. "I have already pledged my allegiance to the Celestial Pavilion's Grand Envoy, Guitian. As for whether to support the 12th prince, that decision rests with the Grand Envoy. Furthermore, all business dealings of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce in the capital must be swiftly extricated and transferred under the Grand Envoy's command," Hua Liue stated. Guitian's release of her was not an act of leniency. It was a demand for her to achieve results. "Yes, I shall arrange this immediately." Hong Luo nodded and bowed, exiting the chamber. As she left, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. This matter must be promptly communicated to the 12th prince. Securing the support of the Celestial Pavilion would undoubtedly position him as one of the most viable candidates for the throne. Additionally, the transfer of the Hainan Chamber of Commerce must also involve discreetly moving a portion into her own possession. Otherwise, establishing a foothold with the 12th prince would prove challenging. Previously, Hong Luo had remained loyal to Hua Liue due to her unwavering support for the 12th prince. However, with Hua Liue now aligning herself with Guitian, her allegiance may falter, creating a conflict with her interests, as she is now the 12th prince's woman. Inside the chamber, Hua Liue observed the departing Hong Luo, her eyes subtly shifting. "I hope you do not act foolishly, for if you do not blame me for being ruthless. In the world of Jianghu, one often finds themselves constrained by circumstances," Hua Liue murmured. Upon her return, she sensed an ambition emerging within Hong Luo. As one encounters various experiences, their mentality inevitably shifts. At that moment, within the hidden chamber of the Kai Jing residence, the Emperor's Martial Marquis regained his formidable presence. Despite having lost an arm, his spirit remained intact. He refrained from affixing a prosthetic limb, leaving one arm unadorned. Opposite him, Kai Jing appeared grave. "Our evil alliance has suffered significant losses. Not only have we bestowed a falling god pearl to Tai Zhongtong, but we have also given one to the Azure Dragon Society," Kai Jing stated. The Azure Dragon Society did not concern themselves with whether the Emperor Master is the second leader of the Evil Alliance. Regardless, having killed, they must pay for the Falling God Pearl. This is the promise of the Evil Alliance. Moreover, the Falling God Pearl was entrusted to the Seven Quarters Linglong Pavilion for safekeeping. The following day, the items were delivered into Yin Shisan's hands. They agreed to Tie Zhongtong, who in turn fulfilled his capabilities. Thus they presented the final Falling God Pearl to him. The loss is of secondary concern. The primary issue lies in the impact on the influence of the Evil Alliance, which is extremely detrimental to us, and we must swiftly reverse this momentum, remarked Di Wuho. Reversing it is no simple task. Those who previously allied with us have gradually withdrawn from the Evil Alliance, Kai Jing noted. Those fools are courting death when the time comes. I shall send them on their way. I have already contacted my sect, the Evil God Palace, and they will dispatch some individuals to assist, Di Wuho declared. As his words fell, the stone door of the secret chamber suddenly swung open. A mischievous voice emerged from the doorway. Accompanying the sound was a woman, possessing a devilishly enchanting figure. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling autumn waters, and her long black hair danced as if caught in a breeze, obscuring her visage behind a veil of black silk. Suddenly, the newcomer moved. Her gown fluttered like a colorful butterfly, creating ripples in the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Di Wuho. As she approached him, she swiftly struck with her palm. Di Wuho, sensing the impending impact, retreated slightly, and their hands collided. Bang! A wave of force erupted. While Di Wuho's form shifted, the woman was jolted back several steps. "Brother, you have severed an arm. Your prowess remains intact," she remarked, as she seated herself upon the stone chair once occupied by Di Wuho. Boom! At that moment, a man nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a reddish-brown robe adorned with dark runes, emerged from the stone door the woman had previously pushed open. He stepped forward, bowing to Di Wuho. "Greetings, brother. You have arrived so swiftly. I had anticipated a longer wait," Di Wuho replied. His ascendance to the position of Grand Leader of the Evil Alliance was due to his affiliation with the Evil God Palace, a venerable power. "Kai Jing, you must break through your limitations. If you fail to do so, you shall become cannon fodder," the woman advised, addressing Kai Jing. "What Miss Xiao Yao says holds truth." Kai Jing responded. "Brother, what is the purpose of summoning us? Surely, you do not wish for us to reclaim the falling god pearl from the Azure Dragon Society? You must not involve us. We have just received news that Li Xuanhuan, the second dragon leader of the Azure Dragon Society, shattered the illusory gate with a single flying dagger. Should they target us, our survival would be in jeopardy," Miss Xiao Yao remarked, casting a glance at Di Wuho. "You possess this information, and so do I. The reason I sought your assistance is to eliminate certain defectors from the Evil Alliance. Moreover, I intend to relinquish my position as Grand Leader of the Evil Alliance," Di Wuho asserted. "Brother, you wish to abdicate the position of Grand Leader? The sect will not consent. They aim to recruit talent through the Evil Alliance, to bolster the Evil God Palace. My identity has been compromised, and I have lost an arm. Outsiders believe my strength has significantly diminished. In this predicament, I still hold the title of the Grand Master of the Dark Alliance, which greatly impacts the organization, necessitating a transformation. Now, with my severed limb and diminished power, I have a valid reason to refrain from traveling to Hainan to succeed General Wang Dugu in my position. Currently, what holds sway within the palace is not my identity as the Grand Master of the Dark Alliance, but rather my status as the Imperial Martial Marquis. Therefore, I must sever ties with the Dark Alliance and return to the Imperial Martial Marquis' residence. The purpose of summoning you here is to address the issue of those who have defected while simultaneously assuming the role of the Grand Master of the Dark Alliance," the Imperial Martial Marquis stated as he gazed at the woman before him. "Do you wish for me to become the Grand Master?" Xiao Yao inquired. Looking at the Imperial Martial Marquis, "What is there to object to? The Dark Alliance has suffered a blow to its reputation. Your appearance can further emphasize its extraordinary nature. In this chaotic world of martial arts, the Dark God Palace will soon emerge, and you can leverage the Dark Alliance to acquire additional treasures and enhance your own abilities." The Imperial Martial Marquis responded. "Senior brother, we have other tasks for this visit. Our sect has instructed us to find a way to bring back the heir of the Eternal Life Society," Xiao Yao interjected as the Imperial Martial Marquis finished speaking. "Have you uncovered any leads regarding the heir of the Eternal Life Society?" the Imperial Martial Marquis asked, intrigued. "Not yet. We initially intended to utilize your Dark Alliance's power to trace the heir's whereabouts, but unexpectedly, you propose I become the Grand Master," Xiao Yao replied. "By assuming the role of Grand Master, you can command the Dark Alliance's resources. However, regarding the search for the heir of the Eternal Life Society, you might consider contacting the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion," the Imperial Martial Marquis suggested. Chapter 741. Shui Pingxing seeks the death of the Imperial Martial Marquis. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is affiliated with the Northern Pavilion of the Tianya Guild. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's expression sharpened. Indeed, the Tianya Guild possesses an air of mystery. With the emergence of the 4 Pavilion Masters and the 10 General Managers, they are likely not the most elite group, the Imperial Martial Marquis remarked. "If they are not the elite, I have time to reach out to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and see if they can assist in locating the heir of the Eternal Life Society. However, I received news upon my arrival that the Tianya Guild seems to have some connection with the Azure Dragon Society." The Azure Dragon Society was responsible for the death of one of the 4 great masters of the Dead Man's Tomb, the Whitebone Master. Engaging with the Tianya Guild may provoke the Dead Man's Tomb against our Dark God Palace, Xiao Yao said, frowning. Their relationship should be rather ordinary. However, what of the Dead Man's Tomb's objections? Should we, the Dark God Palace, fear them? The Imperial Marshal Marquis retorted coldly. Though the capital is currently in turmoil, Xiao Junior sister, you must exercise caution in your actions. I have conveyed all that is necessary. I shall return to the Imperial Marshal Marquis's residence. At that time, Kai Jing, you will discreetly announce the change in leadership of the Grand Master of the Dark Alliance. The Imperial Marshal Marquis instructed Kai Jing. Understood, I will make arrangements. Kai Jing nodded in agreement. Since senior brother is departing, I shall take my leave as well. Kai Jing, I will ensure to notify you about the new stronghold of the Dark Alliance, Xiao Yao added as she rose. The 3 departed through the hidden passage. After the 3 departed, Kai Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems I must swiftly advance to the realm of Sea of Focus, yet my aura remains insufficient, making it challenging to enter this state. Kai Jing murmured to himself. Just then, the door to the secret chamber creaked open, revealing a woman of enchanting figure, draped in alluring robes that left little to the imagination. Upon seeing her, Kai Jing's expression shifted in shock, and his inner energy began to circulate as he slowly gathered strength in his palms. Kai Xiang, you are a wise man. Do not act unwisely. The beguiling woman's gaze was sharp as she looked at him. However, before she could finish her words, Kai Jing had already struck, his body transforming into a shadow, lunging towards her with hands like claws aimed at her throat. The woman's expression changed, and as Kai Jing's claws missed their target, he swiftly reformed them into fists, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that erupted from his knuckles towards her. Kai Jing, the woman's eyes narrowed, and as she descended, she suddenly thrust her palm forward with force. Boom! Their fists and palms collided, sending the woman crashing against the stone wall from the recoil. Kai Jing swiftly moved to her front, grasping her throat. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. I am curious where you found the courage to appear before me, he stated coldly while holding her throat. Just then, a token fell from the woman's possession. The token bore the character for heaven. Upon seeing it, Kai Jing's expression changed, and his grip slackened slightly. Kai Xiang, I come on behalf of Lord Shui. He wishes to meet you. As Kai Jing loosened his grip, the woman spoke. And Kai Xiang, sometimes strength does not equate to everything. Do you not sense something unusual within you? Her voice was frigid. Kai Jing's expression shifted as the flow of his inner energy revealed a disturbance in his blood. You have poisoned me. Kai Jing glared at her. Now, come with me to meet Lord Shui. Surely, you do not wish to keep him waiting. The woman regarded Kai Jing, prompting him to alter his gaze. Nevertheless, he followed her out of the secret chamber. In a short while, they arrived at a riverbank. Beside the lakeshore, a black-roofed boat housed a figure seated within. Kai Jing stepped inside the boat. Kai Xiang, it has been a long time. Please have some tea. This is a fine selection of Baimei mountain tea, freshly acquired from Jiangnan, Shui Pingxing offered as he poured a cup for Kai Jing. Lord Shui, you summoned me. What matter do you wish to discuss? Kai Jing refrained from drinking the tea and spoke directly. Assist me in eliminating the Emperor Wu Ho. Shui Pingxing looked at Kai Jing intently. What? Kai Jing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shui Pingxing would ask him to kill the Emperor Wu Ho. He knew the Emperor was preparing to return to his estate. Emperor Wu Ho, do you think he can still retain his title? With the demise of the Imperial Master, what purpose does his continued existence serve but to bring shame to the dynasty? If you wish to prevent his demise, then Kai Xiang, you must be the first to perish. Shui Pingxing spoke with remarkable composure. Although the Emperor Wu Ho had lost an arm, his strength had been entirely restored. I cannot vanquish him, Kai Jing stated solemnly. As soon as Kai Jing's words fell, Shui Pingxing produced 2 items, placing them upon the tea table. This is the Heavenly Blood Slaughter Remnant Scripture, which will complement your Heavenly Silkworm Blood Transformation skill. And this is a vial of boneless soul-severing powder. With just a drop, your internal energy will surge violently, yet remain contained within. Thus, the entirety of Emperor Wu Ho's vitality will become yours, Kai Xiang. I have faith that Kai Jing will successfully advance into the realm of focused spirit amidst the sea. Shui Pingxing stated calmly. Shuesi Master. Emperor Wu Ho hails from the Evil God Palace, a significant figure within the capital. In this time of turmoil, with His Majesty injured, You ought to assist in seeking elixirs to restore his health and quell the unrest within the capital, rather than engaging in such actions. Humph. Before Kai Jing could finish speaking, a wave of horrifying malevolence surged into his heart. In an instant, he felt as though he had been drawn into an endless abyss of slaughter, with murderous thoughts surfacing uncontrollably within him. Suddenly, he involuntarily spat a mouthful of blood, which, deflected by his own energy, splattered back onto his face. I had always thought Kai Xiang a man of intellect. Has prolonged association with the evil alliance dulled his wits? If his mind has faltered, then there is no purpose in his continued existence. Xue Pingxing took a sip of tea and remarked calmly, "Shuesi, master, I comprehend my course of action." Kai Jing replied. He still wished to live. Thus it was others who must meet their end. Go forth, within a day. I desire news of Emperor Wu Ho's death, along with timely reports concerning the future of the evil alliance. Xue Pingxing instructed. Understood. 2 individuals from the evil god palace have arrived. They are the junior disciples of Emperor Wu Ho, one named Xiao Yao and the other Zhang Yu. As for their specific roles within the evil god palace, I am unaware. Their purpose here is to seek the successor of the Longevity Society. Under the eaves, one must bow his head, especially when life and death lie within another's grasp. He needs to demonstrate his worth. Why would the evil god palace seek the successor of the Longevity Society? A look of surprise crossed Xue Pingxing's face, and he continued, I too am searching for the successors of the Longevity Society and Everlasting Hall. Notify me immediately upon receiving any information. Chapter 742, The 3 of the 4 Dead Man's Tombs in Jiangnan, at the Zhuang family manor. When shall we depart for the Holy Sword Lake? Rumor has it that the Sword Heart Clarity grass has been discovered there, and the contention will likely intensify. However, given your current status, I doubt anyone would dare to lay a hand on you. Mei Xianshuang remarked with a smile. I am not a swordsman. The Sword Heart Clarity grass holds little allure for me. Su Chen practiced the art of the blade, focusing instead on physical prowess and palm techniques. He had no expertise in swordsmanship. Of course, Su Chen's words were merely a facade, for he was determined to acquire the Sword Heart Clarity grass, recognizing it as a treasure of great value. He does not require it, yet others within the Qinglong society still do. Moreover, the probability of triggering a lottery card with such treasures is exceedingly high. In his current search through books and manuals, Su Chen discovered that the rewards have diminished significantly. Otherwise, with the vast collection of texts and manuals held by the Nangong family, he would not have only acquired 20 orange lottery cards. Naturally, he found it perplexing why the Sword Heart Clarity grass would emerge from the Sacred Sword Lake at this particular juncture. Speculating proved futile. For the Sword Heart Clarity grass resides at the very center of the lake, accessible only to those adept in swordsmanship. Mei Xianshuang remarked, and there exists this notion. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be vying for it? What significance would our journey to the Sacred Sword Lake hold? Su Chen initially believed that anyone could partake in the endeavor. The Sword Heart Clarity grass itself cannot be seized, yet the opportunity to enter the Sacred Sword Lake is not exclusive to sword practitioners. Any young expert who passes the assessment may gain entry to witness the Sacred Sword Pool and experience the sword intent left by generations of swordsmanship masters. Although we may not be cultivators of the sword path, we can certainly glean insights from these masters to enhance our own martial arts. A remarkable opportunity indeed. Are you aware that the lords of the Sacred Sword Lake throughout history have all been extraordinary figures? Mei Xianshuang stated. I had no idea the Sacred Sword Lake was so formidable. It is no wonder so many flock there, Zhuang Xuanji remarked, as matters on her end were nearly resolved, allowing her to join us on our journey the next day. Su Chen responded, It seems my beauty pales in comparison to the allure of the third-ranked beauty. With Nangong Qiushui deceased, ISN T. Zhuang Xuanji now the second beauty in the world? Traveling with the second beauty is indeed my style. Su Chen chuckled. Not quite. After the deaths of Nangong Qiushui and Nangong Yiren, the 100 Flowers Pavilion has restructured the celestial immortal rankings, with Zhuang Xuanji still holding the 3rd position, while the 2nd belongs to Murong Yu of the Murong family. Mei Xianshuang explained. Is it truly so? Su Chen pondered, somewhat bewildered. I shall return tomorrow to find you, and we shall set forth together, Mei Xianshuang concluded. Bidding farewell to Su Chen. After her departure, Su Chen entered a secret chamber of the Zhuang family, where a gaunt figure known as the Bone Man was bound by iron chains, his meridians entirely shattered. Outsiders believed the Bone Man had been slain, yet he still clung to a breath of life, having been secretly brought back. Compared to Nangong Wangshan, Su Chen found the bone man's association with the grave of the dead far more intriguing. Upon Su Chen's arrival, the bone man's eyes glinted with malice. Su Chen, I shall ensure you are interred within the grave of the dead, transformed into a dried corpse puppet. The bone man spat vehemently. Transform me into a dried corpse puppet? Do you possess such capability? Tell me where the grave of the dead lies. And regarding your collaboration with Nangong Wangshan, surely you were not alone in this endeavor. Reveal who else is involved and their whereabouts. I shall ensure they come to keep you company. After all, solitude can be quite disheartening, Su Chen replied calmly. You. The bone man howled, causing the chains in his grasp to rattle ominously. Though the meridians were severed, his physical strength remained, allowing him to retain some vigor. Just at that moment, a flying dagger swiftly struck the thigh of the skeletal figure, blood cascading from the blade. The assailant was Xiao Siwu, who was tasked with overseeing the skeletal man. A muffled groan escaped the skeletal figure as his internal energy was disrupted. Even the slightest pain could provoke him. Why must you go to such lengths? I possess a multitude of methods. It is said that ants are drawn to honey. What if I were to smear you with honey, enticing them to swarm upon you? Furthermore, I have heard that if one were to carve an opening in the skull and pour in mercury, one would shed their own skin. Su Chen remarked with an unsettling calmness. You are exceedingly ruthless. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a flicker of fear appeared in the skeletal man's eyes. He had not anticipated Su Chen's formidable tactics, nor his merciless nature. At that moment, as fear manifested in his gaze, Su Chen suddenly moved, appearing before him. Seizing his neck, a terrifying mental force surged into the skeletal man's consciousness, exploiting the vulnerability caused by his depleted energy. Who else resides in Qinglong City? Su Chen inquired. One of the 4 dead men, the half-man, half-ghost, Gui Shifei, is also present. Where can he be found? How do I locate him? He used to frequent the Yunxiang Tower within the city, though his current whereabouts are unknown. Our communications have always been through hidden plum blossom signals, which can guide you to him, the skeletal man divulged, his mind under Su Chen's control. Nodding to Xiao Siwu, Su Chen signaled for him to leave the chamber and arrange for an investigation. Why did the tomb of the dead target the Zhuang family bank? The new head of the tomb seeks to re-emerge in the world, collaborating with the Lai family. The Lai family demanded the Zhuang family bank. Though I am uncertain of their intentions, only the tomb master is privy to that information. Who is the new head of the tomb? His name is Li Hanxiu. The moment Li Hanxiu was mentioned, the skeletal man's spirit shattered, leaving him devoid of life. It appears some restrictions linger in his mind. There are matters he cannot disclose. Su Chen mused, a slight furrow in his brow. First, we must capture the half-man, half-ghost, Gui Shifei, and see if he can reveal anything of significance. In a secluded part of the city, a gaunt man clad in black cursed, that skeletal figure. Are you capable of investigating thoroughly before taking action? I can scarcely show my face now. The Zhuang family has allied with the Qinglong society, making it impossible for me to seize anything further. The news has reached the tomb master. I can only hope to hear back swiftly, so I may depart Qinglong City. It is a pity about Nangong Wangshan. Had I been able to retrieve his corpse and plant it in my Tiangui tomb, my power would undoubtedly have surged. Just as the gaunt man sighed, a figure emerged from the shadows, the dual-bladed black and white Xianjian, with Xiao Siwu following closely behind. You, how did you find me? The pallid man's expression shifted drastically, completely unprepared for his discovery. We, the half-human half-demon, wish to meet you, Gui Shifei. If you wish to evade death, you must accompany us, Xiao Siwu stated. His gaze fixed upon him. Gui Shifei felt a weighty tension in the air, his eyes darting around. Yet he found himself ensnared by an intense sword aura. Damn it! With 2 formidable practitioners of the sea's essence present, escape was likely impossible. He recognized who had him targeted. Beside Li Xuanhuan, a Fei was swift with his blade, often striking with lethal precision. One black and white sword was not sufficient, with a Fei alongside. He genuinely feared that a single misstep could lead to his swift demise at the hands of that relentlessly fast sword. Fine, I will go with you. Survival necessitated such compliance. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and 2 figures entered. One was cloaked in gray, donning a wide-brimmed hat, tall and imposing, with a black long sword at his waist, radiating an aura of death. The other was clad in a blood-red robe, robust of build, wielding a long knife with a frigid gaze. They halted at the entrance, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Gui Shifei, it seems we have arrived at just the right moment. Otherwise, you would have been taken away or met your end here. We, the 4 dead men, would lose yet another member. The man in the red robe spoke, his eyes directed towards a Fei's location. A Fei had just locked onto his opponent with his sword aura, making it perceptible to others. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, rendering the air stifling. In contrast to a Fei and the black and white sword, Xiao Siwu appeared markedly grave. He was the weakest here. A slight movement of his hand caught Gui Shifei's attention. If I were you, I would refrain from moving. A single misstep could lead to your demise. Gui Shifei regarded Xiao Siwu with a cold stare, intent on instilling fear after Xiao Siwu's earlier arrogance. Yet, Xiao Siwu disregarded him entirely, raising his hand to release a burst of fireworks into the air. Seeking death, Gui Shifei's eyes hardened, his palm lifting as a fierce true energy enveloped his hand. In an instant, he surged forward with a speed akin to teleportation, approaching Xiao Siwu with a terrifying swiftness. Just then, the black and white sword erupted with a formidable force, unleashing a dreadful dark aura towards the 2 figures at the entrance. Although Gui Shifei aimed to strike Xiao Siwu, his attention was fixated on the black and white sword, believing it would react. Yet he was mistaken. The black and white sword did not target him. Instead, it pressed towards the 2 at the courtyard entrance, and in that fleeting moment of pressure, it lunged forward, its dual blades cloaked in a terrifying sword radiance. At that moment, Gui Shifei's focus faltered, his actions delayed by a heartbeat, and an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. A flash of sword light darted past. Gui Shifei's heart raced. A Fei had made his move. He had just been on guard against the enigmatic black and white Xinjian, thus neglecting a Fei. As he sought to unleash his divine might, the moment he began to channel it, a Fei's sword light had already manifested at his brow, the sword energy erupting and piercing through his forehead. Chapter 743, The Transformation of Xinjian's Divine Might. Characters, Ren Boom. In that fleeting instant, the black and white Xinjian struck apart from the other 2. With swords in hand, a terrifying black sword energy enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to swirl with an invisible, dark aura. You have thwarted our master's plans. Sever your own meridians and follow me, or you shall become mere souls within my sword, Xinjian declared, his gaze icy as he regarded the 2. Initially, the ghost known as Fei had consented to leave with them, but the appearance of these 2 ignited other intentions within him. Such intentions would lead to their demise, a sentiment shared with the Fei. This was also why, moments ago, the ghost Fei had refrained from aiding Xiao Siwu and instead attacked the other 2, catching them off guard and allowing a Fei to swiftly strike down an opponent. Observing the fallen ghost Fei, with a sword mark etched upon his brow, the expressions of the 2 newcomers shifted dramatically. The prowess of a Fei and black and white Xinjian far exceeded their expectations. Initially, they believed that by allying with ghost Fei, the 3 of them could suppress the 2. But they were taken aback the moment combat ensued. Despite being on the defensive, the 2 were formidable figures within the ocean of spiritual strength. How could they possibly sever their own meridians? The crimson-robed man's eyes turned feral. Our earlier skirmish is far from over. Allow me to showcase my blade. A terrifying blade aura emanated from him, spreading like invisible ripples throughout the vicinity. He raised his long knife, invoking the divine might of the death vortex. Although the crimson-robed man wielded a knife, it was not purely so. Thus, he had fused the Tomb of the Dead's primordial death sutra with his own blade intent, crafting this death vortex. Boom! A dreadfully potent death blade energy surged forth, forming a vortex that rushed towards black and white Xinjian. Unfazed, Xinjian concentrated his divine might, and with a thunderous roar, unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of energy that shattered the vortex of blade energy. As the blade energy vortex disintegrated, the crimson-robed man moved, stepping forward as his long knife was swiftly drawn. Boom! A surge of blood-gray blade energy erupted from the knife. In an instant, the courtyard was engulfed in chaos, the air fracturing and the surrounding walls collapsing. Yet, this terrifying blade energy did not disperse. Instead, it rapidly coalesced upon the blade in his hand. As the long knife descended, its light cleaved through the very fabric of space, hurtling towards black and white Xinjian with lethal intent. At that moment, the gray-robed man also made his move, unleashing a wave of sword energy that enveloped a Fei. Though the sword light did not match a Fei's speed, It was relentless and impenetrable, aimed at thwarting a Fei's swift blade assault. A Fei's gaze turned frigid as his unsheathed long sword erupted in a flurry of brilliance. The sword light cascading like rain as it clashed against the opponent's long sword. Clang, clang, clang. Two long swords clashed incessantly. At the moment of their collision, a Fei's sword pivoted, unleashing a torrent of sword light that enveloped his opponent. The gray-robed man was taken aback by the swiftness of a Fei's blade. He thrust his sword forward hastily to counter the deluge of sword energy. However, in an instant, that torrential light coalesced into a singular point, akin to a shooting star, piercing through his defenses and appearing at his throat. "You!" The gray-robed man gasped hoarsely, staring at a Fei, astonished that such a tempestuous sword light could condense so rapidly to pierce his throat. It was too swift. "Your sword is truly fast. It is not my sword that is swift. Rather, it is your response that has lagged," a Fei coldly replied, withdrawing his blade. A spurt of blood erupted from the man's throat as he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the clash of blades and the spattering of blood surrounded the black and white Xianjian, akin to a prison. Yet, within this confinement, Xianjian remained composed, gripping his long sword tightly. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the cage around him. In a flash, he appeared before his opponent, a sinister smile gracing his lips. With both swords drawn, he unleashed a terrifying force. The red-robed man raised his blade in defense. However, under the relentless barrage, Xianjian's aura surged ever higher. During this time, Xianjian diligently honed his divine might, concentrating it upon his dual swords, much like the famed Shaoli flying dagger, where the essence is imbued within the blade, allowing for a single strike to vanquish foes and shatter barriers. As the red-robed adversary engaged with Xianjian, he suddenly felt his long knife grow cumbersome, as if he could scarcely lift it. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted from Xianjian's dual blades. His swords had the ability to absorb the soul energy of those who perished beneath their edge. Bang! The red-robed man felt his soul come under assault. In that instant of spiritual impact, Xianjian's dual blades swiftly severed the tendons of his opponent's limbs, while the hilt struck at his dantian. The force surged into the dantian, shattering it. The red-robed man's vision darkened, and he fell into unconsciousness. With a swift motion, Xianjian seized the body of the red-robed man, while Xiao Siwu approached the other two fallen figures, lifting their corpses to investigate and seek potential clues. After the three departed, several martial artists arrived at the courtyard, finding no bodies and quickly retreated. At the Zhuang family's bank, the corpses and the unconscious red-robed man were brought back. However, little useful information was gleaned, as inquiries regarding the grave of the dead shattered their spirits. "We must investigate the new master of the grave of the dead, Li Hanxiu," Su Chen instructed Xiao Siwu. "Indeed. My subordinate shall promptly proceed to the black market stronghold to report to the 7 dragon heads." After bowing to Su Chen, Xiao Siwu respectfully departed. The Qinglong society has consolidated the forces of Kanming and Bianan within the Jiangnan region, and its intelligence network is now quite formidable. I trust we shall soon acquire valuable information. Once Xiao Siwu had taken his leave, Su Chen settled himself in the main chair of the hall and glanced at the lottery cards in his mind. He decided to draw 5 cards to test his luck. The results revealed: acquired the martial arts infusion card of the carefree marquis, specific character Lian Qingbi; acquired the martial arts infusion card of Xiao Yuanshan, specific character Qiaofeng; acquired the first layer of the Tiangang breathing technique supplement; acquired the character Ren Qianxing, and acquired a quarter-hour insight into the way of the blade. A look of astonishment spread across Su Chen's face. The carefree marquis, a character from the ancient dragon novel Xiao Shi Lang, had his martial arts obtained by Lian Qingbi after his demise. It was unexpected to receive an infusion card for the carefree marquis's entire prowess. With this infusion, Lian Qingbi's strength would undoubtedly soar, potentially rivaling that of Murong Fu, pushing towards the realm of Si and focus. Xiao Yuanshan, a character from Tianlong Babu, possesses strength comparable to Murong Bo Qiaofeng, has currently reached the initial stage of Si and focus, and with the infusion of Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts, his capabilities would surely reach the pinnacle of that realm. Next, he sought information about Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing, the son of the official Guanyushan in magic sword, life and death chess, practices the dragon god palm and possesses innate vigor. showcasing the astonishing sword technique one sword across the ages. In his past life, he was defeated by the foremost expert, Jiangnan, within the magic swords realm, and his strength has now reached the shattered level, akin to Guanyushan. The prospect of encountering another shattered level master, particularly a swordsman of great caliber, intrigued Su Chen. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips. Although Ren Qianxing may not possess the same purity of swordsmanship as Yen Shisan and others, he is undoubtedly a formidable swordsman. At this juncture, Su Chen recalled the heavenly intent four symbols decision he had previously acquired. Perhaps he could pass it on to Ren Qianxing and Guanyushan to enhance their abilities. The insight into the way of the blade, however, would be reserved for his own cultivation. Chapter 744. The Li family's life. Fengmian and Li Yinzhong. The beggar's sect's upheaval in Jiangnan, Chang'e County, within the prefectural governor's office. A man clad in a purple and gold robe sat before the county governor, Lu Qingyao. Governor Lu, a disciple of the Li family, has encountered misfortune, all at the hands of the beggar's sect. You must place the beggar's sect on the wanted list. The man in the purple and gold robe fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Lu Qingyao. Dressed in red, Lu Qingyao gazed at the Li family's second elder, Li Fengmian, her heart brimming with indignation as she wished to retort fiercely. However, his strength vastly surpassed her own. Elder Li, the task of issuing bounties on the Jiangnan region's martial forces falls under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan Town Protectorate. My office lacks such authority. Please do not make things difficult for me, Lu Qingyao implored earnestly. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. I hope you do not come to regret this, Governor Lu. With that, Li Fengmian cast a final glance at Lu Qingyao and swept away with a flourish of his sleeve. Once Li Fengmian had departed, Lu Qingyao let out a deep breath, exhaling the tension that had built within her. Under the oppressive aura of Li Fengmian, not only was my heart in turmoil, but even my breath became exceedingly labored. A maid clad in white entered, pouring a cup of tea for Li Fengmian. My lord, the Li family exhibits an audacious arrogance, daring to threaten you so directly. The maid lamented. In these tumultuous times, one must exercise caution in speech. The emperor is wounded, and the world of martial arts is in upheaval. The Li family wields control over 36 foreign clans in Jiangnan, backed by the 7th prince. Whether in the court or the realm of martial arts, they are forces we cannot contend with. A single misstep could provoke their wrath. Have we managed to establish contact with Qiao Feng of the beggar's sect? Lu Qingyao inquired. The message has been dispatched, yet we have yet to receive a response from the leader, the maid replied. Then we must wait. However, judging by Li Fengmian's demeanor, it seems he is poised to take action. The uncertainty lies in whether it will be the Li family that strikes, or if they will enlist others, Lu Qingyao remarked. My lord, should the Li family choose to act, it would be a trivial matter for them to eradicate the disciples of the beggar's sect. Why then? Do they require us to issue a bounty on the beggar's sect? The maid queried, her confusion apparent. With the recent floods causing an influx of beggars, it is impossible to discern which are affiliated with the beggar's sect and which are not. Should the Li family target these ordinary beggars, it would reflect poorly on their reputation. However, by issuing a bounty on the beggar's sect, they could indiscriminately slay these beggars, thus luring out certain elders of the sect. They wish to utilize my hand to deal with the elders emerging from the beggar's sect. Once the elders face casualties, I shall be implicated, and the beggar's sect may not spare me either. Therefore, I absolutely cannot issue this bounty. Have we identified anyone accompanying Li Fengmian? Lu Qingyao asked. In addition to Li Fengmian, Li Yinzhong from the Li family has also arrived. We have yet to uncover the presence of others, the maid responded. Li Yinzhong, the second most prominent figure among the younger generation of the Li family, second only to the legitimate heir, Li Guhong. I did not expect him to come to Chang'e County, collaborating with the second elder, Li Fengmian. It seems they are relentless in their pursuit of the beggar's sect. Maintain vigilant surveillance on Li Fengmian and their movements. Report any developments to me immediately. Lu Qingyao's expression grew grave. Understood. The maid nodded. Meanwhile, outside the county office, Li Fengmian stepped into a carriage. Inside sat a young man adorned in a long purple robe, exuding an air of nobility with a handsome visage and an extraordinary demeanor. As Li Fengmian entered the carriage, the young man immediately rose, bowing respectfully. Be seated, Li Fengmian gestured dismissively. Second elder, is Lu Qingyao not cooperating with us? Li Yinzhong inquired, noting the displeasure on Li Fengmian's face. It appears Lu Qingyao is unwilling to fulfill her role as the county magistrate. She has instructed us to communicate with the Jiangnan pacification office, requesting that they issue a bounty on the beggar's sect. Lai Fengyan replied coldly, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. If the Lai family were solely a force of the martial world, he would have already slain Lu Qingyao with a single strike. Elder, leave Lu Qingyao to me. I have recently made breakthroughs in my practice of the yin-yang convergence technique and am confident I can subdue her. Once we engage in dual cultivation, she will find it impossible to escape my control. A sinister smile crept across Lai Yinzhong's face. Lu Qingyao's strength lies within the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm, surpassing even yours. Capturing her will prove quite challenging, remarked Lai Fengyan, gazing at Lai Yinzhong. Although my strength may not match hers, my mastery of poison is certainly beyond her capabilities. I will host a banquet for Lu Qingyao this evening. Once she succumbs to my poison, she will be at my mercy. Furthermore, I believe the beggar's sect will catch wind of the banquet and send someone to investigate. This presents a dual opportunity to capture Lu Qingyao and the beggar's sect's scout, thereby unearthing the location of their headquarters. Lai Yinzhong stated, very well, this task is entrusted to you. Lu Qingyao must be subdued tonight. I have business to attend to at the King of Hell's stronghold, replied Lai Fengyan. Rest assured, I shall accomplish this. Lai Yinzhong's eyes sparkled with confidence. The carriage moved through the bustling streets. In a corner of the thoroughfare, a beggar glanced at the carriage, lifted his broken bowl, and slipped into a narrow alleyway. As dusk fell, within a secluded, dilapidated temple in the city, Elder Jin Yuanling of the beggar's sect was present. A beggar, adorned with 3 pouches at his waist and wielding a bamboo staff, hurriedly entered. Elder Jin, this afternoon, the Lai family's second elder, Lai Fengyan, entered the governor's mansion. His stay was brief, but he exited with a grim expression and has now left the city, likely heading toward the King of Hell's stronghold. Furthermore, Lai Yinzhong has reserved the entire Blue Star Pavilion for a banquet with Governor Lu Qingyao. The 3-pouched disciple relayed the gathered intelligence to Jin Yuanling. Continue to monitor their movements and report any information promptly. Jin Yuanling commanded. Yes, the 3-pouched disciple swiftly departed. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Yuanling approached a stone statue within the dilapidated temple and gently pushed it, revealing an entrance to a concealed chamber. He turned and entered the secret cave, finding himself in a spacious hidden room. However, Jin Yuanling did not linger there. He pressed his palm against a section of the stone wall, causing a stone door to abruptly open, revealing a passage. Jin Yuanling stepped into the tunnel. The exit led to a modest courtyard, a location belonging to the beggar's sect. There, Elder Lu Yue of the 9 pouches and Elder Tian Hu of the 8 pouches were present. You've returned. What news do you bring? Lu Yue inquired. Looking at Jin Yuanling, Lai Fengyan is heading to the King of Hell's stronghold, likely seeking to use it against us. Meanwhile, Lai Yinzhong has booked the Blue Star Pavilion for a banquet with Lu Qingyao. I wish to investigate personally and discern the nature of their discussions, Jin Yuanling replied. Upon hearing Jin Yuanling's words, Lu Yue's expression turned serious. It would be prudent to investigate their intentions. This coincides with the leader's arrival tonight, allowing us to report our findings directly to him, Lu Yue responded. Chapter 745. The ambition of Lai Yinzhong and the scheme against Lu Qingyao the night was bright. Within the Blue Star building, the lights blazed, yet an eerie stillness pervaded the atmosphere. This tranquility was due to the presence of Lai Yinzhong, who had invited Lu Qingyao, the governor of Changhe County, to this establishment. Inside the Blue Star building, Lai Yinzhong, dressed in luxurious attire, gazed at several portraits before him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. These portraits depicted Lu Qingyao in resplendent red garments, exuding a charm that only a mature woman could possess. Lu Qingyao, I have come specifically for you. Otherwise, I would have proceeded directly to Holy Sword Lake, Lai Yinzhong murmured. Unlike others who were enamored with youthful maidens, he preferred women like Lu Qingyao, whose voluptuous forms were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also conducive to his dual cultivation and enhancement of his strength. Young Master Lai, it is rather inappropriate for you to admire Lu Qingyao's portrait in my presence. A tall woman in a purple gown approached him gracefully. She appeared to be around 30, her alluring features framed by long, lustrous black hair. As she moved, her fair skin was partially revealed. Are you feeling jealous? Tonight, you may serve alongside Lu Qingyao, Lai Yinzhong remarked, eyeing the woman beside him. You are quite mischievous, young Master Lai, but I find it appealing. If you succeed in winning Lu Qingyao, you will be able to infiltrate the Purple Robe Palace. Given time, the Purple Robe Palace will fall under your dominion, and your power will undoubtedly surpass that of Lai Guohong, becoming the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Lai family. The woman in purple replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing her words, a glint of sharpness flickered in Lai Yinzhong's eyes. Zixuan, you are aware of certain matters. Yet they must remain unspoken. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Lu Qingyao is the third disciple of the first palace master of the Purple Robe Palace. Securing her would provide an opportunity to penetrate the palace, which, though not the foremost force in Jiangnan, is nonetheless a significant second-tier power, especially given the predominance of women within it. Young master, my life and fortunes belong to you. I speak only the truth, all for your sake. The woman in purple embraced him. I am well aware. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. Have you completed the arrangements I instructed? There must be no unforeseen occurrences tonight, Lai Yinzhong asserted. Rest assured, I have made all necessary preparations. Lu Qingyao will not be able to leave, and neither will the members of the Beggar's Sect. I have gathered sufficient intelligence regarding their strength. The formidable Qiao Feng is currently absent from Chang'e County, leaving only a 9th bag elder and 2 8th bag elders. Even if they all converge here, they will not be able to depart, Zixuan affirmed. Excellent. A smile spread across Lai Yinzhong's face as he conjured a flame that reduced the portrait before him to mere ashes. As the night deepened, Lu Qingyao's splendid carriage arrived outside the Blue Star building. Is Lai Yinzhong making such a grand display to impress the Beggar's Sect? She pondered, dismounting from the carriage. Lu Qingyao gazed upon the renowned Blue Star Tower before her, contemplating its reputation as the most illustrious tavern within the Longhe County. The expenditure here is exorbitant, and for Lai Yinzhong to reserve the entire establishment would surely entail a considerable sum of silver. Lu Qingyao was not alone. She was accompanied by 3 maidservants garbed in white. The county magistrate of Lu and Master Lai had been awaiting her arrival for quite some time. Upon her entrance, the steward promptly approached Lu Qingyao to extend his hospitality. At his words, Lu Qingyao momentarily hesitated, her brow furrowing slightly, yet she merely nodded in acknowledgement. The 4 of them proceeded into the tavern. In a lavish chamber, Lai Yinzhong was conversing with a woman clad in a purple gown. Upon noticing the woman, Lu Qingyao's demeanor shifted. Zixuan, the proprietor of Mingyue Tower in Longhe County, what a surprise to find you here. Lu Qingyao remarked. County Magistrate Lu, Master Lai fears you may feel lonely, hence my presence as your companion, Zixuan replied, her gaze betraying a peculiar glint. The loneliness she spoke of was far from mere words. Please, take a seat, County Magistrate Lu. Lai Yinzhong gestured for her to sit opposite him. Lu Qingyao settled down while her 3 maidservants stood faithfully behind her. Shortly thereafter, an array of exquisite dishes was presented. County Magistrate Lu, allow me to toast to you first. Zixuan raised her glass and drank deeply. After Lu Qingyao followed suit, she inquired, Master Lai, your invitation today surely extends beyond mere revelry, does it not? Since you've addressed the matter so directly, I shall speak plainly. It pertains to the Beggar's Sect. Today, my family's 2nd elder has broached a subject that I hope you will reconsider, Lai Yinzhong stated, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Lu Qingyao, unsuspecting, drained her cup, unaware that his scheme had already progressed significantly. I truly cannot assist with the Beggar's Sect. This matter necessitates the intervention of the Southern Pacification Office. Lu Qingyao responded, shaking her head. By aiding my family, you would secure our friendship, which would surely prove beneficial for you in the long run, Lai Yinzhong asserted, his gaze fixed intently on her. Advancing further is a prospect I fear I lack the capability for. I have yet to fully comprehend Longhe County, Lu Qingyao replied, shaking her head once more. Before Lai Fengyan, she felt pressure, yet before Lai Yinzhong, she felt none. It appeared that Lu Qingyao was determined to protect the Beggar's Sect, positioning herself in opposition to his family. What initially seemed a simple task now threatened to escalate into confrontation. County Magistrate Lu, have you not sensed any peculiar sensations within your body? That last cup contained a certain ingredient, one that will ignite a warmth within you, Lai Yinzhong said ominously. With that, Lu Qingyao spat out her drink. Lai Yinzhong, do you truly believe I have left myself unguarded against you? She retorted, her gaze icy as she regarded him. This man had dared to make a move against her. At that moment, she contemplated delivering a lethal blow, but restrained herself. It seems I have underestimated County Magistrate Lu, he conceded. The heavy atmosphere thickened, and a flicker of surprise flashed across Lai Yincheng's face. He had not anticipated that Lu Qingyao possessed such a skill. Humph. Lu Qingyao rose. "Let us depart," she commanded her 3 attendants clad in white. The 3 maidens stepped forward. Suddenly, one of the maidens struck with a swift palm, catching Lu Qingyao off guard and leaving her to spit blood and stumble from the impact. "You." The 2 maidens beside the one who had attacked immediately retaliated. Just then, 6 swordsmen appeared outside, their blades raining down upon the 2 maidens with terrifying speed. The brilliance of the swords enveloped them, and the 2 women fell victim to the onslaught, perishing in an instant. "Lu Juanshou, I am fully prepared to take action against you. Your maidservant is quite impressive, but alas, under my dual cultivation technique, she shall have no choice but to submit to me." Lai Yincheng approached the fallen maiden. "What a pity for such a maidservant. She is unworthy of my attention." With that, he struck down upon the girl's head with a forceful palm. The sound of impact resounded, and her skull shattered, blood splattering across Lai Yincheng's hand. Chapter 746. The Emergence of Qiao Feng. The 18 Shadows of the Dragon. Lai Yincheng, you. Lu Qingyao's face burned with fury, her eyes glaring at him with a menacing intensity. "Your anger is futile. How much better it would have been had you consumed that wine earlier. No deaths would have occurred, and you would have basked in endless joy." Lai Yincheng observed her with a sinister smile. "You attempt to employ such despicable tactics against me, even in death. I shall not grant you your desires," Lu Qingyao declared vehemently. Yet, as she spoke, she suddenly propelled herself towards Lai Yincheng, determined to capture him and seize her chance to escape. Even if she could not flee, she would fight to the bitter end. Her palm struck towards Lai Yincheng. "Lu Juanshou, I am right here. You have no opportunity." Beside Lai Yincheng, Zixuan had been watching Lu Qingyao intently. As Lu Qingyao moved, a violet longsword materialized in Zixuan's hand, her internal energy surging into the blade. The sword erupted with a terrifying violet radiance, enveloping Lu Qingyao in an instant. Infused with a crackling aura of lightning, violet thunder annihilation. The concentrated sword light was extraordinary, and as Lu Qingyao's palm met the brilliance, her injured body was knocked back against the window. With a turn, she struck out, shattering the window, and leapt down. "Too naive. Now that I have made my move, I shall not allow you the chance to escape. Do not underestimate me, Lai Yincheng." Lai Yincheng approached the window, gazing at Lu Qingyao as she fell into the hall below, a cruel smile dancing in his eyes. Before Lu Qingyao stood an elderly man clad in black robes. "Lu Juanshou, you would do well to ascend the stairs. You stand no chance in my grasp." The black-robed elder regarded Lu Qingyao with a frigid stare. Lu Qingyao's expression grew grave. She could sense the surging energy emanating from her opponent, a force as vast as the ocean, indicative of a formidable warrior at the realm of transforming the Dantian into a sea, far surpassing her in strength. Yet, she resolved not to resign herself to being a mere puppet. Regardless of the odds, she was determined to fight back. Her internal true energy surged rapidly, transforming her originally crimson robe into a mesmerizing sight. Raising her palm, she unleashed the blood-fiend phantom palm. With a swift step forward, her hand struck out, instantly morphing into countless blood-red palms. Humph! Overestimating oneself. Upon witnessing Lu Qingyao's intent to counterattack, the elder snorted coldly. With a decisive stomp, a wave of chilling energy erupted from within him, enveloping the surroundings in an ominous atmosphere. He raised his hand and struck. Bang! Lu Qingyao was sent flying, crashing against a stone pillar within the hall. With a spurt of blood, she gasped, "If it weren't for the young master wanting to keep you alive, this strike would have shattered your organs." The elder in black regarded Lu Qingyao with a frosty demeanor. After speaking, he advanced to seize her. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he punched towards a specific direction. Bang! The force of his punch exploded. A figure emerged from the shadows, darting towards the exit without hesitation. "Did you think you could escape once I noticed you?" The elder scoffed. With a swift movement, he transformed into a mere shadow, appearing at the hall's entrance in an instant. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, sweeping towards the fleeing figure. The silhouette was immediately jolted back into the hall. The eighth elder of the beggar's sect, Jin Yuanling, had made a notable gain. Up above, Lai Yinzong observed the arrival of Jin Yuanling with a sinister smile. "It appears that tonight, you have laid your trap." Jin Yuanling regarded Lai Yinzong with a grave expression. "Aren't you beggars capable of hiding? Since you choose not to emerge, I shall draw you out." shatter his dantian and meridians, and bring him down. We must extract information about the beggar's sect. A mere group of beggars daring to challenge the might of the Lai family must be eradicated entirely. Lai Yinzong's tone was cold and filled with disdain. Following his command, the elder approached Jin Yuanling, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. As a warrior at the Dantian transformation realm, he towered over Jin Yuanling, who was merely at the Heaven's 8 trial stage, facing the tidal wave of energy bearing down upon him. Jin Yuanling's internal energy surged chaotically as he struggled to break free from the oppressive grip. However, just as he managed to free himself, the black-robed elder had already materialized before him. With a ghastly expression, he struck towards Jin Yuanling's chest, causing Jin Yuanling's countenance to change dramatically. Suddenly, in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted within the hall. The black-robed elder appeared to be weighed down by this dread, rendered immobile. Boom! A figure descended, their palm hovering before the black-robed elder, as if supporting the heavens themselves. Bang! Under that hand, the black-robed elder was crushed as easily as a watermelon. With a thud, a headless body fell to the ground, restoring the normal flow of time and space. Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggar's sect, stood resolute. Upon witnessing the figure in the hall, the ominous Liao Yinzong's expression shifted dramatically. "Block him!" he roared. In an instant, dozens of figures emerged within the hall. "Kill!" they shouted in unison, charging towards Xiao Feng. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he uttered a low command, "Die!" Immediately, a dragon's roar erupted from his lips, filling the hall with a ferocious sound. Those who rushed towards him suddenly gasped in shock, their heads ringing as they spat blood, collapsing onto the ground. The sight of Xiao Feng's formidable power left the injured Lu Qingyao astounded. Is his strength truly so great? She pondered silently. Meanwhile, as Liao Yinzong commanded others to restrain Xiao Feng, he turned and fled to another area. Having been informed earlier of Xiao Feng's prowess as a master of the sea of concentration, the men below were merely meant to delay Xiao Feng momentarily, granting him a chance to escape, yet they were utterly incapable of achieving this. "Come down," Xiao Feng commanded, his gaze fixed upon the two figures atop the pavilion. Raising his hand, he summoned two streams of energy that surged forth, yanking the retreating figures downwards. With a thud, they crashed to the ground. The Liao family truly has grand ambitions, seeking to slaughter my disciples of the beggar's sect. Today, I shall take your head and see how you dare to massacre us," Xiao Feng declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he looked at Liao Yinzong, now sprawled on the ground. "Xiao Feng, you cannot kill me," Liao Yinzong shouted defiantly. "Taishu, strike! Kill him! Kill him!" he bellowed. At that moment, a man clad in a gray robe emerged from the shadows. As he stepped forward, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. A terrifying aura erupted from him, compressing towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed. "You think your aura can suppress me?" With a roar, a golden light burst forth from his body, revealing the shimmering forms of 18 golden dragons dancing within it. This was the divine might he had comprehended, the 18 dragon shadows. With a thunderous roar, the oppressive force from the gray-robed man shattered, rebounding towards him. The man's body felt suddenly heavy, astonishment flooding his face. The intelligence he had received indicated that Xiao Feng had only just entered the sea of concentration. How could someone so newly initiated possess such terrifying divine might? He strained to unleash his own aura, attempting to break free from Xiao Feng's overwhelming force. Just then, Xiao Feng let out a fierce growl. Instantly, the 18 dragon roars surged into the man's mind, causing a cacophony that reverberated within him, disorienting both his spirit and body. In that critical moment, Xiao Feng extended his hand and struck forcefully into the man's body. The terrifying force surged instantly into the opponent's body. Bang! Their internal organs and bones shattered in an instant. At that moment, the opponent regained their senses, yet emitted a heart-wrenching scream before collapsing to the ground, their deathly visage too ghastly to behold. Xiao Feng's gaze turned towards Lai Yinzong, who was filled with dread as he observed Xiao Feng's advancing steps. The guardian assigned to him by his family was effortlessly slain by a single strike from Xiao Feng, revealing the truly formidable nature of his strength. "Your guardian is dead. You shall meet the same fate." Xiao Feng raised his hand. "No, you can't kill me. I can divulge the true purpose of our Lai family's visit to Chang'e County," Lai Yinzong exclaimed hastily. "Speak, and I shall refrain from striking." Xiao Feng replied with a stern expression. The Gold Master of Zhuang Xuanji has recently acquired a peculiar tome titled Ritual Blood Technique. The second elder has come for this reason. Lai Yinzhong hurriedly disclosed. What is the Ritual Blood Technique? I do not know the specifics. Only the second elder is privy to that knowledge. How does your Lai family know of this acquisition by Zhuang Xuanji? Xiao Feng asked in a deep voice. Because the Gold Master of Zhuang Xuanji is a sibling of the matriarch of my Lai family. In truth, Zhuang Xuanji is a faction covertly controlled by my Lai family. Lai Yinzhong explained. As he spoke, he approached Zixuan. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck her chest. Bang! Zixuan was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth, her eyes filled with confusion. Why did you attack me? She stammered. You heard something you should not have. Lai Yinzhong sighed. He then turned to Xiao Feng. Leader Xiao, may I take my leave now? Xiao Feng regarded Lai Yinzhong with a steely gaze, recognizing his ruthlessness, yet remained silent. Noticing Xiao Feng's lack of response, Lai Yinzhong's face brightened with hope. He turned to exit, but just as he reached the door, Jin Yuanling emerged, his bamboo staff shooting forth like a meteor. Lai Yinzhong remained alert. Upon sensing an attack, he swiftly raised his palm. Yet, a sudden cold snort from Xiao Feng caused him to falter, his movements slowing. Swoosh! Jin Yuanling's bamboo staff pierced through his back instantly. You! Turning, Lai Yinzhong glared at Xiao Feng, realizing that had it not been for Xiao Feng's cold snort, his actions would not have hesitated, and he would not have perished at Jin Yuanling's hands. Chapter 747. Before the door can be knocked upon, I shall strike first. Killing him is not difficult. Shui Mountain is a treacherous terrain, located at the confluence of Changhe County, Tianhe County, and Changyu County. It features a lake on one side and a continuous range of mountains on the other, with dense forests. Opposite the lake lies Changyu County, and behind the mountains is Tianhe County. Being situated at the junction of three counties makes it a convenient point of passage between them, attracting a multitude of people. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts. As individuals from the martial world emerge, they inevitably establish their own factions. The most formidable power within Shui Mountain is Zhuang Xuanji. The entrance of Zhuang Xuanji, constructed from countless skulls, instills a chilling sense of dread. Within the dim and chilling confines of the stronghold, a pervasive scent of blood lingered in the air. In a secluded chamber, a man draped in a blood-red robe, with a pallid complexion and fierce eyes radiating an aura of unending sanguine light, stood before the second elder of the Lai family, Lai Fengyan. This man, known as the King of Hell from the Yanwang stronghold, faced Lai Fengyan, who was intently examining a human skin blood map laid upon the table. This blood sacrifice technique is extraordinary. Where did you acquire it? Lai Fengyan inquired as he carefully tucked the blood map into his bosom. I ambushed a merchant caravan, and this blood map was hidden within a secret compartment of a wooden box. On the surface of the box lay a blood bead. Had it not been for my unique sensitivity to life force, I would never have discerned the existence of this map, replied the King of Hell. And what became of the caravan's members? Lai Fengyan pressed further. They were all slaughtered. You know my men never leave survivors, the King of Hell stated coldly. Is that so? I shall take this blood sacrifice technique back with me, but you must exercise caution in your practice. If you sense anything amiss, cease immediately. Lai Fengyan warned. Rest assured, I am well aware. Furthermore, regarding the young girl you asked me to find for you, I have procured 20 individuals for your convenience. The King of Hell replied. A smile crept upon Lai Fengyan's face at the King of Hell's words. Once I conclude my affairs with the beggar gang, I shall return to you, he said. They are merely a band of beggars. I could easily eradicate them, the King of Hell remarked dismissively. Do not underestimate the beggar gang. Their leader, Xiao Feng, possesses the strength of one who has entered the sea of concentration. We must not be careless, Lai Fengyan cautioned. I have reviewed Xiao Feng's dossier. From the feedback received, he has only recently stepped into the sea of concentration. While his might may vary, his experience is still limited. Besides, aside from Xiao Feng, the beggar gang has only one with the 9 trials of heaven and 2 with the 8 trials. Annihilating them would be child's play, the King of Hell retorted coldly. Eliminating them is not the challenge, finding them is. With the ongoing floods, there are far too many beggars. The Lai family cannot indiscriminately slaughter beggars without tarnishing our reputation. I initially considered issuing a bounty through Lu Qingyao, which would provide a valid pretext for their elimination, but she is utterly ungrateful. Were it not for the Purple Robe Palace's allegiance to the 7th Prince, I would have been tempted to end her, Lai Fengyan lamented. If you are unable to take action, I can arrange for others to do so. I shall mobilize the people within the stronghold to visit Changhe County tomorrow and eliminate all the beggars in the city, thereby enhancing the fearsome reputation of our Yinhuang stronghold. The King of Hell declared. This is also one of the reasons for my visit. However, I am curious about the status of Yinzhong's plans, Lai Fengyan pondered. Recalling Lai Yinzhong, who was poised to make a move against Lu Qingyao that very night. At that moment, a figure rushed into the room, visibly agitated. What has happened? Upon seeing the newcomer, the King of Hell's eyes sharpened. Lord Yinhuang, we have received news from Changhe County. Young Master Lai has died. The messenger announced. What? Upon hearing the words of the newcomer, Lai Fengyan's expression stiffened, and he inquired sharply, You say that Lai Yinzhong is dead? As he spoke, his visage twisted with fury, and an ominous aura filled the room, surging like invisible waves that ebbed and flowed, subtly igniting a flicker of flame that threatened to engulf the entire chamber, instilling a sensation of suffocating dread. Indeed, Second Elder, this news has just reached us from Changhe County. Young Master Lai was hosting a banquet for Lu Qingyao at the Blue Star Pavilion, yet only Lu Qingyao emerged from it. The scent of corpse powder was thick within the pavilion, and no other bodies were found. They must have been obliterated by Lu Qingyao, the visitor reported. Lu Qingyao, you dare to slay a member of the Lai family? I shall annihilate the Purple Robe Palace. The murderous intent radiated from Lai Fengyan's eyes. Please, go ahead. The king of the underworld gestured dismissively beside Lai Fengyan. The cloaked figure swiftly exited the room. The king of the underworld remained unfazed by the second elder's wrath. For he was not of the Lai family. His concern lay solely with his nephew, the foremost scion of the Lai clan, Lai Guhong. The demise of someone like Lai Yinzhong, who posed a threat to his nephew, was in his eyes fortuitous. This matter involving the second elder is likely more complex than it appears. Lai Yinzhong must have had powerful guardians from the sea nearby. How could Lu Qingyao have possibly slain him? Moreover, what audacity would compel Lu Qingyao to murder him? The king of the underworld remarked. Upon hearing his words, Lai Fengyan's fury gradually subsided. Lu Qingyao has the backing of the Purple Robe Palace, and her master is the strongest among them. Possessing only the strength of the Dantian to Hua high level, she could not have accomplished this feat indeed. It is rather suspicious. It seems I must return to Changhe County to investigate further, Lai Fengyan declared. The incident has already transpired. Returning now will yield little information. It would be wiser to confront the Purple Robe Palace directly tomorrow and demand an explanation. If they do not comply, we shall obliterate the Purple Robe Palace. That group of women is quite sought after. The king of the underworld chuckled. Tonight, I shall remain at the king of the underworld's stronghold and require the preparations made for my seclusion. I intend to cultivate. Lai Fengyan stated. Very well. I shall make the arrangements immediately. The king of the underworld replied. At this moment, within the Changhe County governor's residence, Lu Qingyao's complexion was ashen, her demeanor grave. Lai Yinzhong was dead, yet she had survived, being the sole individual to emerge from the Blue Star Pavilion. The Lai family would undoubtedly pursue her, perhaps even targeting the Purple Robe Palace behind her. Lu County governor is worried about the Lai family, she observed, seated opposite Xiaofeng. It is indeed a concern. The news of Lai Yinzhong's death has likely reached the king of the underworld's stronghold already. Even if Lai Fengyan does not seek me out tonight, he will certainly come for me tomorrow. I do not fear his pursuit of me. Rather, I dread the possibility of him targeting the Purple Robe Palace. As they cannot withstand his wrath, Lu Qingyao expressed with anxiety. Why not simply kill him? I have already instructed the beggars sect to monitor the movements of the king of the underworld stronghold. Once any intelligence surfaces, we shall strike before he arrives in the county or reaches your Purple Robe Palace. Xiaofeng replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Yanwangzhai is located in a perilous area, laden with intricate traps. Although his strength has grown, penetrating Yanwangzhai does not guarantee the elimination of his adversary in such an environment. Should the opponent manage to flee, it would complicate matters further. It would be more prudent to ambush him on his return journey. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Lu Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, You must have harbored such intentions when you dealt with Lu Yinzhong. Chief Qiao truly lives up to his reputation. However, within your ranks, Lai Fengyan, as the second elder of the Lai family, is a seasoned expert. You must not underestimate him. Rest assured, dispatching him is not a challenge. Chapter 748. Ambush on the path. Come to claim your life the next day, outside the county city, at a crossroads. This was a vital route for returning from Shihui Mountain to the county city. At the junction, a tea stall provided a respite from the sweltering heat for some travelers and martial artists. Did you hear? Last night, Lai Yinzong hosted our county guard Lu at the Blue Star building, renting it entirely, yet only the severely injured county guard emerged. The others have vanished. What do you mean vanished? Rumor has it that the corpses inside were reduced to ashes. I fear for Lai Yinzong's fate. Lai Yinzong is the second heir of the Lai family. If he perishes, their wrath will surely descend upon our Chang'e County. 1At? Who knows? But what does it concern us? The only parties affected are likely the county guard and the Zishan Palace. After all, only Lu emerged, and in a grievously injured state. A fierce battle must have ensued. As the patrons at the tea stall exchanged their gossip, a figure clad in a straw hat entered the establishment. Boss, a pot of fine Changha iced tea, please. The newcomer's voice was deep and resonant. Coming right up, the tea stall attendant promptly replied. In a short while, a pot of chilled tea was served. Without wine, it feels somewhat lacking, the hat-wearing man sighed inwardly. It was none other than Xiao Feng. He had received word that Lai Fengyan had exited Yin Wangjai without any of its members in tow, as he had surmised. Although Yin Wangjai secretly belonged to the Lai family is a Jiangnan clan, also the maternal line of the current 7th prince, and must maintain a certain distance from such forces in public. Once he dealt with Lai Fengyan, he would need to devise a strategy to confront Yin Wangjai. Yet the beggar-s sect lacked substantial depth and elite fighters, making an assault on Yin Wangjai perilous, necessitating thorough planning. Xiao Feng pondered deeply. With the likes of Yin Wangjai within his sights for eradication, and now understanding its ties to the Lai family, his resolve to eliminate them intensified. Calm yourself and enjoy your tea. Have you heard? Recently, Yin Wangjai has captured numerous women practicing dark energy techniques. I fear those who enter will not return alive. One patron remarked, Yin Wangjai has committed numerous atrocities in our 3 counties. I cannot comprehend why the Jiangnan Pacification Office has not eradicated them. Eradicate? The pacification offices of the 3 counties lack formidable experts. Confronting Yin Wangjai would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. As they conversed, a shadow appeared on the official road not far away. Though the figure's steps appeared slow, each stride covered a considerable distance, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized not far from the tea stall. He has arrived. Xiao Feng set down his teacup and stood, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow that blocked the path of Lai Fengyan. Lai Fengyan halted, his gaze fixated on the figure obstructing him, his eyes dark and brooding. Who dares to stand in my way? His voice was sharp, and a terrifying aura of true energy surged forth, pressing toward the newcomer. The collision of this formidable energy with the air generated an invisible tempest. Xiao Feng's robes billowed in the whirlwind. Elder Lai, have you not been searching for me? Xiao Feng removed his bamboo hat and cast it aside, addressing Lai Fengyan directly. As Xiao Feng revealed his face, Lai Fengyan's expression sharpened. Xiao Feng, the second elder of the Lai family, Lai Fengyan. At that moment, those at the tea stall recognized the identities of the 2 men. It was well known that the second elder of the Lai family held sway over the region of Chang'e County, and any martial artist from Chang'e County would undoubtedly recognize him. Xiao Feng, the newly risen leader of the beggar-s sect from Jiangnan, though the sect's strength may be modest, its numbers were undeniably vast. Some had clandestinely classified the beggar-s sect as the foremost sect of Jiangnan, or even the entire realm, for the disciples were beggars. With countless beggars in the world, if they were all disciples of the beggar-s sect, no other force could rival its numbers. Originating from Chang'e County, Xiao Feng's reputation in the local martial world was quite illustrious. Xiao Feng, you await me here. It seems you were behind the incident at Launching Tower last night. Lai Fengyan's gaze remained cold as he spoke. It was indeed I, Xiao Feng replied, his voice steady yet resonant. I have been here specifically to await Elder Lai. To claim your life. His words, though not loud, echoed clearly in the hearts of those present. Upon hearing this, both the patrons at the tea stall and passers-by changed their expressions. To claim my life? You truly are audacious, Xiao Feng. A murderous intent surged in Lai Fengyan's eyes. With a firm step, true energy swirled around him, radiating a crimson hue, intensifying the already sweltering heat. Divine might, red earth inferno. Lai Fengyan unleashed his divine might instantaneously, a manifestation derived from their family's ultimate technique, the red flame divine art. Lai Yinzong had a powerful guardian by his side. Xiao Feng's admission of having slain Lai Yinzhong implied that this formidable guardian had also perished. Whether at Xiao Feng's hands remained uncertain, but prudence dictated that he unleash his full power. Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggaress sect, was not one to be trifled with recklessly. A powerful divine might surged forth from Xiao Feng, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the energy unleashed by his opponent. Had it not been for his recent surge in power, he might not have been able to withstand such formidable divine might. Divine might, 18 shadows of the heavenly dragon. A golden aura erupted behind him, and 18 dragon shadows materialized within the divine might. The oppressive force that had previously enveloped him dissipated in an instant. As the formidable dragon shadow emanated from Xiao Feng, Lai Fengyan's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Kill. Red flame fist. Lai Fengyan's body surged towards Xiao Feng like lightning. Flames of true energy coalescing in his palm. With a powerful punch, the terrifying flames spread forth, enveloping the surroundings like a blazing sun. The dense force of his palm unleashed a dreadful pressure that radiated outward. Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand, a terrifying golden energy erupting from his palm. In an instant, the 18 palms of the dragon were unleashed, and 18 golden dragon shadows burst forth from Xiao Feng's hand. The heavens and earth around them reverberated, exuding a might that seemed capable of subduing and annihilating all. The low roars of the 18 dragon cries echoed through the void, resonating deeply within the hearts of those nearby. Martial artists at the tea stalls and passers-by felt as if their hearts were burdened by immense mountains, their minds spiraling into an uncontrollable fear. Boom! The dragon shadow collided with the fiery punch, producing a thunderous roar. The sun-like force of the punch gradually dissipated beneath the dragon shadow. Finally, their palms met, and Lai Fengyan felt a terrifying surge of true energy violently invade his body. Bang! His entire body was sent flying, his gaze filled with horror as he stared at Xiao Feng. You concealed your strength. You haven't broken through to the sea of concentration for long, Lai Fengyan exclaimed. Yet, as he uttered these words, his internal organs ruptured with a resounding crash. And in the blink of an eye, he lost all breath. You will never witness the true extent of my power. Xiao Feng cast a glance at Lai Fengyan's lifeless body, searched the body for items, and collected what he found. He then retrieved the conical hat he had previously discarded, donned it, and turned to leave. Chapter 749, The Hero's Edict. Surrounding the King of Hell's stronghold in the governor's mansion, Lu Qingyao's expression was one of urgency. She had been waiting for news of Xiao Feng's actions. The situation had unfolded, and she needed to maintain her composure. Since the leader of the Qiao gang dared to act, he must have confidence in dealing with Lai Fengyan. Beside Lu Qingyao sat two individuals. One was tall and strikingly beautiful, her gaze somewhat icy, clad in a flowing blue gown. This was Lu Yun, the esteemed leader of the Purple Robe Palace and Lu Qingyao's mentor. Lu Qingyao, an orphan, had been adopted by Lu Yun, hence sharing her surname. The other was an elderly servant, slightly hunched with a cane in hand, Yang Yun, the first elder of the Purple Robe Palace. It was Lu Yun who had just spoken. In contrast to Lu Qingyao's anxiety, Lu Yun was contemplating the potential consequences following Lai Fengyan's demise. The repercussions could be significant. With Lai Fengyan being the second in the younger generation of the Lai family, coupled with the second elder, their fury will undoubtedly be incited. And the anger may well extend to Changhe County and the Purple Robe Palace. We cannot withstand such a storm. Lu Yun sighed. The Lai family's power was formidable. Any retaliation could spell doom for the Purple Robe Palace. Contemplating this, Lu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, a figure entered the room. The county magistrate received news from outside the city, revealing that Xiao Feng of the beggar sect had decisively slain the second elder of the Lai family, Lai Fengyan, at the crossroads of Shui Mountain. According to the reports, Xiao Feng triumphantly dispatched Lai Fengyan and acknowledged his role in the death of Lai Yinzhong. The messenger bowed respectfully as he spoke. A decisive kill. Yet, Lai Fengyan had long since entered the realm of sea condensation. How could he have been defeated by Xiao Feng, who had only just begun to tread that path? Lu Yun of the Purple Robe Palace displayed a look of astonishment. Initially, she believed Xiao Feng would prevail, but she did not anticipate the swiftness of his victory. Your Highness, with Xiao Feng's admission of responsibility for the death of Lu Yinzhong from the Lu family, the Lai family has no justification to target us any longer, remarked an elder servant. I wish that were true, but given the Lai family's modus operandi, I fear they will not relent. We must remain vigilant. Lu Yun replied. Master, Do you still wish to meet with the leader of the beggars' sect? Lu Qingyao inquired. Last night, she had relayed the news of Lu Yinchong's demise to the sect, and her master had arrived with Elder Yang early that morning. Since we are here, we must indeed seek an audience. I am eager to meet this leader of the beggars' sect, Lu Yun declared. Following today's battle, the beggars' sect would undoubtedly overshadow their Purple Robe Palace in Changhe County. She sought to confirm Xiao Feng's character and intentions. Changhe County had always been dominated by their Purple Robe Palace. Otherwise, Lu Qingyao would not have been appointed as the county magistrate. The rise of the beggars' sect posed a significant threat to their interests. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Yama King's stronghold, King Jin sat upon a tiger-skin chair, awaiting news from Lai Fengyan. Once he received word, he would lead a force to annihilate the Purple Robe Palace. The women of the Purple Robe Palace were highly sought after, and if he could capture them, he would undoubtedly gain substantial resources. Suddenly, a man wielding a long knife burst into the hall. Great leader, the second elder of the Lai family has been slain by Xiao Feng of the beggars' sect while en route to Changhe County. The man exclaimed, "What? You claim that Lai Fengyan was killed by Xiao Feng?" King Jin's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the man with the knife. Indeed, the body of Elder Lai has been secretly brought back by our disciples and is now in the inner hall. The man replied, "Let us go," King Jin commanded, turning towards the inner hall. In a short while, he arrived at the inner chamber, where Lai Fengyan's corpse lay draped in white cloth. A man wearing an iron mask was inspecting the body. He was the Iron King of the Yama King's stronghold. Upon seeing King Jin, the Iron King spoke. The internal organs of Elder Lai were shattered by a single blow. Xiao Feng's palm strength is extraordinarily profound, completely contrary to the information we previously gathered. He cannot be merely a novice in the realm of sea condensation. This Xiao Feng is concealing his true power, the Iron King stated solemnly. King Jin glanced at Lai Fengyan's body. Is there anything of significance on Elder Lai? He pondered, recalling the blood ritual that Lai Fengyan had taken. There is nothing. Xiao Feng took everything from Elder Lai after the battle. The Iron King replied. In that case, the blood sacrifice technique must have been taken by Xiao Feng, who discreetly collected the body of Elder Lai and sent it back to the Lai family. King Jin commanded. A group of people swiftly gathered the corpse of Lai Fengyan, carrying it away from the inner hall with haste. Xiao Feng is truly arrogant. Not only did he kill Lai Yinchong, but he also took the life of Lai Fengyan. We must mobilize our secret watchers in Changhe County to locate the whereabouts of the beggars' sect. Furthermore, we need to keep an eye on the Zishan Palace. The Lai family will undoubtedly make their move first, and when they do, we shall simultaneously seize Zishan Palace, King Jin instructed Iron King. Rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately, Iron King replied. The death of Lai Fengyan might just be my opportunity. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in King Jin's eyes. News of the Zhou Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty breaking through his injuries had already spread, heralding changes in the martial world. King Jin now aspired to expand his sphere of influence. Capturing Zishan Palace would further bolster the power of his domain. Previously, he refrained from acting against Zishan Palace due to their allegiance to the seventh prince, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Though the Lai family suffered losses at the hands of Xiao Feng, Lu Qingyao remained alive. This presents numerous advantageous possibilities for him. Once the individuals departed, the hall fell into a profound silence. King Jin sat upon a stone chair, his brow furrowed. Xiao Feng's slaying of Lai Fengyan placed considerable pressure upon him, and his eyes flickered thoughtfully. He rose and made his way toward the secret chamber. At the county governor's residence, Master Qiao, you suggested we rally the martial forces of Changhe County to eradicate the king of Hell's stronghold. Lu Yun observed Xiao Feng, her voice slightly trembling. Although I publicly claim to have killed Lai Yinchong, Lu County Governor is the sole survivor. I did not take her life, and the Lai family will surely believe that Lu County Governor collaborated with our beggars' sect, thus sparing her. The Lai family may refrain from taking action against you for the sake of face, but they can certainly arrange for the king of Hell's stronghold to attack. So we should first eliminate them. With the combined might of the numerous factions within Changhe County, vanquishing the king of Hell's stronghold should not pose a challenge. Despite their title as the King of Hell and the 10 Halls of Hell, they are unworthy of such a name. Xiao Feng spoke coldly. In his world, the King of Hell and the 10 Halls of Hell are figures of mythology, and those from the King of Hell's stronghold do not merit such a designation. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Lu Yun fell into contemplation. His remarks resonated with her own concerns. Time is of the essence. If we allow the King of Hell's minions to strike first, the Zishan Palace may suffer damage. Xiao Feng turned to Lu Yun. Very well. I shall issue a decree at once, summoning the forces surrounding the county to discuss how to tackle the King of Hell's stronghold. Lu Yun deliberated for a moment before responding. There's no need for such complications. Let Zishan Palace and the Beggars Sect jointly issue a hero's invitation, inviting all martial artists from the vicinity of Changhe County to besiege the King of Hell's stronghold tomorrow. Xiao Feng interjected, sitting opposite Lu Yun. When it comes to discussions, the martial world is often mired in endless debate. It is more efficient to issue a hero's invitation and set a specific time to eliminate the King of Hell's stronghold. Chapter 750. News spreads. Forces assemble Master Qiao. By taking this action, my Zishan Palace will be at odds with the Lai family. They will not spare my Zishan Palace. And we cannot withstand the wrath of the Lai family. Lu Yun fixed her gaze intently upon Xiao Feng. Risks and opportunities coexist. Although our Beggars Sect originated from Changhe County, our aspirations extend far beyond this. Moreover, you possess no alternative choices, Xiao Feng remarked. The Lai family is formidable. While they may not rank among the 4 great clans of Jiangnan, their prowess is certainly not inferior to that of the esteemed families. Lu Yun interjected. But did not the Nangong family of Qinglong just suffer annihilation? The tides of the martial world are shifting. To evade the chaos, one must conceal their identity, for otherwise, one is compelled to partake in the ensuing turmoil. The Lai family, being the foremost among the 36 clans of Jiangnan and the maternal lineage of the 7th prince, holds significant power. Yet what of it? With the Zhou Emperor having recently overcome grave injuries, the princes are now openly vying for the position of crown prince. And I surmise many will contemplate the potential downfall of the Lai family. Xiao Feng spoke in a calm tone. The Zishan Palace has established a considerable reputation in Changhe County over the years. Their alliance could yield substantial influence, which is why he sought to unite with them. Although predominantly composed of women, the Zishan Palace has remarkably endured for so long, which speaks to their strength. Both factions issued a call to arms, rallying all martial artists of the realm to besiege the Yanwang stronghold. With their newfound influence, coupled with the might demonstrated today, a multitude of martial artists will undoubtedly converge. The Yanwang stronghold has committed countless atrocities over the years, thus their enemies are numerous. Should the opportunity arise to strike, many would surely join in. Furthermore, the stronghold must possess numerous treasures, which solitary warriors would find particularly enticing. You are aligned with other princes. Lu Yun regarded Xiao Feng intently. They are unworthy of my allegiance. Xiao Feng retorted coldly. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yun's expression sharpened. Xiao Feng had asserted that the princes were unworthy of his loyalty, not that he was not among their ranks. This represented a crucial distinction. Very well. I shall join forces with you to issue the call to eliminate the Yanwang stronghold without delay. Lu Yun recognized her lack of alternatives and resolved to stake everything on this endeavor. I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. Xiao Feng replied. An hour later, a call to arms reverberated throughout Changhe County, swiftly disseminating the message. The Zishan Palace and the Beggars Sect jointly issued a challenge to confront the Yanwang stronghold on the morrow. Rogue martial artists were to gather outside the county city, joining forces with the disciples of the Beggars Sect under the leadership of Xiao Feng as they advanced towards the stronghold. Factional forces were to assemble at the Zishan Palace. Under their command, this news struck like thunder. Within a dilapidated courtyard in the city, a man with a damaged foot retrieved a rusted iron sword from his bedside. Xiao, Chinger, tomorrow I shall avenge you, he declared, clutching the corroded blade as he approached a whetstone he had prepared, determined to sharpen the sword for the impending confrontation. Once resigned to a lack of opportunity for vengeance, he now found himself presented with a chance. Nearby a butcher's stall, the vendor and his wife wielded cleavers, hastily distributing their meat to familiar passers-by before rushing home. The slaughter of our son, the opportunity for revenge, is upon us. They lamented, their faces etched with sorrow. Years ago, their 10-year-old son met a tragic end at the hands of the King of Hell's stronghold. Unable to seek vengeance then, they now found themselves presented with an opportunity, and they were resolute in their desire for retribution. At this moment, not only within the city of Changhe County were such events unfolding, but similar occurrences were also manifesting in various locales outside the city, as these individuals bore grievances against the King of Hell's stronghold. Undoubtedly, Their confidence was bolstered by certain influential figures. The leader of the beggars' sect, Xiao Feng, had slain the second elder of the Lai family with a single strike. And the formidable power of the Purple Robe Palace further fueled their resolve. Inside the Purple Robe Palace, a young woman clad in a fitted long robe, appearing slightly younger than the first palace master, Lu Yun, voiced her discontent. Not only was she statuesque, but her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the snug attire, exuding an exaggerated allure. However, her current fury rendered her breathless, causing her chest to rise and fall with intensity, captivating all eyes upon her. This was Su Li, the third palace master of the Purple Robe Palace, and Lu Yun's junior. Sister Master, why did you make this decision without consulting us? You are trifling with the lives of nearly 1,000 disciples of the Purple Robe Palace. I absolutely cannot endorse this. Even being a laughingstock is preferable to sacrificing our disciples, Su Li retorted, turning her gaze towards another individual. This person was exceptionally tall, seated with a presence akin to a gorilla, providing a striking visual impact. His rugged brows and countenance bore no malice, only a hint of determination paired with a warm smile, evoking a favorable impression. He was Zhuang Xuanji, the second palace master of the Purple Robe Palace. I will abide by the arrangements of the eldest sister. Zhuang Xuanji's voice, though deep, lacked any harshness. You all. Su Li sighed, taking a seat. This is indeed a matter of necessity. Our Purple Robe Palace is composed of numerous women, and the King of Hell's stronghold has long sought to consume us. In previous years, I secured a position under the 7th Prince, preventing any opportunity for them to strike at us. Now that the Lai family has emerged, even if it is not Xiao Feng of the beggars' sect who acts, they would still come for us. It is better for us to take the initiative than to wait for them to attack, which is why I agreed to the issuance of the hero's proclamation. Tomorrow, we shall bring some of our inner disciples, along with those of Brother Xiong, to the King of Hell's stronghold, while the ordinary disciples remain on standby at the mountain gate, Lu Yun declared. Is there truly no other option? Should we not reach out to the 7th Prince again? Our relationship with the Lai family is contingent upon the 7th Prince's concerns regarding their stance. The King of Hell, Jin Yanwang, is indeed affiliated with the Lai family. We have no other path to tread. Lu Yun sighed. Then let us act. We must annihilate the King of Hell's stronghold. Su Li, previously subdued, now spoke with fierce determination. Within a chamber of the King of Hell's stronghold, Iron Yanwang reclined with 2 beautiful women in his embrace, indulging in revelry. Suddenly, a diminutive man burst into the hall, panic etched across his face, exclaiming, Long River County, the Purple Robe Palace and the Beggars' Sect have issued a hero's proclamation to besiege our King of Hell's stronghold tomorrow. What? Upon hearing this, the Iron King's expression shifted dramatically. His hand, which had previously rested upon the beautiful woman, came to a halt. Rising to his feet, he gestured for the 2 women to withdraw swiftly. This was news just received from the spies of Chang'e County, originally intended for the Great Leader. However, as the Great Leader was currently in seclusion, the messenger had come to inform the 3rd Leader instead. Fortify our defenses within the stronghold. I want everyone to be on high alert. Summon the 10 Yama Kings back to me. I am eager to see how many have come to meet their demise. Go. Make arrangements. Tomorrow, they shall find no return. Remain vigilant and report every piece of information from within Chang'e County. I wish to know their numbers and strength. The Iron King commanded, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Understood. The diminutive man quickly exited the room. Once he departed, the Iron King's gaze flickered with contemplation. Moments later, he approached the chamber where the Golden King was in seclusion. What has transpired? Came the voice of the Golden King from within the secret chamber. The Iron King pushed open the door, revealing an atmosphere thick with blood energy, which was steadily converging towards the Golden King. Brother, the Purple Robe Palace and the Beggars' Sect have jointly issued a challenge to besiege our Yama stronghold tomorrow, the Iron King reported. Strike first. They are quicker than us. The Golden King replied gravely. The Purple Robe Palace and the Beggars' Sect, along with other factions from Chang'e County, indeed possess a considerable number of fighters. Previously, they feared my strength. Now, emboldened by Xiao Feng from the Beggars' Sect, they have grown reckless. Once the 10 Yama Kings return, summon them to me. I intend to enhance their power. Brother, have you comprehended the blood sacrifice technique? Not entirely. I have only managed to infuse some blood energy into their bodies. However, after utilizing this blood energy, their consciousness will be affected, rendering them berserk, perfect for slaughtering enemies, and it counts as their final contribution to the Yama stronghold. The Golden King replied, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 751. The Death of the Golden King, the Fall of the Yama Stronghold at Dawn. Hundreds of armed warriors congregated outside the county magistrate's castle. Some were youthful heroes, untouched by the harsh realities of the martial world, their faces brimming with excitement, while others bore expressions of despair, devoid of vitality, yet burning with a fierce desire for vengeance. Among them were seasoned martial artists, their blood energy palpable. In their midst stood two individuals, one clad in blue, his gaze sharp, wielding a long blade that exuded an intense murderous aura. He was youthful, yet already possessed an air of mastery. Beside him stood a burly man, around 30, whose hands exhibited an unusual vigor. Who would have thought that such a multitude of wandering warriors would gather? It seems the Yama stronghold has quite the notorious reputation, the burly man remarked. These individuals are not the main force. We must await the leaders from the Purple Robe Palace, the youth replied coldly. Do you not have faith in the Beggars sect? I see no notable martial artists among them, the burly man countered, as the youth's words lingered in the air. As Qiao Feng appeared outside the city gate, a powerful aura emanated from his being. Behind him followed a throng of over 100 individuals, among whom were the 9-bag elder Zhang and 6 other 8-bag elders. The Beggars sect had established a significant presence in Chang'e County, attracting numerous followers. Among these, possessed the strength of the 7 trials of heaven, thus earning the title of 8-bag elders in the sect. With the aid of resources, Lu Yue, Jin Yuanling, and Tian, who had elevated their prowess by 10%, Lu Yue had reached the 9th trial of heaven, while Jin Yuanling and the others attained the 8th trial. Nevertheless, their status within the sect remained unchanged, still regarded as 8-bag elders. These individuals possessed a solid foundation in martial arts, indicating that the Beggars sect was anything but ordinary, contrary to our earlier impressions of them as mere novices in combat. The towering figure gazed upon the multitude of Beggars sect disciples trailing behind Qiao Feng and remarked, indeed, they are formidable. The aura surrounding the sect leader is overwhelmingly potent. I sensed a pressure that unsettled my spirit. No wonder he could slay Lai Fengyan in a single strike. Had I survived the battle at the King of Hell's village, I would have joined the Beggars sect. I hope you survive, came the reply, for I too wish to join the Beggars sect. However, to speak candidly, after the confrontation at the King of Hell's village, many will aspire to join the Beggars sect. Gentlemen, I am Qiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars sect. I shall refrain from elaborating on the events at the King of Hell's village. Suffice it to say, after today, that place shall cease to exist. Qiao Feng spoke plainly, without grandiloquent rhetoric, and then commanded, let us proceed. With that, he led the Beggars sect disciples towards the direction of the King of Hell's village. Meanwhile, at the Purple Robe Palace, 5 factions from the surrounding county converged. Notably, several significant powers chose not to heed the call of the Purple Robe Palace. All 3 palace masters took to the field, leaving no one behind to guard, creating an atmosphere of impending confrontation. Within the hall of the King of Hell's village, the Golden King of Hell and the Iron King of Hell, alongside their 10 formidable subordinates, gathered, exuding a palpable aura of menace and bloodlust, their imposing figures and fierce expressions betraying their ruthlessness. Report. A scout appeared at the hall's entrance. Speak, commanded the Golden King of Hell. The Beggars sect and the Purple Robe Palace have set out. The Beggars sect has assembled around 500 members, though their precise strength remains undisclosed. The 3 palace masters of the Purple Robe Palace have mobilized, along with forces from the Iron Knife sect, the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, the Biyun Hall, the Purple Spring Gate, and the Taishan Pavilion, totaling approximately 600 individuals. It seems some possess the wisdom to recognize the tides of fortune, remarked the Golden King of Hell with a grin. Let us head to the village entrance and observe how they intend to breach the gates of my King of Hell's village. As time passed, a formidable presence approached the gates of the King of Hell's village. Some lurked in the shadows, prepared to assist should the Beggars sect and the Purple Robe Palace prevail, or to seize spoils from the King of Hell's village if the situation turned unfavorable. Leading the charge was Qiao Feng, who, upon gazing at the severed heads forming a gruesome display, focused his gaze intently. With a swift motion, he raised his palm, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the grotesque display. Golden King of Hell, dare you engage in battle? Qiao Feng called out. directing his gaze towards the Golden King of Hell, who stood at the entrance. Attack! The Golden King of Hell did not respond with words, but raised his hand instead. In an instant, 100 archers materialized within the confines of Yanwangzhai. Whoosh! 100 arrows swiftly soared towards Xiaofeng. Observing this, Xiaofeng unleashed his formidable aura, a surge of golden energy spiraling skyward, causing the incoming arrows to momentarily appear suspended in midair. With a swift grasp of his hand, he captured the arrows at the center of his palm and, in an instant, reflected them back. In a heartbeat, all the archers who had loosed their arrows were struck down by their own projectiles, as if a dragon soaring through the heavens. Xiaofeng subsequently unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending forth a golden dragon silhouette that collided with the gates of Yanwangzhai. Ascending into the sky, he directed a palm attack towards the golden Yanwang. Seeking death, the golden Yanwang's expression darkened, a surge of sanguine energy erupting from his body. Divine aura, underworld blood prison. In his hand materialized a crimson long blade, propelling himself forward with ferocity. Xiaofeng's aura was overwhelmingly potent. He had to intercept Xiaofeng, for otherwise, the others within the stronghold would be utterly incapable of harming those outside. Kill. The golden Yanwang engaged Xiaofeng in combat, while Lu Yun of the Purple Robe Palace soared into the air, raising her hand. Among those beneath Xiaofeng, her strength was unmatched, and at this moment, she must lead her forces into Yanwangzhai. A chilling aura erupted from her palm, instantly chilling the surrounding air. At the same moment, Su Li and Xiong surged towards Yanwangzhai. Kill. Behind them, over 1,000 warriors charged into the stronghold. Kill. Numerous individuals also surged forth from within Yanwangzhai, and in an instant, the air resonated with the sounds of battle, blood saturating the entirety of the stronghold. Xiaofeng, you seek your demise. Observing the chaos within Yanwangzhai, the golden Yanwang's visage darkened. Bloodlight coursed around him, and with his aura harmonizing with his sanguine energy, he resembled a malevolent specter from the underworld, instilling terror that shattered the very air around him. With the 13 slashes of the underworld, the first slash. In a heartbeat, the golden Yanwang cleaved with his long blade. Boom. Xiaofeng raised his palm, unleashing a golden dragon silhouette that ascended to meet the descending blade light. Boom. The crimson long blade disintegrated upon impact with the golden dragon. Witnessing this scene, the golden Yanwang's expression shifted, his eyes widened as he roared, blood energy erupting anew, and he swiftly executed a second and third slash, unleashing a terrifying wave of blade energy directed at Xiaofeng. Each strike bore twice the force of the preceding one. Certainly, wielding such techniques rapidly consumed the golden Yanwang's vital energy. Impressive swordsmanship. Alas, Xiaofeng transformed his hand into a claw, gathering golden energy into a dragon claw. The dragon claw technique, though not widely renowned, unleashed a distinct potency in Xiaofeng's grasp. His understanding of martial arts was profound, previously limited by insufficient power. Having acquired Xiao Yuanshan's strength, he had now reached the pinnacle of the sea-condensing realm, and there was a faint trend of breaking through. Yet, he hesitated to attempt that final step. Due to the events surrounding the Heaven's Gate, news from Su Chen had already arrived, prompting him to remain in a state of contemplation. The dragon claw met the blade light, shattering it, and with a swift motion, he advanced towards the golden Yanwang. The countenance of the Golden King shifted unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that his strike would not trouble Xiaofeng in the slightest. With a splatter, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood onto his long blade. Subsequently, he unleashed another slash, a blood-red arc of light cleaving through the void, manifesting before Xiaofeng. Clenching his fist, Xiaofeng retaliated with a powerful punch, his fist colliding with the long knife. The impact reverberated. The Golden King was sent reeling backward by an overwhelming force. In that moment of being thrust away, Xiaofeng extended his hand, grasping the Golden King's form and yanking him back with a fierce grip. You. The Golden King's expression shifted dramatically as he found himself ensnared by Xiaofeng's grasp. With a resounding thud, Xiaofeng's palm struck the king's chest, propelling him into the air like a fallen kite, dust swirling around him. With a cough, the Golden King expelled another mouthful of blood. I shall send you on your way. Xiaofeng's form moved to deliver the final blow to the Golden King. You cannot kill me. The Golden King, with both hands forming a seal, summoned forth a horrific flow of blood from the ground, which surged towards him, revitalizing his previously injured body. He had hesitated to employ this technique, yet the circumstances had compelled him to do so amidst the chaos of battle. Fueled by the abundant bloodlust around him, "I will slay you." As the sanguine energy enveloped him, blood-red runes emerged upon his visage, an eerie sight, indeed. Under the influence of these runes, an overwhelming influx of blood energy surged into his form, transforming the Golden King into a vortex, devouring the sanguine essence. With the emergence of this vitality, his strength escalated dramatically. Divine might, underworld blood prison. The Golden King's divine aura erupted once more. A thick miasma of blood energy permeating the air. Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened. He recognized the blood sacrifice technique, having witnessed it on Lai Fengyan, which he intended to deliver to Su Chen. Divine might. 18 shadows of the heavenly dragon. 18 dragon shadows emanated from within the golden energy, exuding supreme majesty. Blood dragon slash. The Golden King bellowed, his arm morphing into a blade as he slashed towards Xiao Feng. Descending dragon 18 palms. Xiao Feng shouted, launching his palm forward. 18 dragon shadows surged forth, colliding with the blood blade. The clash of powers resounded. The sanguine blade shattered upon impact with the Golden King's form, momentarily halting the absorption of blood energy surrounding him. At that instant, Xiao Feng flickered and appeared before him, his hand transforming into a claw that seized the Golden King's head, a terrifying force erupting from his grasp. With a swift motion, the overwhelming energy severed the Golden King's head from his body, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Then, as if unable to withstand the tumult within, the remaining half of his body erupted in a cloud of blood mist. "Flee!" The onlookers within the king's stronghold cried out in terror. Yet, at that moment, many others emerged outside the stronghold, charging in and leaving no opportunity for escape for those within. Chapter 752, Blood Demon Seed, the 5 leaders of the Beggars Sect. The ascendants of the Beggars Sect. Within a secluded courtyard in the city of Chang'e, a graceful figure entered, pushing open a door in the center of the small courtyard. "Saintus, the Golden King is dead, slain at the hands of Xiao Feng." The figure bowed towards a woman clad in purple within the room. If Su Chen were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this woman was none other than Zihanyu, the saintess of the Cold Moon Sect. "You say the Golden King was killed by Xiao Feng. Did he not employ the blood sacrifice technique?" Zihanyu inquired in a low voice. "He did. Yet Xiao Feng's divine might was overwhelming. The Golden King was no match for him. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Moreover, the Golden King had been suppressing his training of the blood sacrifice technique and had yet to fully master its power," the newcomer explained solemnly. "Where is the skin from the blood sacrifice technique now?" Zihanyu asked. "It has fallen into Xiao Feng's hands. If he were to practice it, Saintus, would he not surpass the Golden King?" The newcomer remarked. "Xiao Feng's cultivation method is grand and majestic, given the nature of his practice. He is unlikely to train in the blood sacrifice technique. It is fortunate if he chooses not to, but we must fear that he may obliterate this technique entirely. It seems our plans are destined to fail. We originally intended for the Lai family to acquire it. The 36 foreign tribes under the Lai family's command are bloodthirsty, and surely some would succumb to the allure of the blood sacrifice technique, thereby increasing the number of blood demon seeds. Yet now it has fallen into Xiao Feng's possession, and sending it to the Lai family will raise suspicions." Zihanyu furrowed her brow. What of Xiao Feng's side? Upon hearing this, Zihanyu fell into contemplation. For the time being, we must refrain from any action to avoid unforeseen complications. We came to Jiangnan in secrecy. We cannot expose ourselves. If Shui Pingxing learns of our clandestine activities, I fear he may launch another purge against our Cold Moon Sect. Zihanyu stated in a grave tone. "Saintus, with the Emperor of Zhou severely weakened, our Cold Moon Sect is fully capable of extricating itself from Shui Pingxing's grasp. Why continue to heed his commands?" The newcomer suggested. "The Emperor may be injured, but Shui Pingxing is not. He is ruthless. For now, we cannot openly defy his orders. Inform the others to evacuate Chang'e County." Zihanyu replied, shaking her head. "Understood." The newcomer bowed and exited the room. With the Emperor of Zhou severely wounded and the forces of the martial world rising, I wonder if our Cold Moon Sect can rise anew amidst this turmoil, Zihanyu murmured to herself. Approaching the table, she found 3 scrolls. She picked up the one in the center, unfolding it to reveal the name of the Golden King inscribed upon it. With a surge of energy, she shattered it in her palm. "Trouble has befallen the Golden King. One of the original blood demon seeds is missing. It seems I must select others. Zihan Yu remarked, taking the remaining 2 scrolls and placing them in her bosom before turning to leave. With the Golden King deceased, she had no further reason to remain in Changha County. Meanwhile, at the gates of the King of Hell's treasury, Lu Yue stood accompanied by 2 elders from the beggar's sect and several disciples acting as guards. Elder Lu, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yun questioned Lu Yue. At this moment, Lu Yun was smeared with blood, and behind her, Xiong Shan was missing an arm, indicating that the battle within the King of Hell's lair had been fierce. Master Lu, the unique tomes in the treasury may be freely transcribed by anyone. Yet they originally belonged to our beggar's sect. We shall take half of the treasures, and the remainder shall be divided among you, Lu Yue stated. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yun did not voice any objections. The successful conquest of Yan Wangjai was largely due to Qiao Feng's elimination of the Golden King of Yan. Without the latter's demise, capturing Yan Wangjai would have been impossible. Thus, relinquishing half of the spoils is indeed a generous offer. Let us proceed according to Elder Lu's suggestion. Lu Yun nodded, subsequently instructing her junior sister Su Li to coordinate with Lu Yue. She still needed to meet with Qiao Feng. Within the hall of Yan Wangjai, Qiao Feng stood at the forefront. Lu Yun, donned in azure, gracefully entered. Master Lu. Qiao Feng acknowledged with a slight nod. What thoughts does the beggar's sect have regarding this Yan Wangjai? This location, where 3 prefectures converge, holds immense potential. If we do not take charge, a second Yan Wangjai may emerge. Our sect intends to establish a branch here, Qiao Feng declared. Such an establishment would mean that Yan Wangjai is backed by the Lai family, generating substantial benefits for them. Should the beggar's sect set up a branch here, it would likely lead to a direct confrontation with the Lai family. Is the beggar's sect prepared for this? Lu Yun inquired, gazing intently at Qiao Feng. Her visit was primarily to comprehend the intentions of the beggar's sect. If they continued to remain in the shadows, then her purple robe palace would inevitably become a target, with the Lai family being the first to retaliate. Having slain Lai Yinzhong, I have no retreat. Moreover, the beggar's sect is not solely represented by me, Qiao Feng. He replied coolly. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yun's expression shifted slightly. Master Qiao, I, Purple Robe Palace, am willing to become an affiliated force of the beggar's sect, henceforth to follow your lead. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun proclaimed. Purple Robe Palace now found itself with no avenue for retreat. Thus, aligning with the beggar's sect was their only viable option. Qiao Feng had made his position clear. There were indeed other formidable powers within the sect. Aligning with the beggar's sect is the only way for Purple Robe Palace to withstand the Lai family. You have made a sound decision, Master Lu, Qiao Feng remarked, observing Lu Yun with approval. The beggar's sect may have started late, yet with Purple Robe Palace taking the lead in their allegiance, Changha Prefecture had been entirely secured. Meanwhile, in another location, within a grand and opulent carriage, Su Chen reclined upon the plush couch. Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxuang were also present inside the carriage, while the driver, after a disguise, was Yuan Suiyun. They were en route to the Sacred Sword Lake. With the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake imminent, many were flocking towards it. Qiao Feng has captured Yan Wangjai, subdued Purple Robe Palace, and gained control over the Jiangnan Changha Prefecture's martial world, earning 2 orange lottery tickets. Su Chen, reclining, opened his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated that Qiao Feng would successfully seize Yan Wangjai and gain dominion over Purple Robe Palace and the Changha Prefecture. Though Changha Prefecture was considered a lesser region in Jiangnan, capturing a prefecture amidst the intricate power dynamics of Jiangnan was indeed remarkable. At present, he possessed 17 orange lottery tickets. He decided to draw 5 cards, curious about his fortune. Acquired characters: Hong Qigong, Shang Kunyang, by Lingxiu, by Dao Fan, by Qingtian. Upon seeing this, Su Chen was somewhat bewildered. Among them, he was most familiar with Hong Qigong, while the other 4 were unfamiliar to him. However, the last 3 shared the surname Bai, leaving him to ponder their connection. He immediately began to investigate. Hong Qigong is a character from the legend of the Condor Heroes, one of the 5 greats of the world, skilled in the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the dog-beating stick. Known as the 9-fingered divine beggar due to the self-amputation of his right index finger, he is the leader of the beggar's sect, characterized by his righteousness and cleverness. With an insatiable appetite that once led him astray, his power is concentrated in the sea, though his notes are not broken. Shang Kunyang, A character from Liang Yuxing's novel The Mad Hero and the Enchantress, he is also the leader of the Beggar's Sect, proficient in martial arts. The Panlong Heart Sutra, the 18 demon-sealing sticks, and the dragon-subduing palm, with his strength reaching the realm of the sea. The subsequent 3 are also leaders of the Beggar's Sect, characters from Liang Yuxing's works, spanning 3 generations of sect leaders. Bai Lingxiu, a character from the Tale of the Sword and the Shadows of the Floating World, he is the leader of the Beggar's Sect. One of the 3 wonders of the monk, beggar, and Taoist, skilled in martial arts such as the dragon-subduing palm, the 18 strikes of the spiraling dragon protection, and the 18 strikes of the entangling staff, with his strength also concentrated in the sea. Bai Daofan, known as Shocking the 3 Realms. He is the son of Bai Lingxiu, a renowned figure in the Green Forest, and the leader of the Beggar's Sect, with strength nearing the realm of the sea. Bai Qingtian, the son of Bai Daofan, his strength is akin to that of his father, also approaching the realm of the sea. A key character in Liang Yuxing's novel The Flower-Scattering Heroine, and not only the leader of the Beggar's Sect, but also the alliance leader of the Northern Martial Arts. Suddenly, 5 leaders of the Beggar's Sect appeared. 2 of them are close to the realm of the sea, meaning that with adequate resources, they could take that crucial step forward. The Elder Council of the Beggar's Sect has emerged, and the strength of Qiao Feng's Beggar's Sect has significantly increased, Su Chen mused. Chapter 753, The White-Clad Man of the East Sea, the Luoyang Escort Agency, the Sacred Sword Lake, the Sword Box. Of course, the specific arrangements would still be determined by Qiao Feng, who is now the leader of the Beggar's Sect. His luck seemed to be quite favorable, and he contemplated drawing 5 more cards. Su Xiaolong found himself in a rather amusing situation and could not help but chuckle to himself. Mei Xuanchuang, noticing the smile on Su Chen's face, inquired about it. Is there something? Su Chen asked. Perhaps influenced by Zhuang Xuanji's presence, Mei Xuanchuang had recently changed her attire, replacing her previous black attire with a flowing white dress that occasionally revealed her fair skin and alluring figure, embodying a transformation between purity and seduction, rivaling Zhuang Xuanji in beauty in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen was perplexed as to why Mei Xuanchuang had not made it onto the celestial ranking. It's all written on your face, Mei Xuanchuang remarked. Is that so? Indeed, there seems to be good fortune. Su Chen's gaze swept over Mei Xuanchuang. With such beauty before me, how could I not be delighted? He replied with a smile. Is that so? Just now, your eyes were not focused on me. Mei Xuanchuang shot him a glare. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhuang Xuanji's eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. In her eyes, Su Chen was a figure of tranquility, embodying the demeanor of a scholar in moments of silence. Yet, when engaged in action, he transformed into a ruthless and decisive hero, exuding a commanding presence. However, with Mei Xuanxiang's presence, Su Chen revealed a different aspect of himself, one that was somewhat languid and mischievous. These varying traits harmoniously coexisted, evoking a certain fascination. It seemed I must keep a constant watch over you. Xuanji, where is our next destination? Are we not leaving Qinglong County? Su Chen inquired of Zhuang Xuanji. Previously adorned in purple attire, Zhuang Xuanji now donned white garments, cradling a book in her hands, reminiscent of a noble woman. Women are ever-changing. At times, it is not merely their thoughts, but their very essence that shifts. We have now reached the borders of Qinglong County, and in half an hour, we shall arrive at Quanzhou City in Luoyang County. Beyond Quanzhou City lies the capital of Luoyang County, where the Sacred Sword Lake resides just outside Luoyang City. Zhuang Xuanji explained. We can afford to rest for a while. Su Chen closed his eyes and reclined. He still had more draws to make. He drew again, obtaining 5 items. Received 3 years of Celestial Realm internal strength, a quarter hour of sword comprehension, a precious herb, mist shadow jade lotus, 2 drops of ice phoenix blood essence, and a large vial of celestial pill, 100 capsules. What on earth is 3 years of Celestial Realm internal strength? Can it not be a little less? Su Chen could not help but grumble inwardly. He explored the information of the other items. Mist shadow jade lotus, a 900-year-old herb, thriving at the peak of a snow-capped mountain perpetually shrouded in white mist. When used medicinally, it profoundly nourishes yin and replenishes yang, calms the spirit, and invigorates the vital energy, proving effective for those whose divine force has been compromised or who have suffered internal injuries, as well as for those who have strayed in their cultivation. Ice Phoenix Blood Essence, an exclusive item belonging to the leader of the Huahua Palace, Yao Yu, and the second leader, Lian Xing, capable of enhancing the cultivation of the Mingyu skill. It seems that aside from the Ice Phoenix blood essence, the others hold little utility? Glancing at his remaining 7 orange lottery tickets, Su Chen decided to draw 3 more. Receive the exclusive power infusion card of the East Sea's white-clad figure, Hu Yin Zhang. A large vial of celestial pill, and 10 strengthening bone elixirs. This, Su Chen sighed inwardly. He was well aware of Hu Yin Zhang, a character from the ancient dragon novel, Washing the Sword in Flower, the sole heir of the Yin school, known for his cold demeanor and formidable strength. Upon emerging from the martial world, he was defeated by the purple-clad Marquis, the most skilled martial artist of the time, in a single exchange, leading to the latter's demise. Later, he re-emerged, his swordsmanship reaching ethereal heights, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of Feng Baoer, marking him as an undeniable master of the sword. With the acquisition of the East Sea white-clad figure's power, Su Chen's swordsmanship would undoubtedly reach new heights, likely establishing him as a top-tier practitioner of the sea's essence, worthy of becoming one of the 10 sword sovereigns of the Qinglong society. However, as for the other 2 items, Su Chen could only shake his head, his gaze shifting to Mei Xuanxiang, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Women, it seems, can indeed influence fortune at times. Mei Xuanxiang, sensing Su Chen's gaze, was momentarily taken aback by the sorrowful expression upon his face. She could not comprehend why Su Chen regarded her thus. Just then, the urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed behind their carriage. The sound of hooves echoed urgently as a group of 5 riders galloped past Su Chen's carriage, causing the curtains to flutter. Su Chen looked up and beheld the 5 figures, each bearing a banner inscribed with the character Lo. Who are these people? Su Chen inquired. Young master, those are members of the Luoyang escort agency from Luoyang City. The 5 colored flags they carry suggest that a significant event has transpired at the agency, replied Zhuang Xuanji. The Luoyang escort agency? Su Chen mused, recalling his faint familiarity with it. Luoyang County, situated adjacent to Jiangnan County, may not possess the latter's prominence, yet it stands as a major region in Jiangnan. Within Luoyang County, 2 principal forces vie for influence: the Luoyang escort agency, headquartered in the county city, and the Tianqin Palace, one of the 3 major sects in the Jiangnan martial arts community, located in the city of Linan. Although the Luoyang escort agency is not classified as a martial arts sect, its power is not to be underestimated. The Jiangnan region, abundant in wealthy merchants, signifies that the ability to operate escorts here indicates considerable strength. With the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake, it is only natural that various factions would converge upon Luoyang, leading to significant developments. Su Chen had no substantial ties to the Luoyang escort agency and thus felt little interest in their affairs. As their carriage continued onward, half an hour later, they arrived at a bustling city and sought refuge in an inn. The 3 donned their straw hats and entered the establishment. Have you heard? The Luoyang escort agency suffered a setback during their escort mission. They lost the sword box crafted by Master Qin for the Sacred Sword Lake, and all the escort members perished. Upon entering, Su Chen overheard a group of individuals discussing the matter. They were seated at a table adorned with knives and long swords, clearly a gathering of seasoned martial artists. The sword box took Master Qin a decade to forge for the Sacred Sword Lake. Its loss could tarnish the reputation of the Luoyang escort agency. Not only reputation, but also a hefty compensation. If the Luoyang escort agency cannot recover the sword box, their future prospects may be bleak, lamented others. The names Master Qin, Sacred Sword Lake, and Sword Box stirred something within Su Chen. The Sacred Sword Lake held a unique position in Jiangnan. When martial artists ranked amongst themselves, it was often overlooked due to its formidable reputation that transcended the Jiangnan region. Su Chen was aware of Master Qin, one of the 5 esteemed swordsmiths of the Great Zhou dynasty. The sword box, forged over a decade for the Sacred Sword Lake, must be an extraordinary artifact. Esteemed guest. As Su Chen pondered, a young waiter approached. We require 4 guest rooms and an elegant private room, along with a sumptuous feast on the 2nd floor. My young master enjoys engaging tales. This was a generous tip, and Zhuang Xuanji presented a silver ingot to the waiter. Thank you, esteemed guest. Please follow me. I shall ensure you receive the finest accommodations. The waiter, visibly excited by the generous offer, promptly led them upstairs to a room that allowed them to overhear conversations from below. Esteemed guest, this is our finest tea. Please enjoy while I prepare your meal. The waiter eagerly said about serving Su Chen tea. Please step aside. I shall take over, Yuan Suiyan spoke. Very well, he replied, exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. I find myself intrigued by that sword box. I shall investigate further, Su Chen remarked as he settled down. Chapter 754. Blood soaked in the western tower in the rear courtyard of the inn, within a private chamber. A man clad in a deep purple-black robe and appearing to be in his 40s, clutched two massive iron balls in his hands, incessantly squeezing them. Between the two iron spheres, genuine energy clashed, producing a crackling sound. The man's visage was shadowy, exuding an aura of dominance. Before him stood a man in black. Bowing respectfully, "Third Master, the escort bureau has dispatched the 5 colored flags, instructing the various branches to investigate, yet thus far, no useful information has been relayed back. The issuance of the 5 colored flags is merely a public statement. The crux of the matter lies with us, as the cargo was lost en route from Quanzhou to Luoyang. According to the second master's inference, the sword box should be located within the city of Quanzhou. Our task now is to keep a vigilant watch over Quanzhou until the second master arrives." The man spoke, his expression grave. The failure of this escort mission fell heavily upon him, as he was responsible for the undertaking. He was Qinglong, the third master of the Luoyang Escort Bureau, which comprised 5 esteemed masters. The first master, Sima Hentian. The second master, Xiao Lei Shui. The third master, Qinglong. The fourth master, Tang Lai. And the fifth master, Zhu Tianlei. The sword box desired by the sacred sword lake was extraordinary, and it was certain that someone within the martial world would dare to seize it. Thus, the escorting of the sword box was a facade. He was transporting a counterfeit to the sacred sword lake, while another group covertly carried the genuine sword box alongside. Though Qinglong was not attacked, those escorting in secrecy met with calamity. Their assailants struck with astonishing swiftness, swiftly annihilating the entire covert team. By the time he received word and arrived, there were no survivors and no useful leads. He immediately informed the Bureau, but by that time, the news of the sword box's loss had already begun to circulate within Luoyang County. They realized they were ensnared in a scheme. Logically, after acquiring the sword box, the thieves should have concealed it rather than boasting about it, for such actions would certainly provoke the ire of the Luoyang Escort Bureau as well as the Sacred Sword Lake. The loss of an item from the Sacred Sword Lake would not go unpunished, for stealing from them was an affront to their authority. Thus, the situation was far from simple. The second master, Xiao Lei Shui, was already en route. "The second master suspects the sword box is in Quanzhou?" The man in black inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "We shall follow orders. If this matter is mishandled, the century-old reputation of the Luoyang Escort Bureau could be irrevocably tarnished. You must go and gather intelligence. Every whisper and rustle must be documented," Qinglong commanded. "Understood." The man in black bowed and exited the room. After his departure, a robust figure clad in a fitted outfit emerged from behind. "Third brother, why do we not simply seal off the entire city of Quanzhou?" This imposing man was Zhu Tianlei, the 5th leader of the Luoyang Escort Agency. "If we were to enact a blockade, it would be unwise. The younger generation of various factions in the martial world are all heading toward the Sacred Sword Lake. Should we seal off Quanzhou, these individuals would not regard our Luoyang Escort Agency with any respect. If things go awry, it could spark conflict, leaving us besieged on all fronts," Qinglong replied, shaking his head. "Our adversaries have many schemes. As long as we remain inactive for the time being, they will not pose a significant threat to our agency. We shall await the arrival of second brother. Third brother, the son of the sword master of Sacred Sword Lake, Lu Kunlun, is accompanying second brother. This is likely not a good omen," Zhu Tianlei remarked. "He is rather domineering. Yet it is rumored that the sword box crafted by Master Qin was specifically made for him. Thus, his presence is not surprising." Zhu Meng furrowed his brow slightly. "The various branches of the Luoyang Escort Agency have already mobilized. I have also sent someone to investigate. You must discreetly follow the instructions given by second brother and uncover the whereabouts of those who stole the sword box," Qinglong instructed. "Understood. I shall commence the investigation at once." With that, he departed from the shadows. Seated back on the long bench with a somber expression, Qinglong pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Zhuang Xuanji removed their hats, indulging in delicacies and fine wine while listening to the conversations below. Before long, Yuan Suiyun returned to the room. "Master, I have gathered some information. The location where the Luoyang Escort Agency lost its cargo is en route between Quanzhou and Luoyang. Second-in-command Xiao Leishue of the Luoyang Escort Agency and Lu Kunlun, the son of the sword master of Sacred Sword Lake, are on their way here, Yuan Suiyin reported. They are both coming to Quanzhou. Does this mean the sword box is here? It seems we need not rush to the Sacred Sword Lake, Su Chen remarked, slightly stirred. The sword box was a masterpiece forged by Master Qin, taking 10 years to complete, and it was surely not an ordinary item. Let us have some food first, and later investigate the specific properties of that sword box. What level does it possess? Su Chen said to Yuan Suiyin. It appears that young Master Su has taken an interest in the sword box, Mei Xuanxiang interjected. I suspect it is not only your interest, many would covet it. Su Chen replied softly. The martial world operates thus. When treasures appear, who would not wish to compete for them? If there is no competition, can it still be called the martial world? The Sacred Sword Lake is no simple entity. It surpasses even the 4 great families in strength. The current sword master practices the path of offensive swordsmanship. Before the Emperor Zhou conquered the world, he was known as the sword god in the martial realm. After the Emperor Zhou's rise to power, the sword master of Sacred Sword Lake went into hiding and has not made a move since, Mei Xuanxiang elaborated. As for the Sacred Sword Lake, I am uncertain of their swordsmanship prowess, but our Qinglong society boasts 10 sword sovereigns whose skills are unmatched, Su Chen replied quietly. The 10 sword sovereigns. Upon hearing this, both Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxiang displayed expressions of astonishment. They were aware of the 3 swordsmanship masters within the Qinglong society, but had no knowledge of the existence of 10 sword sovereigns. Shimen Chui Shui, Yi Gucheng, and Yen San are 3 among the 10 sword masters, each of whom must possess the formidable strength of concentration akin to the depths of the sea. Previously, the Qinglong society witnessed the emergence of Xiao Qiu Shui and Lu Xingyi Jian, both of whom inherited the legacy of the former sword master and ascended to the ranks of the new sword masters. Su Chen remarked that Lu Xingyi Jian obtained the prowess of the white-clad man from the East Sea, thereby becoming a top-tier master of concentration, effortlessly securing his place among the 10 sword masters. Xiao Qiu Shui, having also stepped into the realm of concentration, is renowned as the foremost swordsman in the tome of martial arts. His astonishing sword strike eliminated 2 formidable masters under the Minister of Personnel, Tian Dinggong, thus justifying his ascension to one of the 10 sword masters as well. Consequently, the Qinglong society now boasts 5 sword masters. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, both Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxiang were taken aback. The Qinglong society is indeed formidable. Moreover, both individuals had acquired the strength of the former sword master, elevating them to the esteemed ranks of the 10 sword masters. However, this raises uncertainties. Did the former sword master perish, or did he transcend to the celestial gates? As the 2 fell into silence, a carriage appeared outside the tavern, and 2 figures descended from it. One was a middle-aged man clad in resplendent purple garments, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage devoid of any distraction, with eyes that gleamed like gems in the deep ocean. He was none other than Xiao Leishue, the second-in-command of the Luoyang Escort Agency. Beside him stood a youthful swordsman wielding a long sword, whose handsome appearance paled in comparison to Xiao Leishue, yet emanated an unparalleled sword intent. This was Lu Kunlun, the son of the sword master of the Holy Sword Lake. The arrival of these 2 caused an uproar throughout the tavern. Su Chen, sensing the powerful auras outside, rose and gazed towards the tavern entrance. Xiao Leishue and Lu Kunlun had indeed arrived at this very establishment. Zhuang Xuanji, who had also stood up, remarked, "How intriguing." A smile graced Su Chen's face. Chapter 755, The Hidden Hand and the Ambitions of Tianqin Palace. With the arrival of these 2, it became evident that the sword box was indeed in Quanzhou. Xiao Leishue, the second-in-command of the Luoyang Escort Agency, was not only formidable in strength but also unmatched in cunning and ruthlessness, serving as the external representative of the agency. A person's reputation casts a long shadow. Xiao Leishue would not appear here without purpose. He did not linger in the main hall, but was led by the server into the courtyard, suggesting that accommodations had been arranged in advance. In the courtyard, Qin Ming was already aware of the arrival of Xiao Leishue and Lu Kunlun, ushering them into a secluded courtyard. "Third Master, do we have any news regarding the sword box?" Lu Kunlun inquired as he entered the room. "Not yet," Qin Ming replied, shaking his head. "Still nothing?" Lu Kunlun's brow furrowed slightly. "We shall provide young Master Lu with an update as soon as possible. The journey has been arduous, Young Master Lu should take some rest, Xiao Leishui interjected. Then I shall await the response from both of you. Lu Kunlun nodded in acknowledgement before departing the room. There was no intention to live together with them, second brother. Is it just you, young Master Lu? Qinming furrowed his brows. Perhaps not solely him. Perhaps he is indeed alone, Xiao Leishui murmured softly, her expression devoid of any urgency. Second brother. You remain so composed. This matter is clearly directed against us, though the identity of our adversary remains unknown. Qinming spoke up. Now that I am here, they shall reveal themselves. Xiao Leishui whispered. Second brother, what do you mean? They will reveal themselves. Do you know where the sword box is? Qinming momentarily failed to comprehend Xiao Leishui's words. I do not yet know its location, but we shall soon discover it. Initially, I was uncertain, but now I am convinced, Xiao Leishui said, a faint smile gracing her lips. I have not had a proper meal on my journey. Prepare some fine wine and delicacies for me, she instructed Qinming. Second brother, you always speak in riddles. Qinming gazed at Xiao Leishui, resigned to preparing the meal for her. Meanwhile, in another secluded courtyard, Lu Kunlun entered, pushing open the door. Within the room stood a figure cloaked in black. Lurking in the shadows, Lu Kunlun regarded the man in black and inquired, Where's my sword box? The sword box is kept in a secure location within the city. Young Master Lu, once you assist us in completing our task, the sword box will surely be delivered into your hands. The man's voice was raspy. He referred to Lu Kunlun as Young Master Lu and mentioned the sword box. Xiao Leishui predicted the sword box's location in Xuanzhou and came personally. You have achieved your objective. All that remains is to eliminate Xiao Leishui. With the Luoyang escort agency, you will succeed. When do you plan to make your move? Lu Kunlun asked. Xiao Leishui is not so easily dealt with. Many have attempted to kill him over the years, yet all who have tried have perished, and he remains alive and well. The man in black replied. A frontal assault. Surely he can be slain? This is merely an ordinary inn. He possesses little to rely upon. Lu Kunlun said in a low voice. A frontal assault will indeed lead to his demise, but one must first encircle him. You mean to say that this Xiao Leishui is not a mere illusion? I have been following him closely. He is undoubtedly the real deal. Lu Kunlun asserted confidently. I shall report to the master. I will not disturb your rest any longer, young Master Lu. I will return to seek you out again. The figure in black flashed away, swiftly departing. Observing the retreating figure, Lu Kunlun's brow furrowed slightly. He was indifferent to the grievances between the man in black and the Luoyang escort agency. His concern lay solely with the sword box, an artifact nearing the level of a spiritual tool. By placing 7 precious swords within the sword box and nurturing them with his own sword intent for a period, he would be able to establish a connection with the 7 swords. At that time, he would be able to cultivate the 7-star solar sword technique. This was also the reason he had received the message to accompany Xiao Leishui in Xuanzhou City. The arrival of Xiao Leishui and Lu Kunlun drew various martial artists to linger, creating an atmosphere of bustling activity. Naturally, these individuals also harbored intentions regarding the sword box. Su Chen and his companions remained in Xuanzhou as well, in a less frequented temple within the city. A figure clad in black, previously in contact with Lu Kunlun, entered a chamber in the temple's courtyard. Inside the room were 4 individuals. One was an elderly man dressed in gray, whose narrowed eyes exuded a sense of foreboding. To his left stood a robust man in brocade attire. His palms stained crimson and a blood-red rune etched upon his brow. On the right was a bald man, his expression icy, his gaze occasionally emitting a chilling light. Lastly, there was a youth clad in white, seated with an impassive demeanor. Beside him rested a black sword case. Have Lu Kunlun and Xiao Leishui arrived? Inquired the cold-eyed youth in white. Indeed, young master. They have both arrived. Lu Kunlun even inquired about the timing of our action. From his tone, he likely knows of my origins from the Tianxin Palace, replied the man in black. The youth in white gazed at the sword case, placing his hand upon it, channeling a surge of sword intent. The intent fused with the sword case, causing it to tremble slightly. He spoke coldly. He will see the sword case. But by the time he does, it will be his blood that nourishes it, enhancing its power. What can knowing accomplish? What he desires now is the sword case. Without it, he cannot cultivate the 7-star solar sword technique. Lacking mastery of this technique, he cannot ensure his victory over us. Nor can he maintain his title as the foremost swordsman, thus preventing him from becoming the next sword master of the sacred sword lake. Hand this item to Lu Kunlun. instructing him to devise a way to sprinkle it upon Xiao Lei Shui. Once this task is completed, he can return to the temple to retrieve the sword case. The youth declared, producing a small white porcelain vial from his robe. "Young master, cannot we simply poison Xiao Lei Shui directly?" inquired the elder in gray. "Xiao Lei Shui is exceedingly vigilant. Poisoning him directly is beyond my senior brother's capabilities. However, sprinkling an odorless, tasteless powder upon him is feasible. As long as this powder adheres to him, we can track his movements." Given Xiao Lei Shui's caution, he must already suspect Lu Kunlun. If Lu Kunlun comes to the temple for the sword case, they will undoubtedly follow. At that time, we shall ambush and eliminate them. Once Xiao Lei Shui is dead, our Tianjin Palace can devour the Luoyang escort agency, and with Lu Kunlun perishing in Xuanzhou, I shall ascend as the foremost swordsman of the Sacred Sword Lake. Subsequently, I will find a way to absorb the sword master's power, and I shall become the master of the Sacred Sword Lake. Thus, my 2 decades of undercover work will not be in vain. The youth in white's face twisted in a sinister expression. This youth, named Shirhan Tian, was the 3rd swordsman of the Sacred Sword Lake and the sole son of the Tian Chun Palace's master. However, outwardly, the master by Mo Chun was believed to have no children. Chapter 756. As night falls, the slaughter begins deep into the night. Within an inn, Xiao Lei Shui, the second-in-command of the Luoyang escort agency, had entered the inn but remained motionless. What could this mean? Zhuang Xuanji inquired with some confusion. What does it mean? He waited for Su Chen to speak. Although Su Chen had not been in this martial world for long, he had perused countless martial arts novels. There is a saying, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will reveal itself. Having read so many martial tales, he discerned that this was a trap. The adversary's objective lay not only in the sword case, but also in confronting the Luoyang escort agency. Xiao Lei Shui was the agency's external representative, and there was a saying in the Jiangnan martial community, to annihilate the Luoyang escort agency, one must first eliminate Xiao Lei Shui. Rumors circulated that Xiao Lei Shui was the true leader within the agency. Now, at this moment, with Xiao Lei Shui's arrival, an opportunity presented itself. Xiao Lei Shui recognized this as well, which was why he remained still, waiting for others to make the first move. My subordinate will keep a close watch on Xiao Lei Shui. Yuan Suiyun understood Su Chen's intention and bowed before exiting the room. Yuan Suiyun was among the top 10 heroes in Qinglong's novels, often placing Chu Liuxiang in passive roles. After Yuan Suiyun's departure, Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanchuang seemed to grasp the situation. They were both exceptionally intelligent, and Yuan Suiyun had conveyed his point quite clearly. "How much do you know about Xiao Lei Shui from the Luoyang escort agency?" Su Chen inquired, gazing at Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanchuang. Upon hearing Su Chen mention Xiao Lei Shui, Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanchuang's brows twitched slightly. This individual was quite renowned. Bloodstained West Tower, Xiao Lei Shui, the second-in-command of the Luoyang escort agency. However, specific details about him were scarce in their minds. Though he possessed a high profile, he remained enigmatic, and his martial prowess was largely unknown to outsiders. His moniker, Bloodstained West Tower, was derived from his treachery against the 15 martial guests who had attempted to seize the agency's silver, yet he boasted few notable victories. "Xiao Lei Shui is indeed formidable," Su Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, astonishment crossed the faces of the 2 women as they struggled to recall Xiao Lei Shui's exploits. "He is rather terrifying," Mei Xuanchuang stated. "And what do you think of Sima Changhen, the head of the Luoyang escort agency? He is like a phantom, lacking any presence. Could it be that Xiao Lei Shui has turned him into a puppet?" Mei Xuanchuang continued. "Sima Changhen cannot be a puppet. Attaining the position of head is not a simple feat," Su Chen replied. "Sometimes, overlooking an individual can be the pivotal mistake. Are you implying that Sima Changhen is stronger than Xiao Lei Shui?" However, there are rumors that Sima Changhen once saved Xiao Lei Shui's life, which is why he became the head of the Luoyang escort agency. Zhuang Xuanji interjected. "Is that so? Then let us observe," Su Chen responded. "A person capable of leading a faction, regardless of the support from subordinates, cannot maintain their position without exceptional strength or capability. Sometimes, being a puppet is not as easy as it seems. Moreover, Sima Changhen has held the position of head for many years." In the backyard of an inn, Xiao Lei Shui sat calmly, engrossed in a book under the lamp's glow. Beside him, Qinming was dozing off, unable to engage with the book before him, perplexed by the affinity scholars had for reading by the flickering light of lamps. Creak! The door swung open, and the imposing figure of Zhu Tianlei strode in. Xiao Lei Shui set aside his book and inquired of Zhu Tianlei, "What have you discovered?" "I have investigated. The sword box was stolen. And it was not one of our escort agency members who leaked the information," Zhu Tianlei replied. "If it was not a leak from within our agency, how then did the adversary know we were transporting both openly and covertly?" Qinglong asked, bewildered. "The dual transport was a strategy devised by us, and it was only confirmed after the acquisition of the item. The escorts were unaware of it, thus it could not have originated from our agency. I had considered this earlier. Now we merely seek confirmation. If our agency members are not the source of the leak, it must be from Master Qin's side." He marked the sword box, enabling the adversary to locate it with precision. Xiao Lei Shui stated coldly, "Master Qin, this seems improbable. Why would he act in such a manner?" "That is a question for Master Qin himself," Xiao Lei Shui replied. "Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally visit the Qin family estate." As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace filled the room. At that moment, a shadowy figure entered. "Second Master, Lu Kunlun has made his move," the newcomer announced. "Let us go and see who dares to conspire against us," Xiao Lei Shui declared, rising with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Qinglong and Zhu Tianlei exchanged worried glances before following closely behind Xiao Lei Shui. As they departed into the night, Lu Kunlun's form moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly arriving at the Taoist temple. The temple appeared tranquil, yet within the main hall, flickering candlelight illuminated 3 figures seated upon meditation cushions. Nearby, the black sword box lay conspicuously displayed. Lu Kunlun entered the grand hall. His gaze immediately fixated on the sword box, a look of delight crossing his face. "Young Master Lu, thank you for your cooperation." The elder at the center of the cushions addressed him. "Humph, I have not cooperated with you at all. I am taking the sword box," Lu Kunlun replied. Striding toward the box, his focus on the 3 individuals, noting their stillness. Relaxing slightly, he hastened to the sword box and reached out to grasp it. With no obstruction, the sword box was seized in his hand. "I did not expect you to truly honor your word," Lu Kunlun remarked, surveying the 3 seated figures in the hall. "Of course we honor our word. We are grateful to young Master Lu for leading Xiao Lei Shui to us." "Xiao Heir, you have come. Reveal yourself," the elder stated, rising to look towards the entrance of the hall. Lu Kunlun's expression hardened as 3 figures appeared at the doorway. It was none other than Xiao Lei Shui, Qinglong, and Zhu Tianlei. "It seems you orchestrated this to lure me here, and now your target is me. However, I am somewhat puzzled. It appears unnecessary to involve young Master Lu in your schemes. What is your ulterior motive?" Xiao Lei Shui observed calmly, gazing at the 3 within the hall. "Enough with the unnecessary chatter, Xiao Lei Shui. Tonight shall be your demise." The voice that broke the silence belonged to the bald man beside him. As he spoke, an aura of terror and ferocity emanated from his being, his form resembling that of a fierce beast as he lunged towards Xiao Lei Shui. A divine force erupted from him, manifesting as a wolf-like shadow that swiftly positioned itself before Xiao Lei Shui. His palm transformed into a claw, reaching for Xiao Lei Shui's head. Boom! At that moment, Zhu Tianlei stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that propelled his physique upward significantly. His body was as solid as iron, muscles contorted menacingly, and his face twisted in a fierce expression. He threw a punch, imbued with ominous lightning, colliding with the advancing claw. Bang! The clash of their powers generated a shockwave that extinguished half the flames in the hall. Chapter 757, The Hall of Yama, Blood Demon. Black swordsman beside the elder stood a robust man in fine attire. He rose, his gaze fixed upon the imposing Qinglong, who was near Xiao Lei Shui. "Qin-san, the grudge of that slap from years ago shall be settled today." Qinglong furrowed his brow as he regarded the man in fine attire, struggling to recall their past encounter. "I have no memory of such a hand. You must have forgotten, Qin-san. It was my 2 brothers who held you back, allowing me the chance to escape your grasp," the man in fine attire retorted. "The 3 notorious ruffians, Ko-Huai. I must say, your transformation is quite remarkable." Qinglong finally recognized his adversary. "Having fled, I presumed you would live in hiding. Yet here you are, daring to provoke me. Today, I shall send you to reunite with your brothers. You seek death." The man in fine attire produced a massive iron axe, charging forth with astonishing speed. His axe swung in a manner that created a unique trajectory, rendering it nearly indistinguishable to the eye. A most exquisite axe technique. Qinglong's eyes sharpened as he moved his feet, gathering a formidable energy towards his palm, which transformed into an enormous hand imbued with terrifying power. Aiming to strike the giant axe. As Qinglong prepared to unleash his attack, the man in fine attire's expression morphed into one of savagery as he bellowed. Divine force, one axe splitting mountains and rivers. In an instant, the previously enigmatic giant axe underwent a transformation, exuding a malevolent aura that carried an overwhelming presence. Qinglong's countenance shifted. Divine force, indomitable overlord fist. He too roared, clenching his fist and launching it toward the descending axe. Boom! The two forces erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that caused the entire hall to tremble. At this moment, only the elder in gray robes, the still Xiao Lei Shui, and the sword-sheathed Lu Qinglong remained in the hall. Xiao Lei Shui stood motionless at the entrance, his features serene, his eyes as luminous as pearls, shining brilliantly like stars in the night sky. It appears you are all formidable masters covertly gathered by the Tianqin Palace. However, I find it perplexing that the three of you believe you can end my life. I am quite bewildered. Xiao Lei Shui addressed the elder in gray robes. Xiao Lei Shui, are you not the one who claims to be all-knowing? Pray tell, what do you perceive to be our ultimate objective? The elder clad in gray gazed ominously at Xiao Lei Shui as he spoke. Indeed, Xiao Lei Shui replied, his gaze sharpening momentarily. The time has come. The gray-robed elder's eyes shifted towards Lu Qinglong. Upon noticing the elder's attention directed at him, Lu Qinglong momentarily faltered, at a loss to understand the elder's intent. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy enveloped his hand, swiftly spreading across his right arm and advancing towards his heart. Without hesitation, Lu Qinglong discarded the sword sheath, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped his right arm to counter the encroaching darkness. However, the sword energy was rapidly depleted, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Lu Qinglong had accompanied you here. You could not simply stand by and allow him to perish. Should he fall, how would you account to the sword master of the sacred sword lake? The gray-robed elder cast a sinister glance at Xiao Lei Shui. He is destined to die. Why should I extend my aid? Xiao Lei Shui stood motionless, indifferent to Lu Qinglong's plight. You. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Qinglong, having overheard Xiao Lei Shui's words, steeled his resolve, drawing the long sword from his left hand and severing his own right arm in a single, swift motion. In that moment, Lu Qinglong remarkably chose to self-mutilate. With his left hand, he pressed against the stump of his right arm, staunching the flow of blood, his gaze fierce as he fixated on the gray-robed elder and Xiao Lei Shui. Xiao Lei Shui, what did you just utter? I am fated to die? His voice was low, laced with fury. From the moment you accompanied me here, your fate was sealed. They shall not permit you to leave with the sword sheath. Your presence signifies their intent for your demise. Xiao Lei Shui remarked, directing his gaze towards the gray-robed elder. Xiao Lei Shui, I must commend you. I had not anticipated your insight. Such deductions require no guessing. I merely desire to ascertain which formidable figure from the heavenly dust palace seeks to ensnare me, Xiao Lei Shui replied, his voice grave as he surveyed the surroundings. On the eaves of a temple, Su Chen and his companions observed the unfolding events within the grand hall. They too were plotting against Lu Qinglong, this unfortunate soul. Su Chen shook his head in disbelief. Xiao Lei Shui possesses remarkable composure. He is truly impressive. Su Chen had been closely watching this deputy from the Luoyang escort agency, whose demeanor remained remarkably tranquil, demonstrating extensive knowledge. Who are the formidable beings of the Heavenly Dust Palace? Su Chen inquired. Heavenly Dust Palace is one of the three major factions within the Jiangnan martial arts community, comprising two peak experts of the sea-condensing realm, the Palace Master Bai Machin and the Vice Master Lin Xiaotian. Additionally, there are two other Vice Masters, also of considerable strength in the sea-condensing realm. This is merely the publicly acknowledged hierarchy. Should Bai Machin not appear, it is likely that Lin Xiaotian will come. Mei Xuanchuang elucidated. Just then, as she spoke, two figures emerged from the shadows. The first, clad in crimson, sported flowing azure hair, bright eyes, and delicate, alabaster hands. Yet an air of authority radiated from her demeanor. Following closely behind her was a man in a black robe, his gaze sharp and fierce, bearing a pitch-black long knife upon his back. Yama Palace, blood fiend, black blade assassin. Upon witnessing the two figures emerge, Xiao Lei Shui's gaze momentarily sharpened. Xiao Heir, it has been several years since we last met. I trust you have fared well, spoke the woman in red, her smile radiant with the promise of spring. Indeed, it has been years, I never anticipated that the long-vanished Yan Luo city would collaborate with the Tian Chen Palace. The Zhou Empire has been severely wounded. The tides of fate are ever-changing, and those of you who have been absent have finally reappeared. Xiao Leishui replied with a solemn tone. You stand no chance of leaving here alive under the combined assault of the three of us. I shall grant you a dignified death. Blood Luocha remarked while fixing his gaze upon Xiao Leishui. I am curious to know what your ulterior motives are, Xiao Leishui inquired, disregarding Blood Luocha's earlier statement. Can you not deduce it? Blood Luocha retorted. If he were capable of guessing, he would not have shown up. As Blood Luocha spoke, a figure clad in white and masked appeared, his voice youthful, unmistakably belonging to a young man. Ah! Xiao Leishui observed the emergence of the young man in white and remarked, this plan was orchestrated by you. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. It is of no consequence to inform you. The essence of this endeavor is my design. Let me divulge the ulterior motive. It is to annihilate your Luoyang escort agency. As we speak, I imagine the streets of Luoyang are awash with blood. The young man in white declared coldly, you are from the Sacred Sword Lake. Quite an ingenious strategy to achieve multiple objectives, Xiao Leishui interjected as the young man's words settled in the air. Upon hearing Xiao Leishui's words, the young man in white displayed a look of surprise in his eyes, not having anticipated that Xiao Leishui would unveil his identity. While neglecting the current state of the Luoyang escort agency, do you not care for the fate of the Luoyang escort agency? The young man in white asked, gazing intently at Xiao Leishui. Our Luoyang escort agency has dominated Luoyang for decades. It is not something you can extinguish at will, Xiao Leishui retorted, fixing his gaze upon the young man in white. You have plotted against me. Just then, the one-armed Lu Kunlun glared at the masked youth, his eyes glinting with menace. With one arm severed, he was left with only his left. Having not practiced with his left hand, achieving success in the future would be a daunting challenge. All of this was wrought by the figure in white before him, and he was determined to eliminate this young man. I shall slay you and discover your true identity, Lu Kunlun declared as he moved, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged at the young man in white, his sword arcing through the air like a streak of light. Senior brother, you could have lived a while longer, but since you seek death, I shall accompany you on your final journey. The young man in white referred to himself as a junior disciple, thereby acknowledging his identity. Drawing a blade from his waist, a gray sword light erupted instantaneously, hurtling towards the advancing Lu Kunlun. The sword's movement was silent, swift as death itself, far surpassing Lu Kunlun's speed. Unfamiliar with wielding a sword with his left hand, Lu Kunlun could not compete with his opponent. As he sensed the rapid approach of the attack, his expression shifted, and he retreated hastily, his left-hand sword swiftly repositioned to shield him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Lu Kunlun was jolted backward, his grip on the sword wavering, causing it to clatter to the ground. In the moment of being jolted backward, Lu Kunlun swiftly turned and made his way toward the exit of the hall. His earlier actions were not motivated by a desire to eliminate his opponent. Rather, they were feigned expressions of anger and fury. He was merely seeking an opportunity to escape. In the presence of others, he found no chance to flee. Although he had reached the pinnacle of a celestial being, those surrounding him were formidable entities of the sea, and he could not withstand their divine might. Had his right arm not been severed, he could have unleashed his self-destructive sword techniques for a powerful counterattack. However, he lacked such capability now. Senior brother, you cannot escape. As Lu Kunlun moved, the dark-clad figure who had previously engaged with him appeared before him, delivering a swift palm strike. In an instant, Lu Kunlun raised his hand to meet the attack. The impact sent him hurtling backward, landing before the white-clad youth, whose sword moved like a serpent, piercing Lu Kunlun's heart with a single thrust. Subsequently, the youth drew the sword back into his grasp. Senior brother, I shall borrow your blood for a moment. The white-clad youth then pressed the sword hilt against Lu Kunlun's chest wound, causing blood to surge forth and flow into the sword hilt. The sword glowed with a vivid crimson light from the blood that pooled beneath it. Who are you? Lu Kunlun managed to utter, gazing at the white-clad youth. The youth leaned closer, whispering a single phrase into Lu Kunlun's ear. You, how could it be? Before he could finish, Lu Kunlun's breath ceased, leaving him lifeless and despondent, his body withering as all his blood flowed into the sword hilt. It appears that Master Qin did not forge this sword hilt for Lu Kunlun, but rather for you. I never imagined your scheme had been in motion for a decade, Xiao Leishui remarked, observing the scene. Xiao Lei Shui, I am truly impressed that you could discern this. I wonder if you can guess my identity? The white-clad youth inquired, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Lei Shui. The third sword master, Shi Han Tian. Xiao Lei Shui proclaimed. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression shifted, and he slowly removed his mask to reveal an extraordinarily stern visage. How did you know it was me? He demanded, his eyes sharp as daggers. It was a guess. I traced back from the present. The second sword master, being an abandoned infant taken in by the sword master, is rather dull-witted, so I ruled him out. I began with the third sword master and, to my surprise, arrived at the correct conclusion. I am curious about your status within the Tianqin Palace. Now that your identity has been revealed, there is no need for concealment. Xiao Lei Shui stated, gazing intently at the white-clad youth. I am the son of Bai Mo Tian, the young master of the Tianqin Palace. Shi Han Tian declared. Is that so? Bai Mo Tian is indeed formidable. He even sent his own son to the Sacred Sword Lake. Not only did he plot against the Luoyang escort agency, but he also aimed at the Sacred Sword Lake. He seeks to become the true overlord of Luoyang County. Xiao Lei Shui remarked. The overlord of Luoyang County is too trivial. I am rather curious why you are not concerned for the safety of the Luoyang escort agency. My father, along with Uncle Lin and the Lord of the Underworld, Wei Dongjun, are all top-tier entities. Even if Sima Changhan has hidden himself, he is destined for death. Alas, it is a pity that you will not witness it. Shi Han Tian gazed at Xiao Lei Shui and spoke, at times. Your scheming does not imply that the Luoyang escort agency is devoid of stratagems of its own. Xiao Lei Shui responded coldly. The outcome over at the Luoyang escort agency remains uncertain. In the shadows, Mei Xian Shuang conveyed. How can Xiao Lei Shui remain so composed? From the current arrangement, it is evident that Sima Changhan is doomed. Furthermore, he likely will not escape this temple. I am not entirely certain, but Xiao Lei Shui's calm demeanor suggests he possesses some means, she continued. However, what kind of power is the Yamahal? Does anyone know? Su Chen inquired. I came across a record from the martial world. During the era of the Great Chu Empire, there were 4 major evil sects: the Tomb of the Dead, the Hall of Evil Gods, the Yamahal, and the Heavenly Shadow sect. Yet, after the ascension of the Zhou Emperor, these 4 sects vanished without a trace. Mei Xian Shuang elaborated. The 4 evil sects. I never imagined that the Tomb of the Dead was one of them. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. With the Zhou Emperor's devastating blow, chaos truly has engulfed the martial world. His gaze shifted towards Xiao Lei Shui, perplexed by his tranquil demeanor. Xiao Lei Shui, you remain unchanged, displaying such indifference regardless of the situation. Do you genuinely believe Sima Changhan has any chance of survival? Once you perish today, Sima Changhan will accompany you. As he spoke, the aura surrounding Shui Luosha condensed before suddenly erupting, unleashing a chilling and formidable presence throughout the Grand Hall. Boom, boom. At that moment, Qin Ming and Zhu Tianlei, who had previously clashed, suddenly roared, channeling their energy into a single punch that sent their opponent staggering back, landing at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Second brother, hurry. We will hold them off. Zhu Tianlei charged forward first, an overwhelming force emanating from him. As a terrifying thunderous energy erupted from within, transforming him into a veritable thunderbolt as he lunged at the crowd. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. The black-clad swordsman behind Shui Luosha's expression shifted, and he leaped into the air, swinging his blade. Swish! The black blade's aura sliced through the air, cleaving Zhu Tianlei in 2 with a single stroke. What a formidable strike! Su Chen observed the execution with a sharp gaze. In that instant, Xiao Lei Shui and Qin Ming had retreated, emerging outside the grand hall of the temple. However, a crimson figure now obstructed their path. Xiao Lei Shui, your brother has died for you. How can you leave? Shui Luosha addressed Xiao Lei Shui. Chapter 759. Maniac, ruthless, calculating with lives. Qin Ming, I offer you a chance. Align yourself with us, and you shall be the master of the Luoyang escort agency. The young man in white stepped forward, eyeing Qin Ming. Humph. If you wish to kill us, then reveal your true capabilities. Qin Ming retorted coldly, his energy swirling as a terrifying force erupted from him. His foot stepping forward and his fist raised. Indomitable overlord fist. The dreadful energy converged upon his fist, emanating an oppressive aura. Yet, at the moment of striking, his fist suddenly pivoted, aiming instead at Xiao Lei Shui. Swish! Only this terrifying fist erupted, a stream of blood-colored energy piercing through his own, penetrating his heart's meridian. Qinglong felt his gathered energy dissipate in an instant, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Xiao Lei Shui. How did you recognize me? Qinglong questioned in disbelief, never having anticipated that Xiao Lei Shui would take action against him. Although the escort mission had been conducted in secrecy, and Master Qin had marked the sword box, your routes were identical, separated by merely 2 miles. Such a short distance. How could you not perceive it? How could you not arrive in time? This truly astounds me. Of course, I had my suspicions earlier, yet I could not make a judgment without witnessing the scene. However, your energy just now was violent, yet it had nodes. It was directed not at them, but at me, thus I struck first. Xiao Lei Shui's expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by Qinglong's betrayal. Xiao Lei Shui, you are indeed formidable. If we do not slay you today, our hearts will remain unsettled. Shi Han Tian regarded Xiao Lei Shui with a grave expression. As he spoke, 5 figures surrounded Xiao Lei Shui. Even if I perish today, you will remain uneasy. For the Luoyang escort agency will endure, and this news will reach the agency. As Xiao Lei Shui spoke, a small gray shadow suddenly darted out from his sleeve. In the instant the shadow emerged, an overwhelming presence surged forth behind him, enveloping the previously pitch-black night in a shroud of darkness, where terrifying figures began to materialize, altering the atmosphere as if the very depths of hell had been unleashed. Seeking death, the divine might, blood prison Rakshasa, the divine might, blade prison. 2 terrifying forces erupted simultaneously, shattering Xiao Lei Shui's own power. In that moment, the temple reverted to normalcy. It is too late. What has been sent out has already been dispatched. Xiao Lei Shui stated calmly. What does it matter? The Luoyang escort agency will vanish tonight. Shi Han Tian replied, his face contorted with rage. Is that so? I have 2 true brothers, bonded by life and death. One is Sima Chonghen, the other is Shi Lin Wu. We 3 wandered away from our village together. That year, I was 7, Sima Chonghen was 8, and Shi Lin Wu was but a month younger than I. Sima Chonghen was the eldest, I was the second, and Shi Lin Wu the third. We relied on one another, wandering together for a year. Later, Sima Chonghen and I joined the Luoyang escort agency, which at that time was merely an ordinary escort agency, lacking the esteemed reputation it holds today. As Xiao Lei Shui recounted these memories, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Xiao Lei Shui, are you reminiscing? We all know that the Luoyang escort agency flourished under your stewardship. There is no need for you to boast here. I am rather curious. Who is this Shi Lin Wu you speak of? Shi Han Tian coldly interjected, uninterested in Xiao Lei Shui's reminiscences. Xiao Lei Shui appeared undeterred by Shi Han Tian's words, his gaze still lost in reflection. Elder brother, third brother, today I must take my leave first. Xiao Lei Shui spoke solemnly, his tone tinged with sorrow. With a penetrating gaze, Shi Han Tian addressed Shi Lei Shui. Shi Lin Wu has joined the Tianshan Palace, adopting the name Lin Xiaotian. What? Upon hearing this revelation from Shi Lei Shui, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Lin Xiaotian is the deputy palace master of Tianshan Palace, his strength nearly rivaling that of Bai Matian. How could this be? Lin Xiaotian is aware of today's scheme. He is privy to this information. How is it that you stand here? Shi Han Tian scrutinized Shi Lei Shui, disbelief etched in his eyes. Indeed, as Shi Han Tian articulated, if Lin Xiaotian were truly allied with Sima Chonghen and his ilk, Shi Lei Shui would not dare to appear here. I am well aware that you intend to besiege me. However, we remain unclear about your alliances and who from the Sacred Sword Lake is involved, Shi Lei Shui stated. If you are aware, then why did you claim that Lu Kunlun would surely perish and bring him here? Shi Han Tian inquired coldly. Because he is coming. I brought him along. Besides, I intended to kill him. Only his demise would incite the Sword Master of Sacred Sword Lake to fury, enabling my elder brother to forge an alliance with them to strike against your Tianshan Palace. Thus, the Luoyang escort agency could emerge as the dominant force in Luoyang County. Aside from the Sacred Sword Lake, Shi Lei Shui explained. Yet, should you perish tonight, Sima Chonghen of the Luoyang escort agency is likely absent, which means no loss for the agency. Why would the Sacred Sword Lake trust your words? Because my wife and children will also perish tonight. Their deaths will surely convince the master of Sacred Sword Lake. Shi Lei Shui's expression remained icy. You are a madman. At Shi Lei Shui's words, Shi Han Tian's eyes turned frosty. This man is utterly deranged. He is cruel not only to himself, but to his family as well. Indeed, a madman, yet formidable. Su Chen remarked from the shadows. Kill. Surround and eliminate him. Shirhantian barked furiously. I, Shirlashua, seldom take action. Today marks my final strike. Witness the true extent of my capabilities. A somber tone underscored his words, imbued with longing and a resolve to die. An overwhelming black aura erupted from his being, enveloping him in a terrifying essence, transforming him momentarily into a demonic figure. You have slain the fifth master of the Luoyang escort agency. Thus, you must die? Shirlashua surged forward, aiming a lethal strike at the black swordsman. Kill. The black swordsman retaliated, unleashing his long blade, a massive arc of light cleaving through the air toward Shirlashua. Kill. Kill, kill. The other four assailants converged upon Shirlashua simultaneously. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, resonating with the sounds of explosions. Shirlashua made no effort to defend. Instead, he concentrated all his energy, compressing it into his palm, shattering the blade's light. He pierced through the black swordsman's energy and struck his chest with a devastating blow. The black swordsman was sent hurtling backward by Shirlashua's forceful palm, blood spewing forth as he collided with the wall. Meanwhile, Shirlashua was met with a barrage of palm strikes from the four attackers. Boom. Though he did not obliterate you in a single strike, your meridians are shattered, and your dantian is extinguished. You cannot endure for long. Bang. With that proclamation, his entire body erupted, transforming into a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Chapter 760, Ren Qianqing, a sword that transcends time. Upon witnessing the scene, the figure clad in crimson, the blood demon, swiftly approached the Black Blade Master, producing a pill in an attempt to administer it. However, with a spurt of blood, the Black Blade Master succumbed to his injuries, lifeless. Despite the multitude surrounding him, Xiao Lei Shui had managed to claim a life in return. Shocked, Shirhantian's expression twisted in rage. Young mistress, we must hasten our departure. At that moment, the previously cloaked figure wielding a sword box materialized before Shirhantian. Let us depart, Shirhantian commanded. It is regrettable for this spectacle to conclude thus. Relinquish the sword box, and you may leave. Just then, a voice, cold and detached, reverberated through the air. A young man, brandishing a long sword, emerged from the shadows. In the obscurity, Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxuan glanced at the figure before turning their gaze to Su Chen. Why do you look at me so? If we can deduce this, others will too. Let us ascertain the identity of our visitor. Su Chen responded, fully aware of the newcomer's identity, Ren Qianqing, who had accompanied them to the Sacred Sword Lake. The commotion from the battle had attracted the attention of several martial artists from the Jianghu, who were now en route. He must act. Revealing his identity amidst such a crowd was not his desire, hence allowing Ren Qianqing to take the lead. Who are you? Shirhantian asked, his expression darkening upon seeing the youth. The day's events had unfolded contrary to his expectations. They had plotted against Xiao Lei Shui, only to find themselves ensnared by his cunning. Xiao Lei Shui was indeed ruthless, sacrificing his entire family to ensnare them and assist Sima Chang'an. Unexpectedly, after dispatching Xiao Lei Shui, another formidable opponent had emerged, brimming with arrogance. Do you believe you are worthy of this sword box? You could remain hidden and live. But now that you reveal yourself, your death is imminent. Shirhantian declared, eyeing Ren Qianqing. Few in this Jianghu possess the capability to slay me. Ren Qianqing replied with a calm demeanor. What audacity! Who exactly are you? The blood demon demanded, scrutinizing Ren Qianqing. Tianya Pavilion, West Pavilion, Ren Qianqing, he stated coldly. The atmosphere shifted as those present registered his words. They had not anticipated that he was affiliated with Tianya Pavilion. My Tianshan Palace bears no enmity with your Tianya Pavilion. Your actions are rather inappropriate, Shirhantian retorted. There is nothing inappropriate. I seek the sword box, which is not yours. Why should I not claim it? Ren Qianqing responded. His tone icy. Arrogant, is it? Just you? Scoffed an elder in gray beside the blood demon, dashing forward like a fleeting shadow to confront Ren Qianqing. Let me witness your prowess. The elder's voice faltered before he could finish, as a flash of sword light erupted. With a swift motion, the elder was cleaved in two, his blood splattering the ground. Ren Qianqing sheathed his sword with a calm demeanor. Ants dare to strike at this pavilion master, he uttered, his voice devoid of warmth. With a single strike, the gray-robed elder fell, and the crimson-clad blood demon's expression shifted dramatically, for the sword intent displayed by the opponent was formidable. Are you the master of the West Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion? The blood demon inquired. I am the vice master of the West Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, Rin Qianqing replied. Vice Master? Not the Master? The blood demon's gaze sharpened, glancing at the other two who nodded in unison. Attack! The three uttered in unison. Their divine might erupted simultaneously, charging towards Rin Qianqing. Leading the assault was the crimson-clad blood demon, raising a palm where a blood-red crescent moon materialized, while the other two struck from either side. Unleashing their divine forces, they formed a pincer attack, a terrifying aura sweeping across the night sky. The blood demon was a peak practitioner of the Sea of Concentration, while the other two, though not at that pinnacle, were still formidable warriors within that realm. Their combined assault was fierce, their divine might intertwining in a sword strike that transcended time. One sword across the ages. Rin Qianqing bellowed, his own divine might surging forth. His most potent offensive sword technique was indeed the one that transcended eras, and during this time he had harnessed his swordsmanship to condense his divine might. Although he could not wield the powers of the fragmented realm, he was eager to see how many could withstand his technique when executed by a practitioner of the Sea of Concentration. As their divine might converged, the heavens trembled, winds howled, and thunder danced across the sky. Boom! Rin Qianqing unleashed his long sword, and in that instant, the sword energy split into three. Swish! 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 The three beams of sword light surged forth, and the energy storm that had previously engulfed the heavens vanished in an instant, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The three assailants found their attacks halted mid-course, disbelief etched on their faces as they stared at their chests, hands reaching towards their own hearts. Bang! Blood erupted from their chests as two figures collapsed to the ground, leaving only the blood demon standing. She gazed at Rin Qianqing in horror. As a peak practitioner of the Sea of Concentration, she had failed to block even a single strike from him. You. She uttered those two words before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists who had just arrived from the shadows were shaken to their core. This is truly remarkable. The Vice Master of the West Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, Rin Qianqing, has slain three practitioners of the Sea of Concentration, one of whom was a peak practitioner. At that moment, Shi Hantian's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual, appearing to be of similar age to him, possessed such terrifying strength. The sword box is yours, let us go free. The sword box contained poison, and only he possessed the antidote. Shi Hantian placed the sword box on the ground and spoke. Those who recognize the times are wise. The power of Rin Qianqing was overwhelming. He had no chance to resist, and thus had to relinquish the sword box. Humph! Rin Qianqing scoffed, raising his hand to draw the sword box into his grasp, his energy swirling around it, as if it were being sanctified. As the energy dissipated, the sword box settled in his hand. To think that this expedition to Sacred Sword Lake would yield such a treasure, it was truly splendid. Rin Qianqing spoke, and upon witnessing his effortless dispelling of the poison on the sword box, Shi Hantian's expression shifted dramatically as he and the cloaked figure swiftly made their way into the temple. Rin Qianqing cast a glance at the two, raised his hand, and with a swift motion, unleashed two strikes. The duo was utterly unable to evade these blows, their bodies sent crashing against the wall, instantly devoid of life. In the shadows, Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxuang observed Su Chen. Rin Qianqing is exceedingly formidable. Xiaolongshu, do you still desire that sword box? I dare say you won't even have the chance to touch it, Mei Xuanxuang remarked, a smile gracing her face. Given Rin Qianqing's prowess, she was certain Su Chen would not dare to seize it, thus taking the opportunity to mock him, especially since he had been teasing her throughout their journey. I truly can touch it. Let us wager. If I manage to grasp that sword box, you shall agree to do me a favor, one that you are certainly capable of fulfilling. Conversely, if I fail, I shall grant you a favor that I am certain to accomplish. Do you dare to bet? Su Chen proposed, gazing intently at Mei Xuanxuang. This seems a tad perilous. Perhaps we should refrain. Mei Xuanxuang replied earnestly, her expression grave. Rin Qianqing's strength is too overwhelming. I shall take your agreement as given. Xuanji, are you aware of Rin Qianqing's identity? He is closely associated with someone you know. Su Chen turned to Zhuang Xuanji. I am acquainted with someone connected to Rin Qianqing. I only know the General Guan Yu Tian. Zhuang Xuanji responded. Rin Qianqing is indeed related to General Guan Yu. He is the son of the general. Thus I have no issue asking him to show me the sword box. Su Chen exclaimed with a hearty laugh directed at Mei Xuanxuang. You, that is cheating. Mei Xuanxuang's expression soured at Su Chen's words, and she attempted to tug at him, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Let us return first. We shall meet Vice Pavilion Master Ren shortly, he declared, turning away as the presence of others rendered the encounter inappropriate. Chapter 761. The Winds of Luoyang Stir. The Will of Heaven's Four Symbols Technique. The Wrath of the Wind God late at night. Within an inn, Su Chen regarded the sword box laid upon the table, lifting it with curiosity. The 7-star sword box, capable of nurturing 7 swords, with their hearts intertwined, granted 2 orange lottery cards as a reward. Indeed, as I suspected, Su Chen remarked, setting the sword box down. Though he himself was not a swordsman, he recognized the extraordinary nature of a box that could nurture 7 swords, allowing their essences to connect. It was likely that the sacred sword lake would not relinquish this sword box easily. This sword box serves me no purpose, but you may find it useful, Su Chen stated. Thank you, my lord. With this sword box, I can temporarily nurture 7 swords. And when the time comes for them to unleash a sword that transcends the ages, I believe their power will be truly remarkable, Ren Qianqing replied. Having been in this world for a few days, he had followed Su Chen and gradually familiarized himself with the circumstances here, concluding that the martial artists in this realm were exceptionally powerful. Despite his confidence in his own formidable abilities, he understood the necessity of not underestimating the warriors of this world. Upon hearing Ren Qianqing's words, Su Chen's face revealed astonishment. He had not anticipated Ren Qianqing's intention to unleash a sword that transcends the ages with 7 swords. How goes your cultivation of the Heavenly Will's 4 Symbols Technique? Su Chen spoke. My subordinate has yet to cultivate, as I am currently focused on refining my innate vital energy. My technique, Sword that Traverses Time, is quite taxing on my true energy, necessitating a more robust internal reservoir to unleash its full potential. Ren Qianqing replied. The Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Technique is indeed formidable, yet it requires foundational practice. My immediate concern is to address the depleting energy from my sword that traverses time. Observing the situation, Su Chen nodded, acknowledging that each practitioner possesses their unique method of cultivation. He himself had acquired the Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Technique, but due to the lack of direct instruction, his progress was somewhat slow. He had yet to master the first form, Wrath of the Wind God. He recognized the need for personal diligence. In the realm of demon sword life and death chess, innate vital energy, sword that traverses time, and the 4 symbols sun arrow are not inferior to the Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Technique. From this day forth, we part ways. Here is 1,000,000 taels and silver notes. Procure 7 exceptional swords and make your way to the Sacred Sword Lake, Su Chen declared. Thank you, my lord. I shall ensure that the reputation of the Tianya Pavilion ascends further, Ren Qianqing replied, his mind already set on a goal. The strongest in the Sacred Sword Lake was the Sword Master, and he aspired to challenge him. His ambitions were not merely to witness the legacies left by past sword masters. Although he had mastered sword that traverses time, he was not infatuated with the sword path. He was not a person who was solely devoted to the sword. In his previous life, he had utilized the dual swords of life and death, Frostblade Heart, Sword and Demon Sword, to elevate his own power. Ultimately, he succumbed to the 5th arrow of the 4 symbols sun arrow from the elusive arrow hidden. This time, his objective was to grow stronger. Although he gained renown from a single battle today, it was insufficient. He yearned for the world of martial arts to fully recognize him. I have faith in you. Su Chen nodded. I shall take my leave now. After bowing to Su Chen, Ren Qianqing leapt from the window. The following day, the entire city of Quanzhou erupted in turmoil. The events of the previous night had begun to reverberate throughout the city. Of course, some had not witnessed the full scenario. They only saw Ren Qianqing wielding sword that traverses time to slay 3 formidable figures of the sea. The identities of the corpses within the Taoist temple had been clarified, and the details of the incident had largely circulated. This information had been disseminated by Su Chen through Yuan Suiyun, primarily concerning the identities of the deceased and the machinations of the Heavenly Dust Palace. However, the counter-schemes of Xiao Lei Shui were not revealed. Once the identities of the deceased and the events that transpired became public, both Quanzhou and Luoyang were thrown into astonishment. The son of the sword master of the Sacred Sword Lake had met his demise at the hands of Shi Hantian, the 3rd son of the sword, who was also the offspring of the palace master of the Heavenly Dust Palace. The winds of change swept through the entire Luoyang prefecture. As Su Chen and his companions continued their journey towards the Sacred Sword Lake, Ren Qianqing, with the sword box on his back, drew even more attention. Everyone in the martial world recognized that the sword box he carried was forged by Master Qin for the sacred sword lake. However, the audacity of openly transporting the sword box towards the sacred sword lake was striking. What does Ren Qianheng signify? Is it about returning the sword box or informing the holy sword lake that this sword box belongs to him? While some ponder these questions, others express admiration for Ren Qianheng's prowess and identity. At the West Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion, the Deputy Pavilion Master has been absent in Jiangnan, as the North and South Pavilions have made their presence known in the capital, and the East Pavilion has appeared beyond the border. Could it be that the West Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion is preparing to take control of Jiangnan? This notion finds considerable support among many. As the Holy Sword Lake opens, the West Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion seeks to assert its authority, and leveraging the momentum of the Holy Sword Lake seems most fitting. Meanwhile, Su Chen remains unhurried in his carriage, making his way to Luoyang City. Inside the carriage, he glances at the last 4 orange lottery tickets he had drawn previously, along with the 2 new ones he just acquired, totaling 6 orange lottery tickets. He decides to draw 3 of them first. Congratulations on obtaining the first form of the Heavenly Wolf 4 Symbols Technique, Wine God's Fury Insight Card. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of True Martial 5 Organs Pill, 10 pills. Congratulations on acquiring a Dantian Transformation Pill. Su Chen's gaze sharpens as he observes his new acquisitions. He did not expect to draw the insight card for the first form of the Heavenly Wolf 4 Symbols Technique, Wind God's Fury. He plans to use this insight card during his cultivation. The True Martial 5 Organs Pill is a medicinal concoction that can strengthen the internal organs and replenish their vital energy, suitable for those nearing the end of their lifespan. The Dantian Transformation Pill is a special internal energy pill that assists practitioners of the 9 difficulties of heaven in reaching the Dantian transformation level, with its effectiveness being contingent upon the individual's cultivation. Aside from the True Martial 5 Organs Pill, the others hold some utility for Su Chen at present. With 3 tickets remaining, he thinks it unnecessary to keep them and draws again. Obtain the Divine Might Enhancement Card. Obtain the Heavenly Eye Spirit Leaf. Obtained a Clear Heart Spirit Jade Pendant. Su Chen immediately begins to inspect these items. The Divine Might Enhancement Card can assist Oceanic Concentration experts in amplifying their divine might. The Heavenly Eye Spirit Leaf, which grows on a special treasure tree, enhances one's vision and sensory perception. The Clear Heart Spirit Jade Pendant allows the wearer to maintain a certain state of tranquility. These are all splendid items. A smile graces Su Chen's face. Is there any news from Luoyang City? What transpired at the Luoyang Escort Agency last night? Su Chen inquires of Zhuang Xuanji. Upon receiving the news, he learns that last night, the headquarters of the Luoyang Escort Agency was engulfed in flames, resulting in countless casualties. Xiao Leishua's wife and children met a tragic end, while the chief, Sima Changhen, and the 4th chief, Tang Lai, have vanished. This aligns closely with what Xiao Leishua had reported. Zhuang Xuanji remarks, "A madman indeed. He is no ordinary person. However, I am quite curious about Sima Chang'an. I would very much like to meet him someday. Xuanji, the Zhuang family's bank in Luoyang Prefecture must have dealings with them, right?" Su Chen looks at Zhuang Xuanji. The Zhuang family's bank facilitates the transport of silver, which cannot solely be accomplished by the bank itself. In Luoyang Prefecture, the Luoyang Escort Agency is the most powerful. Hence, this business must be conducted in collaboration with the Luoyang Escort Agency. Their financial transactions are assuredly a partnership with the Luoyang Escort Agency. It was merely the 4 prominent figures of the Luoyang Escort Agency, led by Tang Lai, with whom we had previously engaged. Zhuang Xuanji remarked, "This Sima Changhen is indeed enigmatic. We shall discuss it further upon our arrival in Luoyang." Su Chen replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 762. The Dark Schemes of Sima Changhen in the City of Luoyang. The Luoyang Escort Agency now lay in ruins, reminiscent of a battlefield. With the acrid scent of charred remains permeating the air, mingled with a faint trace of blood. Outside, pedestrians gossiped as they gazed at the dilapidated agency. Within and opposite the escort agency, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe exuded a tranquil aura, his presence devoid of any discernible fluctuations. He surveyed the desolate remnants of the Luoyang Escort Agency, his expression tinged with melancholy. Beside him stood a man in resplendent attire, his gaze sharp and penetrating. The second brother is dead, and the plan has unfolded as he orchestrated. However, an unexpected element has emerged, Rin Qianhang of the Tianya Pavilion. He seized the sword box and slaughtered the remaining individuals, the man in splendid attire stated. Why did you not inform me of the second brother's actions beforehand? The gray-robed man inquired solemnly. It was the second brother's directive. Brother, this is your opportunity to become the sovereign of Luoyang County, replied the man in resplendent attire. To dominate Luoyang County amidst the rising tides of the martial world is indeed our ambition, yet such sacrifices cannot be condoned, the gray-robed man asserted. Brother, the deed is done. We can only forge ahead, the man in splendid attire retorted. Return to my side henceforth, the gray-robed man instructed. Initially, the plan was for me to join you, yet those sent to eliminate the second brother have all been slain by Rin Qianhang. By marching from the Tianshan Palace will likely not suspect me. I shall remain by his side to monitor their movements, the man in splendid attire responded. From their discourse, it became evident that the gray-robed man was Sima Changhen, the chief of the Luoyang escort agency, while the man in splendid attire was Lin Xiaotian, the vice-lord of the Tianshan Palace. I did not anticipate that Rin Qianhang would inadvertently assist us. Yet, why has he come to the sacred sword lake bearing the sword box? Sima Changhen pondered. He likely seeks to bolster the influence of the Tianya Pavilion within Luoyang County. Their ambitions may position them as adversaries to you, brother. According to the information I have gathered, he should have been at the Taoist temple that night. Hence he should possess significant knowledge. We must remain vigilant against him, Lin Xiaotian cautioned. I shall arrange for someone to approach him. The sword box is an asset of our Luoyang escort agency, procured at great expense. We shall see if he is willing to return it. Should he agree, it would suggest that his intent in Luoyang is merely to access the sacred sword lake. If he refuses, his motives may be ulterior. Dispatch someone to apply pressure regarding the sacred sword lake and gauge his reaction. Keep a close watch on by marching. He will likely not rest easy knowing his son has been slain so easily, Sima Changhen concluded. Understood. Lin Xiaotian nodded, donning his hat and departing the room. After Lin Xiaotian left, the atmosphere shifted. An elderly man clad in a blue robe entered the room. He was Tang Lai, one of the 4 leaders of the Luoyang escort agency. The sword box is our agency's treasure. Arrange for someone to make contact with Rin Qianhang and spend generously to ascertain whether he is willing to relinquish the sword box. If he is reluctant, apply some pressure in the name of the sacred sword lake and observe his reaction, Sima Changhen instructed. At once, Tang Lai replied, taking his leave from the room. Inside, Sima Changhen was left alone. After a while, the door creaked open. A woman dressed in a flowing purple gown entered. She was strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure that was both alluring and modest. Her demeanor radiated a subtle elegance, and her expression conveyed an air of aloofness, embodying a pristine and unapproachable essence. Upon seeing her, Sima Changhen's gaze roamed over her before he spoke. You have arrived. What news from the Sacred Sword Lake? The Sacred Sword Lake has received word of Lu Kunlun's demise and is aware of the schemes devised by the Heavenly Dust Palace and the Underworld Palace. However, the Sword Master has not taken action. Instead, he has retreated to the heart of the Sacred Sword Lake to meditate, awaiting its activation. The woman in the purple gown responded. Awaiting the activation of the Sacred Sword Lake? What does this imply? Has he abandoned the quest for vengeance for his son? Sima Changhen's brow furrowed slightly at her words. As Sima Changhen frowned, the woman approached him, her delicate hands resting gently on his shoulders. Applying a soothing massage with remarkable skill, the tension in Sima Changhen's brow began to ease. My lord, there are rumors within the Sacred Sword Lake that the Sword Master is at the final stage of his sword heart cultivation. I sense that his sword heart is currently in turmoil, which is why he has entered seclusion at the center of the Sacred Sword Lake. He intends to stabilize his sword heart before taking action. Although the Sword Master remains inactive, the left and right sword wielders of the Sacred Sword Lake have arrived in Luoyang, and I came alongside them. They wish for me to investigate your whereabouts and seek an audience with you, the woman explained. The Sacred Sword Lake, the left and right sword wielders? Sima Changhen's brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps they can be utilized to confront Bai Maching and his associates, potentially leading to mutual destruction. A smile emerged on Sima Changhen's face. My lord, do you know the whereabouts of Bai Maching and his group? The woman inquired, intrigued. If they failed to eliminate me last night, do you think they would abandon Luoyang? Sima Changhen replied coldly. This is their current location. You may inform the left and right sword wielders of the Sacred Sword Lake. Regardless, once they meet, the left and right sword wielders must not leave Luoyang alive. This is Taiyan's 9 poison water. Even a formidable expert would perish instantly upon inhaling a single drop. A white jade vial appeared in Sima Changhan's hand, which he extended toward the woman. My lord, rest assured, I shall accomplish this task. The woman accepted the vial with a bow. Once this matter is concluded, return to my side, Sima Changhan instructed. Although the left and right sword masters hold a significant position at the Sacred Sword Lake, the Lord must first eliminate that old man, Hua, to seize control of the Sacred Sword Lake. The woman spoke. The old man is extraordinary. If you make a move against him, there is only one outcome. You shall perish. Proceed as I have instructed, Sima Changhan replied, his tone laced with disdain. Understood, the woman said, bowing as she exited the room. After her departure, a glimmer of intensity shone in Sima Changhan's otherwise placid eyes, hinting at his formidable nature and deeper scheming. In another location, within a concealed chamber, 2 figures sat. One was clad in resplendent garments, exuding an air of authority, his countenance resolute and eyes tinged with sorrow, appearing to be around 40 years of age. The other, dressed in black, bore a gaunt face and a prominent nose, his features sharply defined, though his expression was somewhat somber. Master Bai, do you believe that Xiao Leishua truly foresaw this event, or has someone among us betrayed our plans? The dark-clad man inquired. From his words, it was clear that the man in splendid attire was Bai Maching, the master of the Heavenly Dust Palace, while the black-clad figure was the lord of the underworld. They had launched a surprise attack on the Luoyang escort agency the previous night, resulting in numerous casualties, yet they had failed to locate Sima Changhan, the agency's formidable leader. I am no longer interested in the Luoyang escort agency. My intention is to eliminate Ren Qianqing, Bai Maching declared, his eyes alight with murderous intent. Chapter 763. Sacred Sword Lake, Left and Right Sword Masters, Heavenly Net's pull brother Bai. I too yearn to slay Ren Qianqing. However, if we pursue him now, the endeavor may prove futile. We must first locate and eliminate Sima Changhan to truly secure the Luoyang escort agency, thereby standing alongside the Sacred Sword Lake. Only then can we consolidate our forces against Ren Qianqing, the Lord of the Underworld asserted. Upon hearing the Lord's words, Bai Maching furrowed his brow. This meticulously crafted plan had cost him his only son, and years of preparation lay in ruins, all while facing the Sacred Sword Lake. This is Luoyang City, Sima Changhan's territory. Finding him in hiding will be a challenge. Moreover, our current location may very well be discovered by him, Bai Maching stated somberly. It is indeed challenging. But Sima Changhan cannot remain hidden forever. I have received word that the left and right sword masters of the Sacred Sword Lake have arrived in Luoyang. Do you not think Sima Changhan will seize this opportunity? The Lord of the Underworld countered. This presents him with a chance to turn the tide. I believe he will seize it. However, if the left and right sword masters are present, it will complicate our efforts to capture Sima Changhan, Bai Maching replied. His voice low. The Underworld Palace possesses a secret method to control the hearts and minds of men. If we can first capture the left and right masters of the Sacred Sword Lake, we can use them to draw out Sima Changhan, the Lord proposed. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Bai Maching's eyes upon hearing the Lord's suggestion. Then I shall summon Deputy Palace Master Lin to join us in our endeavor, he stated. There is no need for Deputy Palace Master Lin's involvement. Together, you and I can subdue them. I have already made the necessary arrangements, the Lord of the Underworld replied. Do you doubt Deputy Palace Master Lin? Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Underworld, Bai Maching fixed his gaze intently upon him. Within the Heavenly Dust Palace, I only place my trust in Brother Bai. I harbor suspicion towards everyone else. The Lord of the Underworld declared. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan. Bai Maching replied. Then we shall meet the sword masters of the Sacred Sword Lake. The Lord of the Underworld said, turning to push open the stone door, with Bai Maching following closely behind. Meanwhile, in another location, 2 individuals clad in the robes of the Sacred Sword Lake appeared in a secluded forest outside the city. The surrounding woods were dense and devoid of any onlookers. Has Sima Changhan really chosen this place for our meeting? How timid of him. Does he truly fear Bai Maching? One remarked. The Luoyang escort agency has been set ablaze. Xiao Lei Shui, Qin Meng, and Zhu Tian Lei have all been slain. Now, he is accompanied only by Tang Lai. Tang Lai's martial prowess is merely at the stage of Dan Tian transforming into the sea. They are no match for the Heavenly Dust Palace. Were it not for the necessity of his strength to locate Bai Maching, I would have no desire to meet him. The other responded. These two were indeed the left and right emissaries of the sacred sword lake. As time passed, impatience began to show on their faces. It seems Sima Changhan is toying with us. Let us return, one suggested. However, as the words left his lips, two figures emerged from the shadows. Clad in black robes and wearing masks, their features and forms remained obscured. Sima Changhan, have you summoned us? Upon seeing the two figures, the emissary's expressions sharpened, and one inquired. I am not Sima Changhan, one of the figures responded. If you are not Sima Changhan, then who are you? The left emissary's eyes turned cold, and his expression hardened as he placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, a fierce aura of sword intent emanating from him. The right emissary likewise exuded a potent sword aura. The atmosphere grew tense, foreboding a sense of danger as they exchanged glances. In an instant, the left emissary unsheathed his sword, its glimmer sharp and radiant, imbued with a terrifying intent that surged toward one of the figures. This was pure sword energy, devoid of divine force. The first strike was merely a probe to ascertain the identity of his opponent. Boom! One of the cloaked figures retaliated, raising a hand as a terrifying aura of bloodlust spread forth. Their palms clashed against the sword energy, creating a tremendous wave of force that shattered nearby trees. Wei Dongjun, Lord of the Underworld, is that you? The left emissary, now grave in countenance, observed the figure before him. To think that a single strike would reveal my identity to the left emissary. Wei Dongjun of the Underworld removed his mask. By Mo Chen, you may reveal your face as well. The left emissary gestured to the other figure. Yet, Bai Mo Chen did not remove his mask. Wei Dongjun, you have summoned us for what purpose? The left emissary inquired, fixing his gaze upon Wei Dongjun. Desiring assistance in summoning Sima Changhan, Wei Dongjun remarked. To draw out Sima Changhan? This is his territory, and he remains hidden, making it quite arduous for us to locate him. However, should you approach him in your capacity, I believe he would emerge. He is, after all, awaiting you, prepared to ally with you from the Sacred Sword Lake against the Celestial Dust Palace and my Yamahal. The master of Yamahal coldly retorted, it is said that many years ago, you were defeated by Emperor Zhou, shattering your Dantian. After all this time, your strength has yet to fully restore. With just you and Bai Mo Chen, do you truly think you can overpower us? I may not have completely regained my strength, but strength alone is not always sufficient, replied the Yamahal leader. Do you know why I summoned you here, and why I have yet to reveal myself? It is because I have laid out my Yamahal's heavenly web of 1,000 threads here. Just as you began to harness your true energy, the heavenly web has already infiltrated your bodies. My recent appearance was merely to capture your attention, causing you to overlook the changes in your internal energy. It is too late for you to realize this now. Wei Dongjun spoke with a chilling tone. Go, I will cover your retreat. At that moment, the left swordsman declared to the right swordsman beside him. As he spoke, the left swordsman's sword intent erupted forth, disregarding the heavenly web within him, gripping his long sword tightly once more. Divine might, wind and cloud sword movement. With a thunderous roar, the left swordsman unleashed his power. In the next instant, a fierce storm of sword energy manifested in the surrounding space, rending the air and tearing apart the vicinity. Flash! With a single stroke, a hurricane-like wave of sword energy surged towards the Yamahal leader and his companion. I will intercept him. You must stop that right swordsman, commanded the Yamahal leader, invoking divine might. Yama Heaven Prison. A terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloping the surroundings in a dark mist. He unleashed a palm strike. The blood-fiend cold nether palm, which coalesced into a pitch-black hand to collide with the storm of sword energy. With a resounding crash, the two forces clashed, dissipating the surrounding energy. The left swordsman's expression hardened as he attempted to unleash a second strike, but coughed up blood, as the weight of his internal energy felt insurmountable. Suddenly, the Yamahal leader appeared before him, his palm descending, and the left swordsman was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 764. The fall of the Yamahal leader Wei Dongjun and the two swordsmen. Meanwhile, the right swordsman had not escaped far, as he was brought back by Bai Mo Chen. Not far from here stands a dilapidated temple. Brother Bai, please guard me while I manipulate their minds, commanded the Yamahal leader. The two dragged their captives toward the nearby ruined temple. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from within the temple. The left and right swordsmen of the Sacred Sword Lake, their eyes glazed and their auras unstable. At that moment, in a small courtyard, a woman in a purple dress gazed upon the sword-wielding youth and inquired, Are you saying the left and right swordsmen have been summoned by Sima Changhen? Indeed. Uncle Long, our master has gone to meet Sima Changhen, came the reply. The young man wielding a sword lowered his head, his gaze hesitant to meet that of the other. Yet, it seemed he longed to look up, as he occasionally attempted to raise his chin. Upon hearing the young man's words, the woman in the purple dress displayed a fleeting change in expression. She had just met with Sima Changhen, and it was improbable that he had arranged a meeting with the two envoys. Who could it be? The woman in purple pondered, but soon her expression shifted subtly. It could not be Sima Changhen. It must be Bai Maching, who was still in Luoyang and had arranged the meeting with the two envoys. An ominous premonition surged within her. How long have your masters been gone? Half a day? Do you know where they went? Outside the city, to Zhuligang, replied the young man with the sword. That place is desolate, surrounded only by mountains and forests. Could Bai Maching and the others be plotting against the two sword envoys? The woman in purple thought anxiously. Cold master, I believe my masters will return shortly, the young swordsman remarked, noticing the woman in purple deep in thought. She lifted her gaze towards him and asked unexpectedly, Xiaofan, do you find me beautiful? The young swordsman, caught off guard, looked up at her, and the brilliance in her eyes captivated him, causing his mind to spiral into confusion. You should go wait in the adjacent courtyard for a while, the woman instructed. Hearing her words, the young swordsman appeared dazed, his movements robotic as he exited the courtyard. The woman in purple promptly entered the house, retrieving the Jiangnan poison water that Sima Changhen had given her earlier, and dripped it into the water jug inside. As she stepped out, two figures entered from outside, their faces pale and seemingly suffering from a severe mental blow, their bodies bearing faint signs of injury. We greet the two envoys. The woman in purple bowed to them. Cold junior sister, what have you discovered? Have you located Sima Changhen? The left sword envoy inquired, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion upon seeing her. I have traced the whereabouts of Tang Lai, the fourth chief of the Luoyang escort agency, but have yet to make contact. I returned first to report to you both. I just heard Xiaofan mention that you two met with Sima Changhen, the woman in purple replied, maintaining her composure. The two men fell silent and proceeded into the house. We were ambushed by Maching and fell victim to Yanluo Hall's Wei Dongjun's heavenly net of 1,000 threads. We need to expel the poison, the left sword envoy stated. Upon hearing this, the woman in purple's eyes flickered with a subtle change. By the way, where is Xiaofan? The left sword envoy asked, noticing the absence of the young swordsman in the courtyard. He just stepped out. I will call him back shortly, she responded. Once inside, the two men took their seats. The left sword envoy poured himself a cup of tea and served the right sword envoy as well. Observing them pour the tea, the woman in purple lowered her head, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. The two men, lacking any suspicion, drank the cups of tea. Yet, the moment they swallowed, their internal energy surged violently, and blood erupted from their mouths. This tea is poisoned. The two individuals sought to harness their internal energy for defense, yet their qi remained utterly uncontrollable. Boom. Boom, boom. Their inner energy erupted violently. In the moment of this explosive release, their gazes deepened with a profound intensity. What is happening? How do we end up here? Yet, as they uttered these words, black blood flowed continuously from the corners of their mouths, and soon thereafter, their bodies collapsed onto the ground. Alas, the two sword-bearers of the sacred sword lake had fallen victim to poison not once, but twice in a single day. Observing the fallen figures, the woman in the purple dress displayed a look of confusion, her brows knitting slightly. Although the toxicity of the Jiangnan poison water was formidable, it should not have led to their swift demise so rapidly. She immediately began to investigate with keen scrutiny. Not only was there a residue of poison within their bodies, but their spirits had also suffered grievous damage. It seemed they had regained a semblance of consciousness, indicating that their minds had been manipulated by the denizens of the underworld temple, compelling them to act against their will. Such a waste. Subsequently, the woman in the purple dress tidied the room, gathering the bodies of the two men along with their swords, and placed them into a carriage outside the courtyard. Setting off towards Jili Ridge beyond the city. One must complete the task thoroughly. These two could only meet their end at Jili Ridge, where traces of battle were likely to be found. As evening descended, the woman in the purple dress and the sword-wielding youth arrived at Jili Ridge. Cold master, do you think our master and the others will encounter trouble? The sword-wielding youth expressed his concerns. Let us observe first, the woman replied. The two searched through the forest and soon arrived at the site of the battle. Master, over here. In no time, the sword-wielding youth discovered 2 areas on the ground where flesh had been shattered, his expression shifting drastically. The woman in the purple dress quickly rushed to his side. "This is the sword of a sword-bearer," she exclaimed, her face paling. "Our master and the others are in peril. What shall we do?" The sword-wielding youth, unaccustomed to such dire circumstances, appeared somewhat flustered. "Immediately contact the chief steward and inform him of this situation," the woman commanded. Yes, I will contact the chief steward at once," he affirmed. The news of the deaths of the 2 sword-bearers of the Sacred Sword Lake at Jili Ridge outside Luoyang City swiftly disseminated throughout the Sacred Sword Lake and echoed within the city of Luoyang. Meanwhile, Su Chen, en route to Luoyang, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this news. He had not anticipated that within a single day, the 2 sword-bearers of the Sacred Sword Lake would meet their demise. "What status do the sword-bearers hold within the Sacred Sword Lake?" Su Chen inquired. "The left and right sword-bearers are appointed by the Sword Master of the Sacred Sword Lake, ranking just below him, on par with the chief steward of the Sacred Sword Lake," Mei Xuanzhuang elucidated. "So that is the case. I had thought them formidable," Su Chen replied with a shake of his head. At that moment, outside the carriage, voices of discussion and the sound of galloping hooves could be heard. The Luoyang escort agency had intercepted Ren Qianxing, seemingly demanding the surrender of the sword box. "The Luoyang escort agency is here, seeking the sword box from Ren Qianxing?" Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Why was the Luoyang escort agency showing up at this moment, demanding that Ren Qianxing hand over the sword box? What were they thinking? Chapter 765. Su Chen, Lan Yueho, Qian Junmo, let us go and have a look. Su Chen instructed the driver, Zhai Suiyan. By the time they arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Ren Qianxing, bearing the sword box, stood before 5 escort masters, each adorned with the 5-colored banner of the Luoyang Escort Agency. "Deputy Chief Ren, the sword box belongs to the Sacred Sword Lake. We kindly request that you hand it over to us so that I may deliver it to the Sacred Sword Lake," the leading man stated. "Do not obstruct my path," Ren Qianxing replied coldly, continuing forward. In his eyes, even if the master of the Sacred Sword Lake were to come, they would not be able to take the sword box. "Deputy Chief Ren Yu." Upon seeing Ren Qianxing dismissing them, the leading man's expression changed, and he glanced at the other 4. As they moved to encircle Ren Qianxing, he had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from their sight and reappearing behind them. The 5 men's expressions shifted as they attempted to turn, but suddenly, they were overtaken by pain. Bang, 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 bang. As they turned, their internal energy exploded, and each was reduced to a mass of flesh, leaving only their astonished heads to tumble to the ground. Such a potent, murderous intent. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions changed dramatically, and they gradually dispersed. After the crowd had thinned, only Su Chen's carriage remained. As Su Chen ordered the carriage to move forward, a figure appeared, landing before the 5 severed heads. Raising a hand, the figure grasped one head, and as the energy emanated from it, the figure swiftly discarded it. Bang! The head exploded. "Impressive. I did not expect such a formidable young master from the Tianya Pavilion," the figure remarked. Quick to perceive, this individual is not ordinary. Su Chen observed the figure before him. "Qian Junmo, I heard that your Jinwu Academy was destroyed. Have you fled to Jiangnan?" At that moment, a voice came from the distance. As the voice approached, a luxurious carriage swiftly made its way toward them. The carriage halted, and a figure emerged. It was Lan Yueho, who had appeared in Jiangnan. "Lan Yueho, I did not expect you to be here as well. I thought you were indulging in the pleasures of Su City. Are you also interested in the heart-clearing grass?" Qian Junmo said coldly, gazing at Lan Yueho. "It is not that I am interested, but rather, I know you are. You need the heart-clearing grass. What you desire, I also need." Lan Yueho retorted coldly at Qian Junmo. "Lan Yueho, it seems you are here to trouble me." "It appears we are destined for a confrontation," Qian Junmo declared, eyeing Lan Yueho. "I have no interest in battling you, but I have brought many adversaries for you. I wonder if your guardians can hold them off." Lan Yueho replied, looking at Qian Junmo. "Qian Junmo, Lan Yueho?" Upon the carriage, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the conversation between 2 individuals. The Duke of Lanyue was a person specially conferred by the Emperor of Zhou, rumored to have connections to the Heavenly Gate. Qian Junmo, the foremost disciple of the true martial academy, was also said to possess ties to the Heavenly Gate. Mei Zhuang remarked, "The Duke of Lanyue, it is said that the 7th prince once sought to win him over. However, The Duke proposed that the legitimate daughter of the Lai family, Lai Yunxiang, become his concubine. He is known to be quite domineering in the capital, and his reputation is not particularly favorable. Mei Zhuang continued. It appears his connections to the Heavenly Gate are quite formidable. Su Chen squinted slightly, casting a glance at the Duke of Lanyue, who was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of flamboyance, with profound internal energy that likely reached the level of Dan Tian transforming into the sea. Of course, Su Chen was unaware if he possessed divine might, as that was beyond his perception. This individual is not simple. His strength may surpass the Dan Tian transforming into the sea. You all must exercise caution in his presence. Su Chen cautioned. As if sensing Su Chen's gaze, the Duke of Lanyue turned to look in his direction. However, he merely glanced at Su Chen before shifting his attention to Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Zhuang. Then, he looked back at Su Chen, a look of confusion crossing his face. On the other side, Qian Junmo, upon noticing the Duke's gaze towards Su Chen, also directed his eyes toward him. However, he did not recognize Su Chen, though he had some recollection of Mei Zhuang. At this moment, the Duke of Lanyue leaped forward, appearing in front of Su Chen's carriage. My good fellow, though you possess a scholarly air, your appearance is rather ordinary. How is it that you are accompanied by two stunning beauties? The Duke inquired of Su Chen. Surprised by the Duke's remark, Su Chen momentarily hesitated, having expected him to approach for a more serious matter. Instead, he posed such a peculiar question. This Duke is rather intriguing, Su Chen mused inwardly. Is there any issue with that? It is merely personal charm, though I must admit, it pales in comparison to you. Dear Duke, with four beauties at your side. As he spoke, Su Chen spread his arms, drawing Mei Zhuang and Zhuang Xuanji close. Surely, you wouldn't want me to lose face in front of the Duke. He transmitted to them as he embraced them. Although both women initially contemplated resisting, they paused upon hearing Su Chen's words and allowed him to hold them. Are you also headed to the sacred sword lake, my good fellow? Might I inquire if we could journey together? The Duke of Lanyue proposed. Indeed, we are en route to the sacred sword lake. They wish to witness the traces of swordsmanship masters, hence our arrival. Since Duke wishes to invite us, we shall travel together. I am Su Chen, he replied. Su Chen, the young leader of the Qinglong society? The Duke of Lanyue remarked, looking at Su Chen. I never expected my modest renown would reach you, Duke. Su Chen replied softly. Wow, I did not anticipate it was you, the infamous figure. It is said you have slain a father and taken his daughter, truly a display of our kind. I, dear brother, was just preparing to emulate you. Admiration sparkled in the Duke's eyes. Su Chen's brow furrowed in response. Brother Su, I assure you, my intentions are not malicious. Rather, I hold deep admiration for you. I have recently acquired two exquisite pieces of South Sea Qinglong jade, which I present to your esteemed sisters as tokens of our meeting. Lan Yueho promptly retrieved the two jade pendants from his bosom and offered them to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. The South Sea Qinglong jade is reputed to enhance one's beauty and assist the wearer in refining their internal energy, making it a rare treasure indeed. Lan Yueho's generosity in presenting two pieces at once is truly commendable. As Su Chen accepted the pendants, he received a notification. Acquired premium South Sea Qinglong jade, capable of nurturing the wearer's appearance and aiding cultivators in enhancing their internal energy. Reward, 1 orange lottery card. To his surprise, they were indeed premium South Sea Qinglong jades, remarkable gifts from Lan Yueho. Let us proceed without delay, so as not to inconvenience the passers-by. Su Chen suggested. Certainly, Brother Su. I possess a private estate within Luoyang City. Upon our arrival, I would be delighted to show you around my estate, which boasts 72 songstresses, not only renowned for their exquisite dancing, but also their melodious voices. Lan Yueho replied. Once we reach Luoyang, I shall certainly visit your estate, said Su Chen enthusiastically. Excellent. Lan Yueho returned to his carriage, casting not a single glance at Qian Junmo, and instructed the carriage to follow closely behind Su Chen as they departed. Left on the roadside, Qian Junmo's expression darkened. He had never before faced such blatant disregard. The young master of the Qinglong society, Su Chen. I did not anticipate the presence of the Qinglong society at the Holy Sword Lake, he murmured, as he turned his attention towards another direction. Chapter 766, Holy Sword Lake, Sword Master Lu Wujian. Sword enthusiast, fleeting splendor. The Holy Sword Lake is a vast expanse of water, with a small island known as Sword Heart Island situated upon its shores. This island is a forbidden zone, accessible to the public only on rare occasions. The Holy Sword Lake itself lies along the lake's edge, where a grand estate resides. Within the estate, an elderly man clad in a blue robe bore an exceedingly grim countenance. The son of the sword master of the Holy Sword Lake had just perished, and now both sword guardians lay dead. The reputation of the Holy Sword Lake in Jiangnan has plummeted. Do you know who was responsible for the deaths of the sword guardians? The elder inquired of a man dressed in a white sword robe standing before him. Chief, I dispatched a subordinate to investigate the scene of the incident. From the findings, it appears that 2 individuals were involved, and the evidence suggests they were poisoned. The blood left on the ground reveals traces of 2 toxins, Heavenly E9 poison water and Heavenly Net 1000 pulse, the white-robed man responded. From the conversation, it became evident that the elder clad in blue was Tianyin, the steward of the Holy Sword Lake. The Heavenly E9 poison water and Heavenly Net 1000 pulse are notorious poisons exclusive to the Underworld Palace. Could it be that individuals from the Underworld Palace were involved? Upon hearing this, Tianyin's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Indeed, the 2 sword guardians were likely first afflicted by Heavenly Net 1000 pulse before succumbing to Heavenly E9 poison water, subsequently being obliterated by overwhelming energy. The man in the white sword robe elucidated. A peculiar air enveloped the situation. If it were indeed the machinations of the Yamahal, then having fallen victim to the heavenly net, they could have eliminated 2 individuals. Why then allow them to succumb to the 9 poison waters? Ho Tianyin furrowed his brow slightly. The subordinate, unable to decipher this, suggested that it could be a ruse orchestrated by the Yamahal. Upon hearing this, Ho Tianyin's brow knitted further. The circumstances were indeed perplexing, and he could not fathom the rationale behind such actions, for there seemed to be no necessity for it. The death of the sword master's son at the hands of the Yamahal and Heavenly Dust Palace had already fostered enmity between them. Eliminating 2 sword wielders seemed an excessive measure for concealing evidence. Pondering this conundrum, he inquired about the others who had ventured to Luoyang City. Had they managed to establish contact with Sima Changhen of the Luoyang Escort Agency? After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked. The man in the white sword robe replied that news from Lungchuan indicated that they had located the whereabouts of Tang Lai from the Luoyang Escort Agency and were currently deliberating whether to approach him. At present, the Luoyang Escort Agency was left with only Sima Changhen and Tang Lai. Finding Tang Lai should lead them to Sima Changhen. Urging Lung Qiuyan to make haste in contacting Sima Changhen, head Ho Tianyin frowned. The subordinate acknowledged this and added that the Luoyang Escort Agency had attempted to intercept Ren Qianxing from Tianya Pavilion to reclaim the sword box. Yet Ren Qianxing had slain their assailants. It seemed that Ren Qianxing from Tianya Pavilion bore ill intentions. Should we arrange for someone to confront him and demand the sword box? The man in white suggested. For the time being, there is no need. The sword box is safest in his possession. Once we reach the Holy Sword Lake, we shall assess his capabilities. Our priority now is to locate by marching of the Heavenly Dust Palace and the individuals from the Yamahal. We must swiftly establish contact with Sima Chang'an, as he will surely be able to track down by Maching and the Yamahal members. Head Ho Tianyin commanded. Understood. The man in white bowed and exited the hall. Once he departed, Ho Tianyin's expression grew grave. The situation had become rather intricate. After a moment of reflection, he turned and left. Shortly thereafter, Ho Tianyin found himself in a hidden chamber. Upon a cushion within the chamber sat a man clad in a golden sword robe. It was none other than Lu Wujian, the current sword master of the Holy Sword Lake. It was rumored that he had entered seclusion at the heart of Holy Sword Lake. Yet here he was in the hidden chamber. As Ho Tianyin entered, Lu Wujian opened his eyes. What have you uncovered? He inquired. Sword master. Both sword wielders have been slain. After succumbing to the heavenly net of the Yamahal, they fell victim to the 9 poison waters. The cause of death appears rather peculiar. I sense that there are multiple clandestine hands at work plotting against our Holy Sword Lake, Ho Tianyin reported. Let them frolic for a few days longer. Once we ascertain the truth, I shall cleave them down with a single strike. Have the remains from Kunlun been returned? The bodies recoverable from the Taoist temple have all been brought back, and I personally examined Kunlun's remains. Initially, he was poisoned in his right hand, subsequently severed his own arms, and ultimately used them to refine the 7-star sword box. From the scar on the chest, it is evident that it was the sword of Shi Hantian. Indeed, Shi Hantian and his companions were slain by Ren Qianxing's sword. The swordmaster remarked that Ren Qianxing's swordsmanship is exceedingly formidable. Judging by the wounds on the blood Rakshasa, a single strike is lethal. This individual's prowess likely approaches the realm of fragmentation, and according to the intelligence gathered, he is confirmed to be in his 20s, certainly not a relic of the past. Chief Steward Hua Tianyin interjected. So young? He must possess a remarkable background. The swordmaster mused, his brow slightly furrowed. What is Ren Qianxing up to now? Carrying a sword box to my sacred sword lake, he likely intends to openly challenge us. Hua Tianyin continued. Now this is a true adversary. Such a foe deserves respect. Those lurking in the shadows are easily dealt with. You possess my swordmaster's decree. Proceed to Sword Heart Island and allow Jian Taichi to visit the Heavenly Dust Palace. Grant him permission to employ instant bloom. For I desire the Heavenly Dust Palace to vanish from the Jiangnan martial world by tomorrow. I want the world to know that the renown of my sacred sword lake is not founded on reputation, but on the sword in my hand, the swordmaster declared. His tone icy. Upon hearing this, Hua Tianyin's expression shifted subtly. He understood the swordmaster's intent to kill. Your subordinate shall act immediately, he affirmed. Go forth and swiftly uncover those hidden hands. The swordmaster then closed his eyes once more. A master of the sword, he understands that the path of swordsmanship is one of the heart, capable of severing all ties. The death of a loved one does not sway the hearts of these swordmasters. The swordmaster of Sacred Sword Lake comprehends the heart of slaughter. How could his resolve waver? It is merely for the eyes of others. At the center island of Sacred Sword Lake, Chief Steward Hua Tianyin appeared before a cave. The exterior was serene, yet as he stepped inside, he paused, feeling an overwhelming sword intent that caused his countenance to shift. The sword intent penetrated his mind, intensifying further. Jian Taichi, the Heavenly Dust Palace has conspired against my Sacred Sword Lake. The swordmaster commands you to pay a visit to the Heavenly Dust Palace and obliterate it. Granting you permission to utilize instant bloom, Hua Tianyin announced. Permission to employ instant bloom? The swordmaster's bloodlust is rather intense. A deep voice echoed within the cave as a gaunt man clad in black emerged. He bore the visage of a middle-aged man, yet his hair was white, and his eyes flickered with a sword-like brilliance, as if reflecting sword energy. Qinglong has been slain. This is the scheme of the Heavenly Dust Palace and the Underworld Hall. Hua Tianyin spoke solemnly. Qinglong is dead. The Heavenly Dust Palace shall cease to exist after tomorrow. With that, the figure transformed into a fleeting shadow before Hua Tianyin. Chapter 767. The Battle of the Heavenly Dust Palace. The sword raises the storm. After tomorrow, the Heavenly Dust Palace will be no more. Blood will stain the sword. Rivers of blood will flow. Hua Tianyin sighed and turned to depart. At that moment, in a secret chamber within Luoyang City, how could the left and right sword wielders of Sacred Sword Lake be dead? Bai Macheng furrowed his brow, addressing the Lord of the Underworld, Wei Dongjun. It shouldn't be. They had clearly returned to the city. Could someone have followed them and slain them? The Lord of the Underworld, Wei Dongjun, replied in a low voice. It can only be said that it appears rather improbable for those seeking the Sacred Sword Lake to lure out Sima Changhen. It seems we must rely on ourselves. However, Wei, I am quite curious about your profound concern for Sima Changhen. Bai Macheng addressed the Lord of the Hell Hall. Now that we have formed an alliance, I hope you can be forthright with me. Upon hearing Bai Macheng's words, the gaze of Wei Dongjun, the Lord of the Hell Hall, slightly sharpened. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Since you have put it this way, I shall not withhold the truth. Sima Changhen possesses an item belonging to my Hell Hall, and that item holds great significance for me. Thus, I must retrieve it. As for the nature of this item, I cannot divulge it at this time. Rest assured, you shall witness it in due course. Now I understand. I shall refrain from further inquiries. Yet, I cannot shake a sense of foreboding. The Sacred Sword Lake seems unusually tranquil, which is somewhat uncharacteristic of the Sword Master. Bai Macheng spoke solemnly. You are concerned for the Sword Master. His inactivity suggests that his heart of the sword is indeed troubled, and for now, he is unlikely to strike against your Heavenly Dust Palace. Moreover, your esteemed ancestor, Tian Jingshun, has emerged from seclusion to oversee the Heavenly Dust Palace. So there is no need for worry, Wei Dongjun of the Hell Hall reassured him. As the two conversed, Lin Xiaotian, clad in resplendent attire, returned to the secret chamber. Have we discovered the whereabouts of Sima Changhen? Inquired Wei Dongjun. Not yet. Our personnel in Luoyang are somewhat limited. However, individuals from the Luoyang escort agency have appeared. demanding that Ren Qianqing surrender the sword box in the name of the sacred sword lake. Ren Qianqing has slain all 5 members of the agency, indicating that his intentions for visiting the sacred sword lake extend beyond merely observing the sword arts. There are likely ulterior motives at play. Lin Xiaodian reported. Wei, our plans have been thwarted by Ren Qianqing. We must encircle and eliminate him, Bai Machin declared, a murderous intent flickering across his countenance. Palace Master, we have yet to ascertain Ren Qianqing's true strength. Acting hastily may lead to peril, Lin Xiaodian cautioned. Bai, Deputy Palace Master Lin is correct. Ren Qianqing has slain Blood Rakshasa and others with a single stroke. His abilities remain enigmatic. We should refrain from immediate action. Furthermore, he is headed for the Sacred Sword Lake. If he is unwilling to relinquish the sword box, it is likely that the Sacred Sword Lake will retrieve it, allowing them to test Ren Qianqing's actual prowess on our behalf, Wei Dongjun proposed. Maintain vigilant surveillance over Ren Qianqing's movements. Also, keep an eye on developments from the Heavenly Dust Palace, Bai Machin instructed. The following day, in Tianyin City, the second largest city outside of Luoyang, now occupied by the Heavenly Dust Palace. The Heavenly Dust Palace has held a renowned position in the martial world for centuries. A century ago, an individual ascended the Heavenly Gate, securing its place among the top 3 palaces in Jiangnan's martial rankings. The Heavenly Dust Palace is situated atop the Grand Tianshan Mountain, at the foot of which a man garbed in black was making his way to the Heavenly Dust Palace. This was Jian Taichi, who had hastened from the Sacred Sword Lake, his gaze fixed upon the mountaintop, revealing a fierce intent for vengeance. He proceeded along the mountain path. 3 disciples clad in the robes of Tianshan Palace were descending the mountain when they spotted a man in black, intending to approach him for inquiries. However, in the blink of an eye, the figure in black materialized before them, unleashing 3 streams of sword energy that pierced through their chests. The 3 Tianshan disciples fell to the ground without uttering a sound. As they descended from Tianshan Mountain, anyone encountered was similarly pierced by the sword energy, causing blood to flow freely along the mountain path. Before long, the figure known as Jian Taichi appeared at the entrance of Tianshan Palace. Who are you? Demanded the gatekeeping disciples upon seeing Jian Taichi, their voices laced with authority. Jian Taichi raised a finger, and 2 beams of sword light erupted from it, impaling the 2 guardians. Enemy attack. Someone shouted upon witnessing the scene, only to have their head explode moments later. Jian Taichi continued his advance, his aura no longer restrained but rather unleashed, as boundless black sword energy erupted from him. Screams echoed as the disciples of Tianshan Palace were pierced by the sword energy. Soon, Jian Taichi stood outside the main hall of the palace. You dare to be reckless in my Tianshan Palace? You seek death. Tiamuchen fist. A figure emerged, delivering a punch towards Jian Taichi. Yet, just as the fist approached, Jian Taichi raised his palm and, with a single finger, struck forth, the thick sword energy piercing through the opponent's body in an instant. I am Jian Taichi of the Holy Sword Lake. Today, by the command of the Sword Master, I shall annihilate Tianshan Palace. His deep voice resonated within the palace. Holy Sword Lake, is that rumor true? The countenances of some Tianshan disciples changed drastically upon hearing this. They had heard the recent whispers and had felt anxious, but with no movement from Holy Sword Lake, they had somewhat relaxed. Little did they expect that today, a figure from Holy Sword Lake would arrive. You are arrogant, thinking you can eradicate my Tianshan Palace alone. Today, we shall eliminate you first. 3 figures surged forth from within Tianshan Palace, their potent auras coalescing into a formidable presence. These 3 were formidable practitioners of the Sea Realm. To kill me. You 3 are unworthy, Jian Taichi responded flatly, yet his own aura began to radiate with a divine might, akin to a sharp sword energy directed towards the 3 who had appeared. Instantly, their divine presence was suppressed by this overwhelming force. Since you 3 have chosen to step forth to meet your demise, I shall escort you on your journey. Jian Taichi raised his arm, and in an instant, an astonishing sword energy gathered upon it. With a resounding strike, a colossal black sword light emerged, cleaving towards the 3. The black sword light enveloped the heavens and the earth, an awe-inspiring strike that shook the very foundation of existence. Jian Taichi, how dare you? A venerable voice thundered from within the hall. As the voice echoed, a figure appeared before the 3. Thunderous royal fist. The appearing figure unleashed a punch, the immense golden fist shadow colliding with the black sword light. Retreat quickly. The The three individuals who had previously spoken in hushed tones suddenly retreated swiftly, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Tianjing Chun, you have emerged, splendid. Upon recognizing the assailant, Jian Taichi's face lit up with excitement, tinged with a hint of ferocity. Receive another strike from my sword, he bellowed, as an eruption of black true energy enveloped him like a furnace. As he raised his arm, this dark energy coalesced into a colossal shadow of a black sword. Chapter 768, Fleeting Splendor, Annihilating All, the Destruction of Tianjin Palace. In this moment, Jian Taichi unleashed his divine might. As this power manifested, a dreadful crimson aura enveloped the shadow of the sword, rendering it drenched in bloodlust. The sky was suffused with a blood-red haze, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression among all who stood outside Tianjin Palace. With a decisive strike, the immense black sword descended, its terrifying radiance cascading downward like a waterfall towards Tianjing Chun. In response, a formidable golden aura erupted from Tianjing Chun, manifesting into a fearsome dragon silhouette that soared into the heavens. The unrivaled dragon fist, he intoned softly as he hurled a punch, sending the golden dragon towards the sword's shadow. The collision of their energies produced an even more potent tempest. In that fleeting moment, Jian Taichi found himself forced to retreat, uttering a low growl. Blood sword, slaughter the world. He ascended into the air, a massive blood-red sword shadow materializing behind him, distorting the very fabric of space. Swish, swish. The sword shadows rained down incessantly. The disciples of Tianjin Palace screamed in agony as their bodies were pierced by the crimson storm. Jian Taichi, observing the carnage, Tianjing Chun surged forward, swiftly appearing before Jian Taichi as he materialized. A peculiar smile crept across Jian Taichi's face. Fleeting splendor. At that moment, following the blood-red sword shadow, an eerie, shadowy beam of sword light emerged. This ominous light, silent yet swift, transformed into a blade that enveloped Tianjing Chun. Fleeting splendor. You have comprehended the essence of the sacred sword lake. Tianjing Chun's expression morphed into one of sheer shock, as a formidable true energy enveloped him. Yet, the sword light seemed to freeze both time and space around him. The true energy shattered like fragile glass, penetrating his form. As the light pierced through his body, he bore no visible wounds. However, his previously vibrant spirit seemed to dissipate in an instant, leaving his face lined with creases. His internal energy waned rapidly. At that moment, a blood-red beam of sword light pierced through him. With a splutter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. The sword-wielding figure, sword-mad, spat a mouthful of blood as his body crumpled to the ground. The recent execution of the fleeting brilliance technique had drained him significantly, which elucidated his urgency in eliminating his opponent before they could recover. Upon hitting the ground, Sword-Mad unleashed a surge of sword energy from his palm, instantly piercing the bodies of those around him. With a swift grasp, he captured their forms, allowing crimson energy to flow into him like a rushing river. He was injured. Seeing this, the three formidable entities from the sea advanced towards Sword-Mad with murderous intent. His expression twisted into a grimace as he erupted into action, engaging in combat with the trio. The prior exertion of slaying the awe-inspiring adversary had left him momentarily unable to swiftly dispatch his attackers. Kill, kill, kill. At this juncture, disciples of the Heavenly Dust Palace also charged at Sword-Mad. In a flash of brilliance, he struck once more. An eerie sword light pierced through all. His once white hair now appeared even more pallid. Such a sword technique demanded a heavy toll on life itself. With a chilling sound, the sword energy erupted, rending everything in its vicinity. Even the three assailants before him were not spared. As he coughed up more blood, wrinkles began to etch themselves on his face. With a fervent grip, he drew in the surrounding blood, causing the earlier signs of aging to dissipate rapidly, replenishing his vitality with the very essence of life. His gaze grew increasingly frenzied, mercilessly striking down any who crossed his path. In a fleeting moment, the Heavenly Dust Palace was transformed into a river of blood, with only a few, sensing the impending doom, managing to escape. Outside the city of Luoyang, two carriages came to a halt. At this moment, a maid disembarked from the Lan Yu Marquis carriage and approached Su Chen's carriage. Young Master Su, the Marquis has sent me to inquire whether you will join us at the manor. I have some matters to attend to and will not be able to visit the manor just yet. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall pay my respects to Marquis Lan Yu, Su Chen replied. He still had individuals to meet and tasks to complete, making it inconvenient to stay at the Marquis estate. The leader of the Qinglong society, Shui Yiren, and the sword master Lu Sheng will arrive in Luoyang tonight. Shui Yiren's strength is still lacking, as he has yet to acquire any treasures. Hence he seeks to compete for the sword heart clear grass to enhance his power. Youth Master Su, our Marquis will be hosting a banquet tomorrow night for various martial arts factions in Luoyang. We kindly invite you to grace us with your presence. Here is the Marquis's invitation and token, which grants you direct access to the manor. The maid presented the invitation and token before Su Chen. Very well. Inform your Marquis that I shall attend tomorrow night. Su Chen accepted the invitation and token. The Marquis of Lan Yu is known for his adept handling of affairs, and Su Chen was eager to forge a connection while gleaning insights into the situation atop the Heavenly Gate, for he was currently in the dark about it. After collecting the items, Su Chen parted ways with the Lan Yu Marquis carriage and ventured into the city. Why do you treat this young Master Su with such courtesy, my lord? Inside the carriage of Lord Lan Yu, a violet-clad maid gently massaged his shoulders and remarked, while the prowess of Lord Lan Yu may be somewhat lacking, my discerning eyes are anything but ordinary. The aura emanating from Su Xiaolong is formidable. He is no mere mortal. Lord Lan Yu responded, let us proceed to the estate first. Then, send out invitations to the heroes of the Jianghu in Luoyang. Additionally, summon the 3 brothers of the Luo family. I intend to create some trouble for Qian Junmo. The sword heart is open to others, but Qian Junmo must not be touched. I wonder if the Qinglong society will take action against him. I shall inquire with Su Xiaolong when the opportunity arises. He continued, both he and Qian Junmo descended from the Heavenly Gate. Years ago, he incurred some troubles up there and paid a hefty price to arrive here. However, shortly after his arrival, Qian Junmo descended as well. Over the years, it has been his conjecture that Qian Junmo is here to deal with him. Yet, it seems Qian Junmo has yet to discover a guaranteed method to strike him down, which is why he has refrained from making a move. Thus, I shall not allow Qian Junmo any chance to enhance his abilities. Come, let us return to the estate, and also dispatch someone to investigate Qian Junmo's whereabouts. Understood. A maid beside him nodded before stealthily exiting the carriage, vanishing into the throngs of people entering the city. Within the inn, a surprising piece of news reached Su Chen from Yuan Suiyan. Did the Sword Lake take action to annihilate the Celestial Dust Palace? Su Chen, who had just checked into the inn, was taken aback. Previously, he had scarcely regarded the Sword Lake, especially since they had shown no response when his son was slain. Yet, astonishingly, within a single day, such news had emerged. Chapter 769. The aftermath unfolds. Qian Junmo reappears. Who struck against the Sword Lake? Su Chen inquired. It was a person known as Jian Taichi, who, upon striking, went into a frenzy, causing rivers of blood to flow at the Celestial Dust Palace, Yuan Suiyan explained. This individual now waits outside the Celestial Dust Palace for its members to single-handedly obliterate the Celestial Dust Palace. Jian Taichi's strength is remarkable. Do you know this person? Su Chen asked, turning to Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanchuang, who were nearby. Zhuang Xuanji shook her head, while Mei Xuanchuang pondered for a moment before speaking. Jian Taichi rose to fame 20 years ago as a disciple of Lu Wujian, the master of Sword Lake. 2 decades ago, he became infatuated with a sword technique called momentary elegance within the Sword Lake. However, this technique consumes one's lifespan significantly. To practice it, Jian Taichi cultivated a technique that devours life essence to sustain his vitality. Yet, even with the replenishment of essence, he could not counter the technique's toll. It is rumored that due to excessive use of momentary elegance, he has aged considerably. It is a surprise he has not perished. Mei Xuanchuang remarked. The Sword Lake possesses profound depth, far exceeding its superficial strength. Has Sima Changhen made an appearance? Su Chen subsequently queried. With the Sword Lake having eradicated the Celestial Dust Palace, it stands to reason that Sima Changhen should now reveal himself. In comparison to the Sacred Sword Lake, Su Chen harbored a deeper intrigue for the enigmatic figure of Sima Changhen, who lurked in the shadows. The fact that someone as formidable as Xiao Lei Shui would sacrifice themselves speaks volumes about Sima Changhen's extraordinary nature. Currently, the leader of the Luoyang escort agency is the 4th elder, Tang Lai. Let us first locate Tang Lai. I believe he holds the key to meeting Sima Changhen. Su Chen remarked. acknowledging the likelihood that Sima Changhen is surrounded by skilled individuals or possesses great strength himself, for otherwise, a master like Xiao Leishui would not have fallen so easily. In the martial world, strength is paramount. Ultimately, it comes down to one's formidable power, Su Chen added. My subordinate will continue to investigate, Yuan Suiyin replied. Do not rush. Given the current circumstances, they will eventually reveal themselves. Your focus should remain on your cultivation. Su Chen advised Yuan Suiyin. Previously, he had bestowed a divine force card upon Yuan Suiyin. It had not been long since Yuan Suiyin's breakthrough. If the divine force could be augmented, his strength would undoubtedly increase. I did not anticipate such significant upheaval in the martial world with the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake. It seems our journey to observe the swords may not be as smooth as we hoped, Mei Xuanchuang sighed. Fear not. As long as the Sacred Sword Lake is open, we shall surely gain entry and witness the sword tomb, Su Chen asserted. Must we accompany you? Mei Xuanchuang inquired, harboring no particular fondness for Duke Lanyu. If you choose not to join, then Xuanji shall accompany me, Su Chen declared, glancing at Mei Xuanchuang before addressing Zhuang Xuanji. Unlike Mei Xuanchuang, Zhuang Xuanji had been preoccupied with thoughts of Su Chen lately. Then I shall accompany Sister Xuanji as well, but with Duke Lanyu's evident interest in you. What might his intentions be? Mei Xuanchuang quickly redirected the conversation upon hearing Su Chen's plan to take Zhuang Xuanji along, regardless of his motives. As long as there is no malice, he remains a friend. Should there be ill intent, he becomes an enemy. And for enemies, I have but one response. Kill. Su Chen stated coldly. So far, I have not detected any malice from Duke Lanyu, but it seems he bears a grudge against Qian Junmo. Their enmity likely originated atop the Heavenly Gate. Do you think Duke Lanyu seeks to enlist the Azure Dragon Society to eliminate Qian Junmo? Zhuang Xuanji pondered. Eliminate Qian Junmo? Given his extraordinary prowess and the strength of his companions, it would not be an easy task. However, should Duke Lanyu offer an appropriate price, the Azure Dragon Society could indeed assist in dispatching Qian Junmo, Su Chen replied. Let us proceed to dine, and, in the meantime, listen to the happenings outside, Su Chen suggested to Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanchuang. Soon, the innkeeper arranged a private room on the second floor, allowing them to overhear the conversations of the martial guests in the hall. The Sacred Sword Lake has remained dormant until now, but upon its emergence, it has obliterated the Heavenly Dust Palace. It is said that the legendary Master Tian Shan was slain by Jian Taichi with a single strike. Jian Taichi is extraordinarily terrifying. However, the loss incurred by this sword is not insignificant. It is rumored that he was driven to madness, having invoked the momentary brilliance of the Sacred Sword Lake several times, thus depleting a considerable portion of his lifespan. Yet he remains seated in the Celestial Dust Palace, seemingly utilizing the blood essence of the fallen warriors within to stabilize his own longevity. Conversations ensue among some individuals. Meanwhile, the master of the Celestial Dust Palace, Bai Machin, appears to be untroubled, seemingly residing within the city of Luoyang. Bai Machin has certainly encountered misfortune. Had it not been for his encounter with Ren Qianxing of the Tianya Pavilion, the schemes regarding the Sacred Sword Lake might have remained undisclosed. Such is fate. It is said that since Ren Qianxing's arrival in Luoyang, he has not made another appearance, leaving many to wonder when he shall re-emerge. It is presumed he is awaiting the commencement of the Sacred Sword Lake event. One ponders whether he is provoking the Sacred Sword Lake by carrying its sword box. Will the Sacred Sword Lake take action against Ren Qianxing? Some speculate. The answer remains elusive. Yet it is conceivable that Ren Qianxing may be representing the Tianya Pavilion in a challenge against the Sacred Sword Lake. The Tianya Pavilion wields considerable influence, yet it has yet to manifest in the Jiangnan region. The appearance of the Deputy Master of the West Pavilion here in Luoyang County raises questions about their intentions to establish a foothold in our city. Some conjecture. It is indeed possible, given the current state of the two major forces in Luoyang County, the Tianya Pavilion's presence here is quite reasonable. Others nod in agreement. The Celestial Dust Palace appears to be faltering. Even if Bai Machin were to make an appearance, he would not stand a chance against the Sacred Sword Lake. The Luoyang Escort Agency may still persist, as Sima Changhen remains. Yet, what can Sima Changhen accomplish, especially without Xiao Lei? Some dismissively remark. It is unexpected that Sima Changhen would be so underestimated by the martial world. When he finally showcases his prowess, how will these martial wanderers perceive him then? Su Chen chuckles. Just as he speaks, a figure appears at the entrance of the inn. Noticing the figure, Su Chen furrows his brow slightly. The newcomer is none other than Qian Junmo from the Zhenwu Academy. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, Qian Junmo nods in acknowledgement, and a voice resonates in Su Chen's ear. Su Xiaolong, may I ascend the stairs for a brief meeting? Hearing Qian Junmo's transmission, Su Chen nods. For now, there are no grievances between the Qinglong Society and Qian Junmo. He is also quite eager to genuinely get to know Qian Junmo. Chapter 770. A Drop of Demonic Blood. The dragon roaring shield within the elegant chamber. The scent of sandalwood wafts through the air. Su Chen observes Qian Junmo before him. He is strikingly handsome, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman, yet his aura is enigmatic and inscrutable. It is evident that his realm surpasses Su Chen's own. Su Xiaolong. This is the specially crafted tranquil incense from the Zhenwu Academy. As a token of our first meeting, I present it to you. Qian Junmo places a long, ornate box before Su Chen. The tranquil incense from the Zhenwu Academy? Su Chen is momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qian Junmo would present him with the tranquil incense so promptly. The tranquil incense from the Zhenwu Academy can purify the mind, greatly aiding martial practitioners in their cultivation of spiritual presence. To my surprise, upon our first meeting, Brother Qian presented me with such a precious gift. It seems there is a matter at hand. Please, do share. The act of bestowing such a gift upon arrival indicates that Qian Junmo must indeed have something significant to discuss. The primary reason for his visit is to request that Su Xiaolong refrain from involving himself in the affairs between me and Lord Lanyue, Qian Junmo stated. In the capital, he is well aware of the formidable strength of the Qinglong Society, Sword Master. If Lord Lanyue were to align with the Qinglong Society, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. Brother Qian's intention is for me to ensure that the Qinglong Society does not accept any tasks from Lord Lanyue regarding you. However, if that is the case, I fear this token may be insufficient, Su Chen remarked, his voice steady as he regarded Qian Junmo. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a flicker of joy danced across Qian Junmo's face. With Su Chen bringing matters to light, there was no need for him to conceal anything further. He withdrew from his robe a brocade box, a jade vial, and 3 silver notes. As he opened the brocade box, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a pill that gleamed with a radiant sheen, upon which a faint dragon silhouette seemed to swim. This pill, known as the dragon-infused bone-enhancing pill, significantly strengthens one's bones while also enhancing one's innate potential to a certain degree. The jade vial contained a drop of essence from a millennium-old spiritual turtle residing on the back mountain of the Zhenwu Taoist temple, which could greatly augment a martial artist's innate vitality. Lastly, the 3 silver notes totaled 15 million taels. As Qian Junmo spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen held the brocade box, scrutinizing the pill within. He then opened the jade vial and subsequently unsealed the box containing the calming incense. Upon triggering the dragon-infused bone-enhancing pill, you have obtained 1 orange lottery card. Triggering the essence of the 3,000-year-old spiritual turtle has also granted you 1 orange lottery card. Triggering the Zhenwu courtyard, calming incense has awarded you yet another orange lottery card. Brother Qian, your generosity is truly remarkable. As for the matter between you and Lord Lanyue, we at the Qinglong Society shall remain uninvolved, Su Chen declared. For the time being, there is no bond between him and Lord Lanyue. Moreover, while the Qinglong Society refrains from harming Qian Junmo, others, such as the Tianya Pavilion, may not share the same restraint. Such offerings ought not to be taken for granted. Then I thank you, Su Xiaolong. I have other matters to attend to. Once I have resolved them, I shall seek another meeting with you, Qian Junmo said, a smile gracing his features, as he chose not to linger any longer. Indeed, Qian Junmo's generosity is extraordinary, Mei Xuanchuang remarked as she observed the items laid upon the table. For him, these may simply be ordinary possessions, Su Chen replied. Not only had he acquired valuable items this time, but he had also secured 3 orange lottery cards. Today has proven fortuitous for him. Su Chen promptly redeemed these 3 lottery cards alongside the one he had previously obtained from Lord Lanyue, totaling 4. You have received 1 drop of exclusive demonic blood for the Yagyu sword, 1 dragon roar shield, and the 2nd verse of the heavenly intent 4 symbols technique, along with 1 fire god's fury insight card and 1 bottle of celestial elixir. This bounty appears quite promising. Su Chen mused as he examined the exclusive item, demonic blood, associated with the Yagyu sword. Demonic blood, is the lifeblood flowing through the first-generation demon sovereign of the Annihilation Demon Gate, and consuming this blood can transform one's physique, enabling the comprehension of the fragmented demonic intent of the Annihilation Demon Sovereign, thereby augmenting one's divine might. Dragon's Roar Shield. At the pinnacle of artifact grade, it can evolve into a spirit weapon with 1,000 drops of the Millennium Spirit Turtle's essence from the true martial temple. It appears that Qinglong is bestowing wealth upon me. It seems I must seize the opportunity to visit the Millennium Spirit Turtle at the back mountain of the true martial temple, Su Chen mused, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, in another location, within a secret chamber, Bai Maching emanated a chilling aura of malevolence, his eyes fierce. Jian Taichi, Holy Sword Lake, your ruthlessness knows no bounds. Bai Maching could hardly believe that within a mere day, Holy Sword Lake had acted against him, annihilating his heavenly dust palace. Jian Taichi, I swear I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Bai Maching growled. However, he soon regained his composure. The Chuanzhou plan had been thwarted by Ren Qianqing, and the situation had been exposed. He had anticipated such an outcome, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Wei Xiong, the Lu Wu sword has made its move. It is likely they will find us soon. What are your plans to leave Luoyang City? Bai Moqing inquired, glancing at Wei Dongjun of the Yinlu Hall. Brother Bai, the item in Sima Chang'an's possession is of utmost importance to me. If you assist me in acquiring it, I shall aid you in dealing with Jian Taichi. This time, Jian Taichi has invoked momentary splendor twice. His lifespan must be dwindling, and we have a chance to slay him. Brother Bai, with the heavenly dust palace destroyed, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my Yinlu Hall. Wei Dongjun proposed, seeking Bai Maching's allegiance. I shall join the Yinlu Hall only after Jian Taichi's demise, Bai Maching replied after a moment of contemplation. With no other options remaining, aligning with the Yinlu Hall seemed a prudent choice. At that moment, in an inn, Lin Xiaodian stood before Sima Chang'an. Brother, the sword master has dispatched Jian Taichi to obliterate the heavenly dust palace. Now, with Holy Sword Lake gaining even greater momentum, what course of action shall we take? Lin Xiaodian questioned. We must eliminate Jian Taichi, Sima Chang'an replied with a calm demeanor. Eliminate Jian Taichi? Brother, do you intend to engage him personally? His technique, momentary splendor, is exceedingly enigmatic. Even Tian Jingchen fell to it. Lin Xiaodian expressed his concerns. The drop of blood within me has been nearly refined. Even should he employ momentary splendor, I am confident I can withstand it. The moment he uses that technique, he shall meet his end. Sima Chang'an's gaze was steady, his tone filled with assurance. Brother, what shall I do next? Monitor Wei Dongjun and Bai Maching of the Yinlu Hall. They likely have further schemes in play, and I am curious to discern their next moves. Additionally, the young dragon head of the Azure Dragon Society, Su Chen, has appeared in Luoyang County, which has sparked an idea that may prove beneficial, Sima Chang'an declared. Azure Dragon Society. Brother, do you intend to enlist them to commit murder? Lin Xiaodian inquired. It is not I who shall request their assistance, but rather Bai Maching and his associates. Given that Holy Sword Lake has decimated the heavenly dust palace, it is only natural for Bai Maching to seek assistance in avenging his loss, Sima Chang'an explained. Who shall we target for the murder of Holy Sword Lake? Lin Xiaodian asked. The overseer of Holy Sword Lake, Hua Tianyin, Sima Chang'an revealed. Understood, I shall facilitate this matter. With that, Lin Xiaodian turned and departed. After his exit, Sima Chang'an raised his hands, gazing at them with a sigh. It has been many years since I last made a move. It is time for me to stretch my limbs. As he spoke, a figure clad in black appeared outside the room. The chief requests your presence at Holy Sword Lake. Inform them that I am currently elusive, Sima Chang'an replied. Understood. The figure swiftly retreated. While many presumed Sima Chang'an was in hiding, few considered that he was actually ensconced in an inn opposite the Luoyang Escort Bureau. He cast a glance at the ruined Luoyang Escort Bureau, donned in new black attire, and exited the inn, determined to hunt down Sword Maniac. Chapter 771. The task of slaying Hua Tianyin. After a while, within a secret chamber, the palace master stated, Sword Maniac has obliterated our Tianqin Palace. This enmity cannot go unavenged. Lin Xiaodian regarded Bai Maching, his expression darkening. If Sword Maniac is within Tianqin Palace, he may be luring us out. Our primary objective remains locating Sima Chang'an. Wei Dongjun, standing beside Bai Maching, interjected, Lord of Yinluo, our Tianqin Palace has been destroyed. It is time for vengeance, not to seek out Sima Chang'an. Lin Xiaodian replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Bai Maxin, Deputy Palace Master. I have already pledged allegiance to the Yanluo Palace. Our foremost target is Sima Chang'an. Bai Maxin asserted. Palace Master, shall we not take revenge? If you hesitate, I shall act. I have discovered that Su Chen, the young leader of the Qinglong Society, has appeared in Luoyang. I can reach out to him and enlist the Qinglong Society to strike against those from Holy Sword Lake. Lin Xiaodian proposed. Qinglong Society. At the mention of this name, the Lord of Yanluo furrowed his brow slightly. However, Bai Maxin's expression showed a flicker of intrigue. If we could persuade the Qinglong Society to act against Holy Sword Lake, it would indeed serve as retribution. This is a commendable strategy. Contact the Qinglong Society and ascertain their demands for eliminating Sword Maniac. Bai Maxin instructed. Currently, Sword Maniac remains stationed outside Tianshan Palace. As long as he lingers, the destruction of Tianshan Palace will continue to attract attention. Thus, eliminating Sword Maniac would not only quell the ongoing rumors, but also avenge the annihilation of Tianshan Palace. My subordinate, upon arrival, gathered intelligence on the Qinglong Society's operations. They will intervene 3 times. Should they fail thrice, they will not pursue the target further. Moreover, the remuneration for their services must be provided up front. Should we not test their capabilities? Wei Dongjun suggested. I propose we first eliminate Hua Tianyin, the overseer of Holy Sword Lake. He is the primary contact for external affairs. His demise would surely sow discord within Holy Sword Lake. Lin Xiaodian declared. Indeed, targeting Hua Tianyin is a prudent approach. The cost of his assassination should be less than that of Sword Maniac. Wei Dongjun concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Maxin said, You should meet with the leader of the Qinglong Society, Su Xiaolong, in secret to ascertain the cost of his assassination of Hua Tianyin. Spare no effort in this endeavor. The subordinate replied, I shall go to meet Su Xiaolong immediately. Lin Xiaodian nodded and swiftly exited the chamber. His objective had been accomplished. He intended to meet Su Chen. He had not anticipated such a multitude of individuals arriving with the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake. Lin Xiaodian, you should accompany me to meet my ally, declared Yen Luo, the lord of the underworld. Bai Maxin's gaze sharpened slightly as he nodded and followed Yen Luo out of the secret room. Inside the inn, Su Chen looked at Lin Xiaodian, the deputy leader of Tianshan Palace, who had just sought him out. You wish to enlist my Qinglong Society to eliminate Hua Tianyin, the overseer of Sacred Sword Lake? He was surprised that Lin Xiaodian had appeared so soon after Qian Junmo's departure, requesting assistance from the Qinglong Society to carry out a murder. While outsiders might not recognize Lin Xiaodian's significance, Su Chen was aware that he was a person of Sima Chang'an. Indeed, here is the formula for the Tianshan pill from my Tianshan Palace. I beseech the Qinglong Society to take down Hua Tianyin. Lin Xiaodian placed a document on the table, along with an offer of 10 million taels of silver. We shall accept this task. As long as the Qinglong Society was compensated sufficiently, they would act, and thus Su Chen did not decline. Upon hearing the sum of 10 million taels, Lin Xiaodian's expression faltered momentarily. Su Xiaolong, I currently lack the 10 million taels of silver. However, I possess a unique manuscript of our Tianshan Palace, the Tianmu Thunder Punch. Might it serve as a substitute for the 10 million taels? He produced a tome from his robes. We are still short. You must provide one more. Su Chen responded calmly. The manuscripts were of no concern to him. What he truly needed were rare pills and extraordinary treasures. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaodian retrieved another manuscript, stating, This is the Tianshan Demon Yuan Palm. We shall accept this task. Su Chen grasped all 3 items in his hands. You have acquired the formula for the Tianshan pill, along with the manuscripts for the Tianmu Thunder Punch and the Tianshan Demon Yuan Palm. Reward, 3 orange lottery cards. He had also obtained 3 orange lottery cards. It seemed that the upheaval in Luoyang County might yield substantial gains for him. Su Chen mused. I will inform the Qinglong Society. Rest assured, Deputy Leader Lin. Hua Tianyin will not survive for long. However, for future matters concerning the Qinglong Society, it would be best for you to visit our stronghold to commission tasks. Su Chen advised Lin Xiaodian. Understood. Lin Xiaodian nodded and departed. Once Lin Xiaodian had left, Yuan Suiyin approached. Master, do you believe Lin Xiaodian is acting under Bai Maxin's orders, or those of Sima Chang'an? If it is Bai Maxin's command, he is merely seeking revenge for Tianshan Palace. However, if it is Sima Chang'an's directive, he may be scheming something more sinister. These matters do not concern us, as long as we are compensated. The Qinglong society will carry out the deed. Su Chen spoke, instructing to deliver this to Zhuang, urging him to eliminate that Huatianin, while keeping the identity of Qinglong concealed for the time being. Su Chen handed the acquired demon blood to Yuan Suiyan. With the prowess of the Eastern Sea's white-clad individual, Zhuang had already reached the pinnacle of mastery in the ocean's depths. Coupled with this drop of demon blood, his power would undoubtedly become even more formidable. The task of slaying Huatianin should be within reach. In a secluded and tranquil courtyard of Luoyang City, Zhuang, clad entirely in black, appeared outside a small building. He pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Inside, a frail old man reclined in a chair. Upon seeing Zhuang enter, his expression shifted and his gaze sharpened. As he prepared to speak, Zhuang produced a bronze token inscribed with the character for sword. "Salutations, Swordmaster." The frail old man immediately bowed upon seeing the token. This was a stronghold of the Qinglong, previously a base for Qinming, which had now been incorporated into Qinglong, thus becoming its outpost. The movements of Huatianin, the overseer of Holy Sword Lake. Tonight, a deep voice resonated from Zhuang. The frail old man paused in surprise upon hearing this. Today, the overseer Huatianin of Holy Sword Lake is expected to visit the estate of Lord Lanyue for a banquet, the old man replied. These strongholds not only accepted missions, but also gathered intelligence. They had received word about Lord Lanyue's invitation to Huatianin just the day prior. As his words fell, Zhuang had already turned to leave. The arrival of a sword master left one wondering if Huatianin could survive this encounter. However, with the opening of Holy Sword Lake, a storm was truly brewing. The frail old man murmured to himself. Chapter 772, Demon Blood Provokes Huatianin's Demise as Dusk Settled. Huatianin sat in a carriage on the official road to Luoyang City, responding to Lord Lanyue's invitation to his estate. Given Lord Lanyue's distinguished status, Huatianin had not declined the invitation. As the evening light faded and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves along the road, the carriage moved steadily forward. Huatianin squinted, lost in thought, persistently searching for the shadowy hands that lurked in the dark, eager to unearth their identities. Tianshan Palace merely represented the surface power. Deeper forces lay hidden behind. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the official road, soaring into the air and striking with a sword. The immense sword energy surged forth, cleaving towards the carriage. In an instant, the coachman and the carriage were severed in twain. Clad in a purple robe, Huatianin was propelled from the carriage, his keen gaze locking onto the figure shrouded in black. "Who are you?" he demanded in a low voice. Yet the figure in black remained silent, moving with such speed that it became a mere afterimage, reappearing before Huatianin, the long sword in hand striking once more. The fierce light of the sword enveloped Huatianin in an instant. Huatianin's gaze turned icy as he moved swiftly, leaping backward to evade the incoming sword strike. Yet, as he sought to escape, Zhuang's long sword transformed into a torrent of sword light, sweeping toward him like a torrential downpour. What a formidable sword technique! Sensing the onslaught of sword light, Huatianin's heart sank, and his pupils constricted. The radiant blade sealed off all avenues of retreat, its speed rendering further escape impossible. Internal energy surged within him, coalescing into a dark, electric force that manifested in his palm. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike, the terrifying energy colliding with the descending sword light. Boom! Huatianin was propelled backward. As he retreated, he pushed off the ground, launching himself forward. Thunderous, true destruction palm. A larger imprint materialized, crackling with swirling black lightning energy. He struck forth, but the palm was cleaved in twain by a beam of sword light. As the sword light descended, the dark figure wielding the sword ruthlessly advanced toward Huatianin's heart. Divine might, heavenly thunder conquers the divine. In that moment, Huatianin unleashed his divine might, an overwhelming surge of black lightning erupting behind him, creating a fearsome space of thunder. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be suppressed by an immense gravitational force. Zhuang's thrust appeared to falter under this pressure, momentarily restrained. Divine might. Sword stained with the world, Zhuang shouted, a wave of black sword energy bursting forth from him. He raised his sword and struck. Thunderclap fist. At that moment, Tianyin also shouted, launching a fist that collided with the black sword light, which pierced through the thunder. Phantom clones. As the thunder was shattered by the sword, Tianyin's form instantaneously split into numerous silhouettes. The sword light pierced through one of the figures. In another location, a figure emerged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lu Shengyijian. Your sword? Who are you? Tianyin inquired. When there is a price, there are those who will kill you. Why need one know the origins? Lu Shengyijian replied, having narrowly evaded one of my strikes. I wonder if you can escape another. Once more, Lu Shengyijian's divine might erupted, and his sword intent surged rapidly within him. To kill me. I fear you shall find it impossible. Tianyin produced a crimson pill, swallowing it whole, as a torrent of terrifying blood energy erupted within him. Crimson vitality radiating throughout his body. This fearsome blood energy coalesced, ultimately transforming into the formidable silhouette of a blood-colored ape. Boom. As the blood-colored ape materialized, Tianyin's black electric energy surged forth, intertwining with the ape's form. An even more ferocious divine might emanated from him, pressing down upon Lu Shengyijian. Lu Shengyijian's gaze sharpened slightly, sensing his divine might being subtly influenced by this violent energy. I shall shatter you with a single punch. Tianyin's expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he clenched his fist. Thunder, wrath of the savage ape. Boom. Terrifying blood energy and frenzied true energy coalesced within his fist, propelling it toward Lu Shengyijian with immense force. Yagyu Ichikan, his expression grave, felt a surge of dark blood within him influenced by a potent force. The black blood began to circulate, merging with the blood coursing through his veins. In that fleeting moment of fusion, Yagyu Ichikan's pupils turned pitch black, and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy erupted from within him. He raised his longsword, and boundless demonic energy coalesced with the sword's aura. With a swift motion, he unleashed his blade, and chaos ensued. Boom. Yagyu Ichikan soared into the air, wielding his sword with might. At that instant, the heavens trembled, the winds roared, and the brilliance of the sword, the shadows of blood, the surging demonic energy, and the force of his strikes reverberated through the atmosphere. Swoosh. Suddenly, the surrounding energy dissipated, and Yagyu Ichikan and Tianyin descended. Tianyin glanced at his own chest, and then turned to Yagyu Ichikan. Who are you truly? Before he could finish speaking, a resounding thud echoed as his entire body transformed into a mass of flesh and blood. Yagyu Ichikan vanished into the dense forest in an instant. Soon, a group of martial artists arrived at the battleground, their faces pale as they beheld the scattered remains on the ground, along with the carriage and coachman cleaved in two by a single stroke. This is the carriage of Supervisor Hora from the Sacred Sword Lake, which had just passed before us. One exclaimed in horror. This is a major incident. The supervisor of the Sacred Sword Lake is the one who handles external affairs. His assassination is undoubtedly significant. Just recently, the Sacred Sword Lake dispatched Jian Taichi to annihilate the Tianshan Palace. Now, Supervisor Tianyin has been slain. This appears to be an act of retaliation. Word of the incident quickly reached the Sacred Sword Lake, prompting a group of individuals to appear and investigate the scene. Meanwhile, within a grand estate in Luoyang City, in a chamber of an ornate pavilion, for figures gathered. Among them were the Lord of the Underworld, Yin Luo, and Bai Maching. In the center stood a young man clad in opulent robes, exuding an air of authority, flanked by an elderly man radiating an aura of death. By Palace Master, with this matter completed, I believe your Tianshan Palace can be fully restored, the young man in the robes stated. We still require the assistance of young Master Lai. Bai Maching replied hastily. This young Master Lai is none other than Lai Guhong, the son of Lai Zhenbei from the Lai family in Jiangnan. Bai Maching regarded Lai Tiannan and the elderly man enveloped in a deathly aura, his thoughts racing. He had not anticipated so many conspiring against the Sacred Sword Lake. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a gray robe entered. His visage was unremarkable. Young Master, news has just arrived. Supervisor Tianyin of the Sacred Sword Lake was slain while en route to Lanyue Mountain Manor. The elderly man announced. Chapter 773, The Heir of Eternal Life. Fang Huyan faces Jian Taichi. Tianyin is dead. Do we know who was responsible? Lai Guhong inquired, his expression shifting. It was a master of the sword arts. As for the identity, arrangements have been made to investigate, but it will take some time, the elderly man replied. Young Master, we may have some insight. Yin Luo, the the lord of the underworld, interjected. You know, it is possible that the members of the Qinglong society have intervened. Before our arrival, Deputy Palace Master Lin Xiaotian visited the young leader of the Qinglong society, Su Chen, to request his assistance in eliminating Huatianin, Bai Maching remarked. Is that so? The Qinglong society has skilled warriors arriving. I have heard that Su Chen will also attend the banquet hosted by Lord Lanyue. I must make his acquaintance. You may return for now, Lai Guhong instructed. Understood. The three rose and bowed before departing. After their exit, a figure emerged from the inner chamber of the pavilion. He was also a young man, displaying a stern countenance with profound eyes. Anyone who gazed into those eyes would inevitably feel as if drawn into a whirlpool. Greetings, senior brother, and greetings, Master Fong. Lai Guhong and the gray-robed elder saluted the newcomer. The Qinglong Society, Tianich, Lord Lanyue, Qianjun Mo, and other hidden forces, such lively happenings. Since it is lively, let us make it even more so. Did Bai Maching not just claim that the Qinglong Society killed Huatianin? Let this news spread, creating further chaos at the Holy Sword Lake. A cold smile appeared at the corners of the youth's lips. Senior brother, will this affect your acquisition of that item? Lai Guhong inquired. The more chaotic, the better. It will not impede my retrieval of that item. The treasures of the Chongqing Society can only be claimed by me. The youth, Fong Huayuan, was a disciple of the Chongqing Society. These matters are secondary. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of Shui Pingxing at present. Fong Huayuan spoke in a grave tone. We have yet to determine the location of Shui Pingxing's associates, the gray-robed elder replied. How intriguing. You should pay a visit to Lord Lanyue. His standing is profound, and establishing a rapport would be advantageous for you, Fong Huayuan suggested. Then, senior brother, I shall visit Lord Lanyue and arrange for the news regarding the Qinglong Society's assassination of Huatianin to be disseminated. Lai Guhong responded with a bow. Go ahead. Fong Huayuan waved his hand. Meanwhile, within Luoyang City, news of Huatianin's assassination had already begun to circulate. Shortly thereafter, the information regarding the Qinglong Society's involvement also spread. Su Chen, en route to Lord Lanyue's residence, felt his expression darken upon hearing this news. Master, this places our Qinglong Society in opposition to the Holy Sword Lake. When the Sword Master Lu Xing acted, he did not reveal his identity. It is unlikely he will be uncovered in the short term. Yuan Suiyan stated. Go and confront Lin Xiaotian. If he is the source of the leak, he shall no longer live, Su Chen declared coldly. Understood. Yuan Suiyun swiftly exited the carriage, which continued its journey toward Lord Lanyue's residence. Elsewhere, Lin Xiaotian appeared anxious. He could not comprehend why news of the Qinglong Society's assassination of Huatianin had emerged. Previously, the Qinglong Society had acted without revealing their identities. Now, with the mention of the Qinglong Society in such quick succession, it was evident that someone had deliberately leaked this information. This was an attempt to position the Qinglong Society against the Holy Sword Lake, drawing fire towards them. This certainly was not disclosed by his elder brother. It could only have been Wei Dongjun and Bai Maching. As he fretted, Bai Maching and Wei Dongjun entered from outside the secret chamber. Deputy Palace Master Lin, what troubles you? Wei Dongjun inquired, noticing the anxious expression on Lin Xiaotian's face. Palace Master, Lord Yanluo, did the Qinglong Association act to eliminate Huatianin, leading to the exposure of this matter? Was it you? Lin Xiaotian asked in a low voice. It was not us who leaked this. Wei Dongjun glanced at Bai Maching. Observing this, Bai Maching shook his head. Palace Master, Lord Yanluo, one must not act too ruthlessly. Only I and Su Xiaolong from the Qinglong Association were privy to this matter. Now that it has been exposed, Su Xiaolong will undoubtedly suspect me. Are you attempting to make me a scapegoat? Lin Xiaotian's expression turned cold at this revelation. The Qinglong Association would not disclose this, and neither did he. It must have been Bai Maching and his associates. Furthermore, Wei Dongjun and the others must have concealed their meetings from me. As he spoke, he regarded the two with a vigilant demeanor. Noticing the change in Lin Xiaotian's expression, Bai Maching hastily interjected, Deputy Palace Master Lin. We have no intention of casting you as the scapegoat. We are with you now. Even if the Qinglong Association seeks vengeance, we shall face it together. We recently met with an important figure, and upon hearing about this incident, we informed them that it might have been that individual who leaked it. This situation is advantageous for us, as it would provoke the Holy Sword Lake against the Qinglong Association, thereby enhancing our chances for retribution. Lin Xiaodian was loyal to him. If he did not placate him, Lin Xiaodian might grow disheartened. For the time being, you should remain hidden in the secret chamber. I believe the Qinglong Association will not locate you just yet, Wei Dongjun from the Yanluo Hall suggested. Although he held doubts about Lin Xiaodian, he recognized his considerable strength and potential utility. Humph, I am not inclined to trust you. I shall find my own refuge. Matters unrelated to Tianqin Palace will no longer involve me, Lin Xiaodian stated, casting a glance at the two before exiting the chamber. It seems we cannot afford to retain Lin Xiaodian any longer, Wei Dongjun remarked as he watched Lin Xiaodian depart. You too would be angered. Moreover, are you confident in eliminating him? Making a significant move would attract unwanted attention. Let him be for now. He chooses to venture out. We shall allow him to draw the ire of the Qinglong Association. However, why do you suppose Lai Xiao disclosed the news regarding Qinglong Association targeting Huitianin? The more chaos there is in Luoyang City, the more opportunities we have. Yet, without Lin Xiaodian, we must seek out Sima Chang'an ourselves. I wonder how he is hiding. He has yet to show himself. At Tianqin Palace, beneath the luminous moonlight, a figure sat before the hall's entrance, with white hair aglow under the moon's rays. It was Jian Taichi. Suddenly, Jian Taichi opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. Under the moonlit sky, a tall figure approached slowly, clad in a mask and a black robe, shrouding their entire form. You are not one of Tianqin Palace. What brings you here? Jian Taichi addressed the figure coldly. The rumors surrounding the fleeting splendor of the sacred sword lake are both enigmatic and unparalleled, and to this day, no one has managed to evade its grasp. Today, I am inclined to test this for myself. The figure cloaked in black coldly addressed Jian Taichi, stating, You have come to slay me. It seems my time here has not been in vain, as I have drawn out one to be dealt with first. Jian Taichi slowly rose to his feet, for his purpose here extended beyond merely waiting for the remnants of the heavenly dust palace. He also awaited the hidden hand lurking in the shadows. Chapter 774. Utilizing the power of the heavenly gate to slay you. Alas, Jian Taichi is doomed. Jian Taichi, you are quite confident, and I share in that confidence. Yet, it remains uncertain who among us shall survive. The figure in black regarded Jian Taichi with an unperturbed demeanor. Then let us see who is stronger. Once I have slain you, I shall uncover your true identity, you who lurks in the shadows. Jian Taichi's voice was icy as a dreadfully fierce sword intent surged within his gaze. Though he bore no sword, the aura of his sword intent was palpable. After many years without combat, he wondered if he had grown rusty. The figure in the black robe extended a hand, which gleamed as white as jade beneath the moonlight. Exquisitely delicate, akin to that of a woman. Yet, upon the emergence of these hands, Jian Taichi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke in a grave tone. It is you, the one who once confronted my master at the sacred sword lake. I did not expect you to reveal yourself now. Jian Taichi's expression turned serious as he scrutinized his opponent. He did not recognize the individual, but recalled that they had appeared veiled at the sacred sword lake. Engaging in a single exchange with his master, the current sword master of the sacred sword lake. That time, his master had been unable to detain the opponent. Amidst the remnants of stormy years, the martial world is a solitary sorrow for the traveler. As he spoke, the aura surrounding the figure in black began to shift. A terrifying purple true energy erupted from within him, akin to a tempest. I am aware of your desire to surpass your master, hence your cultivation of the fleeting splendor. Unleash the fleeting splendor, and let me witness if you possess the merit to surpass your master. The figure in black raised his palm. Divine might, the North Sea holds the koan. In that moment, a surge of divine power erupted from him. As this divine might manifested, a wave of formidable energy surged through the heavens and the earth, its grandeur astonishing. The divine might of the figure was derived from his study of ancient texts, embodying an ancient saying. In the North Sea, there is a fish known as koan, whose size is beyond comprehension. It transforms into a bird known as pong, whose wings stretch across the sky, soaring in fury. Of course, his divine might was merely a preliminary manifestation, yet it had not yet evolved into the form of that koan. However, in this very moment, the once serene moonlight was eclipsed by the terrifying wave of energy. Divine might, sword slaughter of the world. At this juncture, Jian Taichi unleashed his own divine might. As his might surged, the energy coalesced into transparent sword qi, sharp and piercing in the void, cutting through gold, and severing jade. The figure in black raised his arm and struck, while Jian Taichi clasped his hands together, causing the sword chi emanating from him to rapidly coalesce into a colossal longsword, synchronized with his divine might. With a single slash, a thunderous collision occurred. In that instant of impact, it felt as though the very heavens and earth had fallen into an eerie silence. In that moment, the figure cloaked in black moved with agility, his palm clenched into a fist, unleashing a powerful strike that surged forth like an endless river of energy towards Jian Taichi. Jian Taichi's gaze sharpened as he too clenched his palm, summoning an infinite stream of sword aura that materialized within his grasp. He propelled his fist forward, and the sword energy coiled around it erupted. The two forces collided once more, shattering the fist's might as their fists met. In that fleeting moment of ephemeral glory, a fierce expression crossed Jian Taichi's face as he uttered a low growl. A peculiar sword aura surged within him, transforming into a radiant beam that enveloped the cloaked figure. In an instant, the black-clad man's body stirred slightly, as if encountering an unexpected event. With a swift motion, Jian Taichi struck again, his sword light flashing like lightning. Impressive, yet futile. Kunping moves through the heavens. The cloaked figure exclaimed, summoning a terrifying aura that swirled around him, manifesting the image of a colossal fish and a giant bird within the true energy. This force shattered the enigmatic sword light and deflected Jian Taichi's piercing strike. Golden jade collapses. With the sword light thwarted, the black-clad man intoned, his hands emanating a faint golden glow. The previously swirling true energy converged upon his arms in an instant. With a resounding crash, he thrust his palms forward, striking hard against his opponent's chest. Two golden hand shadows penetrated through, seemingly piercing Jian Taichi's very being. You have obstructed my fleeting moment of glory. Indeed, I still fall short of my senior brother. However, if you think you can take my life so easily, you are mistaken. I, Jian Taichi, shall not perish in such a manner. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from within him. This potent blood essence, cultivated from the massacre of thousands within the Tianqian palace, summoned the last vestiges of his strength. I shall harness the heavenly gate to vanquish you. With a countenance twisted in ferocity, Jian Taichi summoned the heavenly gate, a dreadful force descending upon him. He made no effort to resist this oncoming power, and as it struck his form, his body became unstable. Yet behind him, a sword aura emerged, slicing forth with relentless ferocity, tearing through all obstacles. However, as the sword energy was unleashed, Jian Taichi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body trembling violently. With a thunderous explosion, his chest erupted, his gaze dimming, yet he remained standing, refusing to fall. What a pity, the cloaked figure sighed. Following this, a fierce roar erupted from within him, his meridians surging with rapidity, once tranquil, now coursing with blood-red energy. The black-clad man's form transformed, the true energy and blood within him swelling like a vast ocean. He raised his hands, and as the sword light descended, he brought his palms together to catch it. With a violent impact, his body was pushed back, his garments shredding to reveal a form clad in black armor. It was only after retreating hundreds of meters that the sword light finally dissipated. Jian Taichi, I did not foresee you possessing this final strike. Alas, what a loss for a generation's sword genius. Without the sword master, perhaps your achievements would have soared to greater heights. The figure in the black robe removed his mask, revealing himself as Sima Changhen, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cast a glance at Jian Taichi, sighed softly, and donned the mask once more before turning to depart. At that moment, a silhouette appeared before Sima Changhen. My lord, the Qinglong Society has taken action today, killing Hua Tianyin. The assailant was a master of swordsmanship, leaving behind a fierce and domineering aura of sword energy at the scene, reported the figure. Is it the sword sovereign of the Qinglong Society? Does he match the renowned sword sovereigns currently in existence? Inquired Sima Changhen. The swordsmanship of the three prominent sword sovereigns differs from that of the one who appeared. It bears a resemblance to the style of Lu Xingyijian, replied the cloaked figure. The Qinglong Society truly shrouded in mystery? What else do you know? Sima Changhen continued to question. After Hua Tianyin's demise, whispers began to circulate that it was the work of the Qinglong Society. The black-clad figure continued. It seems someone aims to stir the waters, fishing in troubled times, or perhaps attempting to incite turmoil. Investigate who disseminated this information, Sima Changhen commanded gravely. Understood. The figure acknowledged and swiftly departed. Sima Changhen glanced at Jian Taichi, who stood motionless, shook his head, and turned to leave. Chapter 775. How can a killer be called a killer if he does not kill? At the Lanyue Marquis estate, the hall was ablaze with light. In the grand banquet hall, melodies of song, zither, and pipa harmonized beautifully. In the center of the hall, alluring figures danced gracefully. Numerous guests were seated on either side, with the Lanyue Marquis occupying the main seat. Below him, to the left sat Su Chen, while Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxuang were positioned beside him. To the right was Lai Guhong from the Lai family, though Su Chen paid him no heed. Instead, his gaze was captured by an extraordinarily enchanting woman nearby. Her presence was irresistible, her beauty unparalleled, truly a captivating siren. Her figure was delicate and alluring, adorned in a sheer black gown that hinted at bare skin, exuding an enchanting glow that sparked the imagination. She was Lu Qingqiu, the second-ranked beauty of the celestial rankings. The age limit for the celestial rankings is 25, yet Lu Qingqiu was 26 this year, embodying a mature charm that suggested depth of experience. Brother Su, your actions seem somewhat unscrupulous, remarked the Lanyue Marquis, a look of concern etched upon his face. Unscrupulous? I have done nothing. Su Chen replied, bewildered. I invited Steward Hua, but he was waylaid. The Lanyue Marquis left the sentence unfinished, the implication clear. I am merely the young dragon head of the Qinglong society, and the operations in Jiangnan are orchestrated by the dragon heads themselves. Moreover, our Qinglong society specializes in this line of work. If a killer does not kill, can they still be termed a killer? Su Chen articulated. You make a valid point, Brother Su. However, I hope that in the future, you could perhaps advise the Qinglong society not to accept the guests I invite to my banquets. Of course, we can negotiate the compensation, as long as I am here. I will ensure that arrangements are made annually, the Lanyue Marquis stated. Very well, I shall reach out to Longzhou regarding this matter, and we may discuss it further at a later date. Today is a banquet. Let us indulge in merriment and wine. Su Chen gently raised his glass and declared, to you, Su Xiao Longzhou. At that moment, across the table, Lu Qingqiu also lifted her cup. Her voice was enchanting, and as she raised her glass, the delicate fabric of her sleeve fluttered, revealing her fair arm slightly. Together, Su Chen's gaze remained composed. Lu Qingqiu was indeed a remarkable individual. In Yangcheng of Jiangnan County, she established the Feng Hua Shui Yu Lu, where its members were extraordinarily beautiful, allowing her to secure a foothold in Yangcheng. Although the city lacked noble families, it was dominated by a single house known as the Wan family, the mightiest among the three great powers of Yangcheng. One-third of the brothels in Jiangnan were under the control of the Wan family, led by the formidable Wan Chunhan. Rumor has it that Lu Qingqiu had some ties with Wan Chunhan, which explained her position beneath the fiery Guhong. Naturally, the guests invited by the Lanyue Marquis held some standing in the martial world. After a toast, Su Xiao Longzhou, let us converse in the back garden later. There are matters to discuss. Just as Su Chen set down his cup, a sultry voice whispered in his ear. He turned his gaze toward Lu Qingqiu, who gave a slight nod. He did not decline but returned the gesture, eager to learn what she wished to discuss. Subsequently, Lu Qingqiu ceased her conversation and began to entertain other guests who came to offer their toasts. The Lanyue Marquis approached Su Chen. Su Xiao Longzhou, are you unaware of Qian Junmo's dealings? Will your Qinglong society engage in them? The Lanyue Marquis inquired. Qian Junmo previously sought me out, advising me to refrain from involving myself in your affairs with him, offering a rather generous reward. Hence, the grievances between you two shall not involve our Qinglong society. Had you acted before today, we might have participated, but alas, Su Chen replied softly. I did not expect you to discern my thoughts, the Lanyue Marquis sighed. Since that is the case, let it be. Would you like me to introduce you to others? He proposed. I prefer solitude. A dance and the sound of the qin suffice for my enjoyment. You may attend to the other guests, Lon. Su Chen responded. Very well, Su Xiong. I shall see to them and return to keep you company shortly. The Lanyue Marquis acknowledged and proceeded to mingle with the others. The banquet continued. You have acquaintances present. There is no need to stay with me. Upon entering, many greeted Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxuang. I must meet with some individuals involved with the bank, Zhuang Xuanji remarked. Mei Xuanxuang nodded in agreement, and the two departed. Su Chen remained, drinking alone. At this moment, Lu Qingqiu's voice once again reached his ear. Su Xiao Longzhou, let us move to the back garden. Lu Qingqiu communicated telepathically. As her words echoed, She had already risen and was heading toward the banquet's rear courtyard. Su Chen did not rise immediately. Instead, he waited a moment before following her. The estate was brilliantly illuminated, as bright as day. Lu Qingqiu awaited him beside a rockery in the back hall. Upon seeing Su Chen, she approached him. "This manor, I have visited numerous times. Please follow me." Lu Qingqiu led Su Chen deep into the back garden. As they advanced, they traversed corridors and passed through a thicket of flowers, eventually arriving at a pavilion in the rear garden. The night was deep, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. Su Chen inhaled a delicate fragrance and instinctively turned his gaze towards Lu Qingqiu. The soft wind stirred Lu Qingqiu's black dress, accentuating her flawless figure, revealing her long, graceful legs. To my surprise, Su Xiaolong actually followed me to the back garden. "I did not anticipate this," Lu Qingqiu remarked. "Miss Lu, you specially invited me here in front of everyone. Surely there is more you wish to discuss." Su Chen responded with a calm demeanor. "I wish to collaborate with you." "Su Xiaolong, I seek your assistance in eliminating Wan Chunhan," Lu Qingqiu declared. Wan Chunhan, the master of the Wan family, is known as Lord Wan in Yang City, wielding unparalleled power and status, even commanding respect from the four great families of Jiangnan. The cost of his assassination would indeed be considerable. Su Chen observed Lu Qingqiu with an unwavering gaze. "1/3 of the Wan family's brothels can be offered to the Qinglong Association," Lu Qingqiu proposed. "Miss Lu, are you attempting to pull off a clever ruse? I believe you have miscalculated. If this is the extent of our negotiation, then we needn't continue," Su Chen replied coldly. "Su Xiaolong, with 1/3 of the Wan family's brothels, is it not feasible to eliminate Wan Chunhan?" Lu Qingqiu subtly shifted her body, enhancing her allure, her eyes glimmering with a unique charm. "At the Qinglong Association, we conduct business by first securing payment. Provide us with the land deed for 1/3 of the properties, and we will proceed," Su Chen stated, gazing at Lu Qingqiu. "Once Wan Chunhan is eliminated, the deed will be yours." Does Su Xiaolong lack confidence in the Qinglong Association? Lu Qingqiu inched closer to Su Chen, a fragrant aura enveloping them. Upon catching this scent, a glint of cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The fragrance carried a hint of seductive poison. For someone well-versed in toxins like Su Chen, this was trivial. Moreover, even without his knowledge of poisons, his robust vitality and unparalleled physical constitution rendered him unaffected by such trivial toxins. Nevertheless, Su Chen extended his hand, grasping her slender form. Lu Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with delight, anticipating Su Chen's agreement. However, she was met with the words, "Your figure is commendable, but it still falls short." As he spoke, Su Chen's grip tightened momentarily. "If this is merely a discussion, I feel there is no need to proceed. After all, even if I were to engage with you, it would not compromise the principles of the Qinglong Association. To eliminate Wan Chunhan, simply bring an adequate sum of money." Su Chen gradually released his grip and stepped back. After Su Chen departed, Lu Qingqiu stamped her foot in frustration. "He took advantage of me and left just like that. If I had that kind of money, would I need to meet with you separately? This man is insufferable." I presented myself before him, and yet he remains unmoved. Her eyes burned with resentment. At that moment, a girl clad in purple emerged. "Sister, what shall we do now? In Wan Chunhan's domain, suspicion has arisen, and he is dispatching individuals to investigate you. I fear he will soon uncover your true identity. Should this happen, it is likely that Wan Chunhan will act against you immediately. Perhaps we should depart from Yang City for the time being," suggested the girl in the purple attire. "No," he replied resolutely. "I have invested considerable effort and sacrificed so much. If I cannot eliminate Wan Chunhan, then death would be preferable. Since this path proves unviable, we shall advance our plan and distract him. I lack the funds to hire the Qinglong Society to assassinate Wan Chunhan, so we shall first target his son." As Lu Qingqiu spoke, her eyes brimmed with hatred. "Sister, I have just received a piece of news that might persuade Su Chen to assist us," she continued. "What news?" "It concerns the Qinglong Society's intention to kill Hua Tianyin, a revelation orchestrated by Lai Guhong," the girl in purple elucidated. "You assert that this intelligence was divulged by Lai Guhong? What could his motive be?" "I cannot say for certain, but he likely seeks to incite chaos in Luoyang County. After the banquet, please arrange another meeting with Su Chen. Using this information as leverage," Lu Qingqiu instructed. At that moment, in a secluded courtyard, Yuan Suiyin pushed open the gate. As he stepped inside, a figure emerged from the shadows of the room. "Yuan Suiyin?" The figure's expression shifted slightly upon seeing him. Deputy Palace Master Lin, your skills are commendable. Our young master sent me to extend his regards. Yuan Suiyun replied calmly. You've come to kill me. But you shall not succeed, Lin Xiaodian declared, gazing intently at Yuan Suiyun. However, as his words fell, an overwhelming aura of sword energy locked onto him, sending a chill through his heart. This information was not leaked by me. It was the Lord of the Yama Palace and by Maching, who divulged it to their associates. It was they who leaked the information. Lin Xiaodian protested, attempting to shift suspicion onto the Qinglong Society's inquiry into by Maching's associates. He was eager to learn the identities of those behind them. I hope your words ring true. Otherwise, you shall become a lifeless corpse. If that occurs, Sima Changhen will lose a valuable ally, and you will miss out on the machinations of Xiao Lei Shui, Yuan Suiyun retorted before vanishing like a shadow, leaving Lin Xiaodian with no opportunity for further inquiry. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, there were 2 more updates. Chapter 776, The Sacred Sword Lake Seeks Justification. Sima Changhen extends an invitation in a residence. Within a pavilion, Su Chen regarded Lu Qingqiu and asked, Miss Lu, do you intend to forego sleep? It is quite late, and you have summoned me to your abode under the cover of darkness. Young Master Su, I called you here to inform you that the individual responsible for revealing the Qinglong Society's plot against Huitianin is Lai Guhong of the Lai family. Lu Qingqiu stated directly. Lai Guhong, the foremost among the younger generation of the Lai family, is the son of their strongest member, Lai Zhenbei. It appears that we hold no significant enmity with him. His presence at the Sacred Sword Lake is due to an opportunity granted by them. Logically, they should have some rapport with the Sacred Sword Lake. Thus, exposing us seems to be an invitation for adversaries, Su Chen remarked. If one is unaware of the perpetrator, one can investigate without taking action. However, knowing that it was the Qinglong Society behind this, it is certain that they will seek out Su Chen. According to Su Chen's speculation, they are likely to approach him tomorrow. The specifics elude me, but it is evident that Lai Guhong's intention is to incite chaos at the Sacred Sword Lake, said Lu Qingqiu. Miss Lu, I owe you a debt of gratitude this time, though I am not fond of being indebted to others. Pray, how might I repay you? Su Chen inquired, gazing at Lu Qingqiu. Assist me in eliminating Wan Chunhan. If that is too much to ask, perhaps you could help me deal with his third son, Wan Xiangxiu. Lu Qingqiu replied. It appears your enmity runs deep, Miss Lu. Are you intent on eradicating his entire family? However, Wan Chunhan's third son seems rather obscure, lacking a reputation in the Jiangnan martial world. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Chen remarked. Though he may be unknown in the martial realm, he is the apple of Wan Chunhan's eye, possessing greater talent than his brothers. He may already have reached the Dantian Hua High stage, Lu Qingqiu asserted. Su Chen mused, his expression tightening. Wan Chunhan has 3 sons, and the youngest is of an age comparable to his own. If he has already advanced to Dantian Hua High, his talent is indeed exceptional. Very well, I shall procure his life for you. However, Miss Lu, your intelligence in Jiangnan has astonished me. Perhaps we have the opportunity for collaboration, Su Chen remarked, regarding Lu Qingqiu. At times, women can unearth information more readily than men. Should you require intelligence in the future, young Master Su, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you, Lu Qingqiu offered. I hope for such an occasion. If I seek you again, perhaps you will possess the means to eliminate Wan Chunhan, Su Chen stated before turning to depart. Just then, a woman clad in purple entered, whispering into Lu Qingqiu's ear. Young Master Su, it seems that significant upheaval is imminent at the Sacred Sword Lake tomorrow. Someone has slain Jian Taichi of the Tianqian Palace. Lu Qingqiu informed Su Chen. Death befalls everyone. It is not as if the Qinglong Society will be sought after merely because someone has perished, Su Chen replied, leaping away. Soon, he returned to his inn. My lord, Lin Xiaodian divulged that the leaks originated from the Lord of the Underworld and the individual behind by Maching. However, Lin Xiaodian remains unaware of their identities, Yuan Suiyun reported. The presence of a hidden figure implies that Lai Guhong is indeed behind them, Su Chen concluded, having just received word from Lu Qingqiu. The corroboration of both pieces of information clearly indicated that the Lord of the Underworld and by Maching's benefactor was Lai Guhong. Since they have revealed this information, there is no need to spare them. We shall locate and eliminate them, Su Chen declared coldly. Also, send a message to Wei Zhuang of the 7 Dragons, instructing him to dispatch someone to assassinate Wan Xiangxiu. the third son of the Wan family in Yangqing. His strength may be at the Dantian Hua high level, Su Chen commanded. Understood, Yuan Suiyin replied. At that moment, within the Sacred Sword Lake's secret chamber, the sword master sat cross-legged, his expression grave. Was the death of my disciple the doing of the Qinglong society? The sword master, Lu Wu, asked with a somber tone. That should not be the case, came the response. From the well-preserved figure of Brother Jian, whose eyes bore a melancholic expression, it appeared he had encountered this individual before. The members of the Qinglong society had only recently risen to prominence, and Brother Jian had been in seclusion for many years. Thus, he should not have been acquainted with them, leading to the conclusion that they were not responsible for this incident. Before Lu Wu Jian stood a slender, handsome man, his eyes glistening with intensity. How was he slain? Lu Wu Jian inquired solemnly. He died with all his internal organs and meridians ruptured. Judging by the signs of battle and the appearance of the celestial gate in the sky at that time, Brother Jian must have invoked the celestial gate to strike a blow, but his opponent was significantly stronger, the slender man replied, his demeanor grave. A storm is brewing. It seems our adversary is formidable. You shall journey to Luoyang City tomorrow to meet with the young leader of the Qinglong society, Su Chen. Although Brother Jian was not killed by them, it was my jurisdiction at the Sacred Sword Lake that was compromised by the Qinglong society. Let us see what he has to say. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Wu Jian's eyes. Understood. The slender man bowed and exited. He was Gue Luosheng, Brother Jian's other disciple, known as the Ghost Sword. The following day, news of Jian Taichi's murder spread throughout Luoyang City. Do you think Jian Taichi was also killed by members of the Qinglong society? I heard that the shadow of the celestial gate appeared at the time, one person remarked. If that is the case, the power of the Qinglong society is rather terrifying. They are indeed formidable. Are you not aware that Li Xuanhuan, the second leader of the Qinglong society, is capable of shattering the celestial gate with a single strike? Thus, it is not surprising that Jian Taichi was killed, others conversed. It seems that many believe Jian Taichi was indeed targeted by your Qinglong society, Mei Xuanchuang observed, listening to the discussions below. This could serve to elevate our reputation. Quite well, Su Chen remarked with an air of calm. At this point, a knock echoed from the entrance. Zhuang Xuanji, please open the door. A young attendant from the inn stood outside. Someone has requested that I deliver this. Zhuang Xuanji handed an envelope to Su Chen, who opened it. Inside was a letter from the Green Willow Manor, signed by Sima Changhen. It appears the Sacred Sword Lake has not sought me out, but Sima Changhen wishes to meet with me first. Last night, Suiyin had spoken to Lin Xiaotian about certain matters. Suiyin, remain here. I shall meet with Sima Changhen. Su Chen did not anticipate this meeting at such a juncture. Departing discreetly from the inn, he arrived at a modest manor in the city, characterized by its red walls and green tiles. This way, please. Upon his arrival, an elder awaited him at the entrance and escorted him into the estate. Traversing through several small pavilions, they reached a gazebo beside a pond, where a tall man stood, gazing at the azure lotus leaves within the water. Young leader Su, please take a seat. Sima Changhen turned to invite Su Chen to sit as he arrived. Su Chen observed Sima Changhen closely. He appeared quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable features, yet there was an ineffable aura about him. At that moment, Su Chen could not fathom the reason for Sima Changhen's summons. Sima, Jian Taichi was killed by you. Indeed, I took action myself. But I did not intend to frame you, the Qinglong society. It was I who instigated Xiaotian to urge by Ma Chen and the others to act against you. Yet I did not anticipate that the news would leak. Sima Changhen stated. Chapter 777, The Four Treasures, Exploiting Sima Changhen's Resources. The words of the chief of the Sima clan were quite candid. However, to be honest, I did not take these matters to heart. Our Qinglong society engages in the business of assassination. Whoever commissions us, we execute. Should we shy away from a contract simply because the opposing force is formidable? Chief Sima, would you not agree? Su Chen remarked with an air of indifference. Su Xiaolong is no ordinary individual. Sima Changhen observed Su Chen, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Su Chen's words exuded a certain dominance. This dominance stemmed not solely from the backing of the Qinglong society, but also from his own innate presence. Chief Sima, may I inquire what brings you here today? Su Chen gazed at Sima Changhen. Naturally, I seek to collaborate with Su Xiaolong. To demonstrate my sincerity, allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief of the Luoyang Escort Agency, one of the 4 chief envoys of the Tianjin division in the Great Zhou dynasty. Sima Changhen began. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Sima Changhen was one of the 4 chief envoys of the Tianjin division. Although Su Chen was somewhat unfamiliar with the structure of the Tianjin division, he could discern from the title that Sima Changhen held a distinguished status. Might I inquire what the collaboration entails? Su Chen expressed genuine interest in partnering with Sima Changhen. Our objective is to capture Feng Huayuan, the heir of the Chongqing society. This is but one aspect. The second is to weaken the power of the Holy Sword Lake, allowing my Luoyang escort agency to become the dominant force in Luoyang County. Our collaboration is predicated upon these 2 points. Sima Changhen elaborated. Feng Huayuan of the Chongqing society? Su Chen's heart stirred as news arrived from the capital. The Zhou emperor had been injured and seemed to require the Chongqing society's secret tome and the ageless elixir from the Eternal Hall. Now that the heir of the Chongqing society has emerged, it is only natural for the Tianjin division to seek Feng Huayuan. As for weakening the Holy Sword Lake, it could well be Sima Changhen's personal aim, or perhaps a directive from the Tianjin division itself. Our Qinglong society has always engaged in lucrative business. Whatever price the client pays, we will eliminate the designated target. Su Chen regarded Sima Changhen. Su Xiaolong is truly forthright. Sima Changhen exclaimed, clapping his hands. Following the sound of his applause, 5 figures gradually entered the terrace, each cradling a brocade box, which they subsequently opened. The first box contained a small orb, emanating a blue aura, about the size of a palm, with wisps of moisture swirling within its glow. This is the Nanhai Tianito's unique Nali Yunjing water pearl. This pearl not only aids martial artists in cultivating their internal water attribute true energy, but also allows the bearer to traverse underwater for a time. As Sima Changhen spoke, he approached the second brocade box, which held a dagger radiating a greenish light, adorned with the image of a green python. The Qinglong dagger, a weapon of remarkable quality. Within the third brocade box lay a herb radiating a fervent aura, the Millennium Red Sungrass, known to aid warriors in refining their meridians and assisting those who cultivate fire-based techniques in transforming their dantian into an ocean of power. The fourth box contained a string of prayer beads, belonging to the 5th-generation living Buddha of the esoteric sect, rumored to possess the spiritual energy of the Buddha himself. The 5th box held a stack of silver notes, 30 million in total. Sir Sima Changhen, truly generous. What do you require us to do with these items? Su Chen inquired, astonished by Sima Changhen's lavishness. When the sacred sword lake opens, simply delay the sword master Lu Wujian for me, Sima Changhen replied. Is it merely about holding Lu Wujian back? Are there no restrictions on who intervenes? Su Chen asked, scrutinizing Sima Changhen. Anyone can do it. As long as Lu Wujian is unable to act when I take my turn, Sima Changhen clarified. Excellent. I never expected to acquire such treasures during this visit. Su Chen exclaimed, producing a pouch to collect the items. Acquired Nanli water pearl, rewarded with 2 orange lottery cards. Acquired Qinglong dagger, rewarded with 1 orange lottery card. Acquired Millennium Red Sungrass, rewarded with 1 orange lottery card. Acquired Tenzang Living Buddha S beads, rewarded with 3 orange lottery cards. A radiant smile spread across Su Chen's face as he reveled in the acquisition of 7 orange lottery cards, particularly intrigued by the Living Buddha's beads, which seemed extraordinary. Observing Su Chen's delight, Sima Changhen expressed his puzzlement. Su Xiaolong, the strength of Lu Wujian is formidable. He could step into the realm of destruction at any moment. Moreover, he possesses the power of the previous swordmaster, Sima Changhen remarked. Rest assured, I have received news that Ren Qianxing, the deputy master of the West Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, intends to challenge the swordmaster. I am well acquainted with Ren Qianxing. He will go forth to confront Lu Wujian when you make your move, Su Chen stated confidently. The deputy master of the West Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, Ren Qianxing, intends to challenge Lu Wujian? I am astonished to learn that you are familiar with him, Su Xiaolong, Sima Changhen responded, a look of surprise gracing his features. What is there to be surprised about? Ren Qianxing is the son of Guan Yutian, the general of the 10 directions of Tianya Pavilion. Given your connections, you must have uncovered my acquaintance with Guan Yutian, Su Chen explained. Ren Qianxing is the son of Guan Yutian of Tianya Pavilion. Sima Changhen exclaimed, his astonishment unwavering. Do not worry about Ren Qianxing's strength. He shows promise of surpassing his predecessors. Thank you for these treasures, Sir Sima. I need not submit them to the Qinglong Association. Will you? Su Chen asked, eyeing Sima Changhen. Once a deal is made, I never reclaim what has been exchanged. This is your merit, Su Xiaolong. By the way, you must be seeking Lord Yin Luo and Bai Maching, right? Here is their address. If you wish to settle matters with them, you may proceed here. However, the revered lord of the underworld, Wei Dongjun, is not actually Wei Dongjun, but rather his fraternal twin, Wei Donghai. As the leader of one of the four malevolent sects, the strength of Wei Dongjun would not be so feeble. Sima Changhan handed an address to Su Chen. Is that so? It is rumored that the heavenly dust palace boasts a formidable presence at the threshold of the celestial gates. I wonder if Bai Maching possesses the power of manifestation. Su Chen remarked, the power of manifestation is not something that is easily attained, especially since the heavenly dust palace's eminent figures, despite their commendable talents, are merely average beyond the celestial gates. Sima Changhan replied coldly, showing little regard for Bai Maching. Master Sima, it seems our meeting has come rather late. I look forward to our collaboration. Should there be others you wish to eliminate, do inform me, for my Azure Dragon Society has summoned numerous adept warriors, Su Chen stated. Keen to leverage the situation. With a hearty laugh, Sima Changhan responded, indeed, Su Xiaolong, there will surely be opportunities ahead. We shall keep in touch. Chapter 778, The Experience Card of Pang Ban, The Sword Emperor Xie Xiaofeng, The Awakening Card of the Heavenly Sovereign's Dominant Physique. Let us definitely stay connected. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he regarded Sima Changhan. How many tomes must one peruse to acquire such rewards? His previous ambitions seemed rather modest now. He had thought that merely reclining and reading would yield him lottery cards. Yet, despite amassing treasures and ancient texts within the Nangong family, the rewards had been scant. This recent interaction with Sima Changhan and others like Qian Junmo revealed that whether through gifting or merely touching treasures, he could secure lottery cards. Could the acquisition of these cards be contingent upon one's martial prowess? Su Chen pondered, after bidding farewell to Sima Changhan. Su Chen exited the estate and boarded a carriage back to the inn. Within the carriage, he glanced at the 7 orange lottery cards he had obtained and promptly decided to draw. Acquired, 1-day experience card for the Demon Master Pang Ban. Attained the martial pinnacle of Shao Qiu Shui for the next 20 years. Received an awakening card for the exclusive character Li Qinzhou's unique physique Heavenly Sovereign's dominant body, and acquired a power infusion card for the peak prowess of the character Yin Nantian. Furthermore, obtained 10 years of inner strength within the celestial realm from the character Xie Xiaofeng, and acquired the Hunyuan Qianjin ring. Upon reading this, Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This was truly an explosive bounty. First and foremost, the 1-day experience card for the Demon Master Pang Ban, the foremost expert of the demonic path from Huang Yi's novel The Rain and the Clouds, a figure revered within the dark arts. He excels in the mastery of spirit over matter, having achieved the realm of unity with the heavens. In The Rain and the Clouds, only Lang Fanyun could contend with him, practicing the heart of the devil's method. His strength is noted as having transcended the celestial gates. Although merely stated as having broken through the celestial gates, his true might remains unelaborated. As for Shao Qiu Shui's martial pinnacle of the last 20 years, he has already stepped into the realm of the sea, slaying ordinary practitioners at this level, which attests to his might. Coupled with this 2 decades of peak martial prowess, his strength likely rivals that of Guan Yutian and others, without providing Gu Qian any opportunity for enhancement. Within the realm of scholarly pursuits, the 4 foremost masters are undeniably remarkable. The prowess of Yin Kuang Tu is self-evident, while Shao Qiu Shui has ascended to unprecedented heights. Guanxi has only recently embarked upon the path of concentration, rendering him somewhat inadequate. When Su Chen beheld Li Qinzhou's extraordinary constitution, a flicker of astonishment ignited within him. The Heavenly Emperor's dominance, an innate force of dominance bestowed upon sovereigns, augments one's divine aura and amplifies the potency of one's attacks to formidable extremes. The suppression of divine might and energy is indeed a daunting prospect. However, Li Qinzhou possesses merely an awakening card, having merely awakened the Heavenly Emperor's dominance, physique. To attain greater strength, he must engage in diligent cultivation and exploration. Yin Nanshan's pinnacle prowess infusion card signifies his formidable strength in Gulong's novels, surpassing Tai Zhongtong during his prime. Su Chen's gaze then fell upon the figure of Xie Xiaofeng. Xie Xiaofeng's zenith was realized during the emergence of the crescent blade from the grass hut. In his earlier days, he likely fell short of even the initial Yin Nantian, lacking the strength of Shi Men Shui Shui. In the realm of Gulong's literature, only Shi Min Chue Shui has attained the title of sword god during his prime. Although Xie Xiaofeng is hailed as the Emperor of Swords, he does not bear the mantle of sword god. His swordsmanship has reached an ethereal level, elusive and indistinguishable. Su Chen delved into Xie Xiaofeng's information, a character from Gulong's novels, The Third Young Master's Sword, and Crescent Blade. Practicing lethal sword techniques such as Heavenly Theft and Life-Seizing Sword, and Heaven and Earth-Shattering, all-consuming flame, with a strength classified as shattering level. Upon discovering this, Su Chen exhaled in relief, recognizing this as the peak strength of Xie Xiaofeng. Another individual of shattering level has emerged. Su Chen felt a surge of elation. The Qinglong society now boasts a second master at the shattering level, one of the 10 sword lords, alongside the 2 shattering level masters from Tianya Pavilion. This brings the total to 4. Could it be that engaging with such formidable beings will enhance my fortune? The 10 years of celestial inner strength may further elevate my capabilities. Presently, Su Chen himself has attained the level of Dantian transformation. In the later stages of concentration, he sensed that his foundation remained insufficient, still unaware of the nature of the divine aura he should consolidate, and yet to experience the sensation of gathering divine might. Lastly, he possessed a primordial thousand-gene ring, a weapon of considerable grade, capable of exerting a heavy pressure in accordance with the strength of his true energy. The more true energy that surged forth, the greater the space of oppressive force created, thereby increasing gravitational intensity. As the carriage continued its journey, upon Su Chen's return to the inn, an air of profound silence enveloped the establishment. Within the lobby, Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanchuang were present. Apart from them, another individual sat aloof, emanating a chilling aura. Behind him stood 2 masked figures clad in black, radiating a similar frigid presence. Upon Su Chen's entrance into the inn, the black-clad figures' gaze turned towards him, unleashing a wave of terrifying sword energy that surged forth. For figures materialized before Su Chen, their presence generating an energy that dissolved the approaching sword force. Once the sword energy was neutralized, behind Su Chen stood Xianjian, who stepped forward with a sudden leap, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura that surged toward the opponent. Humph! The figure cloaked in black let out a cold snort, unleashing a force that clashed with Xianjian's power. At the moment of their collision, a shockwave radiated outward, shattering nearby tables and chairs, though those beside the black-clad man remained unscathed. Following the exchange, the man's aura swiftly retracted as he straightened, introducing himself. I am Gue Luoxing from the Sacred Sword Lake, and I pay my respects to you, Su Xiaolong. Sacred Sword Lake, Gue Luoxing? Is this your way of greeting guests? Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he regarded Gue Luoxing. Su Xiaolong, you must understand my purpose. We from the Sacred Sword Lake seek a reasonable explanation from you. Gue Luoxing looked intently at Su Chen. The members of the Azure Dragon Society have slain Huatianin, and now the outside world mistakenly believes that Jian Taichi was also killed by the Azure Dragon Society. This has severely diminished the reputation of the Sacred Sword Lake. At this moment, many eyes are scrutinizing the stance of the Sacred Sword Lake. If you do not assert yourselves, not only will your reputation plummet, but those lurking in the shadows will grow increasingly audacious. Such a scenario poses a grave danger to the Sacred Sword Lake. A reasonable explanation? I am uncertain what you deem reasonable. The Azure Dragon Society operates openly, accepting commissions. Whoever provides the commission and payment, we will execute the task. We are indifferent to other matters. Su Chen replied coldly. He had not anticipated the audacity of the Sacred Sword Lake in approaching him in such a manner. Su Xiaolong. The martial world is not solely about killing. There must be certain rules, Gue Luoxing remarked, looking at Su Chen. Are you implying that I disregard the rules? Su Chen's expression darkened. Xianjian, gauge this Mr. Gue's strength, and see if he can compel me to adhere to the rules. Su Chen's tone turned frigid. The favorable mood he had earlier was now shattered by this individual. Had the envoy from the Sacred Sword Lake lost their senses? Chapter 779, A Fierce Confrontation, Ransom, and 5 Sacred Sword Fruits. Upon receiving Su Chen's command, Xianjian's long sword split into 2, gripped firmly in his hands. A terrifying divine presence erupted from him, enveloping the entire inn in a black aura. The sword energy coalesced around his dual blades. With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, wielding his swords like a tempest aimed at the adversary. Gue Luoxing's expression hardened upon witnessing Xianjian's attack. His own divine presence surged forth rapidly, imbued with an eerie and chilling essence. With a swift motion, Gui Luosheng grasped a long sword from the table, drawing it forth. A terrifying and sinister sword energy emanated from him, converging upon the blade he wielded. The sword radiated an icy aura, as the surrounding air was relentlessly torn apart by the sword's energy. Kill! Both men shouted in unison, and in an instant, they clashed. The swords met, unleashing a wave of explosive force. The two figures each took a few steps back. Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly. The strength of Gui Luosheng was not inferior to that of Xianjian. Xianjian looked coldly at his opponent and declared, "Dare to battle outside?" The two formidable experts of the sea, should they engage in combat within the inn, would undoubtedly reduce it to mere ruins. Opposite Xianjian, Gui Luosheng's expression tightened slightly. His choice to remain in the inn was, in fact, an attempt to find an opportunity to halt the confrontation. However, the other party showed no intention of backing down. Thus, he was quite eager to witness the prowess of the formidable warrior beside Su Chen. "Let us go." With that, Gui Luosheng transformed into a fleeting shadow and exited the inn first. Xianjian, gripping his sword, followed suit. "Come, let us step outside and observe." Su Chen led a few companions out of the inn. On the streets, upon seeing the two figures emerge, people began to disperse. Those were Gui Luosheng of the Sacred Sword Lake. Who was the other? Some spectators, recognizing the figure confronting Gui Luosheng as Xianjian, could not help but speak. "I do not know, but to stand against Gui Luosheng, this individual's strength must be formidable. Isn't that Su Chen, the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society?" Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, many instantly grasped the situation. It seemed a conflict had erupted between the Sacred Sword Lake and Su Chen's faction. "Sister, who would have thought that young leader Su would choose to confront the Sacred Sword Lake head-on?" Meanwhile, not far away, in a tavern, Lu Qingqiu and a woman in purple stood by the window, observing the two figures on the street. The Sacred Sword Lake now faces dire straits. If they choose to endure this grievance, the puppet master behind this turmoil will become even more unbridled. Hence, they aim to suppress the Azure Dragon Society. Unfortunately, they are up against the Azure Dragon Society, and since the Azure Dragon Society dares to act, they will not fear the Sacred Sword Lake. "I wonder if this person can match Gui Luosheng?" Lu Qingqiu pondered. "Hard to say. This person should be a guardian of Su Chen, possessing strength at least at the pinnacle of the sea's condensation level, having previously struck in Qinglong City, slaying numerous experts of the sea's condensation level," replied the woman in purple. In another location, atop a tall building, Lai Guohong and Feng Huayuan of the Chongqing Society stood, their gazes fixed on the street below. "Brother Feng, your stratagem is truly remarkable. I did not expect them to clash so soon," Lai Guohong remarked. "It is not my stratagem that is exceptional, but rather their necessity to act. The Sacred Sword Lake is now besieged on all sides. If they do not adopt a more aggressive stance, their reputation will plummet. The Azure Dragon Society will not endure in silence. Their engagement was within my expectations. However, I wonder if Jian Taichi was indeed slain by those of the Azure Dragon Society. If so, the Azure Dragon Society must have dispatched numerous formidable experts," Feng Huayuan responded. As they spoke, a tremendous aura began to surge from both of them, a terrifying black energy enveloping the area around Xianjian and cascading toward Gui Luosheng. An overwhelming pressure descended in an instant. Divine might, the formless ghost. With a low growl, Gui Luosheng unleashed his divine aura, and as he did so, several ominous shadows manifested behind him. Gui Luosheng, the formless one, wielded the soul-capturing sword. He raised his long sword and struck with a single slash. An endless tide of ghostly figures surged forth from the blade, heading directly towards Xianjian. Those spectators who sensed the impending danger hastily retreated. Gui Luosheng's swordsmanship, characterized by the lifeless, ghostly forms, not only wielded formidable sword energy, but also launched assaults on the mind. It remained uncertain if the members of the Qinglong Society could withstand such an onslaught. From atop a high building, Lai Guohong spoke, "You will know soon enough." Feng Huayuan murmured softly. Xianjian's gaze turned icy. Sword shadow split soul. The black and white Xianjian unleashed his dual blades. And in the instant of the strike, several dark figures emerged from the shadows of his swords. These figures were born from the spirits of fallen foes, absorbed during his dual blade slaughters, nurtured within him. Upon witnessing this technique, the faces of some onlookers shifted in apprehension. Boom. The two attacks collided, unleashing terrifying shockwaves as their figures clashed in midair, engaging in a rapid exchange of strikes. Sword energy soared, weaving through the air with ferocity. The sinister intent of their blades enveloped the surroundings, transforming the once sweltering street into a chilling winter's embrace. Bang! The two figures separated, both gazing at each other with grave intensity. Following the fierce confrontation, they recognized each other's prowess. To subdue the opponent, it was evident that more potent methods would be required. Gue Roshen's expression tightened. This situation was not what he had anticipated. Boom. Just as he contemplated his next move, a force of attraction emanated from Jiangnan across the way. This pull was not of the energy of the heavens and earth, but rather the power contained within his twin swords. A surge of blood energy manifested within the swords, coursing through his arms and into his body. Each time Jiangnan took a life, he not only absorbed the spirit of his adversary, but also harvested a portion of their essence, nurturing it in his blades. As this essence flooded into Jiangnan, the blood energy surged within him. Accompanied by this vitality, a black sword energy radiated outward, tearing through the air around him. With both swords raised, he moved like a fleeting shadow, launching another assault on Gue Roshen. Simultaneously, his long sword struck out. Boom! The two terrifying sword energies collided like black meteors. Upon seeing this, Gue Roshen's expression shifted drastically, and he summoned every ounce of his strength. He struck with his sword. Bang! The forces clashed, sending Gue Roshen hurtling backward. In the fleeting moment of hesitation during their confrontation, a warrior could easily miss the opportunity to seize the upper hand. Once that advantage was lost, defeat was inevitable. My lord. The two black-clad figures accompanying Gue Roshen attempted to rush forward, but were blocked by two shadows. At that moment, black and white Jiangnan surged forward, bringing his swords together, freeing his right hand to deliver a palm strike to Gue Roshen. With a splutter, Gue Roshen coughed up a mouthful of blood, only to be seized by the throat and brought before Su Chen. Su Chen gazed at the two figures clad in black and said, "There is no need for concern. He will not be killed. Return and prepare 5 holy sword fruits to bring for the ransom." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the two black-clad individuals appeared taken aback. The holy sword fruits were produced only 10 each year by the Holy Sword Lake, and asking for 5 at once seemed rather excessive. Was Gue Luoxing truly worth 5 holy sword fruits? If not, it would be a great pity. They would have to eliminate him. Su Chen coldly remarked to the two, "We shall return immediately." Seeing this, the two black-clad men exchanged glances and swiftly departed. On the high building, Su Chen's audacity was evident. He was so boldly confronting the Holy Sword Lake, but it was a pity he had not managed to kill Gue Luoxing. Observing Su Chen on the street, Fang Huayuan sighed. "Brother, is this not better? The clash between the Qinglong society and the Holy Sword Lake could indeed be more advantageous for us," said Lai Guhong. "The show is over. Let us depart." Just as Fang Huayuan turned to leave, the elderly steward beside Lai Guhong entered the pavilion. "By Maching and Yin Luo Jian Wei Donghai have been slain," the old steward whispered. Chapter 780. The Holy Sword Lake compromises one of the 5 elders. Lu Chimu, you say Bai Maching and Wei Donghai are dead. How can that be? How did they perish? Lai Guhong furrowed his brow and inquired. Both perished by the sword. One was pierced through the heart, the other through the throat. The assailant must have been lying in wait just outside the secret chamber where they were hiding. They acted with remarkable speed as the two exited, the steward explained. It appears that it was the Qinglong society behind this. Their retribution is indeed swift. Where are the bodies of these two now? Fang Huayuan interjected. They have been discarded in the street. The people from Yin Luo Jian have already taken the corpses away, the steward replied. Brother, I shall go to inspect the bodies of these two shortly, Lai Guhong said solemnly. Very well, proceed with caution. Fang Huayuan nodded, his gaze drifting back toward the direction of the inn where Su Chen was located. This Su Xiaolong is no ordinary individual. You must remain vigilant, he remarked before exiting the room. Lai Guhong and the elderly steward followed suit. Before long, the news that the Qinglong society had detained Gue Luoxing from the Holy Sword Lake, demanding the release of 5 holy sword fruits, spread rapidly. In the inn opposite the Luoyang Great Escort Bureau, Lin Xiaodian pushed open the door to find Sima Changhen seated inside. Elder brother, the Holy Sword Lake has suffered a significant loss of face. Gue Luoxing has been captured by Su Chen. Su Chen is demanding 5 holy sword fruits for his release. According to Lu Wujian's style, he would not agree to such terms. Do you think he will come personally? Lin Xiaotian inquired. Lu Wujian will not come. He will send someone to deliver the 5 holy sword fruits. Is there anything else? Sima Changhen shook his head. Moreover, Wei Donghai and Bai Maching have been murdered, their bodies discarded in the street. The strike was fatal, leaving them no chance to defend themselves. Judging by the technique, it appears to be the work of the Qinglong society. When I arrived, the people from the underworld had already taken the bodies away, fearing that someone might be watching. So I refrained from following them. Elder brother, the members of the Qinglong society have slain Bai Maching and Wei Donghai, resulting in the loss of our target. Lin Xiaotian remarked. Su Xiaolong is indeed decisive in his actions. In such a short time, he has already taken 2 lives. Please extend a token of gratitude to Su Xiaolong for sparing your life, he instructed. Have we tracked down Feng Huayuan's whereabouts? Sima Changhen inquired. Not yet, elder brother. Do you believe that Wei Donghai's associates could be linked to Feng Huayuan? Lin Xiaotian questioned. Feng Huayuan would not be interested in them. Those who interact with them cannot be Feng Huayuan. However, with Wei Donghai's demise, Wei Dongjun should soon reveal himself. Given his status, he might be able to meet with Feng Huayuan. Yet, I remain perplexed about the purpose behind Feng Huayuan's current actions. Does he know my identity? Sima Changhen furrowed his brow. First, go deliver the gift, and then please convey another message to Su Chen, thanking him for avenging the Luoyang escort agency on my behalf. Sima Changhen instructed. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback by the request to deliver a gift to Su Chen, but complied with Sima Changhen's wishes and proceeded to prepare the offerings. After Lin Xiaotian departed, Sima Changhen rose to his feet. Lu Wujian, it seems that I am not the only one pursuing you. There are others as well. He sighed. Within the inn, Su Chen regarded Lin Xiaotian's arrival with a hint of confusion. He did not anticipate receiving 2 gifts from Lin Xiaotian. Upon learning that Sima Changhen had sent them, he thought to himself, Sima Changhen is quite the tactician. Thank you, Captain Sima. Your generosity is much appreciated. In return, I shall share a piece of information with you. Bai Maching's backers may be the Lai family's Lai Guhong. In the spirit of reciprocity, Su Chen felt compelled to inform his counterpart of this revelation. What? Su Xiaolong, are you suggesting that Bai Maching's associates are Lai Guhong? Lin Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Su Chen nodded. Thank you, Su Xiaolong. I must take my leave now. Lin Xiaotian bowed respectfully and departed in haste. Observing the 2 gifts brought by Lin Xiaotian, Su Chen began to investigate. Acquired 1 Millennium Extreme Frost Snow Herb, obtained a Yuan Yang Pearl, and received 2 orange lottery tickets. Sima Changhen's scheme is indeed quite rewarding, Su Chen mused. With the bodies taken by the underworld, is it possible to ascertain their current location? Su Chen asked Yuan Suiyan. My subordinates have left special markers that will allow us to locate them at any time. Good. Then we shall meet with them tonight and discover who is truly behind this. Having been schemed against, Su Chen had no intention of swallowing this bitter pill. He sought to annihilate those who plotted against him. As night fell, an elderly man clad in a black robe appeared within the inn, accompanied by 3 individuals dressed in long purple robes. The elder exuded a restrained aura, devoid of any noticeable fluctuations. Yet, as Su Chen beheld him, he sensed a profound sword intent akin to the twilight of a waning day, evoking an overwhelming sense of melancholy within him. I am Lu Chimu from the Holy Sword Lake. It is an honor to meet you, Su Xiaolong, the elder said, bowing slightly before Su Chen. Esteemed Elder Lu, it is truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Su Chen remarked, gazing at the elder. This is a token of goodwill from our esteemed Su Xiaolong, comprising 5 sacred sword fruits, along with 2 additional gifts. I hope the Qinglong Association will refrain from taking action against the people of Sacred Sword Lake in the near future, Elder Lu Chima stated, instructing the 3 companions accompanying him to unveil the offerings. Within a brocade box lay 5 sacred sword fruits, while 2 other boxes contained, one a piece of yellow silk cotton, and the other a token. This yellow silk cotton is a profound insight into the sword path left by the current master of the Zhenwu Taoist Temple during his visit to our Sacred Sword Lake's sword tomb. As for this token, it grants access to the Sword Heart Island of Sacred Sword Lake. Su Xiaolong may freely bring 5 individuals with him. At that time, this token will allow you to select a sword type from our sword tomb to take with you, Elder Lu Chimu elaborated. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Su Chen's heart stirred with intrigue. He had not anticipated that Sacred Sword Lake would not only present 5 sacred sword fruits, but also bestow 2 treasures, in hopes of persuading them to refrain from hostility. Had you approached us with this disposition from the outset, why resort to capturing our people? Su Chen pondered. Very well. The Qinglong Association shall temporarily refrain from accepting any commissions from individuals of Sacred Sword Lake. Recognizing the concessions made by the other party, Su Chen deemed it unnecessary to impose further difficulties. Thank you, Su Xiaolong. May I inquire if I am permitted to depart with my companions? Elder Lu Chimu looked at Su Chen. Lord Gui Luosheng awaits downstairs. He may accompany you. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Following a slight bow in acknowledgement, Elder Lu Chimu turned to leave. Once Elder Lu and his party had departed, Su Chen collected the items, successfully acquiring 3 orange lottery cards. Subsequently, they hastily exited the inn. Outside the city, in a dilapidated manner, 2 corpses lay upon a white cloth. A man clad in a dark purple robe, robust in stature with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, surveyed the lifeless bodies with an expression strikingly similar to that of the deceased Wei Donghai. He was indeed Wei Dongjun, the master of the Yama Hall. Chapter 781. The forceful Wei Dongjun, Su Chen, and the breaking of Lai Guhong's neck. Within the broken courtyard stood several dozen individuals cloaked in black. Why has the Qinglong Association targeted Donghai? Wei Dongjuan's voice resonated with a deep gravitas. My lord, Bai Maching requested the Qinglong Association to eliminate Hui Qianin of Sacred Sword Lake, but this information reached Lai Guhong. One of the cloaked figures hastily replied. Boom. As the words left the black-clad figure's lips, a terrifying aura erupted from Wei Dongjun, enveloping the entire courtyard in an oppressive weight. In an instant, only one person behind him remained upright. The others buckled under the tremendous pressure, their knees straining to support their forms. Lai Guhong, has he breached the rules? Is he wishing for my brother's demise? Wei Dongjuan's voice was laced with icy fury. Creak. At that moment, 2 figures pushed the door open and entered, the first clad in a purple robe adorned with golden embroidery. A man clad in resplendent attire, adorned with a rolled brim hat, appeared to be a middle-aged merchant, portly and ostentatiously dressed, with hands bedecked in an array of rings and gemstones. Within the dilapidated courtyard, Wei Dongjun suppressed his aura and addressed the 2 newcomers. Why have you arrived so late? Master, we encountered some minor issues en route, but they have been resolved, replied the man in the purple robe. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, and his brow furrowed slightly. Master, what has transpired with Deputy Wei? The figure in the black robe recounted the details of the event. Master, what does Lai Guhong intend? How dare he violate the rules of the martial world? Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, the complexion of the purple-robed man turned cold. I too am eager to understand his motivations. Jia Yan, go and summon Lai Guhong. I wish to hear his explanation. Wei Dongjun instructed the merchant-like man. Master Wei, this incident was entirely unforeseen, he began to explain. Just then, Lai Guhong, accompanied by an elderly steward, hastily entered the scene. Upon encountering Lai Guhong, Wei Dongjuan's gaze pierced through him, an overwhelming murderous intent enveloping the latter. The advancing Lai Guhong's steps faltered, terror flooding his heart as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Wei Dongjun, the elderly steward behind him, noticing the shift, paled and unleashed a surge of energy to shield Lai Guhong from Wei Dongjuan's oppressive aura. However, at that very moment, a chilling force descended upon him, swiftly quelling his released energy, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The steward attempted to manifest his spiritual prowess, but before he could act, Wei Dongjuan's figure transformed into a blur, appearing before the elder in an instant. Yama's finger. A single finger pressed against the steward's forehead. With a resounding explosion, the elder's forehead burst open, blood spraying forth. As Lai Guhong turned to witness the gruesome scene, blood and brain matter splattered across his face. Meanwhile, Wei Dongjun returned to his previous position. Bow down. In a state of terror, Lai Guhong found his legs betraying him, collapsing to the ground. Were it not for my alliance with Lai Zhenbei, you too would lie here today, Wei Dongjun declared, fixing his gaze upon Lai Guhong. You seek death, Wei Dongjun? If you possess the courage, kill me, but know that you shall not escape the confines of Luoyang. Lai Guhong's expression twisted into a snarl. To be forced to kneel was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Death seemed a preferable alternative. Threaten me? You dare to disrupt the order of the martial world. Should I slay you, your father would not hold me accountable. Why release such information? Wei Dongjuan's voice was laced with ice as he interrogated Lai Guhong. I fear that informing you might lead to your demise before you can comprehend. Lai Guhong snarled defiantly. It appears this is not your own design, but rather that of another. Speak, and I shall see if Wei Dongjun possesses a life to heed your words, Wei Dongjun responded. Astonishment etched upon his face at Lai Guhong's revelation. The enigmatic Lai Guhong fell silent, unable to speak of the matters concerning the Chongqing Society or Feng Huayuan. Aren't you going to speak? Wei Dongjuan's gaze turned icy as he materialized before Lai Guhong, seizing his head and forcefully pressing it to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding impacts echoed as Lai Guhong's forehead struck the earth. Once the pressure was lifted, he retracted his overwhelming aura. You seek my demise. Wait until you possess the capability. The Lord of Yinlu snorted disdainfully, a mere flick of his hand sending Lai Guhong soaring out of the courtyard. Outside the dilapidated estate, Lai Guhong expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he struggled to rise and hastily departed. Within the crumbling abode, a figure clad in black beside Wei Dongjun inquired, My lord, should we pursue and investigate the individuals behind Lai Guhong? Wei Dongjun raised a hand, shaking his head. Those behind him are formidable. Today, I have demonstrated my might to Lai Guhong. I am eager to see if they dare to confront me. Meanwhile, Lai Guhong halted, retrieving a pill from his robe and consuming it. Moments later, he regained his composure and turned to leave. Yet he had scarcely taken a few steps when a figure materialized before him. Didn't he expect our esteemed young master Lai to be in such a predicament today? It was Su Chen, who had swiftly located him due to the manipulations performed by Ru Yunin on the deceased. Su Chen had witnessed the recent events unfold within the dilapidated estate. Wei Dongjun had not assigned blame to the Qinglong Society, but had rather directed his wrath at Lai Guhong, who had been made to bow in utter disgrace. Initially, Su Chen had contemplated dealing with Wei Dongjun, yet he found himself intrigued by the latter's approach. Moreover, eliminating him would bring a semblance of stability to Luoyang County, which was undesirable. Thus, he followed Lai Guhong, eager to ascertain the identity of the individual he had mentioned. Su Chen, what brings you here? Lai Guhong's expression shifted upon seeing him. You spread the word. Who else would I seek but you? As Su Chen spoke, he swiftly appeared before Lai Guhong. Tempest slash. In response, Lai Guhong raised his right foot, unleashing a fierce gust aimed at Su Chen with astonishing speed. Injured, yet still moving, truly courting death. Su Chen swiftly raised his hand, grasping Lai Guhong's thigh and lifting him effortlessly. Boom! He slammed him down onto the ground. Thud! 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 In an instant, Lai Guhong's body collided violently with the earth, his internal energy dissipating as blood gushed from his mouth, rendering his speech halting. Su Chen swiftly moved, his hand landing on Lai Guhong's neck, lifting him once more as a surge of mental force enveloped him. Who are the individuals behind you? Su Chen inquired. I stand here, with my senior brother, Feng Huayuan, the heir of the Eternal Life Society. You are a disciple of the Eternal Life Society. I am merely a nominal disciple, Lu Guhong replied gradually. Where is Feng Huayuan? I do not know. It was my senior brother who sought me out. After a while, Su Chen extracted a wealth of information from Lu Guhong. You are of no further use. Think before you act next time. After uttering these words, Su Chen exerted force with his palm. Crack! He abruptly twisted the other's neck. Chapter 782. Heavenly Sacred Sword Canon. Yinhai Sect, Yunhaixing, Jinwu Taoist Temple Disciple. The previous chapters contained an error. It has been amended to reflect that one of the 5 elders is Lu Chimu. Releasing his hand, Su Chen inspected the lifeless body of Lu Guhong. There was nothing of significance upon him, only a few silver notes, utterly devoid of utility. What a waste. Disappointed, Su Chen rose to his feet. Master, shall we dispose of Lu Guhong's body? Yuan Suiyin inquired. Let us use his corpse to lure Feng Huayuan. I am curious to see if he will appear. Su Chen glanced at the remains of Lu Guhong. Make the arrangements. We shall depart. Now that we are aware of Feng Huayuan's existence, let us see if we can draw him out. If we succeed, we may have the opportunity to converse with Sima Changhan, perhaps even garner some benefits from him. After Yuan Suiyun completed his preparations, the two swiftly departed. The following day, at dawn, within a hidden chamber beneath a dilapidated courtyard not far away. It was spacious and brightly lit. A figure clad in black appeared before Wei Dongjun. Master, we have discovered Lu Guhong's corpse not far from here. His throat has been crushed. The cloaked figure approached Wei Dongjun. He has been slain. Likely by the handiwork of the Qinglong society, they are decisive in their actions. Let him be. After all, I am not the one who killed him. Wei Dongjun remained unconcerned about Lu Guhong's demise, who currently oversees the Qinglong society in Luoyang. I am uncertain if the current leader is Su Chen, the young dragon head of the Qinglong society, who is present in Luoyang. Shall we dispose of the body? The black-clad figure asked. There is no need. They are likely seeking the one behind Lu Guhong. If we remain uninvolved, we will have no connection to them. Moreover, I am quite eager to observe how Lu Jinbei reacts upon learning of his son's death. And do arrange a meeting with the young dragon head of the Qinglong society for me, Wei Dongjun instructed. Master, the Qinglong society has slain our vice hall master? The black-clad figure queried, perplexed. Though we are not a righteous sect, we must adhere to principles in our dealings. Besides, the Qinglong society possesses formidable strength. We, the Yamahal, aim to re-emerge and cannot afford to offend such a powerful adversary. Assassins are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is a formidable assassin. In this resurgence, we must strive for a lifetime, enabling us to breach the celestial gates and depart. Wei Dongjun declared. Your subordinate will make the necessary arrangements. The black-clad figure bowed and departed. Jiayan, prepare some gifts for me. Lin Jiangxian, commence an investigation into Sima Changhan. It is imperative that we locate him, for what he possesses is crucial to my advancement. Wei Dongjun commanded. Yes. Behind him, two individuals quickly bowed and departed. At this moment, within a tranquil courtyard in the city, Fang Huayuan furrowed his brow. Young master, before Lai Guohong's neck was snapped, he sustained injuries. Judging from the news, it appears Wei Dongjun was responsible. A middle-aged man clad in black spoke before Fang Huayuan. Such arrogance from Wei Dongjun. Few dare to take the life of Lai Guohong. Who do you suspect is behind this? Fang Huayuan replied solemnly. Perhaps it is the people from the Qinglong society? The man in black suggested. The Qinglong society strikes with remarkable ruthlessness. Ensure Lai Guohong's body is returned to the Lai family. Let them handle the aftermath. Fang Huayuan commanded. Young master, it seems Lai Jinbei will not be able to come to Luoyang City anytime soon, the man said. At this, Fang Huayuan's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to inquire. What troubles has the Lai family encountered? They have recently clashed with the newly emerged force in Jiangnan, the Beggars' Gang. The Beggars' Gang, a faction formed by beggars, is led by Qiao Feng, who has just become a formidable presence in the Sea of Tranquility. Is such a force truly worthy of the Lai family's attention? Fang Huayuan questioned, perplexed. I have heard of the Beggars' Gang upon my arrival in Jiangnan and have kept a watchful eye on them. However, their strength seems mediocre. The rumors suggest Qiao Feng has merely stepped into the realm of the Sea of Tranquility, a status not deserving of my concern. Young master, Qiao Feng's prowess is indeed that of a top-tier figure in the Sea of Tranquility. His divine might exceedingly formidable, not merely a novice. Furthermore, the Beggars' Gang has recently unveiled several powerful individuals. 5 members of the Elder Council have emerged, 2 of whom are also in the Sea of Tranquility. The middle-aged man in black remarked gravely. I never anticipated such formidable forces would arise in the current Jianghu. Let us first send the body over. As for the subsequent decisions, it is a matter for Lai Jinbei to address. We must refrain from action for now. The Sacred Sword Lake is our true objective. Has there been any progress in locating the Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic within the Sword Tomb? The infiltrators at the Sacred Sword Lake have yet to respond. However, Elder Lu Chimu's appearance at the Sword Tomb indicates that there are no longer experts capable of confronting the current crisis at the Sacred Sword Lake. Only those who can summon the 5 elders. Perhaps a little more chaos could be ignited at the Sacred Sword Lake, the middle-aged man suggested. Do you have a plan? If Qian Junmo were to assist in Luoyang City, I believe he could further complicate matters at the Sacred Sword Lake. His purpose for coming to the Sacred Sword Lake is the Sword Heart Clarity Grass. You could collaborate with him, promising to aid him in acquiring it. Very well. I shall arrange to meet with Qian Junmo at my earliest convenience, Fang Huayuan responded. Then I will proceed to handle Lai Guohong's remains and subsequently seek out Qian Junmo. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. At this moment, in another location, the Tianxia city within the Lingjiang region, Guan Yu Tian sat regally upon the main seat. Among the 10 envoys, aside from Liao Ruoxing and Jian Zun, who had journeyed to the South Sea, All were present within the grand hall. Chu Xiangyu, Yan Yingjue, and others were seated on either side. The news has reached us that forces around the northern canal are converging, preparing to unite against us. At the forefront is Yun Haixing, the leader of the Yunhai sect, who is the foremost disciple of the Grand Elder of the Jinwu Taoist Temple. Known as the Master of the Nine Absolute Swords, he has mastered one of the three supreme arts of the Jinwu Temple, the Heavenly River's 9 swords, and is a formidable swordsman who has not revealed his prowess for many years. Rumors suggest that the Yunhai sect operates outside the 13 sects of Tingzhou, yet secretly controls half of the sects within the region, making it a hidden overlord of Tingzhou. With his involvement, it is no wonder that the northern canal area has rapidly gathered its forces. Yan Yingjue spoke, her expression grave. After all, Yun Haixing's affiliation with the Jinwu Temple is a significant concern. Is this his reliance? She pondered, but does he not have the backing of the Jinwu Temple? Isn't the Jinwu Garden just another branch of the Jinwu Temple? It has been seized by Tai Zhongtang. Guan Yushin replied with a cold demeanor. If the Jinwu Temple chooses to intervene, I would indeed like to witness the strength of this sacred Taoist domain. Chapter 783, Guan Yushin departs. Night raid on the Shifang mansion 3 days later. We shall depart from Tiantian City now. We should be able to arrive, Yan Yingjue stated. Very well. We shall set out today for the Yunhai sect. Chu Xiangyu, you will remain behind to oversee Tiantian City, Guan Yushin commanded. Within the Jianghu, schemes abound. The opposing forces are likely rallying to lure Guan Yushin away. If he departs, Tiantian City could be attacked. Should Tiantian City fall in his absence, it would be a significant loss of face for him. He can only venture forth without worry if Chu Xiangyu remains to safeguard Tiantian City. Understood, Chu Xiangyu acknowledged. Bai Liqui, Helian Ba, Yan Yingjue, you 4 shall accompany me. The rest will heed Chu Xiangyu's orders. Yan Yingjue, bring along the members of the Dark Flow Sand. Guan Yushin stood up, issuing his commands. Yan Yingjue pledged her allegiance to Guan Yushin. He did not retract command over Dark Flow Sand, allowing her to continue leading them. Yes, I shall prepare the carriage at once, Yan Yingjue affirmed. A moment later, Guan Yushin's convoy exited Tiantian City. Within a small estate in Tiantian City, a man clad in a blue robe sat confidently in the main hall, his gaze fixed on a middle-aged man dressed in finery not far away. The blue-robed man's eyes were filled with an air of authority. Are you saying that Guan Yushin has taken Yan Yingjue, Helian Ba, and others away from Tiantian City? Indeed. My subordinates witnessed it firsthand. The man before him quickly replied. It appears they have received word from the leader to convene a martial arts conference against Guan Yushin. Relay this information to the leader immediately. With Guan Yushin gone, it means that the Shifang General's mansion is devoid of any formidable experts. The man in the blue robe spoke coldly. According to the information I have received, Guan Yutian has brought only 2 companions. One is a skilled practitioner, and the other, Helian Ba, both of whom possess the power of the Dan Tian transforming into the sea. His ability to dominate the Lingjiang region relies heavily on the previous leader's wife of the Tianxia Alliance, Yan Yingjue. Without her assistance, it would not be so effortless for Guan Yutian to exert control over Lingjiang. The speaker continued, I never expected that after Bu Yunxiao's demise, Yan Yingjue would align herself with Guan Yutian. It seems that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she gravitates towards the powerful. Arrange for our people to infiltrate Tianxia City. I intend to raid Guan Yutian's lair and see what face he has left to present before our Yunhai sect. The blue-robed man spoke with a chilling tone. Deputy Sect Master, should we not report this to the Sect Master before taking action? Inquired the man in brocade. Humph. I was dispatched here by the Sect Master, and I possess the authority to make any decisions. Simply follow my orders. Do you have any objections? The blue-robed man's tone grew icy, and an oppressive aura emanated from him, bearing down on the man in brocade. The latter trembled in fear, his body shaking. I have no objections. Then let us proceed. The blue-robed man commanded. Understood. The man in brocade said no more and hastily exited the hall. Deputy Sect Master, if we manage to destroy Guan Yutian's lair, I believe your prestige will undoubtedly soar, and you shall become the deputy leader of this alliance. After the man in brocade departed, a figure wielding a blood-red sword stepped forward. Guan Yutian's recent actions against the canal forces have indeed presented us with an opportunity, remarked the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man, one of the 2 deputy leaders of the Yunhai sect, was Luo Yuhai. Tonight, we will invade the Shifang General's residence. A glint of ferocity and excitement sparkled in Luo Yuhai's eyes. The martial world was in turmoil, and the ambitions of many began to shift. They desired more. The conflicts within the martial realm were fueled by this insatiable ambition and greed, leading to a storm of blood and chaos. As the night deepened, dozens of figures clad in black gathered in the courtyard. Luo Yuhai and the man wielding the blood sword emerged, standing with hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes cold and exuding a terrifying authority. "Greetings, Deputy Sect Master." The group saluted in unison. "Guan Yu Tian has not returned," Luo Yuhai stated, turning to the man in the brocade robe. "Reporting to the Deputy Sect Master, we have been monitoring their movements, and they have not returned." "Good." A look of excitement and ferocity crossed Luo Yuhai's face. "Tonight, we shall penetrate the Tianya Pavilion and the Shifang General's residence, leaving no survivors. After eliminating them and seizing their treasures, we will set the place ablaze." Luo Yuhai's voice was cold and resolute. "Let us depart." With that, he took the lead. In Tianxia City, at the Tianya Pavilion, a group of black-clad figures appeared before the general's residence. "Breach the door, we shall enter," Luo Yuhai commanded, gazing at the gates of the Shifang General's residence. "Understood." The man beside him, clutching the blood sword, stepped forward, his aura surging. He was a warrior at the Dan Tian, transforming into the sea level. As he drew his sword, the crimson glow emanated like a blood moon against the night sky. A sword was unsheathed, and a crimson sword aura surged towards the grand entrance. Boom! At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. A thunderous roar erupted, and with it, a whip-like shadow emerged, colliding with the sword aura. In an instant, the sword aura shattered beneath the power of the thunderous whip. "Who dares to act recklessly at my Shifang Manor?" A gray figure stepped forth, wielding a long whip, his gaze coldly fixed upon the appearing Luo Yuhai. A cultivator at the Dantian transformation stage, you cannot defend this manor." Observing the arrival of Huang Fuchanghen, Luo Yuhai spoke. "Who are you?" Huang Fuchanghen inquired icily, his eyes narrowing at Luo Yuhai. "I am Luo Yuhai, the vice master of Yunhai sect. Today, I shall lay waste to your Shifang Manor and see how Guan Yu Tian can still maintain his dignity in the Lingjiang region. However, I am rather curious about your identity," Luo Yuhai replied, locking eyes with Huang Fuchanghen. "I am Huang Fuchanghen, the envoy of Shifang. You think you can destroy my Shifang Manor? You are merely dreaming. Receive my strike, 1,000-mile thunder whip." Huang Fuchanghen took the initiative, his long whip flashing like silver as it advanced towards Luo Yuhai. Impudence. Blood-breaking 3 swords. The earlier assailant wielded his sword, executing 3 swift slashes to counter Huang Fuchanghen's whip. "Kill." With a wave of his hand, Luo Yuhai commanded, and dozens of black-clad figures surged into the Shifang Manor. Boom. But at the moment these figures charged in, a terrifying force erupted within the manor. The first wave of black-clad intruders was obliterated, reduced to mere flesh and blood by the violent energy. Then, the wine immortal emerged from the entrance. A towering figure holding a wine jug. What a raucous scene. I did not expect that the moment the master leaves, petty thieves would arrive. Today, I shall annihilate them all. As the wine immortal unleashed his formidable energy, he sprang from the ground, his fist rocketing forward. Luo Yuhai, observing the elegantly dressed man beside him, felt a surge of anger. "Did you not say there was no one here? How come there are so many?" "Subordinate, go and slay this man." The elegantly dressed man immediately responded, launching himself into action. Celestial palm. He struck, aiming his palm towards the wine immortal's fist. Overlord's fist. The wine immortal bellowed, his fist radiating a terrifying energy. Bang! The assailant was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, and fell lifeless to the ground, seeking death. Witnessing this, Luo Yuhai's expression twisted into a grimace, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. His aura surged forth, a thick energy emanating from him. Divine might. Crimson flame shattering. Luo Yuhai's power erupted, revealing the reason he dared to threaten Shifang Manor. He was a formidable force at the sea's heart. As his divine might exploded, his figure vanished, only to reappear before the wine immortal, delivering a devastating palm strike. The blazing energy in his palm resembled a blade of flames. Boom! At that moment, a figure materialized before the wine immortal, emanating a terrifying divine might. Divine might, ice and fire duality. Blazing fire palm. A shadow emerged, emitting a low growl as a palm struck forth, unleashing a searing force that collided with the flaming blade. The fiery weapon shattered upon impact. Chapter 784. Severing the head and presenting it to the Yunhai sect. The assailant, Luo Yuhai, retreated while casting a gaze toward the figure that had appeared. This newcomer, though somewhat aged, possessed a tall stature that exuded an air of elegance. Clad in a robe of black and white, he stood with an undeniable nobility. Chu Xiangyu hailed from royal lineage, embodying the dignity of nobility. "Who are you?" Luo Yuhai inquired, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Xiangyu. "I am Chu Xiangyu, envoy of the Tianya Pavilion," he replied, his gaze steady as he regarded Luo Yuhai. No wonder Guan Yu Tian dared to leave the Shifang mansion. It seems he had left behind such a formidable expert. Luo Yuhai's expression grew grave. At times, an individual's aura signifies their strength. Chu Xiangyu's presence was indeed formidable. Moreover, he had just countered Luo Yuhai's attack. "Commander, the leader of our envoys, do you truly believe there are no capable individuals beneath him? Your arrival is fortuitous. Your head shall be delivered to the commander, so that the Yunhai sect and the surrounding forces may understand that submission is the only path forward," Chu Xiangyu stated, his demeanor calm. "Kill." As he spoke, Jiao Zhongxian and Huang Fuchanghen swiftly launched their assault upon the black-clad figures behind Luo Yuhai. Those who had come were no match for Jiao Zhongxian and Huang Fuchanghen, evoking a sensation akin to slaughter. Luo Yuhai's gaze grew fierce. "Flame demon ape," he bellowed, and a terrifying black flame enveloped him, swirling around his form and manifesting into a monstrous simian shape. A dreadful malice surged forth, transforming the night into a blinding spectacle. A scene that was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The commotion around the Shifang mansion had already drawn considerable attention. People quickly gathered outside, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Though Chu Xiangyu had not previously revealed himself, many recognized Luo Yuhai, the vice-master of the Yunhai sect in the Tingzhou region. "Isn't that Luo Yuhai? The vice-master of the Yunhai sect? What brings him here?" one murmured. "It is rumored that Commander Guan Yu seeks to subjugate the forces around the canal. The master of the Yunhai sect is convening these forces for a martial arts conference, preparing to unite against Commander Guan Yu. He just left the city today, yet they have already launched a night assault on the Shifang mansion. It seems this was premeditated. However, they did not anticipate the presence of such a formidable expert within the mansion," another remarked. "Die for me." Fiery explosive fist. Luo Yuhai roared, charging toward Chu Xiangyu. His fist raised, a blazing force akin to a meteor erupted from it. Alongside this heat, a ferocious aura surged toward Chu Xiangyu. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyu acted with both hands simultaneously. The forces of heat and cold explosively manifested in his grasp. Boom. The palms collided with Luo Yuhai's fist. Bang. A terrifying force erupted from both palms, accompanied by a muffled groan that reverberated through the air, shaking the ground beneath. The surrounding atmosphere, influenced by two opposing streams of energy, began to disperse outward, creating an instantaneous vacuum. Luo Yuhai staggered backward, gasping for breath, his gaze dark and fixed on Chu Xiangyu. The recent confrontation had left him at a disadvantage. Die. With a surge of determination, Luo Yuhai summoned his internal energy once more, preparing to launch a counterattack against Chu Xiangyu. However, as he did so, an unexpected chill surged within him, disrupting the flow of his energy. In that fleeting moment, the rich ice and fire energy within Chu Xiangyu erupted, enveloping his entire being in a formidable force. With a powerful push off the ground, he appeared before his opponent, striking with both hands once again. Luo Yuhai, sensing the impending danger, immediately retaliated, their palms colliding with a thunderous crash. Luo Yuhai was sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Chu Xiangyu, seizing the opportunity, followed through with a relentless barrage of strikes, each one landing squarely on Luo Yuhai's body. With a resounding thud, Luo Yuhai crashed to the ground, his form twisted and battered, his chest caved in and ribs shattered. Blood oozing from his mouth as he convulsed in agony. "If you lack the strength, do not expose yourself, otherwise, the consequences will be dire," Chu Xiangyu murmured, his hand gripping Luo Yuhai's head. With a swift motion, he severed it from the body, blood splattering everywhere. After all, he had promised to deliver Luo Yuhai's head to the Yunhai sect. He could not betray that vow. Meanwhile, the black-clad assailants who had come forth perished under the onslaught of Huang Fuchanghen and Jiao Zhongxian, leaving no survivors. A group of individuals soon appeared within the Shifang mansion to dispose of the bodies. "Dispose of these corpses," Chu Xiangyu commanded as he entered the mansion alongside Jiao Zhongxian. The battle was rather unsatisfying, Jiao Zhongxian remarked, sipping his drink. The true masters are concentrated in the capital in Jiangnan, where numerous formidable practitioners reside, Chu Xiangyu replied. Compared to Jiangnan and the capital, other regions lack such concentrations of strength. Bring me a box to secure this head and send it to the commander. Chu Xiangyu instructed a disciple as he stepped into the hall. As he spoke, a frigid aura enveloped the severed head, preserving it from decay during the summer heat before placing it on the table. He then turned and made his way toward the rear of the hall. Outside the Shifeng mansion, onlookers quickly dispersed. Within moments, several carrier pigeons took flight across the city of Luoyang. Morning in Luoyang. Su Chen had just stepped out of his room when a figure in black appeared before him, as if they had been waiting there all along. Su Xiaolong. This is an invitation from our esteemed lord. We hope you will grant us the honor of your presence. Upon speaking, the figure cloaked in black extended the invitation to Su Chen. As Su Chen accepted the missive and opened it, his expression shifted slightly. The invitation was from Wei Dongjun, the master of the Yama Hall. Our lord requests your company tonight at the Bamboo Grove courtyard for a discussion. The black-clad figure bowed. I shall prepare to attend. Since the other party has requested a meeting, it would be prudent for him to ascertain their intentions. Very well, I await your arrival. After the black-clad figure spoke, he turned and departed. Master, should we follow them? Yuan Suiyin inquired. There is no need. We shall meet them tonight. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. If the other party attempts any trickery, Su Chen would not hesitate to send them on their way. However, from the current situation, it appeared they had no such intentions. Has anyone tampered with Lai Guhong's corpse? Su Chen then asked. Someone did appear and took Lai Guhong's body, arranging for it to be transported to the Lai family. The individual then entered a courtyard, but I did not dare to investigate further for fear of alerting them, Yuan Suiyin replied. Contact Lin Xiaodian and inform him that I wish to meet with Sima Changhen regarding the heir of the Changxing Society. Have them prepare the appropriate remuneration. Su Chen instructed Yuan Suiyin. Chapter 785. The 12 Zodiac Tokens. The 12 Heavenly Gods Palace Feng Huaiyuan, the heir of the Changxing Society, is the target of Sima Changhen. Previously, Su Chen had acted while Sima Changhen observed from the sidelines. Now, Sima Changhen was eager to take action while Su Chen enjoyed the view. After receiving the order, Yuan Suiyin quickly departed. In an inn, Sima Changhen looked at Lin Xiaodian and said, Are you saying that Su Chen is aware of the heir of the Changxing Society? Indeed, he has even asked us to prepare gifts. It seems he intends to sell this information to us, Lin Xiaodian replied. This Su Xiaolong is indeed intriguing. It appears we finally have news of Feng Huaiyuan. Go inform Su Xiaolong that I will await him at our usual location, Sima Changhen said with a smile. Brother, there is also the matter of the Qinglong Society, who have killed Lai Guhong. They show no fear of offending Lai Zhenbei. Lin Xiaodian remarked. In the world of martial arts, what is there to fear? If Lai Zhenbei did not have the backing of the 36 foreign races, who would care about him? He himself does not hold such formidable power, and moreover, the Lai family is currently entangled with the newly risen beggars sect, which likely consumes most of their energy, leaving them little time to come to Luoyang. You should go. Let us focus on our own affairs. Sima Changhen waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, in a lakeside villa in Luoyang, the atmosphere was refreshingly cool, unlike the heat elsewhere. Within the villa, in a waterside pavilion, two figures engaged in conversation. I did not expect you, Brother Feng, to arrive in Luoyang so early, Qian Junmo remarked, gazing at Feng Huaiyuan. To be honest, Junmo, I have come for the Tiansheng sword cannon of the Sacred Sword Lake, Feng Huaiyuan replied. The Tiansheng sword cannon is the most supreme skill of the Sacred Sword Lake. Only the sword master or a candidate for the sword master may cultivate it. Otherwise, none can observe. Upon hearing this, Qian Junmo's expression slightly hardened as he spoke. It seemed he had come to a realization. It appears that your good fortune has been thwarted by Ren Qianhang, he remarked. Indeed, the original plan was to eliminate Lu Kunlun and position Shi Hantian as the candidate for sword master. However, unexpectedly, Ren Qianhang appeared, leading to the failure of my scheme. Feng Huaiyuan sighed. Brother Feng, have you not considered seeking vengeance against Ren Qianhang? Qian Junmo inquired. Once I obtain what I seek, I shall settle the score. However, from my investigations, Ren Qianhang possesses formidable strength, making him a challenging opponent, Feng Huaiyuan replied. You are being overly modest, Brother Feng. With your prowess, You should be able to surpass Ren Qianhang. I wholeheartedly concur with your earlier proposal for collaboration. I have come specifically for the Jinshin Tongming grass. I am indifferent to others, but Lan Yueho will undoubtedly impede my efforts. Therefore, I wish to enlist your assistance in thwarting him. Qian Junmo declared. Lan Yueho? Very well. I shall arrange this matter. However, I would appreciate your assistance in another matter, Brother Junmo. Fang Huiyuan contemplated for a moment before stating. What assistance do you require? Qian Junmo asked. Locate Sima Changhen. Fang Huiyuan replied. Sima Changhen, the head of the Luoyang Escort Bureau? What business do you have with him? Qian Junmo questioned, perplexed. This individual may have connections to the Heavenly Supervision Office. As you know, they are currently searching for me. I wish to glean information regarding their movements through Sima Changhen. After all, if the Sacred Sword Lake opens and personnel from the Heavenly Supervision Office appear to confront me, I fear I may be unable to assist you, Brother Junmo. Fang Huiyuan elucidated. I shall make arrangements regarding Sima Changhen. Qian Junmo contemplated for a moment before affirming. Excellent. I hope our collaboration flourishes. Let us toast with tea in place of wine. To you, Brother Junmo. Fang Huiyuan raised his teacup. To a fruitful partnership. Qian Junmo reciprocated, lifting his cup. The two engaged in conversation for a while before Fang Huiyuan departed the estate. After Fang Huiyuan's departure, an elder approached Qian Junmo at the waterside pavilion. Young master, Fang Huiyuan carries considerable troubles. Your collaboration with him may not bode well for you, the elder cautioned. The Chongqing Society is connected with the Chongqing Society above the Heavenly Gate. Cultivating goodwill with him may allow us to establish contact with them, which could be viewed as an investment. Assisting him in locating Sima Changhen requires no direct involvement. It merely serves as a favor. Qian Junmo waved his hand dismissively. Sima Changhen is certainly within Luoyang. Is Lu Qingqiu not also in Luoyang? You should see if you can gather any intelligence from her. Qian Junmo instructed the elder. I will personally meet with Lu Qingqiu, the elder affirmed. What news from Lan Yueho? Qian Junmo subsequently inquired. He has summoned numerous young talents, evidently intending to thwart you. Young master, given the time we have spent here, we ought to devise a strategy to address Lan Yueho, the elder suggested. No need for haste. How is your search for the 12 zodiac tokens progressing? Qian Junmo asked. As I descend, my primary focus is not on confronting Lan Yueho. Once I acquire the 12 zodiac tokens, there will be no need to breach the Heavenly Gate to depart. Who knows where the portal might transport me? Moreover, obtaining the zodiac tokens may grant me access to the 12 Celestial Palace. While assisting my family is paramount, I must also pursue my own aspirations. Qian Junmo spoke in a hushed tone. Young master, as a distinguished disciple of the Zhenwu Academy, you should be able to enter the Zhenwu Dao Temple. After breaching the Heavenly Gate, you may join the Zhenwu Divine Hall. I can never be considered a direct descendant. Mu Qinxian is the true heir. Only the direct descendants can attain status within the Zhenwu Divine Hall. This path shall only be taken as a last resort. By the way, Mu Qinxian has arrived at the Sacred Sword Lake. She surely will not miss the opportunity to observe the sword tomb and refine her swordsmanship, Qian Junmo remarked. I have received word and am on my way. I did not have the chance to engage with her last time, but this time I shall make a proper connection. A smile graced Qian Junmo's face. Rest assured, young master, I have discreetly gathered all of Mu Qinxuan's information. The elder stated. Very well. Let us first meet Lu Qingqiu and seek out Sima Changhen. On another front, Su Chen returned to Sima Changhen's estate. Su Xiaolong, I did not expect you to obtain news of Fang Huiyuan so swiftly. It truly astonishes me. Sima Changhen greeted Su Chen. It was entirely unexpected. I acquired the information while dealing with Lai Guhong. He is a registered disciple of the Chongqing Society, and his actions in Luoyang were carried out under Fang Huiyuan's instructions. Su Chen replied. While speaking, Su Chen glanced at his lottery cards, 8 in total. He had received 5 the previous day, alongside 3 obtained through a commission to eliminate Huitianin, resulting in 8 unutilized cards. Most of these lottery cards pertain to Sima Changhen. Let us try our luck with 4 cards. Acquired character Yu Peiyu, inherited the full power of Wei Qinglian. Exclusive character Zhuge Jinghua. Acquired character Yuan Shishangxian. Acquired character Ling Luoshi. Chapter 786. The most handsome man in the world, 2 leaders of the Qinglong Society. To my surprise, I drew Yu Peiyu, Ling Luoshi, and Yuan Shishangxian. Su Chen mused inwardly. What astonished him even more was the acquisition of Wei Qinglian's lifelong mastery, through Zhuge Zhenghua. Wei Qinglian is one of the four pinnacle masters in the literary realm, and compared to the other three, Yan Kuangtu, Xiao Qiushui, and Guanxi, Wei Qinglian has rarely made an appearance, yet remains well known. A legendary hero of the Jianghu, he is the founder of the Zizai sect, the most extensive and peculiar martial arts sect within the literary realm, boasting the greatest number of top-tier masters. Renowned figures such as Yi Aiken, Su Xiaoyi, Zhuge Zhenghua, Yuan Shishengxian, and Wang Xiaoshi all hail from the Zizai sect. Though his presence may be elusive, his reputation is undeniable. With the acquisition of his complete mastery, Zhuge Zhenghua is likely to step into the realm of the top tier. As for Yu Peiyu, he is a character from Qinglong's novel The Elegant Sword. He is renowned for his martial arts prowess, particularly the formless divine skill, and possesses innate strength. He is the son of the leader of the primordial infinite sect, and is considered a top-tier master within Qinglong's literary universe, on par with figures such as Shimin Shui Shui and Yin Shisan. While Yu Peiyu's martial arts are one aspect of his character, his appearance is another. In Qinglong's narratives, two individuals are hailed as the most handsome men in the world. The first is Jiang Feng, whose beauty is innate. Ancient texts state that no maiden can resist his smile, which has the power to shatter hearts. This is the reason why the unparalleled beauty, the master of the inviting moon palace, is enamored with him. The second of these extraordinary men is Yu Peiyu, whose striking visage is the result of postnatal enhancements. Despite this, his handsome features are unmatched in allure, wielding a charm that rivals that of Jiang Feng. When such a character emerges, is it merely to tempt the beauties of the Dazhou Jianghu with his looks? A man of formidable martial skills, coupled with such beauty, raises the question of whether the women of Dazhou Jianghu can withstand such temptation. Su Chen assessed Ling Luosher's strength, which was concentrated like a spirit in the sea, yet unmarked by shattering. He is a character from the tale The Four Great Constables Combat the General, known as the Terrifying General, and the sworn brother of Leng Huishan, the leader of the Dalian Alliance. Of course, Leng Huishan's family was also slain by him. His martial arts include the screen door technique and the general's command palm skill. The screen door technique is an evil art that maximizes a person's murderous intent. Ling Luosher has only mastered the third door. The first door led him to kill his sworn brother, Leng Huishan. The second resulted in the death of his sworn brother Zhang Shuixiong, and the third claimed the lives of his own relatives and friends. Su Chen noted that Ling Luosher's power had reached the realm of spiritual concentration in the sea, vastly surpassing that of Leng Huishan. Yuan Shisan, a character from Who is the Hero, is known for his exquisite marksmanship and is a disciple of Zhuge Zhenghua. Hailing from the Zizai sect, he has cultivated 13 extraordinary skills, including the Heartbreak Arrow and the Mountain Character Sutra, with strength approaching the state of spiritual concentration in the sea. These two might very well become the hall masters of the Qinglong society, Su Chen mused. With Lu Xingyijian now having attained the status of sword sovereign, the position of hall master can be relinquished. Ling Luosher and Yuan Shisan are both ambitious individuals, making their ascent to the ranks of the 12 hall masters of the Qinglong society quite plausible. Sima Changhan is undoubtedly my lucky star, Su Chen thought as he contemplated drawing the remaining 4 orange lottery cards. Su Xiaolong, seemingly lost in thought, was interrupted when Sima Changhan spoke. I just recalled some other matters. Sima, this information I bring is of great use to you, isn't it? This is a place the other party frequently visits. Perhaps you can use it to locate them? Su Chen placed a note upon the stone table before him. Sima Changhan did not take the note. Instead, he retrieved an ancient, yellowed tome from his sleeve. I heard that Su Xiaolong has a penchant for ancient texts. I acquired this long ago from an ancient temple. It contains writings from a bygone dynasty, the contents of which remain unknown to me. I hope Su Xiaolong finds it to his liking. As he spoke, he presented the ancient tome before Su Chen. Observing the yellowed pages of the book being pushed towards him by Sima Changhan, he slowly opened it. Acquired. Hate Heaven. Hate Earth. Volume 1 of the Great Method of Hate. Reward. 2 orange lottery tickets. Upon seeing this, a hint of joy flickered across Su Chen's face. This ancient text is a fragment of a martial arts manual. However, even a fragment holds considerable value. I must express my gratitude to head of Sima. Su Chen remarked. Please, enjoy it, young Master Su. Sima Changhan replied. What are your plans next, young Master Su? Sima Changhan inquired, gazing at Su Chen. What to do? I am quite eager to witness the demise of the heir to the Longevity Society. However, That task must be entrusted to head of Sima. Su Chen retorted. For those who dared to scheme against him, Su Chen had no desire for their survival. I cannot decide that. I have received orders to capture Feng Huayuan and report immediately to the capital. At that time, someone from the capital will come to take Feng Huayuan away. Sima Changhan stated. It seems you place great importance on this heir of the Longevity Society. However, the fact that he dares to reveal himself knowing you are searching for him indicates he possesses some backup plan. By the way, may I observe when you confront Feng Huayuan? Perhaps I could lend a helping hand ahead of Sima, Su Chen suggested, looking at Sima Changhan. Very well. If it becomes necessary for your expertise to intervene, I shall offer appropriate remuneration, Sima Changhan readily agreed. I will not linger any longer today, young Master Su. I will promptly arrange for someone to investigate Feng Huayuan's whereabouts. It should not take too long. Sima Changhan appeared quite confident. Having a lead is a different matter than lacking one. As long as there is the slightest clue, with his informants in Luoyang, he will surely locate the target within a day. Then I await news from head of Sima. I shall take my leave. Su Chen stood to depart. Bring forth someone to locate Feng Huan based on this information, Sima Changhan commanded. As a figure in black stepped forward, took the note, and turned to leave. As Su Chen exited the estate and entered the carriage, he pondered, Feng Huan, I wonder if you can handle Sima Changhan. In another location. At the Lan Yu Marquis estate. My lord, the Qinglong society is notoriously overbearing. They have killed Lai Guhong. A maid whispered before the Marquis. Lai Guhong? Why would the Qinglong society kill him? The news indicates that Lai Guhong violated their rules by leaking information regarding the assassination of Huitian by the Qinglong society. Is that so? Then Lai Guhong deserves his fate. Have you located Qian Junmo? Our primary focus should still be on dealing with him, remarked the Marquis. We have already pinpointed Qian Junmo's whereabouts, but we discovered that Feng Huayuan from the Longevity Society has been in contact with him, the maid replied solemnly. Feng Huayuan from the Longevity Society? He has been in contact with Qian Junmo? The Marquis's brow furrowed slightly. This is not good. They may form an alliance. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Prepare my carriage. I must pay a visit to young Master Su. The Marquis instructed without delay. Chapter 787. Above the Heavenly Gate, the Saintess of the Yin-Yang sect. Rivals emerge in the East Pavilion. When Su Chen returned to the inn, the carriage of Lord Lanyue arrived at the inn where Su Chen was staying. Su Chen instructed the waiter to arrange a private room for them. In such haste to find me. I wonder what brings you here? Su Chen remarked, gazing at Lord Lanyue. Is it not to seek your assistance, Brother Su? That lad, Qian Junmo, has established contact with Feng Huayuan from the Chongqing Society. In this case, I would have no influence over Qian Junmo, and the Jianxin Tongming grass will undoubtedly fall into their hands, Lord Lanyue explained. Is this the sole reason for your visit? Su Chen was taken aback, initially expecting a matter of greater significance. Indeed, I wish to ask if you could lend me a hand when the time comes. Lord Lanyue continued. I am not a swordsman. My assistance may be limited. However, I can help you find someone, though hiring an expert requires compensation. Su Chen responded. The individual I have in mind, should they take action, will ensure that Qian Junmo does not acquire the Jianxin Tongming grass. Is that so? If Brother Su can assist in locating such a person, I am willing to pay the price. May I inquire whom you intend to enlist? Lord Lanyue asked quietly. Rin Qianxing from Tianya Pavilion. Given Rin Qianxing's prowess, do you think anyone else could seize the Jianxin Tongming grass? Su Chen declared. The acquisition of the Jianxin Tongming grass has age restrictions. Shui Yiren, Lu Xingyijian, and Xie Xiaofeng are all unsuitable. Thus, Rin Qianxing is the only viable choice. This way, we can also gain something from Lord Lanyue, Su Chen elaborated. If a master like Rin Qianxing intervenes and you offer something ordinary, it would be quite embarrassing for you. There are too few young masters. Su Chen lamented inwardly. Of course, Su Chen was not a swordsman, otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to confront experts like Qian Junmo and Feng Huayuan himself. Rin Qianxing's involvement would indeed ensure stability. Rin Qianxing's reputation is well established. Without a doubt. However, the Jianxin Tongming grass holds no value for him. Why would he participate? Lord Lanyue inquired. I share a certain rapport with Rin Qianxing. If Brother Lan is willing to offer some compensation, I am certain I can persuade him to assist, Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Lord Lanyue's expression shifted. Taken aback by the revelation of Su Chen's acquaintance with Rin Qianxing. Brother Su, I have obtained a jade token. If one collects all 12, not only can one acquire a unique skill, but it may also grant entrance to the Heavenly Gate, potentially leading to membership in the 12 heavenly palaces. As he spoke, Lord Lanyue produced a jade token from his bosom. Su Chen's expression subtly changed upon seeing the token. Lord Lanyue revealed a token from the Zodiac series. He possessed one himself, the rat token. The one before him bore the engraving of a rabbit, representing the rabbit token. Lord Lanyue also mentioned that one could utilize the Zodiac tokens to access the Heavenly Gate, possibly gaining entry to the 12 heavenly palaces. It seemed that the 12 heavenly palaces were indeed extraordinary. Engaging with those connected to the Heavenly Gate allowed one to uncover more about its mysteries. The Zodiac Rabbit token is indeed a remarkable item, yet it requires collection. Holding it in his hand, Su Chen spoke, to invoke the Zodiac Rabbit token. I have received 2 orange lottery cards. Brother Su, am I truly so stingy? Lan Yueho hastily replied. This jade token is a gift for you. A token of gratitude for your assistance in persuading Ren Qianqing. I left in haste today, but I shall bring it to you tomorrow. Brother Lan, you are quite generous. Su Chen accepted the Zodiac token without hesitation. Brother Su has connections with the Tianya Pavilion, and I happen to have acquired some news that may be beneficial to you. The Holy Maiden of the Yinyang sect, Shui Leiling, is sending someone here. Lan Yueho's gaze turned towards Su Chen, noticing the puzzled expression on Su Chen's face. He continued, this Holy Maiden, Shui Leiling, has ties to the former leader of the Tianshan sect, Hua Mufeng. It is said that when Shui Leiling arrived at the borders long ago, she and Hua Mufeng were childhood friends. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart jolted, though his countenance remained unchanged. This information is certainly valuable. You may not realize that the various pavilions of Tianya are in fierce competition. This piece of news might grant me an opportunity with the East Pavilion. However, it would be best to gather all pertinent information about the visitor. Su Chen remarked with a smile. The cost of contacting the upper realm is exorbitant. I must await correspondence from my family, though the timing remains uncertain. Hence, acquiring this information is not guaranteed, Lan Yueho said solemnly. With this news, I should also be able to connect with the East Pavilion. Su Chen responded. From Lan Yueho's words, it was clear that the expense of reaching the upper realm was substantial, far beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, Lan Yueho would have offered assistance. The two then engaged in casual conversation until Lan Yueho departed to prepare the reward for Ren Qianqing. In the evening, Su Chen made his way to the Bamboo Grove courtyard to meet Yin Luo Palace's Lord Wei Dongjun. At this moment, in Lingnan County, within the underground secret chamber of the county governor's residence, 5 figures sat in solemnity, with the leader being none other than Tian Dinggong, a prominent figure in the Ministry of Personnel. His complexion had completely recovered, and his aura hinted at a further enhancement. While others believed he had left the northern 9 counties, he had stealthily returned to the county governor's residence in Lingnan. The leader of the Mountain River sect is Su Chen, the young dragon head of the Qinglong Association. Originally, he had come here to see if he could capture Su Chen, for doing so would unveil secrets of the Qinglong Association. However, to his surprise, by the time he healed, Su Chen had already departed the Mountain River sect for Jiangnan. Nevertheless, his plans remained unchanged. The strength of Li Qinzhou exceeded his expectations. Engaging with them would result in significant casualties, proving unwise. Thus, he resolved to deal with Xiao Qiushui and Zhuge Jinghua within the Mountain River sect. Of course, he had discreetly summoned 4 skilled individuals from the capital's Ministry of Personnel. Among them, one had already attained the pinnacle of the sea consolidation stage. Creak. The secret chamber door swung open, and the newly appointed county governor of Lingnan entered through the stone portal. Beilu Yun, approximately in his 40s, bore a somewhat corpulent figure, unmistakably resembling a corrupt official. His face was adorned with a perpetual smile, yet his small eyes occasionally sparkled with a glint of cunning. Have we confirmed that Zhuge Jinghua and Xiao Qiushui are within the confines of the Mountain River Gate? Tian Dinggong inquired, casting a glance at Beilu Yun. Indeed, we have thoroughly investigated. They have not left the Mountain River Gate, Beilu Yun asserted with conviction. Originally, Beilu Yun had anticipated wielding authority in the Lingnan prefecture, only to discover upon arrival that the Qinglong held all the power. Thus, he found himself compelled to tread carefully. However, Tian Dinggong had promised him that should they successfully annihilate the Mountain River Gate, he would accompany him back to the capital. My lord, Zhuge Jinghua possesses only moderate strength. It is merely Xiao Qiushui who exhibits any notable prowess. We should strike decisively. A tall, youthful man clad in a blue robe spoke assertively beside Tian Dinggong. Shuiyun, Considering the presence of a master like Xiao Qiushui within the Mountain River Gate, there may well be other formidable opponents. We must not underestimate them, a gray-robed elder interjected. This elder was the most formidable among the four, a master of the sea's profound essence. The young man who had just spoken was known as Duanyan Shui, a rising star in the Ministry of Personnel. My lord, Shuiyun is willing to scout the Mountain River Gate. Duan Shiyan proposed. Reconnaissance is permissible, but do not engage. Gui Shan. Accompany Shuiyun, Tian Dinggong instructed thoughtfully. Understood, replied a slender man in black attire, who had maintained a low profile. Go forth. Tian Dinggong waved his hand dismissively. The two bowed and exited the chamber. Beilu, ensure that your spies within the Mountain River Gate follow suit. Once we have confirmation, we shall storm the Mountain River Gate. Tian Dinggong's gaze revealed a hint of ferocity. His reluctance to return to the capital stemmed from a desire to reclaim his dignity. Otherwise, he would become a subject of ridicule upon his return. Chapter 788. Disregard, spirit-level weaponry. The Liao family's circumstances in a secluded, elegant chamber within a bamboo grove. The lord of the Yinluo Hall, Wei Dongjun, stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the verdant bamboo. Creak, the door swung open. A figure clad in black entered, escorting Su Chen. Lord, Su Xiaolong has arrived. The black-clad individual announced before bowing and exiting the room. Wei Dongjun turned to face Su Chen as he stepped inside. Su Xiaolong, you are indeed audacious. Please, have a seat. Wei Dongjun gestured for Su Chen to take a seat. This bamboo grove is quite delightful, and the Qingzhou wine is exceptional. I encourage you to indulge. He poured a glass for Su Chen. A fragrant aroma of bamboo wafted through the room. The wine appeared to be of excellent quality. Thank you for your hospitality. Lord Wei. Su Chen raised his glass and drank deeply. The rich flavor and lingering bamboo essence delighted him. Su Xiaolong, are you not concerned that I might poison your drink? After all, your Qinglong has slain my younger brother. Wei Dongjun regarded Su Chen intently. Does Lord Wei require poison to kill me? Surely, it is unnecessary to go to such lengths to meet with me. Su Chen replied. Su Chen regarded Wei Dongjun and said, Haha, Su Xiaolong is indeed an extraordinary individual. My younger brother has breached the unwritten rules of the martial world. Even if he escapes the clutches of the Qinglong society, he will ultimately meet his demise at the hands of others. Some rules can be broken, but others must remain intact. Therefore, I shall not hold the Qinglong society accountable for this matter. Wei Dongjun interjected. Yet, Lord Wei did not slay Lai Guhong. Su Chen lifted the wine jar from the table and poured himself a cup, continuing, I still need to barter with Lai Jinbei, hence I cannot eliminate Lai Guhong. However, did not Su Xiaolong strike against him? Wei Dongjun poured himself a cup of wine as well. Lord Wei, what leads you to believe it was I who acted? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Through my investigation into the martial arts prowess of Su Xiaolong, it has become evident that he has a history of lethal encounters. Wei Dongjun remarked. Is it so apparent? It seems I shall need to employ a blade for my next endeavor. My swordsmanship is far from ordinary. Su Chen replied. I presume you did not summon me here merely to discuss such matters? Indeed, I am curious about your thoughts on Sima Changhan of the Luoyang Escort Agency. Wei Dongjun inquired. Sima Changhan is a formidable figure. Is it true that your visit to Luoyang is motivated by him? Su Chen questioned, perplexed. The Lai family has informed me that Sima Changhan possesses an item I require, one of great significance to me. I have come to seek your assistance in locating Sima Changhan, Wei Dongjun stated. The Qinglong Society is not an intelligence agency. I fear we lack the capability to locate someone who has remained hidden for so long, Su Chen replied solemnly. You underestimate the Qinglong Society. For we have recently consolidated the strongholds of the three major assassin organizations in Jiangnan. The three bases had previously established a presence in Luoyang. Uniting them should make it feasible to uncover Sima Changhan's whereabouts. As for compensation, I assure you it will be satisfactory to Su Xiaolong, Wei Dongjun asserted. Gazing at Su Chen. Upon hearing Wei Dongjun's words, Su Chen felt a jolt of realization. He acknowledged that he had overlooked the formidable intelligence capabilities of the Qinglong Society. Lord Wei, though I should not pry, I am compelled to inquire. What is it that you seek from Sima Changhan? Su Chen asked, fixing his gaze upon Wei Dongjun. Su Chen maintained a cordial relationship with Sima Changhan. In fact, should Sima Changhan wish to eliminate Wei Dongjun and offer an adequate reward, he would enlist the services of the Qinglong Society to carry out the deed. Wei Dongjun's expression sharpened upon hearing Su Chen's words. Su Xiaolong, Does it imply that Sima Changhan has connections with your organization? It is not merely a connection, but a collaboration. The Qinglong Society refrains from acting against allied forces and will not divulge their information. However, since you are forthright, I am willing to discuss this matter with the esteemed leader of the Sima family. Many things can be reclaimed if the appropriate price is paid, Su Chen responded, regarding Wei Dongjun intently. I see. Since you have expressed it so openly, I shall not withhold. Sima Changhan possesses a weapon, a premier-grade weapon, on the verge of attaining the status of a low-level spiritual instrument. This weapon belongs to the founder of my Yama Hall, imbued with a unique technique of our sect. When combined with the weapon, it could assist me in breaking through the celestial gates. Such an artifact, I fear, Sima Changhan would be reluctant to trade with me. Wei Dongjun spoke in a grave tone. Hearing Wei Dongjun's words, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. A weapon nearing the spiritual level indeed possesses remarkable power. For currently, the Iron Blood flag in Tai Zhongtang's possession exemplifies this. Achievements depend on human endeavor. I could facilitate a connection for Hall Master Wei. Then I express my gratitude, Su Xiaolong. As a gesture of sincerity, I can share some information regarding the grave of the dead. I believe Su Xiaolong is in search of it. Upon hearing Wei Dongjun's words, Su Chen replied, Hall Master Wei truly shows concern for me. I am indeed searching for the grave of the dead. Presently, it is collaborating with the Lai family. The Lai family's Grand Elder, Lai Qingshang, is the fourth major figure of the grave of the dead, orchestrating plans concerning the Zhuang family's bank. A proposal initiated by Lai Qingshang. So it is, Su Chen mused. With Lai Guhong deceased, do you think Lai Zhenbei might come? If he does, and perishes in Luoyang County, would it not throw the Lai family into chaos? Upon Su Chen's remarks, Wei Dongjun's expression momentarily faltered. Lai Zhenbei possesses formidable strength. I fear I may not be his match. However, Su Xiaolong, while eliminating Lai Guhong may be feasible, should a misfortune befall Lai Zhenbei, the 36 foreign tribes of Jiangnan would undoubtedly confront your Qinglong society. At that juncture, should the Qinglong society suffer losses, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for you, Su Xiaolong. Yet, Lai Zhenbei cannot reach Luoyang County due to matters concerning the Beggar's sect. He has already proceeded to the territory of the 36 foreign tribes in Jiangnan, preparing to unleash their elite against the Beggar's sect. The Beggar's sect has recently seen a surge of skilled fighters. Subduing them will not be an easy task. Wei Dongjun remarked. Hall Master Wei, upon your return tonight, could you perhaps contact Sima Changhan, the head of the family, to explore the possibility of facilitating your endeavors? Su Chen proposed. Should Su Xiaolong assist in this matter, I, Wei, would owe you a favor. Let us drink. Wei Dongjun lifted his cup in toast. Meanwhile, in Lingnan County, the night was somewhat dim. Zhuge Jinghua was engrossed in perusing several confidential letters. Not only did he have to manage affairs of the mountain and river sect, but he also needed to organize the information being relayed back, which was a considerable daily workload. After a while, Zhuge Jinghua set down the letter, rubbed his eyes, and rose to seek out Xiao Qiushui for a drink. Yet, as he stepped out of his study, a subtle stir in his heart prompted him to proceed directly to the courtyard where Xiao Qiushui resided. In the shadows, two figures emerged. Zhuge Jinghua's strength is mediocre. Shall we not seize him tonight? One figure inquired. Master, we were only instructed to observe, not to act. We must adhere to the master's orders. The other figure replied in a low tone. These two were Duan Shuyan and Gu Yishan, dispatched by the Tianding prince for reconnaissance. Chapter 789. Xiao Qiushui, the unyielding sword, a blade of slaughter unexpectedly. Someone dares to spy on our mountain river sect? A glimmer of coldness flashed in the eyes of Zhuge Jinghua as he strode forward, maintaining his pace. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard of Xiao Qiushui. Ever since his breakthrough, Xiao Qiushui had emerged from the rear mountains, settling within the mountain river sect to cultivate his swordsmanship. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhuge Jinghua furrowed his brow slightly. Why have you brought two followers with you? I shall eliminate them. Xiao Qiushui conveyed telepathically. Eliminating them would be rather dull. I wish to ascertain who sent them, Zhuge Jinghua replied. Come, let us engage in a game of chess. Originally, Zhuge Jinghua intended to share a drink with his companion. But given the current circumstances, a game of chess seemed more fitting. He was eager to discern whether their visitors were merely scouts or had ulterior motives. Please. Xiao Qiushui gestured towards the pavilion. In the shadows, the duo of Duan Shuyan and Gu Yishan exchanged glances, apprehensive about the situation. A game of chess could take too long. What shall we do? Duan Shuyan questioned. Let us return for now. We have gathered sufficient intelligence. There are no formidable experts within the Mountain River sect. Gu Yishan contemplated before responding. Du and Shuyan nodded in agreement. Without the means to intervene, their reconnaissance would be a sheer waste of time. The two quietly retreated. With their departure, it is our turn to act. I am intrigued to discover who dares to target the Mountain River sect, Zhuge Jinhua murmured, observing the direction in which they left. Xiao Qiushui raised his hand, and the door to the room swung open. With a swift motion, he grasped the long sword firmly in his hand. Let us go. The sword has not tasted blood in a long while. It is time for it to emerge. Xiao Qiushui declared coldly. He was a man of formidable killing intent. The two followed closely behind him. Outside the prefectural governor's mansion in Lingnan Prefecture, Du and Shuyan and Gu Yishan halted, preparing to leap into the estate. So, you are from the governor's mansion? What a surprise. A low voice resonated in their ears. Both men's expressions shifted dramatically, their bodies freezing in place as they felt an overwhelming aura locking onto them. They scanned their surroundings. Emerging from the street were two figures, Xiao Qiushui and Zhuge Jinhua. Zhuge Jinhua, Xiao Qiushui. Upon seeing them, Du and Shuyan's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that they would follow him back. Are you surprised? You two have been probing within my Mountain River sect for quite some time. I wonder what you have uncovered? Xiao Qiushui advanced with deliberate steps. With a thunderous presence, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Qiushui. Clad in a black robe, his long black hair danced with the intensity of his energy, and his gaze was piercing. A dense sword intent surging forth. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Qiushui, both men were struck with alarm. His strength surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. To the mansion, Gu Yishan urged. However, just as he spoke, Xiao Qiushui's sword intent enveloped both of them in an instant. The terrifying sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave, ready to engulf them. After Gu Yishan spoke, his complexion turned pale, revealing an expression of terror. Receive my sword. With that, Xiao Qiushui unsheathed his long sword, an overwhelming aura of sword energy enveloping it entirely. Blade of Broken Water. In a state of extreme panic, the figure known as Broken Water Cloud struck out with a blade, its energy slicing through the air with ferocity. Some skill indeed, Xiao Qiushui remarked calmly, delivering a single, decisive strike. With the sword's release accompanied by thunder and lightning, a bolt struck down, cleaving through the air. The oncoming blade energy collapsed instantly beneath the might of the sword aura. The gleaming sword light fell upon Broken Water Cloud. Hiss! The body of Broken Water Cloud was severed in two. Witnessing this, Gu Yishan's eyes widened in terror, and he immediately fell to his knees, pleading, Elder Xiao, spare my life. We merely sought to investigate the Shanhua sect, and have harmed none. At this moment, Gu Yishan disregarded all else. His sole concern was to preserve his life before the arrival of Nangong and his companions. Cursed Broken Water Cloud, why did you drag me into this? He silently cursed. Tell me, who are you? Xiao Qiushui's voice remained tranquil as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon Gu Yishan. I am Gu Yishan. From the Ministry of Personnel. Foolish, disgraceful. Just then, a fierce voice erupted from the courtyard. Three figures soared out, revealing Nangong and his companions. Upon seeing Broken Water Cloud cleaved in two and Gu Yishan kneeling on the ground, Nangong's expression twisted into one of rage. My lord. Gu Yishan's face was ashen. Yet inwardly, he lamented. If Xiao Qiushui were to strike, he feared he wouldn't withstand even a single blow. It was better to remain alive. Stand up at once. You have disgraced the ministry. Nangong bellowed. Gu Yishan hastily rose to his feet, but just as he did, a terrifying force descended upon him, forcing him back to his knees. Since you are already kneeling, it is more fitting to remain so. Nangong, your previous escape from my Qinglong Society's 3 dragon heads was not due to your strength, but rather a lack of intent to kill you. However, should you continue to act furtively instead of returning to the capital obediently, your life shall be forfeited here. Xiao Qiushui addressed Nangong. Impudent! How dare you show disrespect to my lord? An elder accompanying Nangong retorted sharply. As he spoke, a chilling aura erupted from him, enveloped in a dark energy that aimed to ensnare Xiao Qiushui. Yet, as this malevolent force approached, it was effortlessly shattered by an invisible sword energy. Divine might, heavenly shadow, blood slaughter. The elder in black robes shouted, unleashing a wave of cold energy that radiated from him. With this surge, a stench of blood filled the air, rendering him a figure of sheer brutality. With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Xiao Qiushui. Still, it was merely one strike. Xiao Qiushui's voice was cold as ice. As his voice fell, the sword in his hand was raised, and a terrifying sword aura manifested between heaven and earth, converging upon the blade. The elderly man who had struck first felt a chill in his heart, sensing an overwhelming dread enveloping him. The divine might he had unleashed was shattered beneath this sword energy. In that moment, his own body was rendered uncontrollable. "Do not confront him directly," the Duke of Tianding exclaimed in a low growl upon witnessing the scene. The elder who had initiated the attack already understood he was no match for Xiao Qiushui. However, at that moment, Xiao Qiushui's sword had already been unsheathed. With the sword drawn, the world fell into an eerie silence. Boom! The black-clad elder was instantly obliterated by the sword's aura, reduced to a mere splatter of flesh. Previously so arrogant, he could not evade a single strike from Xiao Qiushui. "How could your power have grown so formidable?" The Duke of Tianding gazed at Xiao Qiushui with astonishment. The information they had received indicated that Xiao Qiushui did not possess such strength. "Brother Zhuge, it is up to you to send him on his way." Xiao Qiushui addressed Zhuge Jinghua. "What? Zhuge Jinghua to send me to my demise? He is merely a martial artist who has yet to reach the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm." As Xiao Qiushui's words fell, the expression on the Duke of Tianding's face twisted into a snarl. He acknowledged Xiao Qiushui's strength, yet to suggest that Zhuge Jinghua could kill him felt like an affront to his dignity. "How dare you insult the Duke? Kill!" At that moment, behind the Duke of Tianding, a tall man clad in black robes let out a low growl, raising his long knife and leaping into the air. A terrifying blade in tint erupted from him as he swung downwards, the blade's light dazzling like a silver ribbon as it descended upon Zhuge Jinghua. Suddenly, a silver streak appeared. The silver glimmer was unmistakably a long spear. Although it was swift, it was visible enough. However, when it clashed with the domineering blade aura, the latter shattered like glass. Swish! The long spear pierced through the blade aura, penetrating the chest of the towering man. "Your spear?" The man gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. The speed of the strike was too great. He had no time to react. After landing a successful blow, Zhuge Jinghua pointed the spear at the Duke of Tianding and declared, "Duke of Tianding, I wonder if you can evade my spear. Little did I expect you to possess such hidden strength, truly surprising me. However, do not underestimate me, Duke of Tianding." The Duke of Tianding replied coldly, a terrifying aura erupting from him. "Let me see just how much strength you have concealed." The Duke, with long hair cascading down his shoulders and robes billowing, radiated a domineering presence that soared skyward. He was the Duke of Tianding of the Great Zhou dynasty, a figure of renown. Boom! With a powerful leap, he struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy from his palm that surged toward Zhuge Jinghua. This strike was earth-shattering, a torrent of energy raining down upon him. Zhuge Jinghua gripped his silver spear tightly, feeling his own aura swell, as the terrifying force altered the very winds and clouds around them. In the grip of his long spear, the energy coursed through, manifesting as arcs of lightning that surged within. Just as his hand was about to descend, he thrust forth the spear, a silver radiance colliding with the force of his palm, shattering it instantly. The expression on Tiandingong's face shifted, as he sought to unleash his palm's power once more. However, a streak of silver light from the spear tore through the air, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. He attempted to evade, but the silver light moved swifter than his body could react. Upon repositioning himself, he found his form precisely where the spear's light was aimed. A sharp sensation pierced through his chest. As his body crumpled to the ground, he gazed at the spear embedded in his torso, a mix of unwillingness and despondence etched on his face. How had the great Zhou dynasty come to this? He did not look at Zhuge Jinghua, but instead cast his gaze toward the capital, reminiscing about the days of vying for supremacy alongside the Emperor Zhou. With a sudden thrust, Zhuge Jinghua withdrew his spear. The world was changing, and so were the people. The strong were continuously emerging, and they had long surpassed their era. Zhuge Jinghua spoke coldly. Surpassed their era. With a thud, Tiandingong's body fell to the ground. Zhuge Jinghua's gaze shifted to the still kneeling Guishan, whose expression had drastically altered. He immediately pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Spare my life." The adversary was far too formidable, utterly unlike the information he had received. Just as he bowed his head, The silver spear light swiftly pierced through his body. A warrior devoid of a spine has no right to call themselves a warrior. Zhuge Jinhua remarked coldly as he regarded the fallen Guishan. Shall let us depart. Zhuge Jinhua addressed Xiao Qiushui. As for the governor of the county, Zhuge Jinhua refrained from striking again, believing the individual would make the right choice and seek him out. Of course, if the individual did not appear at the Mountain River Gate the following day, then the day after would mark their demise. In the Tingzhou region, in the southern part of Min City, a grand archway stood tall, inscribed with the three characters, Yunhai Min. Within the hall of Yunhai Min, the leader, Yun Haisheng, a man in his 50s with an air of scholarly elegance, sat regally. Shadows danced beneath him, as figures with a robust aura, some bearing menacing visages, filled the space. They were the leaders of the factions surrounding the canal. Ladies and gentlemen, Yun Haisheng, having opened his eyes after a moment of reflection, addressed the assembly. I have summoned you today regarding the matter of the Tianya Pavilion and the ambitions of the arrogant Guan Yushan to consolidate the powers around the canal. This Guan Yushan is exceedingly haughty. On his way here, our deputy leader, Luo Yuhai, was slain by the Shifeng emissary, Chu Xiangyu, who even boasted of bringing his head to Yunhai Min. Such audacity cannot be overlooked. It is clear that this adversary will not relent. Hence I propose we form an alliance to confront Guan Yushan collectively. Yun Haisheng, I have heard that Deputy Leader Luo was killed because of a night raid on Shifeng Pavilion. This places us at a disadvantage. They may very well refuse to negotiate with us. One of the elderly men, with a pipe in his mouth, spoke up. What do you mean by that? Are you blaming the Lord of Yunmen? He is assisting us in our struggle against Guan Yushan. Do you wish to submit to Guan Yushan? A figure opposite him replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the pipe-smoking elder. They were all aware of the situation regarding Luo Yuhai, yet they must now rely on Yunhai's sect. Behind Yunhai's sect stands the true martial temple. Those assembled here at Yunhai's sect are all its allies. Old Water Ghost, if you are unwilling to form an alliance, you may leave now. Yun Haisheng turned his eyes toward the elder with the pipe, a glint of determination shining within them. Lord of Yunmen, we cannot abandon our influence in the canal to submit to Shifeng Mansion. Today, we are willing to pledge our allegiance to you as our leader in the fight against Guan Yushan. At this moment, a scholar holding a folding fan added, indeed, we are all willing. Following the scholar's words, a dozen others began to echo their agreement. With the support of this growing number, others soon joined in, endorsing Yun Haisheng as their leader. Only a few individuals remained silent, their expressions solemn. Guan Yushan is far more tyrannical than Bu Yinshao. Those who do not join us seek to submit to Guan Yushan, do they not? The scholar who had spoken earlier cast a cold glance at the dissenters. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the few who had remained quiet. Boom. Just then, the great hall of Yunhai's sect was violently breached. A group of individuals strode in, and at the center of the hall, an object fell, Luo Yuhai's severed head. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Guan Yushan had arrived so swiftly. Originally, I had planned to deal with you one by one, but since you have gathered here, I shall subdue you all at once. If you do not wish to end up like this severed head, then declare your submission to me. Guan Yushan, standing with his hands behind his back. Guan Yushan loomed at the entrance of the hall. Chapter 791. The Tyranny of Guan Yushan. Those who resist shall perish within the hall. Yun Haisheng reached out to grasp Luo Yuhai's head. Secure this head, we shall confront Guan Yushan. With that, Yun Haisheng rose and leapt outside the hall. The crowd quickly followed, their eyes filled with fierce determination as they glared at Guan Yushan. Guan Yushan's words had shown no regard for them. You are truly arrogant, Guan Yushan. Today marks the establishment of our alliance, and you shall not leave. The scholar with the fan spoke sternly, slightly hiding behind Yun Haisheng. In that instant, Huliang Ba appeared as a shadow behind Guan Yushan, manifesting before the scholar. Divided mind palm. His hand struck the scholar's chest. Bang! The scholar was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground, lifeless, lacking any strength, yet still daring to be arrogant. Huliang Ba's figure receded as he regarded the assembly, exclaiming, "How audacious! Do you dare to take a life?" With a swift motion, Huliang Ba's actions incited a surge of anger among Yun Haisheng's companions. They were all seasoned individuals who had danced on the edge of danger, often displaying a wild fervor. Meanwhile, Yun Haisheng's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Guan Yu Tian would show him no respect, despite his status as a disciple of the Zhenwu Taoist temple. Guan Yu Tian, your tyranny knows no bounds. This is my Yunhai sect, and you dare to trespass and commit murder here, even presenting the severed head of my deputy leader. Today, before he could continue, Guan Yu Tian interjected, submit or perish. His aura erupted, a terrifying pressure sweeping over the crowd, leaving Yun Haixing no opportunity for further discourse. Yun Haixing's expression twisted with rage as he unleashed his energy, a wave of sword intent emanating from him. With a swift motion, he seized a long sword that lay within the hall. I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess, Guan Yu Tian. Armed with the sword, Yun Haixing's demeanor shifted. He became an embodiment of a razor-sharp blade, pointed directly at Guan Yu Tian. Strike. Let me see if your sword is as sharp as you claim. Guan Yu Tian regarded him coldly, declaring, divine technique, 9 absolute destruction sword. Yun Haixing's divine energy surged, manifesting 9 ethereal sword images behind him, each radiating an exquisite aura. He was a disciple of the Zhenwu Taoist temple, practicing the 9 absolute destruction sword, a lethal sword art founded by his master, Tian Jiuju. Flash! He bellowed, raising his sword to deliver a strike. As he did, the 9 sword images converged, forming a colossal sword shadow that surged toward Guan Yu Tian. Primal vitality. Guan Yu Tian refrained from unleashing his divine technique, instead channeling his primal vitality. Boom! The long sword descended, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that created a shockwave, forcing the onlookers to stagger back. Once the energy dissipated, Guan Yu Tian remained unscathed. Is this your sword? It's utterly disappointing. I did not even need to utilize my divine technique. Your attack could not breach my primal vitality. You have failed me. You have already struck. Thus your fate is sealed. Guan Yu Tian stated calmly. Boom. As he spoke, he propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Yun Haixing with terrifying energy erupting from him. The surrounding air thickened under this pressure, ensnaring some individuals who found themselves immobilized. Panic spread across the faces of the crowd. This is terrifying. The vital energy is thickened to such an extent, there's no chance against him. As Guan Yu Tian approached Yun Haixing, he raised his hand, aiming a palm strike at him. Yun Haixing's expression shifted dramatically. His divine energy surged as he unleashed his own vitality, breaking free from his constraints with a fierce roar. Limit. Annihilation. Slaughter. He cried, striking with his sword, casting forth a beam of black light towards Guan Yu Tian's hand. Too weak. Guan Yu Tian let out a cold snort, his descending palm showing no sign of hesitation as it continued its trajectory. The black sword light collided with his hand, only to be shattered by the force emanating from it, as it pressed onward towards Yun Haixing. With a sword strike that bore no fruit, Yun Haixing did not pause, immediately unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, the sword energy surging forth. Yet, these attacks proved utterly futile. Boom! Guan Yu Tian's palm descended upon Yun Haixing's crown. Perish! Guan Yu Tian's expression twisted into a cruel grimace as he pressed down. Yun Haixing's head was crushed into his body by that singular blow. Bang! Subsequently, his entire form disintegrated into a mass of flesh and blood. To survive, one must eliminate anyone from the Yunhai sect. Guan Yu Tian's figure descended, casting a cold gaze at the gathered crowd in the hall. Commander Guan. One individual attempted to speak, but with a mere flick of Guan Yu Tian's finger, a surge of energy erupted, piercing through the opponent's skull. Witnessing this, the onlookers turned pale, trembling in terror. I shall count to 3. If you do not act, you will all perish, Guan Yu Tian declared. The martial world is never short of warriors. Should one batch fall, another will inevitably rise. No one is irreplaceable. 1. Kill. As Guan Yu Tian uttered the word 1, a figure within the hall had already lunged towards the disciples of the Yunhai sect with murderous intent. Guan Yu Tian, I will kill you. Another deputy leader from the Yunhai sect, witnessing the chaos, surged forward with divine fury towards Guan Yu Tian. Boom. However, as he charged, a hand descended upon his back. Swoosh. Accompanied by that strike, a long blade slashed across his back. This was the perfect opportunity for loyalty. The Yunhai sect was destined for annihilation today. They could not be blamed for lacking the capability while desiring to become leaders. They were merely fighting for survival. The deputy leader of the Yunhai sect, caught off guard, continued to lurch forward. Swoosh. At that moment, an exquisite figure appeared behind Guan Yu Tian, her sword light flashing like a comet as it pierced into his throat. Yaninjue made her move, a formidable presence in her own right. She was also an assassin, adept at finding the opportune moment to strike. Kill. At this juncture, No one hesitated any longer. To hesitate was to invite death. No one wished for their own demise. The cries of battle resounded, blood spilling forth. What a disappointment, to think such meager strength dares to establish an alliance. Do they truly believe that bearing the title of true martial Taoist can contend against me? Guan Yutian's voice was frigid. Helian Ba, from this day forth, consolidate all power in the Northern Canal. Within half a month, I expect results from the Dugu faction. Should we fail, we shall press on. Guan Yutian commanded. Understood. My lord. Helian Ba replied. Shall we return, commander? Yan Yinjue inquired from the side. As she gazed at Guan Yutian, she could not fathom why the image of Bu Yunxiao in her heart was gradually being replaced by that of Guan Yutian. Both exuded dominance. Yet Guan Yutian possessed a fierceness that surpassed Bu Yunxiao's. Chapter 792. The 36 Alien Races Within the Imperial City of the Capital. Shui Pingxing gazed at the confidential report before him, his expression momentarily tightening. How could Zhuge Jinhua have slain Lord Tianding with a single strike? He perused Zhuge Jinhua's previous dossier once more, his brows furrowing. The rapid enhancement of his strength in such a brief span. Could it be the support of the Qinglong Association's Celestial Gate? Yet, the cost of such an alliance would be immense. Is it truly worth it? With a slight frown, Shui Pingxing set aside the documents concerning Zhuge Jinhua and Xiao Qiushui, allowing his gaze to settle upon the dossier of Guan Yutian. Guan Yutian had forcefully dispatched Yun Haixing, the foremost disciple of the Zhenwu Taoist temple, obliterating the Yunhai sect. One could only wonder whether the 9 absolute swords would descend from the mountain in response. However, the Zhenwu Taoist temple had already been oppressed by the Tianya Pavilion on 2 occasions, as one of the sacred grounds of the Taoist sect. Failing to assert their authority could result in a loss of identity. What are you plotting by acting in such a manner, Tianya Pavilion and Zhenwu Taoist temple? Shui Pingxing furrowed his brow. Presently, the most stable region remained the capital, while the Jiangnan area was rife with turmoil. Even before the Sacred Sword Lake had opened, a multitude of formidable figures had already perished. Sima Changhan's procrastination in handling matters was indeed troubling, Shui Pingxing murmured to himself. After a brief moment, he rose from his chair and proceeded towards a palace where Murong Qingshun was also perusing reports, her expression grave. The current state of the martial world was chaotic. If this continued, the dominance of our great Zhou in the realm of martial arts would likely face challenges. With my father gravely injured and currently in seclusion, altering this situation appeared quite daunting. Reports from various heavenly monitoring offices indicated incessant conflicts within the martial realm, giving rise to a certain disorder. Master Sima, Elder Shui requests an audience. At that moment, a figure clad in black entered and bowed respectfully. Elder Shui has arrived. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingshun's face displayed a look of surprise. She descended from the desk to personally welcome Shui Pingxing. Shui Pingxing pays his respects to your highness. Shui Pingxing bowed hastily upon seeing Murong Qingshun emerge from the palace. There is no need for such formalities, Master Shui. As they spoke, the two entered the grand hall together. Is there something you wish to convey, Master Shui? After inviting him to take a seat, Murong Qingshun inquired. Shui Pingxing remained standing, stating, I have come to request that your highness travel to Jiangnan. Feng Huayuan, the heir of the Longevity Society, resides in Luoyang. His Majesty requires the Longevity Secret Classics for healing. Sima Changhan, one of the 4 chief envoys, is currently investigating. Upon entering Jiangnan, your highness can meet directly with Sima Changhan. Murong Qingshun's expression revealed surprise as she processed this news. She was aware that Jiangnan had 4 chief envoys, but she was unaware of their true identities. Sima Changhan, the head of the Luoyang escort agency, was indeed one of the 4 chief envoys of the Heavenly Monitoring Office. This is some information regarding Feng Huayuan. The Sacred Sword Lake is about to open. If your highness departs today, you should arrive in time for the opening. Shui Pingxing continued. I shall bring Feng Huayuan back. Murong Qingshun declared. The humble servant shall not disturb your highness any further. With that, he took his leave, bowing as he exited. After Shui Pingxing departed, Murong Qingshun furrowed her brows slightly. Feng Huayuan, the successor of the Chongqing Society, is no ordinary individual. My own efforts may not suffice to retrieve him. Her gaze fell upon several case files from Jiangnan, ultimately resting on the dossier of Su Chen. Am I to enlist the aid of the Qinglong Society? Murong Qingshun murmured. Su Chen, your Qinglong Society wields considerable influence now. Perhaps it is time I met you, she said solemnly. In Jiangnan, In the city of Luoyang, torrential rains lashed the surroundings. Within an inn, Su Chen stood beside the window. "Sima Changhan, have you yet located Fang Huayuan?" Su Chen inquired. "We have found him, but it seems he has no intention of taking action," Yuan Suiyin replied. "This fellow is likely waiting for the sacred sword lake to open, hoping to gain further advantage." "Has Sima Changhan met with Wei Dongjun?" Su Chen asked, his tone grave. "They met today and seem to have reached an agreement. This is the token of gratitude sent by Wei Dongjun." Yuan Suiyin handed a brocade box to Su Chen. Upon opening the box, it revealed an ancient tome. "Acquired. On the heavenly gate, the supreme cultivation of the 10 halls of true sovereigns. First level of the body integration technique. Reward, 2 orange lottery cards. It is a cultivation method from the heavenly gate's 10 halls of true sovereigns. Rather commendable." Su Chen nodded in approval. The presence of 2 orange lottery cards attests to the significance of this technique. "It seems far more advantageous to trade with these individuals for such rewards," Su Chen mused. Currently, in pursuit of ancient texts, Su Chen could only accumulate some blue lottery cards and had yet to gather even 1 orange lottery card. He now possessed a total of 9 orange lottery cards. "Let me draw 3 and see what fortune awaits." As Su Chen pondered, he began to draw. Gained 10 minutes of blade insight, 3 bottles of celestial elixir, 1 rainfall blade enhancement card. What is this? Su Chen felt somewhat bewildered. None of these seemed particularly valuable. Upon inspecting the rainfall blade enhancement card, he discovered that it could elevate the rainfall blade to a moderate weapon grade. Perhaps it would be best to cease drawing. The luck of the European emperor must be sought with Sima Changhan. Su Chen contemplated. "If there are no other matters, please arrange a meeting with Sima Changhan for me." Su Chen intended to seek his fortune with Sima Changhan. "My lord, news has arrived from the capital. Murong Qingchen has departed and is likely en route to Jiangnan. The chief envoy has obliterated the Yunhai sect and the 9 absolute swords of the Zhenwu Taoist temple. Tian Jiuju descended the mountain yesterday, presumably to confront the chief envoy," Yuan Suiyin remarked. "The Tianding Duke did not return. He sought his own demise, only to encounter the enhanced prowess of Zhuge Zhenghua and his associates. It is unfortunate he was a moment too late. Luck can be of paramount importance in life. Let Jing Shi by Chou Fei closely monitor the developments within the Ministry of Personnel. With the passing of a prominent figure, it is likely that the remaining influential members will take action." Su Chen spoke in a low voice, surprised by the rapid succession of events over just a few days. "What news from the Lai family?" "By all accounts, Lai Guhong's body should have arrived at their estate. Reports from the beggars' gang indicate that Lai Zhanbei has not made a move. Rather, he has summoned Lu Junxiong, the heavenly annihilation blade from the 36 foreign clans. This individual is currently en route. Moreover, Lu Qingqiu has sent a covert message, requesting the sect leader to meet tonight." Yuan Suiyin elaborated, clearly anxious, and conveyed that the members of the Qinglong society have made arrangements for her to await further instructions. "What of the Holy Sword Lake?" "There has been no activity from them in recent days." Su Chen pondered over the Holy Sword Lake. Although it remains quiet for now, this stillness is laced with a sense of impending violence. It is likely that the opening of the Holy Sword Lake will bring about a far more brutal confrontation, Yuan Suiyin remarked. Chapter 793, Holy Sword Lake. A temporary respite. New Sword Master emerges within the expansive and concealed chamber of the Holy Sword Lake, the Sword Master. Lu Wujian sat in meditation, his aura of sword energy flickering in and out of visibility, while fissures occasionally appeared in the surrounding air. Before him stood Lu Qimu, one of the 5 elders, in a posture of utmost respect. "What progress has been made in the investigation of the various factions within Luoyang City? Which forces and individuals warrant our attention?" Lu Wujian inquired, opening his eyes. "Numerous factions have arrived, but the ones to note include Ren Xianxing from the Tianya Pavilion, Fang Huayuan of the Changsheng Society, Wan Yuho, Qian Junimo, the Lord of Yan Luo Hall, Wei Dongjun, and Su Chen from the Qinglong Society. Additionally, there is the elusive chief of the Luoyang Escort Bureau, Sima Changhan." Lu Qimu replied. "What movements has Ren Xianxing made?" Upon hearing the name, Lu Wujian responded. "This individual has not made an appearance since checking into the inn. It appears he is cultivating his own aura, likely preparing to challenge the Sword Master." Lu Qimu stated. "Ren Xianxing's intentions are clear. He seeks me out. There is no need to focus on him further. I will assess the strength of this young warrior when the time comes. As for the others, who is orchestrating the schemes against our Holy Sword Lake?" Lu Wujian's gaze sharpened, revealing a fierce sword intent. It seems to be Feng Huaiyuan and the Lai family, Lu Qimu replied solemnly. Feng Huaiyuan from the Changsheng Society. There exists no enmity between our holy sword lake and them. Why would he conspire against us? Lu Wujian questioned, perplexed. We have yet to uncover the reason. Lu Qimu shook his head. What if we were to eliminate Lai Guhong, who is currently in Luoyang City? This would allow us to observe Feng Huaiyuan's reaction. Lu Wujian suggested. Swordmaster, Lai Guhong, is already dead. It is rumored that the assassination of Chief Steward Hua was commissioned by them, yet they allowed this information to leak, violating the rules. The Qinglong Society acted and eliminated him. Lu Qimu reported. His demise may indeed be a small reprieve for Lai Guhong, Lu Wujian remarked coldly. Swordmaster, this upcoming assembly at the Holy Sword Lake carries an air of the uncanny. It may signal a calamity for our Holy Sword Lake. Lu Qimu stated gravely. The Zhou Emperor has suffered a significant setback, plunging the martial world into chaos. The Sacred Sword Lake shall not remain tranquil. As long as we endure this calamity, it will once again bask in glory. However, with the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake this time, I must sever the heavenly gates and depart. I hope to bestow one final display of power upon the Sacred Sword Lake before entrusting it to the new Sword Master. The Lu Wu sword spoke. This opening of the Sacred Sword Lake not only entails the unveiling of its sword tomb, but also the emergence of the newly appointed Sword Master. Today, the Sacred Sword Lake shall be completely sealed, awaiting its unveiling, commanded Lu Wu's sword. Understood. Lu Qimu bowed and exited the chamber. At this moment, a roadside tavern leading to Luoyang City was bustling with martial artists. Outside, a light rain fell, and the tavern's doors stood wide open, allowing a cool breeze to sweep inside. Since the news of the Zhou Emperor's grievous setback reached the capital, the martial realm has descended into increasing turmoil. Indeed, it has become chaotic, and many young masters have emerged. Have you heard? The lord of the Immaculate Mountain Manor in Jiangnan, Lian Qingbi, slayed the chief disciple of the Crimson Sun Palace, Lu Mushing, 3 days ago, with his prowess rumored to have reached the level of sea condensation. Many martial artists have since allied with the Immaculate Mountain Manor. Lian Qingbi is but one among them. The former head of the Yuan Palace in Jiangnan has abdicated, and the new leader, Ji Yuxing, has also demonstrated sea condensation strength, rumored to be merely 24 years old this year. I suspect that many more young masters will soon emerge. It seems the martial world is ripe for a change of era. However, the most vibrant scene currently unfolds in Luoyang City, as the Sacred Sword Lake is set to open in just a few days, yet so many events have transpired beforehand. It is likely that this time, the Sacred Sword Lake will witness a great battle. Who would argue otherwise? In the past, the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake heralded an era of prosperity, yet now, we see only bloodshed. The son of the Sword Master of the Sacred Sword Lake, the steward, and that sword maniac have all perished. Not to mention, the Luoyang Great Escort Bureau has suffered destruction. Sima Changhan has vanished, and one of the 3 palaces, Tianshan Palace, was annihilated in a single day. Additionally, the son of the Lai family's patriarch, Lai Zhenbei, met a gruesome end in Jiangnan, reportedly having his neck snapped by an assailant. It is rumored that the Azure Dragon Society was behind this. Indeed, the Azure Dragon Society is formidable. They dare to eliminate even members of the Lai family. One murmured, what is there to fear? The Lai family is entangled with the beggar-s sect now. Is it not? Rumor has it that the second elder of the Lai family was slain by the beggar-s sect leader with a single strike. The Lai family is not as powerful as one might think. The group became increasingly animated, likely fueled by the wine they had consumed. Indeed, the Lai family is not invincible. Were I to cross paths with them, I too could vanquish their members, boasted one, brimming with bravado. Upon hearing this, an elderly man nearby changed his expression, hastily advising, do not speak so recklessly. Should the Lai family catch wind of your words, you may find yourself in grave danger. We are not on the Lai family's territory. What can they do to me? Replied the young martial artist, brimming with youthful arrogance, having just entered the martial world. Unafraid of tigers. Humph. A sudden cold snort interrupted the conversation. Everyone gazed towards the door. Outside, a figure entered, bearing 3 imposing long sabers on his back, his expression one of indifference. Though rain poured outside, not a single droplet touched him, as he used his own vital energy to shield himself from the downpour, revealing a rather terrifying strength. You were just discussing the Lai family, he said, addressing the young martial artist who had indulged in drink, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. The young warrior shivered, too intimidated to strike back. The aura of the newcomer was overwhelmingly strong, quelling any courage he might have had. Lacking the bravery to speak? Then prepare to meet your demise. With a swift motion, the stranger grasped a long saber from behind him, cleaving the young man in half with a single stroke. Without a glance at anyone else, he turned and departed. Inside the tavern, as they watched the retreating figure, a tremor ran through everyone present. Who is this person? One whispered. He is Lu Juanxiong, one of the 36 foreign tribes, rumored to be the sworn brother of Lai Zhenbei. He has likely come concerning the matter of Lai Guhong. Others murmured softly. Is he here to deal with the Qinglong society? Questioned a martial artist next to the slain youth. Lu Juanxiong ranks third among the powerful of the 36 tribes. What do you think of his strength? Responded an elderly man. It is said he is slightly weaker than Lai Zhenbei, yet he is a ruthless individual. Remember the tragedy at Luojia Fortress 15 years ago? It was this man who single-handedly brought it down. At the elder's words, many were taken aback. The massacre at Luojia Fortress had sent shockwaves throughout Jiangnan, primarily due to the merciless manner in which the killings were executed. The men were cleaved in half, while the women were drained of their life essence. A truly vicious character. Chapter 794. Towards Ying Tian, the enigmatic demon without flaws in a spacious room above the tavern. A woman dressed in a flowing blue gown adorned with delicate lotus patterns, her hair held by a jade hairpin, stood tall and graceful. Her complexion was somewhat pale, yet it exuded a melancholic beauty, her deep-set eyes reflecting an unfathomable sadness, suggesting a life filled with trials. She gazed in the direction that Lu Juanxiong had just departed. Miss, what shall we do now? Inquired a maid beside her. We shall also set forth to Luoyang. Lu Juanxiong has come for Lai Guhong, and the one to slay him is from the Qinglong society. I have uncovered the whereabouts of Su Chen, the leader of the Qinglong society, at his inn. We must meet him. This is our opportunity. If we can persuade the Qinglong society members, Lu Juanxiong will surely meet his end here. As she spoke, the woman donned a hat and exited the tavern, boarding a carriage that headed towards Luoyang through the rain. In Luoyang City, within a pavilion, Su Chen and Sima Changhen were enjoying their drinks. I hear that Princess Murong is coming from the capital to Luoyang for the sake of the Changxing Society's heir. Fang Huayuan, Su Chen remarked to Sima Changhen. That seems likely. However, it is rumored that Princess Murong did not bring any formidable allies with her. Sima Changhen replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Indeed, upon hearing the words of Sima Changhen, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Without bringing any formidable allies, who would assist him? Noticing Sima Changhen's gaze fixed upon him, he could not help but speak. You have set your sights on me, but worry not. As long as you are willing to pay the price, I can subdue not only the heir of the Changxing Society, but even the president of the society itself. Su Chen's tone remained remarkably calm. Does Su Xiaolong truly not know the origins of the Changxing Society? Sima Changhen inquired softly. To be honest, I am quite unaware. Perhaps Sima, the esteemed leader, could enlighten me? Su Chen did not feign knowledge of the intricacies of the Changxing Society. This organization emerged a millennium ago, with the first president being a person of high stature from above. The heirs of the Changxing Society are typically disciples of the president, with each generation having but one successor, destined to become the next leader. Within the Changxing Society, there exist 7 elders, and it is rumored that the official members number only 9. Aside from the reincarnated heir, Fang Huayuan, we possess some information on him, but little on the others. Engaging in such matters places you face to face with a mysterious and formidable force, Sima Changhen articulated. That is of no concern, should they prove unable to handle me. I shall enlist others to address them, Su Chen replied with a tranquil demeanor. After all, our Qinglong society values proper compensation. Without it, nothing can be expected. Is it merely a matter of rallying support? Who fears whom? As he spoke, Su Chen recalled his purpose for being there, which was to leverage Sima Changhen's fortuitous aura. He possessed 6 orange lottery cards. He decided to draw 3 immediately. Acquired a map of the Sacred Sword Lake's Sword Tomb. Received the 3rd form of the Tianyi 4 Symbols technique. Obtained the Thunder God's Fury Cultivation Infusion card. And acquired the 1st level of the Fusion Body Technique Cultivation Infusion card. All enhancements to my own cultivation. Although he had not procured any sensational characters, his own strength had indeed been augmented, which he deemed satisfactory. He promptly drew the remaining 3 orange lottery cards, acquired the exclusive character Xiang Tian, the flawless phantom demon form, obtained a spirit concentration pill, and received a piece of Tianqing jade. At this, Su Chen's brow tightened. Sima Changhan's fortuitous constitution seemed to have waned. Investigating the Tianqing jade, which was the size of a fist, he discovered it could be infused into weapon-grade items, potentially aiding in the elevation of top-tier weaponry to spirit grade, albeit with a degree of uncertainty. It was indeed a commendable treasure. The flawless phantom demon form of Xiang Tian allowed for complete blood absorption without side effects, thereby enhancing Xiang Tian's prowess. At that time, Xiang Tian had ventured alone into the Shilling region. Despite the support of medicinal pills, his growth in strength was gradual. He had only just stepped into the realm of the celestial being's 9 tribulations. With the acquisition of the phantom demon form, Xiang Tian's capabilities would undoubtedly experience rapid growth, though it fell short of what Su Chen had envisioned. Across from him, Sima Changhan observed Su Chen's furrowed brow, his expression momentarily taken aback. After all, Su Chen had just spoken with great bravado, yet now appeared troubled, leaving Sima Changhan somewhat perplexed. As Su Xiaolong arrived, Princess Morong had yet to make her entrance, presenting numerous options for discussion. If you were not in Luoyang, perhaps this matter would not have been broached at all, Sima Changhan remarked. At this moment, I certainly shall not depart. Su Chen responded, shaking his head. What are your thoughts on the sealing of the Sacred Sword Lake by the esteemed Sima? Su Chen deftly shifted the conversation. Sima Changhan seemed to harbor thoughts regarding the Sacred Sword Lake, likely possessing knowledge of its intricacies. With the arrival of the Luwu sword at this juncture, the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake may very well draw upon the sword intent left behind by the masters of swordsmanship throughout the ages, possibly allowing for a single strike to open the heavenly gate. Sima Changhan spoke softly. A single strike to open the heavenly gate. Su Chen's face manifested surprise upon hearing this. Are you suggesting that the Luwu sword intends to enter the heavenly gate? He inquired. It is merely my conjecture. However, I cannot fathom why the Luwu sword would choose this moment to depart through the heavenly gate. After all, without a powerhouse like him to oversee the Sacred Sword Lake, it may not endure for long, Sima Changhan replied, furrowing his brow. The Luwu sword is the master of the Sacred Sword Lake. Should he depart through the heavenly gate, a new master will inevitably emerge. His willingness to depart in such a manner indicates that the new master possesses the strength to subdue all malevolent spirits, Su Chen noted. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Sima Changhan was taken aback. Indeed, I seem to have overlooked this crucial point, nearly compromising a significant matter. For some time, I have been contemplating this issue without grasping its implications. I had underestimated the new master. With this newfound clarity, he realized that many had believed that Luwu sword's son, Lu Kunlun, would become the foremost sword prodigy. However, with Lu Kunlun's current capabilities, he could not ascend to the role of master. Thus, it was impossible for him to be the new master of the Sacred Sword Lake. To become the master of the Sacred Sword Lake, one must possess formidable swordsmanship, not merely be the offspring of the current master. Thank you for your reminder, Su Xiaolong. Sima Changhan expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Lin Xiaodian entered, holding an umbrella. Elder brother, Lu Juanxiong from the 36 foreign races has entered Luoyang. Lin Xiaodian announced. Lu Juanxiong has arrived? Su Xiaolong, your troubles are upon you. This Lu Juanxiong is no ordinary character. Sima Changhan gazed at Su Chen. That was my intention in allowing him entry, to observe whom he associates with. Otherwise, there would be a corpse at the city gate by now. However, it would only prolong his existence for a brief while, Su Chen stated calmly. It seems Su Xiaolong has already devised a plan, Sima Changhan remarked, casting a glance at Su Chen. To eliminate him at any moment is sometimes the best method against potential threats. This way, he will lack the opportunity to trouble you. Chapter 795. The Orphan of the Luo Family, the Supreme Wujiman, and the Bloodline of the Xian Heavenly Python with Lu Juanxiong's arrival in the city. Su Chen did not linger by Sima Changhan's side and took his leave. As he departed, the rain outside intensified, showing no signs of abating. Sima Changhan gazed at Su Chen's indistinct figure in the rain, slowly rising to his feet. Brother, Lu Juanxiong is the leader of the 36 foreign tribes, the Serpent Clan. It is rumored that he may have awakened a trace of his bloodline power, Lin Xiaodian remarked. You can investigate this matter. The Qinglong Society can certainly uncover it as well. Lu Juanxiong will meet his demise, but this will incite a rebellion among the 36 tribes. Remain vigilant regarding this situation. Once Lu Juanxiong falls, relay the news to the capital, Sima Changhen instructed. After speaking, Sima Changhen fell into deep contemplation. In recent times, having interacted with Su Chen, he discovered that Su Chen remained remarkably composed, unaffected by external turmoil. This observation suggested that the Qinglong society, which stood behind him, might be even more formidable than he had previously imagined. Brother, I have just received news that Zhuge Jinghua of the Qinglong society has pierced through Tianyangong with a single shot. Lin Xiaotian declared. What? A single shot pierced through Tianyangong? How is that possible? According to prior reports, Zhuge Jinghua's strength had not yet reached the level of Tianren Junan. Sima Changhen responded incredulously. The capital suspects there may have been assistance from those above the heavenly gate, Lin Xiaotian explained. The cost of such assistance is exorbitant. Why could it not be that Zhuge Jinghua is concealing his true strength? Sima Changhen pondered. The Qinglong society is becoming increasingly enigmatic. Fortunately, we are not adversaries, but rather allies. Investigate who exactly is in the Sacred Sword Lake. The next sword master, Sima Changhen commanded. Outside the inn, Su Chen's carriage appeared, with Yuan Suiyun holding an umbrella. The two entered the inn. Ever since Su Chen's identity became known, Yuan Suiyun had reserved the entire inn. As they stepped inside, they noticed two figures standing in the hall. Upon seeing Su Chen, a woman in a flowing azure gown approached him. Little girl Luo Hanqiu, I have the honor of meeting Su Xiaolong. I have come to seek the assistance of the Qinglong society for a matter. She spoke softly. Assistance? Su Chen's interest was piqued. The woman, who identified herself as Luo Hanqiu, possessed the strength of Tianren Junan, a level of power not easily cultivated by ordinary factions. Moreover, she had been forthright about her intentions without any ulterior motives. His first impression was indeed favorable. Please. Su Chen invited Luo Hanqiu into an elegant room on the second floor. Yuan Suiyun and the maid remained outside. Please enjoy some tea, Su Chen offered, pouring a cup for Luo Hanqiu. She sat across from him, took a delicate sip, and then set the cup down. Su Xiaolong, I have come to request the Qinglong Society's assistance in eliminating Lu Juanxiu. This is my reward, Luo Hanqiu said, retrieving a jade pendant from around her neck, which was engraved with a small azure serpent, the snake token among the 12 zodiac signs. Recently, another snake token? Su Chen was taken aback by the unexpected encounter. This was indeed a valuable item. Are you certain you wish to offer this as your reward? Su Chen gazed at Luo Hanqiu and remarked. The young lady has consulted ancient texts regarding the 12 zodiac tokens. It is said that only by uniting all 12 jade tokens can their power be harnessed. A feat beyond the capabilities of one such as yourself. Luo Hanqiu responded, her heart easing slightly, as she had no other treasures to offer, relying solely on this. While she understood the significance of the jade token, she was acutely aware of her inability to gather them all. Very well. Lu Juanxiong shall not leave Luoyang City. Su Chen declared. 15 years ago, Lu Juanxiong awakened a trace of the bloodline of the Xian Yin Tian Mang of the Python clan, Luo Hanqiu explained. Initially, there were rumors he might have awakened a bloodline, but she was surprised that Miss Luo knew the specifics. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Luo Hanqiu's words. The young lady is an orphan of the Luo family from 15 years past. Our ancestor obtained a rare herb known as the Xian Yin Tian long grass in his youth. This herb allows the blood of the female descendants to potentially manifest a trace of the Xian Yin celestial bloodline. Upon learning of this, Lu Juanxiong massacred my entire Luo family estate, draining the essence from our women to coagulate a fragment of the Python clan's Xian Yin Tian Mang bloodline. Luo Hanqiu continued. Now I understand. Su Chen, having investigated Lu Juanxiong's arrival in Luoyang City, was aware of the massacre that had occurred 15 years prior. With your strength reaching the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm, you must have been trained in a prestigious lineage, capable of eliminating Lu Juanxiong. He subsequently inquired. I am a disciple of the Taishang Wujimen, although my master is merely an ordinary elder there. My ascendance to the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm is largely due to the influence of the Xian Yin bloodline. Otherwise, with the resources at my disposal, I could never have achieved such prowess, Luo Hanqiu elucidated. The Taishang Wujimen, one of the 3 major sects beneath the Holy Land of the Tao, holds dominion over the Shilling region. Su Chen was taken aback to discover that Luo Hanqiu hailed from the Taishang Wujimen in Shilling. Currently, He had only Xiang Yingtian on his side, yet due to limitations in strength, Xiang merely occupied the northern Xiang County, serving as a martial alliance leader. Xiang County, being relatively small within the Qinglong region, often required martial artists to rely on the backing of power. Such influence could be wielded to great effect. When you demonstrate your qualifications and strength, I believe you will attain your desires. Su Chen assured Luo Hanqiu. Thank you, Su Xiaolong. However, Lu Juanxiong is the sworn brother of Lai Jinbei, and my sect, the Taishang Wujimen, supports the 13th prince. Meanwhile, the Qing Su Guan, another of the 3 Dao sects, supports the 7th prince. Thus, the Taishang Wujimen will not act against Lu Juanxiong on my behalf. Luo Hanqiu lamented. Her cultivation talent was exceptional, yet she recognized that sometimes talent alone does not dictate outcomes. Her journey to Jiangnan was spurred by recent events involving the Lai family, seeking an opportunity for vengeance. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Possessing absolute power allows one to crush all constraints. Rest assured, Miss Luo, even if you do not enlist the assistance of my Qinglong society, we will still take action against Lu Juanxiong. Su Chen gazed at Luo Hanqiu and remarked, the young girl has gathered some intelligence. I merely wish to contribute to the Luo family. Luo Hanqiu responded, Master, is Lu Juanxiong approaching the inn? Yuan Suiyun interjected, Indeed. I was curious to see whom he intended to meet. I did not anticipate he would seek me out directly. It seems he possesses considerable confidence in his abilities. I am eager to witness the extent of his strength. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had initially arranged for Xie Xiaofeng to monitor the situation, yet he was surprised that the opponent could not contain himself. In this rainy weather, his adversary would likely be emboldened, Luo Hanqiu noted. However, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Chapter 796, Rainy Night Slaughter, 36 Exotic Clans Manifest, Ling Luoshi, January Hall. The rain poured down with great urgency, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Amidst the curtain of rain, few souls traversed the streets. A figure, burdened with 3 long knives, steadily approached the inn where Su Chen resided. As the rain fell, it was forcefully repelled from his vicinity. With each tremor, a chill seeped into his being. On a nearby pavilion, Fang Huayuan observed the silhouette through the ring. Lu Juanxiong remains as ruthless as ever. He has indeed managed to ensnare Su Xiaolong. I wonder if that dual-bladed swordsman by Su's side will prove to be a worthy adversary for Lu. An elder beside Fang spoke. The dual-bladed swordsman possesses formidable strength. However, today's downpour significantly favors Lu Juanxiong. Moreover, it is rumored that Lu can awaken a trace of his bloodline power, which, combined with his formidable aura, could overpower the dual-bladed swordsman. Furthermore, since Lu's last strike 15 years ago, he has refrained from combat, instead using his own blood to forge the 3 horse-slaying knives he wields. Those blades have likely attained an extraordinary level. I cannot fathom how Su Xiaolong of the Qinglong society will withstand this. Lai Jinbei's summons for Lu Juanxiong to act likely aims to demonstrate the might of the 36 exotic clans to the Jiangnan martial world, Fang Huayuan mused. Yet, Lu stands alone. The Qinglong society possesses numerous experts in Luoyang. It remains to be seen how the Lai family has arranged their strategy. Surely they have further plans in the shadows, Fang Huayuan stated solemnly. Meanwhile, a figure opened a window of the inn, Qian Junmo. Lai Jinbei, do you not realize that if Lu Juanxiong falls, controlling the 36 exotic clans will become a challenge? Qian Junmo remarked, observing the figure cloaked in rain. Young master, Lu Juanxiong's strength is extraordinary, and given Lai Jinbei's nature, he likely has additional contingencies, spoke a companion beside Qian Junmo. I sense that this time, the Qinglong society will astonish us all. Following this encounter, I may need to forge closer ties with Su Xiaolong. Perhaps selling Fang Huayuan would not be out of the question, Qian Junmo mused softly. Upon hearing Qian Junmo's words, the corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly. At that moment, numerous windows of the inn swung open, all eyes fixated on the figure enshrouded in mist and rain. Within the inn, Su Chen too opened a window, his gaze fixated on the approaching figure through the curtain of rain. Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanchuang arrived at Su Chen's side. Observing Luo Hanqiu draped in a flowing cerulean gown, their expressions betraying no change. The moment Luo Hanqiu graced the inn with her presence, they were already aware of it. Little girl, Luo Hanqiu, I have met Miss Zhuang and Miss Xuanchuang. Luo Hanqiu offered a slight bow to the two. They returned her salutation and approached Su Chen, stating, "This Lu Juanxiong does not come with good intentions. No matter. He is but a minor character." Su Chen replied calmly. At that moment, as Su Chen spoke, Lu Juanxiong's figure became distinct, and an immense force emanated from him, clashing with the downpour. The rain transformed instantaneously into a torrent, surging towards the inn where Su Chen stood. Suddenly, a beam of sword light pierced through the darkness, cleaving the advancing wave asunder. The attack was executed by Lu Xingyijian, who stood amidst the rain, gripping his long sword tightly, his gaze sharp as he assessed his opponent, exuding a formidable sword aura that created a vacuum around him. "Who are you? State your name," Lu Juanxiong demanded, fixing his gaze upon Lu Xingyijian. "I am Lu Xingyijian, one of the newly appointed 10-sword sovereigns of the Qinglong society." Lu Xingyijian's icy voice echoed through the downpour. "One of the 10-sword sovereigns? Your swordsmanship must be formidable. However, it is regrettable that I have come to seek the life of your young leader from the Qinglong society," Lu Juanxiong coldly asserted. "For the young leader of the Qinglong society, a life for a life. You have slain my brother's son. Today, I am here to claim your head. Impudent." Lu Xingyijian's countenance shifted upon hearing Lu Juanxiong's words. He leaped into the air, his long sword cutting through the space with unparalleled dominance. As the sword flashed, the world beheld only a streak of light. Yet, at that moment, a dark silhouette emerged beneath the sword's brilliance, resembling an umbrella. Clang! The sword light met the black figure, which staggered back several steps. This figure was a tall, gaunt man clad in a black robe, wielding an iron umbrella adorned with countless sharp blades. It was he who had just intercepted Lu Xingyijian's strike. The man was Qiong Xiu of the 36 alien races, and his weapon was a treasure of the Umbrella clan, rumored to be a weapon of extraordinary caliber. It seemed that Lu Juanxiong was not alone in his endeavors. Matters had escalated beyond the ordinary. Witnessing the unfolding situation, individuals hidden in the shadows began to speak. Meanwhile, Luo Hanqiu identified this man's identity, her gaze shifting towards Su Chen. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that a significant number of individuals from the 36 alien races had arrived. She felt a twinge of concern for Su Chen's safety. It seems that Lu Juanxiong is merely a diversion, orchestrating the gathering of others in the shadows. Quite clever, Su Chen remarked, his tone and demeanor remaining undisturbed. He still had numerous formidable allies yet to reveal themselves, taking this opportunity to showcase the depth of the Qinglong society's strength. Boom! At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. The individual possesses a somewhat imposing physique, his upper body bared, adorned with a pair of boxing gloves on his arms. As he strides forward, suddenly, amidst the curtain of rain, a figure emerges like a swift swallow, casting forth two swiftly launched hidden weapons towards the direction of Su Chen. With a resounding crash, another figure appears, wielding dual blades. This figure deftly cleaves through the two projectiles, landing gracefully on the ground, before propelling himself forward in pursuit of the shadow. However, the shadow moves with remarkable agility, and for the moment, the dual-bladed warrior cannot keep pace. Meanwhile, the previously emerged robust man makes his way toward the inn where Su Chen resides. The He-Man, a member of the 36 barbarian clans, unleashes his full strength, displaying formidable power. By Su Chen's side are 4 companions, whose combined prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, should these 4 engage, Su Chen would find himself without any skilled allies. It appears that this operation, the Northern Thunder Plan, is meticulously orchestrated. One of the individuals beside Qian Junmo speaks. Upon hearing this, Qian Junmo furrows his brows slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. If Su Chen finds himself in peril, lend your assistance discreetly. I wish for Su Chen to owe me a favor. As they converse, within the inn, the individual is revealed to be He-Man, the foremost practitioner of physical prowess among the 36 barbarian clans. The lithe figure, known as Huetue He, hails from the Dianzu clan, one of the 36 tribes. Su Xiaolong remarks that their adversaries have come well prepared. Luo Hanqiu gazes at Su Chen, intending to dissuade him. Indeed, Su Chen, we should retreat. Mei Xuanchuang adds from the side. Only Zhuang Xuanji remained silent, having accompanied Su Chen for a considerable time, aware that he always conceals his capabilities. No matter how many confront me, those who dare to strike today shall not live to tell the tale. I shall make the entire martial world aware of the consequences of challenging me. We shall continue to observe. A murderous intent laces Su Chen's words. As his voice fades, a figure steps forth from the shadows. The newcomer, though somewhat unsightly, emanates a fierce and frigid aura, causing the surrounding rain to seem as if it has transformed into a viscous frost under this presence. I am Ling Luoshi, the newly appointed leader of the Qinglong's Zhengyue Hall. Today, should you dare to lay hands on our young dragon leader, it will be tantamount to declaring war against the Qinglong. From this day forth, the 36 barbarian tribes of Jiangnan shall face relentless pursuit from my Zhengyue Hall. When we strike, not a single soul shall be spared, not even the children. Ling Luoshi's icy voice reverberates through the rain, imbued with chilling terror. Chapter 797, A Fearsome Might Unparalleled. Ling Luoshi, Yuan Shi-san, grant me the strength to focus my spirit. The leader of the Qinglong's Zhengyue Hall, Ling Luoshi. Upon witnessing this figure, Feng Huayuan's gaze sharpens. My lord, this individual is quite arrogant, boldly declaring his intent to use the Zhengyue Hall to confront the 36 tribes. An elder beside Feng Huayuan speaks coldly. Indeed, he is rather presumptuous, even more so than the leaders of the various dragon clans within the Qinglong. Feng Huayuan replies with a chilling tone. The leaders of the Qinglong society, with the exception of the enigmatic dragon head who has yet to make an appearance, present a striking contrast. Among them, Li Chunzhou exudes an aura of dominance, while the rest seem to blend into the mundane world. One wonders if he possesses such audacious capabilities. By the window, Sima Changhen and Lin Xiaodian observe the unfolding scene. A figure emerges, radiating an intense murderous intent, and judging by his countenance, he is undeniably a figure of extreme ruthlessness. The newly appointed head of the Zhengyue Hall, Ling Luoshi. Engaging with him requires utmost caution. Sima Changhen advises. This individual strikes me as particularly savage. None of the other leaders possess such ferocity, Lin Xiaodian remarks, his brow furrowed. I cannot fathom why this is the case. Perhaps the true terror of the Qinglong society lies not with the dragon heads, but with the 12 halls and 365 branches that remain in the shadows, Sima Changhen replies. Take, for instance, the Tianjin division he is affiliated with. Many believe the Tianjin division in the capital to be the most formidable, yet there are numerous experts spread across the various regions. In the inn, Su Chen gazes at the newly arrived Ling Luoshi, his eyes shining with newfound insight regarding the 12 hall masters of the Qinglong society. They must be ruthless individuals. And Ling Luoshi exemplifies this notion with his brutal and murderous nature. Yuan Shi, despite his disdain for underhanded tactics, possesses an eccentric, violent, and extreme temperament, holding himself in high regard and always delivering on his word. Such a figure in the position of a hall master within the Qinglong society may indeed wield greater deterrent power than even the dragon heads themselves. However, once Ling Luoshi speaks, he must bolster the Zhengyue Hall with formidable talents. Otherwise, how will they confront the 36 alien factions, which are no trivial matter? Su Chen muses. Nearby, 3 individuals glance at the emerging Ling Luoshi, then at Su Chen, realizing that he has long had plans in motion. Their eyes shift toward the street. At that moment, Lu Juanxiong's gaze darkens, and a palpable aura of menace envelopes him. He-Man, eliminate him, crush him to pieces. Lu Juanxiong harbors no intention of confronting Ling Luoshi. His target is Su Chen. His sinister eyes fixate on Su Chen. With a thunderous sound amidst the rain, He-Man propels himself off the ground, launching into the air. As he ascends, he utters, Divine Force, Heavy Mountain. A terrifying gravitational force erupts from his body, causing the falling raindrops to momentarily lose their weight, as if pressed down by an immense power, crashing heavily to the ground. Accompanied by this overwhelming gravity, a savage glint flickers in He-Man's eyes as he clenches his fist and strikes. In the next moment, the entire force descends upon Ling Luoshi, akin to a mountain's weight. At that instant, a fearsome aura emanates from Ling Luoshi, and 4 stone doors manifest behind him, one of which remains indistinct and unformed. This energy disperses the weight of He-Man's assault, and in a flash, Ling Luoshi transforms into an afterimage, evading He-Man's punch. He-Man's fist collides with the ground. Dodge. Can you truly escape? He-Man's strike missed its mark, unleashing a torrent of vitality that radiated outward, intertwining with his true energy in a bid to confine Ling Luoshi's movements. Dodge. You are not worthy of my evasion. With an earth-shattering roar, Ling Luoshi's aura erupted. his muscles and bones resonating with a terrifying force, a fierce and malevolent expression contorting his face. I have taken lives, slain my brethren and kin, left to wander alone. In this world, there is no one who can compel me to flee. As Ling Luoshu spoke, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth. The confluence of his killing intent and true energy shattered the rain around him as if it were glass. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before He Mian. Mighty barbarian strength. Ling Luoshu's speed was so formidable that He Mian could only rely on his physical prowess. The barbarian strength coursed through his veins, causing his bones to crackle and his muscles to swell, veins bulging with an overwhelming power. With a resounding impact, Ling Luoshu's palm struck He Mian's body. Divine force, the lock of 4 gates. As his hand descended, Ling Luoshu bellowed, a tremendous divine aura erupting forth, summoning 4 stone gates that materialized around them. In that moment, it felt as though the very atmosphere had been locked in place. The surging blood energy, the might of his true energy, and the essence of his spirit all felt ensnared. The confinement of his mind was somewhat feeble, perhaps due to the gates not being fully formed. Under this overwhelming force, He Mian's previous ferocity seemed to dissipate in an instant. He Mian growled, desperate to escape this predicament, but Ling Luoshu would not grant him such an opportunity. Raising his hand, he clenched it tightly and unleashed a devastating punch, a terrifying energy erupting from his fist. With a thunderous crash, his fist pierced through He Mian's chest, blood erupting forth, mingling with the rain to create a macabre scene as if the heavens had opened in a deluge of crimson. He Mian gazed at his own bloodied chest, roaring in anguish, my chest is shattered. How can I still be alive? This is but a torment for myself. Ling Luoshu's expression remained grim, his hand unyielding as he transformed his fist back into a palm, striking out once more. A tidal wave of blood-colored energy surged toward He Mian's head. Boom! At that moment, a figure shot forth from the rooftops, launching an attack with an outstretched palm, manifesting a wave of energy that morphed into a water dragon aimed at Ling Luoshu. Swoosh! Just as this figure unleashed their strike, another silhouette emerged onto the street. This newcomer, tall and imposing, cast a colossal shadow beneath the rain. Clad in a cerulean robe and adorned with a golden belt, he bore an air of arrogance, his aura robust, rivaling even that of Ling Luoshu. Upon his arrival, he delivered a powerful punch, colliding with the water dragon. Boom! The two forces clashed, sending shockwaves through the air. However, the person who emerged radiated an aura of divine might, enveloping Yuan Shisanxian. Bang! Yuan Shisanxian was jolted backward. Without even consolidating their divine might, they dared to strike at me. The figure, clad in black, cast a cold glare at Yuan Shisanxian. Bang! Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Ling Luoshu shattered He Mian's skull with a single strike. In that instant, a terrifying battle intent erupted from Yuan Shisanxian. Divine might, is this what you call it? Today, I shall allow you to step into the sea of concentration. Yuan Shisanxian's deep voice resonated amidst the rain. Chapter 798. Heartbroken Little Arrow. A single arrow pierces through Yuan Shisanxian's strength approached the realm of concentration in the sea. Recently, he had been preparing for this very moment. As the great demon god, his fervor for martial arts was unparalleled. In both literary talent and martial prowess, he was not inferior to Zhuge Jinghua. However, due to misfortune, his aspirations had remained unfulfilled, leading to a state of melancholy and a touch of madness. His life was, in truth, a tragedy, fraught with coincidences. With his reemergence, Yuan Shisanxian sought to reclaim his destiny and battle once more. He appeared alongside Ling Luoshu, having engaged in frequent discussions with him, and had already discerned the form of divine might he intended to cultivate. Those who pursue aggression and slaughter often emphasize destructive power. The divine might he aimed to consolidate was modeled after the heartbroken little arrow. Arrogance. The attacker, witnessing Yuan Shisanxian's hubris, wore a countenance of profound gloom. Who are you? Today, I shall slay you, so you may comprehend the consequences of underestimating the powerful in the sea of concentration. I am the one who will kill you. Hey Yizu. Hey Mushy. The figure bellowed. With a stomp, they propelled themselves forward. Divine might, black water flow. The aura bore a dark essence, merging with the downpour to form a viscous mass. A black true energy manifested in their palm, exuding a corrosive force as it surged toward Yuan Shisanxian. This individual radiated an extraordinary presence, Though they had yet to enter the realm of concentration, they were undoubtedly formidable. Sima Changhen observed Yuan Shisanxian and remarked, "Not an ordinary person. However, Ling Luosher is rather remarkable. His divine might can actually lock onto one's essence and spirit. I fear I may not be a match for this individual," Lin Xiaodian said solemnly. "Currently, they do not appear overly strong, but once they fully simulate that fourth gate, they will be terrifying." Sima Changhen added, "Yet, I wonder what status this individual holds within the Qinglong society," he pondered. Elsewhere, a man beside Qian Junmo spoke, "Young master, it seems I may not need to intervene. The Qinglong society has likely prepared their forces in advance." Despite the fact that this person had yet to consolidate their divine might, He Mushi was not a foe to be taken lightly. The man gazed at Yuan Shisanxian. In contrast to the astonishment of others, Fang Huoyan and the elders' expressions darkened. Lai Zhenbei had arranged for 36 individuals from various tribes to covertly arrive. Yet around Su Chen, the Qinglong society had also dispatched numerous individuals. Calculations. Who is truly calculating whom? Fang Huoyan remarked, his expression somber. The gaze was directed towards Yuan Shisanxian. Under the overwhelming aura of his opponent, Yuan Shisanxian unleashed a powerful punch. As his fist collided with the opponent's palm, a terrifying force erupted, radiating outward in a violent wave. Yuan Shisanxian was momentarily pushed back, yet as he staggered, he surged forward once more. His left hand executing a fierce punch and his right hand delivering a vengeful palm strike. He continuously launched attacks, countering the oppressive pressure from his adversary without yielding an inch. A ferocious expression etched upon his face. A potent aura began to coalesce around him, spreading forth with an intimidating presence, his combat style truly ruthless, even overwhelming the darkwood water. Witnessing this spectacle, several onlookers were struck with awe and trepidation. The emergence of divine aura was imminent, yet its nature remained a mystery. In the tavern, a few individuals focused their attention on Yuan Shisanxian. Perhaps he could inherit the first volume of the heavenly hate technique. Su Chen mused inwardly. Yuan Shisanxian's martial talent was exceptionally high. Otherwise, he would not have mastered such an array of extraordinary skills. Even the reverse mountain scripture had been within his grasp. With the fortune akin to Zhuge Zhengma, Yuan Shisanxian might achieve even greater heights. Who was this individual? Mei Xuan inquired, her gaze fixed upon Yuan Shisanxian. Yuan Shisanxian, the master of the February Hall of the Qinglong Society, Su Chen replied. The master of February Hall, his divine aura is coalescing, Mei Xuan exclaimed. As she spoke, a shadow emerged around Yuan Shisanxian, resembling a short arrow, his most formidable attack. It appeared that Darkwood Water's demise was imminent. The manifestation of Yuan Shisanxian's divine aura signaled the approach of his end. In truth, even without the divine aura, Yuan Shisanxian could still vanquish him. For Darkwood Water's strength was far too feeble to withstand the sorrowful arrow. As Su Chen's words echoed, Yuan Shisanxian, having gathered his divine aura, retreated slightly. Today, you have aided me in consolidating my divine aura. I shall use my strongest technique to vanquish you, as a sign of respect. Yuan Shisanxian was never one to strike from the shadows. His sorrowful arrow was a direct assault. Upon hearing Yuan Shisanxian's declaration, Darkwood Water's countenance darkened significantly. He had failed to subdue his opponent and had inadvertently allowed him to successfully gather his divine aura, a source of humiliation. Now, his foe sought to finish him with a single blow. Roar! Darkwood Water erupted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. A terrifying black energy surged from his body, radiating outward, while his blood essence circulated rapidly, forming a searing heat that evaporated the surrounding rain. Black Water Divine Palm. Darkwood Water, consumed by madness, unleashed all his energy and blood essence in a desperate bid to contend with Yuan Shisanxian. He was determined to eliminate Yuan Shisanxian at all costs. Boom! The divine aura of Yuan Shisanxian erupted, and the sorrowful arrow materialized, a hastily crafted projectile. Though merely an ordinary arrow, the moment it was grasped in his hand, a chilling aura spread through the air. The small arrow adhered to Yuan Shisanxian's arm, and the surrounding air currents seemed to surge towards the arrow in an instant. At the moment when the surrounding air currents surged in, the rain curtain that had been cascading down from the heavens seemed to be abruptly severed, and for an instant, no raindrops fell. The ability to influence the weather was indeed a terrifying skill. Sima Chang'en's gaze sharpened. Subsequently, he involuntarily turned his attention to Lu Juanxiong, whose expression had also shifted. A powerful aura erupted from Lu Juanxiong as he grasped a broadsword that materialized in his hand, his presence escalating dramatically. At that instant, a figure emerged behind him, cloaked in black, with a mask obscuring their features. Upon their arrival, a formidable pressure locked onto Lu Juanxiong, signaling that any action on his part would provoke a response. Despite the mask, Lu Juanxiong could distinctly sense the sharp aura that radiated from this individual. Stillness would yield safety, yet any movement would unleash a fierce onslaught. At this moment, Sima Changhan's gaze also fell upon the masked figure, another expert from the Qinglong society. Yet their true identity remained concealed. Who could this person be? Just as Sima Changhan pondered, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Yuan Shisanxian's heartbreak arrow erupted forth, a culmination of his strongest strike from his battle against Zhuge Zhenghua in the past, now reigniting with unparalleled force. Past grievances scattered with the wind. In this life, Yuan Shisanxian would confront the heavens once more. With the arrow propelled by an immense force, a powerful roar escaped from Haimu Shui as he unleashed a punch, directing a formidable energy towards the heartbreak arrow. Yet, in an instant, the arrow shattered through all defenses. The long arrow pierced through Haimu Shui's body, causing him to halt momentarily, his gaze fixated on his own chest before turning towards Yuan Shisanxian. "Who are you?" he inquired, eager to learn the name of this formidable adversary. "I am Yuan Shisanxian, the master of the February Hall of the Qinglong Society." His voice echoed in the air. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, there would be 2 more updates. Chapter 799, An Uneven Battle. Lu Juanxiong draws his blade. "Yuan Shisanxian, you are indeed strong." The 36 alien tribes, this time. With that, Haimu Shui's body collapsed to the ground. In that moment, the rain curtain once again fell heavily. A scream pierced the air as the earlier assailant who had ambushed Su Chen cried out in agony. His position was swiftly targeted by Heibai Xinjian, whose overwhelming presence seized control of the assailant's movement. The subsequent assault intensified. Although the opponent moved swiftly, their power was lacking. Once their speed was curtailed, they were no match for Heibai Xinjian. As for the individual engaged with Lu Xingyijian, their weapon was peculiar, launching blades that whirled to counter Lu Xingyijian's strikes. After multiple fruitless attempts, Lu Xingyijian gripped his sword with both hands and approached his foe. "Come closer, and you will meet your demise." The member of the Tian San tribe, Qiao, grimaced with a sinister expression at this sight. Lu Xingyijian wielded an ordinary long sword, while his adversary possessed a weapon of superior grade, far surpassing Lu Xingyijian's in strength. A single strike from this weapon could undoubtedly cleave Lu Xingyijian's body asunder. Previously, the sword energy of Yagyu Ichijin was exceedingly fierce. Without engaging him directly, the protagonist had initially planned to use his weapon to counter Yagyu's sword energy, gradually approaching him. However, the intensity of Yagyu's sword energy was overwhelming, and each strike forced him not only to remain static, but also to retreat, placing him entirely in a defensive stance. Nevertheless, his weapon inherently possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. With Yagyu now in close proximity, an opportunity to strike back presented itself. The long sword transformed into a dazzling beam of light, cleaving against the umbrella-like blades. Instantly, the blade spun rapidly, clashing with the sword and emitting fierce sparks that illuminated the rain-soaked surroundings. What does Yagyu Ichijin intend to achieve with such close-range attacks? This is not advantageous for him. Lin Xiaodian remarked beside Sima Changhan. That umbrella was no ordinary weapon. If Yagyu's divine might were to intensify even slightly, he might disrupt his opponent's movements and potentially deliver a fatal blow. However, at present, that seemed quite challenging. Sima Changhan spoke gravely, his gaze fixed upon the masked figure. At this moment, the masked individual stood still, as did Lu Juanxiong. Though they remained motionless, an aura began to emanate from them. Clang! Yagyu Ichijin's sword collided once more with the umbrella, unleashing a surge of energy. Yet, as the umbrella blades twisted, an infinite array of razor-sharp blades erupted forth, launching toward Yagyu Ichijin. Die! At that instant, Qiao appeared to seize an opportunity, swiftly rotating the umbrella and releasing multiple blades that hurtled toward Yagyu Ichijin. Yagyu's long sword transformed into a streak of light, aiming for the incoming blades. Just then, Qiao, observing the situation, snapped the umbrella shut. instantly enveloping it in black light that shot forth at astonishing speed toward Yagyu's chest. Yagyu Ichigen was not slow to react. His longsword sliced out with precision. However, at the moment of his strike, a tremor of force emanated from the umbrella, destabilizing his grip and causing his sword to be flung aside. Xiong Qiu's face contorted with a sinister expression as he drew the umbrella into his grasp. Yet, just as he secured it, Yagyu, having lost his sword, launched himself forward, drawing a dagger from his waist. The dagger sliced across his opponent's chest, and Yagyu appeared behind him. "If you do not strike, I shall have no chance. You think this is an opportunity? It is I who grant it." Yagyu Ichigen's icy voice echoed in Xiong Qiu's ears. Xiong Qiu attempted to respond, but the explosive force of sword energy erupted from his chest, obliterating his lower body. All that remained was his head, filled with unyielding resentment, which fell to the ground. Yagyu Ichigen reached out and retrieved his previously displaced longsword, sheathing it at his waist. He approached the fallen umbrella blades, picking them up and standing slowly beneath the eaves. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. From the current circumstances, it was evident that the scheme devised by Lai Zhenbei had culminated in utter failure. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Juanxiong and the masked figure. "Who are you, and why do you wear a mask?" Lu Juanxiong inquired, gazing intently at the enigmatic stranger. However, the figure remained silent, merely advancing forward. "Fight!" Grasping the hilt of his longsword, Lu Juanxiong felt his aura surge. "Kill!" He lunged forth with his broadsword, launching a fierce strike at the masked individual. The force of his blow was formidable and unadorned by any supernatural display. It was pure strength. The masked figure drew a longsword, gripping it firmly with both hands. With a single stroke, the blade clashed against Lu Juanxiong's broadsword, neither party yielding an inch, matching each other with equal prowess. "What incredible strength," Lu Juanxiong remarked after their initial exchange. "Who is this person, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Lu Juanxiong wielding a broadsword?" Lin Xiaodian queried. "Who knows? However, his longsword appears to be an ordinary one. It likely won't withstand many strikes from Lu Juanxiong before shattering," Sima Chang'an commented. After the initial clash was parried, Lu Juanxiong did not falter, swiftly retaliating with his broadsword, intensifying his assault. Yet, each of his strikes was met with a counter from the opponent. "Your longsword may not endure many more of my blows. My 3 broadswords, though once mere weapons, have been infused with refined iron and my blood over the years, nearly reaching a level of excellence," he boasted, propelling himself forward. As he closed in, 2 of his broadswords flew from behind him, energy swirling in his palms, as the 3 broadswords soared into the air. Boom! The 3 broadswords descended like a cascade of silver light. At this sight, Luo Hanqiu beside Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically. This strike cannot defeat the opponent. The masked figure was revealed to be Yu Peiyu. Despite a scar marring his face, it did not diminish his beauty. His appearance would surely cause a stir. However, for Yu Peiyu, such attention was not beneficial, especially since Su Chen had yet to consider how to utilize this exquisite man. The Azure Dragon Society, Tianya Pavilion, could not yet exploit his advantages. Such stunning beauty, if not harnessed, would be a waste. Hence the necessity of concealing his true identity for the time being. Of course, Yu Peiyu's prowess is ranked among the top 10 in the realm of ancient dragon novels. Although he lacked a broken record, he was undoubtedly a formidable master of the sea. The opponent's strike could not possibly harm him. Primordial infinity, boundless heaven and earth. A deep voice erupted amidst the silver light, followed by a multitude of sword lights appearing. The sword lights collided with the blade lights, both vanishing into thin air. Lu Juanxiong's 3 broadswords returned to him, his gaze heavy as he regarded the masked Yu Peiyu. "That sword light," Luo Hanqiu exclaimed in astonishment. It was primarily due to Yu Peiyu's intervention that he had effortlessly blocked Lu Juanxiong's attack. Chapter 800. Intense Confrontation, Divine Might Unleashed. Su Chen remained calm, aware that Yu Peiyu was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also formidable in both blade techniques and internal strength. The formless divine skill manifests unparalleled energy, capable of slicing through a plummeting waterfall of 1,000 feet, its lower segment rising in a majestic column of water, profoundly powerful. Additionally, there exists his self-created sword technique. Sword without move. The legendary Little Leaf Flying Dagger, renowned as the foremost swordplay in the world, is said to be unstoppable by any adversary. Once unleashed, The blade and the technique become one. Others witness only the technique, failing to perceive the blade itself, a phenomenon known as having a technique without a blade. This leaves opponents bewildered, pondering how they might evade it. In contrast, Yu Peiyu, lacking understanding of swordplay, has contrived having a blade without a technique, which is the opposite. This swordsmanship is infinitely round and formless, devoid of any discernible technique, rendering it impossible to counter or evade. Though this move lacks a technique, it possesses a blade. Thus, evasion becomes futile, for it is the blade that inflicts harm, not the technique. Consequently, his swordsmanship is formidable. In the realm of Qinglong's novels, Yu Peiyu's prowess undoubtedly surpasses many. Here, while he is strong, he does not overshadow others excessively. Your strength warrants my utmost effort. You may reveal your name. Lu Juanxiong stated solemnly, gazing at Yu Peiyu. True strength resonates in harmony. Recognizing Yu Peiyu's capabilities, Lu Juanxiong yearns to learn his name. A name is merely a moniker. Yu Peiyu retorted coldly. Hearing these words, Lu Juanxiong's expression darkened, yet he refrained from further inquiry. At that moment, the rain fell heavily, urgency in its descent, as the wind stirred up waves of rain, enveloping the two. Kill! Lu Juanxiong uttered a low command, a fierce blade aura emanating from him, surging into the descending curtain of rain and lifting it. With a swing of his broadsword, a colossal wave of blade energy surged forth. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by the radiant energy of the blade, cascading like a rain of swords towards Yu Peiyu. The overwhelming force of the blade's energy was palpable to spectators, even from afar. Yu Peiyu, wielding his sword, emitted a luminous glow. What appeared to be an ordinary sword in his grasp now radiated brilliance. In that fleeting moment, his figure vanished, replaced by the soaring sword energy that shattered the descending rain of blades. The sword clashed with the falling blade energy. Boom! The sword energy and the blade rain instantaneously dissipated. At this juncture, Lu Juanxiong soared into the air, 3 broadswords floating behind him, merging into one under his command. Boom! The annihilation blade. As this stroke emerged, thunder crackled across the dim heavens. Sensing the impending strike, Yu Peiyu's gaze sharpened. The formless divine skill surged within him, torrents of dread energy coursing through his being, enveloping his sword. The sword erupted with even greater luminosity. With a resounding strike, a terrifying blade of light transformed into a colossal sword that collided with the blade's radiance. Boom! The energies of sword and blade clashed violently. Divine might. Profound heavy ice. At this moment, Lu Juanxiong, unleashing a low roar, emanated an aura of terrifying divine might. Lu Juanxiong unleashed his full force. As divine might manifested, the once swift curtain of rain abruptly thickened, as if frozen in time. The shining heavenly 3 slashes. The 3 suspended sabers swiftly struck forth once more. A chilling aura enveloped the sabers, and the rain, which had already slowed, instantaneously transformed into ice. Divine might, formless and unbound. A glimmer of cold brilliance flickered in Yu Peiyu's eyes, unleashing a terrifying divine presence. The might was overwhelmingly domineering. The formless divine art itself was an exceedingly forceful technique, rich in vitality. As he concentrated his divine might, he harnessed this very essence. Formless divine art. The divine force surged forth, and the formless divine art within him rapidly awakened. With his long sword in hand, he slashed once again. The 2 forces collided, and the sword light shattered the surrounding chill entirely. The 3 gathered slashes were also thwarted by Yu Peiyu's sword aura. Bang! The 2 figures descended. Lu Juanxiong staggered back several paces, his expression grave as he regarded the masked Yu Peiyu. What is Lu Juanxiong doing, to be so suppressed? Observing the scene, Fang Huayuan's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Lu Juanxiong would be so overpowered. Who is this person? His eyes, filled with malice, fixated on the masked Yu Peiyu. The mask suggests a person of some standing. Otherwise, why wear one? An elder beside him spoke in a low tone. At this moment, Lu Juanxiong's complexion darkened significantly. He was indeed being suppressed. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. It seems that without resorting to my trump card, I cannot defeat you, Lu Juanxiong declared coldly. Young master, Lu Juanxiong is about to draw upon a fragment of the Xianin heavenly python bloodline. It remains uncertain how formidable this fragment will be. The elder beside Fang Huayuan remarked. Many others were momentarily stunned, having not anticipated that Lu Juanxiong possessed a hidden card. The Xianyin Heavenly Python bloodline, murmured Su Chen. As Lu Juanxiong finished speaking, he took a deep breath, and power surged within him, causing his robes to shatter instantly, revealing his bare torso. Upon his exposed skin, a vague shadow began to manifest, flickering in and out of sight. Crack! Under this shadow, Lu Juanxiong's height noticeably increased, his muscles bulging grotesquely. The shadow began to take on the semblance of a massive python. As the giant python materialized, an aura of coldness enveloped Lu Juanxiong, affecting the surrounding air, rendering the previously torrential rain momentarily still. His vital energy ignited. To wield the power of his bloodline, he was consuming his own vitality. Is this how bloodline power is utilized? Su Chen inquired, observing Lu Juanxiong. He had merely acquired a fragment of bloodline power. Yet to wield it required a significant expenditure of his vitality. Luo Hanxiu, standing nearby and harboring animosity towards Lu Juanxiong, had investigated him for many years. Her eyes now glinted with anticipation. This is Lu Juanxiong's final resort. Should the masked individual manage to counter his ultimate tactic, Lu Juanxiong will not escape the confines of Luoyang tonight. As the shadow of the Xian Yin Tianmeng emerged, a terrifying chill and an overwhelming force surged from Lu Juanxiong. With the Xian Yin Tianmeng's might unleashed, he stomped the ground, creating a thunderous sound as the earth collapsed beneath him, propelling him towards Yu Peiyu with reckless abandon. 3 sabers were tightly gripped in his hands, and with a thunderous roar, the united blades shot forth in an instant. The Xian Yin Tianmeng not only augmented his chilling aura, but also unleashed a formidable strength. Sensing the ferocity of this strike, Yu Peiyu summoned every ounce of his power. A terrifying divine presence coalesced with the essence of the ocean, converging upon his long sword. With a swift swing, the sword cleaved through the void. The collision of the 2 attacks produced a thunderous explosion, sending a fierce gale sweeping through the streets, lifting rainwater from the ground and scattering it in all directions, transforming nearby walls, windows, and doors into a sieve-like state. Chapter 801. The Sword Strikes. Returning to the essence of martial arts with a crack, Yu Peiyu's longsword shattered. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his expression remained unchanged. He propelled himself off the ground, not to strike with his sword, but to unleash a punch. Lu Juanxiong, harnessing the bloodline power of the Xian Yin Tianmeng, erupted with tremendous force. Yu Peiyu, possessing a unique constitution endowed with innate strength, evaded the blade's arc and delivered a devastating punch. What? Upon witnessing Yu Peiyu's strike, Lu Juanxiong's face shifted. He pivoted his saber, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. In that instant, a torrent of terrifying energy and weight surged into his saber. Clang, clang, clang. All 3 sabers were violently knocked from his grasp. As they fell, Yu Peiyu continued to unleash his punches. Lu Juanxiong, left with no choice, retaliated with his own fists. However, as their fists clashed, he found that his immense power, akin to that of a giant serpent, could not prevail against his opponent. The energy and strength from Yu Peiyu surged into Lu Juanxiong, leaving him in a state of semi-numbness, his body becoming uncontrollable as he was forced to retreat. His footsteps carved deep marks into the ground. Despite unleashing the Xian Yin Tianmeng's might, Lu Juanxiong found himself at a disadvantage. Observing from the sidelines, Luo Hanxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had feared that Yu Peiyu would be no match for Lu Juanxiong, yet now he firmly held the upper hand. With his first successful strike, Yu Peiyu wasted no time. He charged forward, his entire being radiating with energy. Meanwhile, Lu Juanxiong ignited his vital essence, calling upon his bloodline strength. The Xian Yin Tianmeng not only embodied power, but also emanated an icy aura. As the chilling essence intensified, and his palms unleashed a flurry of strikes, in an attempt to immobilize Yu Peiyu, the internal flow of boundless true energy within her rendered the effort futile. With a resounding thud, Yu Peiyu unleashed a powerful punch upon her adversary, Lu Juanxiong, sending him hurtling backward, a spray of blood escaping his lips. In a swift motion, Yu Peiyu propelled herself forward, her hand transforming into a claw that aimed for Lu Juanxiong's head. Roar! If you seek to kill me, I shall take you down with me, Lu Juanxiong growled. As a terrifying aura emanated from him, the voice of a colossal serpent roaring forth. The fervor of his blood surged, and the image of the serpent became more pronounced. Yet, as the serpent materialized, something within him seemed to ignite. He resolved to make a final stand, igniting the power of his bloodline. At that moment, Luo Hanqiu observed with a stern voice, boom. A phantom of a celestial gate manifested in the sky. You must perish as well. Lu Juanxiong's gaze turned savage, oblivious to the celestial gate above. His bloodline power burned away, and with Yu Peiyu proving too formidable to conquer amidst the presence of numerous other experts. He was determined to slay her. As the phantom of the celestial gate descended, a terrifying pressure enveloped Lu Juanxiong. With a thunderous crash, his form materialized before Yu Peiyu, a menacing force converging upon her as his palm struck out. In that fleeting moment, the power of the celestial gate seemed to synchronize with Lu Juanxiong's assault. Just then, a figure appeared atop a distant rooftop. Observing the descending force of the celestial gate, he grasped a long sword in hand. Flash! The figure called out, launching himself into the air, wielding the long sword in a decisive arc. There was no grand sword energy, merely a silhouette brandishing the blade, clashing against the descending force of the celestial gate. The long sword remained intact as the might of the celestial gate shattered. This sight left onlookers astounded. They had never anticipated that someone could withstand the force of the celestial gate with sheer swordsmanship. As the crowd marveled, Yu Peiyu unleashed her fist, a terrifying might transforming into a beam of light, striking fiercely against Lu Juanxiong's palm. Boom! A potent force radiated outward, both combatants staggering back a few steps. In the midst of retreat, the serpent's form surrounding Lu Juanxiong dissipated, and as it vanished, a layer of frost enveloped him, freezing him instantly. With a resounding impact, Yu Peiyu's fist collided with her opponent's body. Bang! His form shattered completely. As Lu Juanxiong's body disintegrated, the phantom of the celestial gate gradually faded from the sky. At this moment, the world seemed to fall into a frozen stillness. The swordsman who had intervened vanished as swiftly as he had appeared, as if he had never existed. The sword technique he exhibited, a return to simplicity, left onlookers questioning his identity. Sima Changhen, witnessing the vanishing figure, could not suppress a gasp of awe. Without any sword energy or energy fluctuations, he had shattered the descending force of the celestial gate purely through mastery of swordsmanship, signifying an unparalleled understanding of the art, transcending to an extraordinary realm of purity. Who is this? Surely, they possess the ability to cleave the heavens with a single strike. Sima Changhen furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Not only he, but the other observers also fell into a profound silence. It was evident that the one who wielded the sword was undoubtedly a member of the Qinglong society. Beneath the stillness, the previously torrential rain continued to descend, and the heavens grew increasingly murky. Su Chen returned indoors and picked up the jade token that Luo Hanqiu had left on the table. Acquired the snake token of the 12 zodiac, rewarded with 2 orange lottery cards. Once again, he obtained 2 orange lottery cards, which elevated his spirits. I must extend my gratitude to Su Xiaolong. Given the heightened attention outside, I shall linger here for a while longer and depart tomorrow, Luo Hanqiu remarked. I have some matters to attend to. You may converse amongst yourselves, Su Chen suggested, intending to discuss matters with Yuan Shisan and Ling Luoshi. Ling Luoshi had already made his intentions known. Thus, it was time to address the 36 alien tribes. Yet, the method of confrontation depended on Ling Luoshi's strategy. Having been present for several days, Ling Luoshi had garnered some understanding of the situation in Jiangnan. After the 3 paid their respects, they exited. Su Chen sat quietly in the room. Moments later, Yuan Shisan and Ling Luoshi entered. Ling Luoshi, the 36 alien tribes are formidable. What are your plans? Su Chen inquired. My lord, these tribes are currently dispersed across the western and southern regions of Jiangnan, their forces scattered. In times of significant events, they convene a clan meeting. With Lu Juanxiong now deceased, Lai Zhenbei will inevitably call for such a gathering. Among the 36 tribes, aside from the Lai family, only 15 formidable practitioners exist among the other 35 tribes. Of these, merely 3 are considered top tier, ranked second as Feng Hanlai, third as Lu Juanxiong, and fourth as Mu Fenghai. Today, they have suffered the loss of 4 practitioners and 1 who has transitioned to the realm of Dantian, leaving these 5 major tribes severely weakened. I shall request some personnel from Qinglong to strike against these 5 tribes, instilling terror within them, and subsequently, I will approach Feng Hanlai, who has discord with Lai Zhenbei. My presence may incite further suspicion and potentially lead to internal strife, Ling Luoshi articulated. Ling Luoshi was not only the leader of the Great Alliance, but also a general within the court, known for his cunning and ruthless methods. Chapter 802. A Heart Captivated at First Sight. The Power of a Handsome Man in a Tavern within Luoyang City. Numerous patrons were engaged in discussions regarding the battle between the Qinglong Society and the 36 alien tribes that transpired the previous night. The Qinglong Society not only demonstrated their strength, but also introduced two particularly fierce and violent hall masters. At this moment, at a table near the street within the tavern, a man wearing a conical hat sat with his head lowered, engrossed in his drink, indifferent to the surrounding conversations. The one drinking was Yu Peiyu, who had donned a mask during last night's battle, concealing his true identity. As Su Chen had yet to provide him with a specific assignment, he had come to the tavern to enjoy some wine. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and three figures entered the establishment. Leading the way was a young woman, veiled and cloaked in silver, wielding a long sword in her hand. Emerging from the true martial Taoist temple was Mu Qingxian, followed closely by two companions, Mu Yuanping and Yang Yinluan, the son of the former master of the true martial courtyard in the capital. Let us sit there. Mu Yuanping indicated a spot in the corner, conveniently located not far from Yu Peiyu. As Mu Qingxian settled into her seat, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yu Peiyu, who was dining while donning a conical hat. A scar marred Yu Peiyu's face. Although the world possessed elixirs capable of erasing such blemishes, he chose not to utilize them. Upon sitting, Mu Qingxian noticed the scar on his face and couldn't help but glance longer than intended. At that moment, Yu Peiyu raised his wine cup and took a solitary sip, lifting his head slightly, revealing his entire visage. Behind her veil, Mu Qingxian beheld Yu Peiyu's countenance. Whispering to herself, how could anyone be so handsome? Young women are often captivated by beauty, and as a girl herself, Mu Qingxian felt her heart race at the sight of Yu Peiyu's face, drawing her attention irresistibly. Sensing a gaze upon him, Yu Peiyu turned slightly and nodded politely at the veiled Mu Qingxian, offering a faint smile. This smile sent a shiver through Mu Qingxian, leaving her feeling as though her heart had shattered. A subtle blush crept across her veiled face, prompting a noticeable change in expression from Mu Yuanping and Yang Yinluan, who had been accompanying her. They had followed Mu Qingxian with the intent of winning her favor, and such a blush was a rarity for her. Their eyes instinctively shifted towards Yu Peiyu. At that moment, Yu Peiyu sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. He withdrew a small amount of silver from his pocket, placed it on the table, and, grasping his long sword, turned to leave. He merely wished to enjoy his drink without attracting undue attention. I shall step outside for a moment. Upon noticing Yu Peiyu's departure, Mu Qingxuan's eyes flickered, and she stood up. Mu Yuanping and Yang Yinluan's expressions shifted, ready to follow, but Mu Qingxian interjected. You need not accompany me. Wait here. With that, she took up her sword and followed Yu Peiyu outside. Observing this, Yu Peiyu frowned slightly. In a secluded alley, he halted. Miss, following someone is not a prudent habit. He spoke in a low yet clear tone. Hearing his words, Mu Qingxuan's face flushed. She herself was unsure why she had trailed after him. The mere sight of him had compelled her to follow, to uncover his identity. That faint smile he had shared had opened her heart. Despite her mastery of the sword, her spirit remained unrestrained. May I inquire your name, sir? I am Mu Qingxian from the true martial Taoist temple. Having followed him, she felt compelled to introduce herself. Upon hearing her name, Yu Peiyu's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that the person before him would be Mu Qingxian from one of the sacred places of the Taoist sect, the Zhenwu Temple. I am Yu Peiyu. He introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxuan's gaze flickered, and she turned her attention back to Yu Peiyu's face. His features were strikingly handsome, marred only by a faint scar, which, paradoxically, seemed to enhance rather than detract from his allure. Dressed in white, the gentle breeze caressed him, lending him an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being, stirring her heart even further. Steadying her emotions, she spoke. You have come to the sacred sword lake to view the sword tomb as well. We may proceed together. Observing the sword in Yu Peiyu's hand, Mu Qingxian surmised that he was indeed there to witness the sword tomb. I do not possess an invitation for the sacred sword lake. I cannot enter, he replied. I do, she responded impulsively. If you would permit, I would like to invite you to enter the sacred sword lake with me. Yu Peiyu frowned slightly, taken aback by her unexpected invitation. Are you not afraid that I may pose a threat to you? He inquired. I am not afraid. I believe you would not harm me, Mu Qingxian said, her face flushing a deeper shade of red. She herself was bewildered by her boldness. Yu Peiyu's expression shifted. Contemplating a refusal, He had the capacity to decline any offer. Let us go. Mu Qingxian seemed to deny him the right to refuse, stepping closer to him. If Su Chen were here, I wonder what he would think. The world's most handsome man. Could it be that this is the kind of charm he possesses? I have extended an invitation to you. Will you truly decline? Rejecting a beautiful woman is hardly a commendable habit. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Please. Yu Peiyu found himself at a momentary loss for alternative pursuits. Although the Jinwu Temple had not clashed with the Qinglong society, it had experienced some covert conflicts with the Tianya Pavilion. Engaging with someone from the Jinwu Temple might reveal certain insights. However, at this moment, Yu Peiyu only recognized that Mu Qingxian belonged to the Jinwu Temple, unaware of her precise standing within it. Qingxian, this person's identity is unclear. At that moment, Yang Yinluan spoke from a distance. Although Mu Qingxian had instructed them not to follow, they had done so nonetheless. Arriving just in time to hear her invite Yu Peiyu to the sacred sword lake. Beside him, Mu Yuanping fixed a fierce glare upon Yu Peiyu. He, still somewhat beneath Yang Yinluan in status, opted to remain silent, allowing Yang Yinluan to voice his concerns. This is my decision. It seems unnecessary for you to intervene. Mu Qingxian retorted coldly upon hearing Yang Yinluan's words. She had finally managed to invite Yu Peiyu to accompany her, and yet he sought to disrupt it. Qingxian, his identity is indeed unclear, and we do not know him. Yang Yinluan continued. Mu Qingxian held a high status within the Jinwu Temple, backed by the prestige of the Jinwu Divine Hall above the Heavenly Gate. Should she become his wife, he would gain access to the Jinwu Divine Hall. Although he viewed Mu Yuanping as a rival, he did not regard him as a threat. Yet now, with this newcomer, he felt an immense pressure. As Mu Qingxian cast a cold glance towards herself for the sake of another, an unusual chill glimmered in her eyes as she approached Yu Peiyu. Qingxian, he is not someone you should engage with. You must leave at once. Yang Yinluan interjected. I shall undertake any action I desire, and no one shall interfere. Yu Peiyu retorted coldly. You. Upon hearing Yu Peiyu's words, a flicker of frost appeared in Yang Yinluan's gaze, yet he refrained from taking action, fearing that any movement might provoke Mu Qingxian's wrath. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Mu Yuanping from Qingshu Temple. He introduced himself at that moment. Yu Peiyu, she replied. Brother Yu, it seems this individual has come to the sacred sword lake to view the sword tomb. He is likely a master of the sword path, Mu Yuanping observed. I am not quite a master of the sword path, Yu Peiyu modestly stated. In comparison to figures like Shimin Chui Shui, Yu Peiyu did not possess an overwhelming obsession with swordsmanship, hence he refrained from labeling himself a master. Hearing his words, Mu Yuanping's eyes darted, as if contemplating a response. Brother Yu, do not concern yourself with them. Let us depart. Noticing the two engaging in conversation, Mu Qingshuan's expression soured as she pulled Yu Peiyu away. Brother Yang, what are your thoughts? Mu Yuanping inquired, regarding Yang Yinluan. This person possesses a weaker aura, and with the turmoil in Luoyang City, death has become commonplace. It is only the deceased who pose no threat. Yang Yinluan remarked, observing Mu Yuanping. I share your sentiment. Brother Yang, this enigmatic Yu Peiyu cannot be allowed to remain. Mu Yuanping's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 803, The Sacred Sword of the Xie Family. The Seven Leaders, the Tianxin clan within an inn. Su Chen sat cross-legged upon the bed, delving into the comprehension of the heavenly intent four symbols technique. He had now assimilated the teachings of the first three forms of the technique, perfecting them. Utilizing this newfound power, along with some elixirs, his dantian was nearing its limit of transformation. It is time to contemplate divine might. Su Chen mused. He then cast a glance at the orange lottery cards within his mind. From the 12 zodiac tokens in Luo Hanqiu's possession, he had acquired 2 orange lottery cards. Additionally, after Lu Sheng's return of the Tianxin clan's weapon, he received another, bringing his total to 3. Let us draw, he decided. Not wishing to retain these 3 orange lottery cards. Acquired. 1 ordinary grade long sword. Acquired. Xie family sacred sword, top-tier grade weapon. Acquired. The 7 disciples of Yuan 13 limit. Upon seeing this, Su Chen's countenance brightened. Although the ordinary grade long sword was unremarkable, it was still a weapon of its class. The Xie family sacred sword, a top-tier grade weapon, had already demonstrated its prowess last night when Xie Xiaofeng wielded a common long sword to counter the descending force of the heavenly gate. If he possessed the Xie family sacred sword, its power would be significantly augmented. As for the 7 disciples of Yuan 13 limit, 6 were known as the 6 Harmonies Azure Dragon, specifically trained to confront Zhuge Jinghua. Each of them had mastered a unique secret art from Yuan 13 Limit. The 7th, who referred to himself as the 7th Scholar of the World, was Yuan 13 Limit's favored disciple, having mastered the 3 supreme arts of the Sword of Aura, the Extremity Grasp, and the Extreme Hatred Fist. Proclaiming himself as the 7th strongest in the world, Su Chen regarded this title as a testament to his own prowess. He observed the 7 individuals before him, 6 of whom were at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, while Wen Xuan had already transformed his Dantian into an ocean. Their strength was indeed formidable, surpassing even that of Zhuge Jinghua and his companions who had appeared earlier. Thus, the Qinglong Association had now acquired 7 formidable leaders. At that moment, Yuan Suyun's figure materialized outside the door. "Come in." Su Chen beckoned as he descended from his bed. Yuan Suiyun entered, stating, "Master, I have just received some news. Yu Peiyu has encountered Mu Qingxian from the Jinwu Taoist Temple, who has invited him to visit the Holy Sword Lake to observe the Sword Tomb." Su Chen, puzzled, inquired, "What does it mean for Mu Qingxian to extend such an invitation to Yu Peiyu?" Yuan Suiyun elaborated. Yu Peiyu was enjoying drinks at a tavern today when he crossed paths with Mu Qingxian, who had come to Luoyang City. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Earlier, he had contemplated having Yu Peiyu utilize his charm for certain tasks, yet before he could act, he encountered Mu Qingxian from the Jinwu Taoist Temple. This seemed rather unjust. Could it be that good looks truly conquer all? Su Chen mused internally, realizing why, in his past life, handsome men were often surrounded by beautiful women. As for Yu Peiyu, he could be left to his own devices for now. The Jinwu Taoist Temple was no trifling matter. Perhaps insights could be gleaned through Mu Qingxian. Su Chen remarked, "Is there any other news?" Currently, there is no significant movement. It seems they are contemplating their next actions until the Holy Sword Lake opens. Yuan Suiyun replied. The recent conflict involving the Qinglong Association had instilled a newfound tranquility upon the once tumultuous Luoyang City. This calm was welcomed. Where is Murong Qingchen at this moment? Su Chen had been informed by Sima Changhen that Murong Qingchen was en route to Luoyang City, expected to arrive in 2 days. It appears that Princess Murong's arrival may be intended to leverage our strength. We shall discuss matters further upon her arrival. Meanwhile, keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the Lai family and the 36 alien tribes, Su Chen instructed. Lin Luosher and Yuan Shishangxian have already departed from Luoyang City. According to Lin Luosher's plan, they are expected to take action within the next 2 days. Thus, I need to stay informed about the 36 alien tribe situation, he continued. Time flew by, and soon 2 days had passed. In the floating name city, where the Tian San tribe resided, Lin Luosher and Yuan Shishangxian sat quietly in a tavern, both donning conical hats. Outside, numerous members of the Tian San tribe, armed and vigilant, were engaged in a fervent search, creating quite a commotion. Brother Yuan, it seems the Tian San tribe is on high alert for our presence, Lin Luosher remarked, observing the armed individuals on the street while sipping his drink. What is your plan for confronting the Tian San tribe, Brother Lin? Yuan Shishangxian inquired, looking at Lin Luosher intently. I have summoned the leaders of assassins from the 2 nearby regions of the Qinglong Association to converge upon floating name city. Upon entering the city, I also notified these leaders to meet us outside the city, Lin Luosher responded. Are you not concerned that among the gathered assassins, there may be a traitor? Yuan Shishangxian inquired. Indeed, it would be best to eliminate them all at once, Lin Luosher replied casually. From the current observations, it appears that the Tian San clan has received some intelligence. Otherwise, they would not be conducting such a widespread investigation. What is the situation with the Tian San clan? Why have they suddenly commenced a large-scale search? What are they looking for? I possess some knowledge regarding this matter. 2 days prior, Lu Ju and Xiong from the 36 alien races led an assault against the Qinglong Society's young leader, Su Chen. However, they were met with preparation and none returned, including Xiong Qiu from the Tian San clan. At that time, Ling Luosher, the head of the Qinglong Society's First Moon Hall, vowed to annihilate the 36 alien races. It seems the Qinglong Society intends to take action against the Tian San clan. Lower your voice. The Tian San clan is formidable. The 36 alien races are quite powerful. Be cautious, as they may seek your life. Someone at a nearby table interjected upon overhearing the conversation. What is there to fear, given the scale of their search? I suspect the Qinglong Society's assassins have arrived. It seems the Tian clan's fate is drawing near, remarked a slender figure clad in blue, wielding a folding fan. Despite the attempt to lower his voice, the inn was not particularly large, and the ears of those present, seasoned as they were in the ways of the world, caught every word. The Tian clan ranks 6th among the 36 alien races, possessing considerable strength. Although Qiongqiu perished, the Tian clan still harbors numerous experts. Moreover, the Tian clan wields a formidable formation known as the Tian Annihilation Array, presided over by 36 of their elite. It is said that even formidable beings of the sea may struggle to breach it. The Qinglong Society's endeavor against the Tian clan will not be an easy feat. Who can say? However, should the Tian clan fall, it would be fortuitous for us, as it would present an opportunity for advancement, one individual whispered. Just as he finished speaking, an iron umbrella soared from the upper floor. Upon reaching midair, several blades shot forth from within the umbrella. The individuals who had just been discussing fell victim, steel knives piercing their bodies, blood gushing forth. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to speak of my Tian clan, declared a young man clad in a black robe, adorned with a purple umbrella at the cuffs, as he descended from the building. Raising his hand, he seized the iron umbrella. Chapter 804, the 7th in the world. Fierce and ruthless, Wen Xuan, the third son of the Tian clan's patriarch, Qiong Fong, is also the disciple of Qiongqiu. Ling Luoshi observed the young man in black and remarked, his strength is considerable. Should we eliminate him? Not for now. We shall first meet with the leaders from the Qinglong Society outside the city. I am eager to discover who leaked the information regarding our Tian clan's intentions. Ling Luoshi replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of ruthlessness. With that, he placed a few pieces of silver on the table and quietly departed. At this moment, within the Tian clan, the patriarch, a robust man, sat in the hall. Within the grand hall, numerous elders of the Tian clan were present, their strengths varying significantly. Suddenly, a disciple from the clan entered, reporting, Patriarch, our search throughout the city has yielded only 5 assassins from the Qinglong Society, without any further discoveries. Upon hearing this, the clan leader's expression stiffened slightly, and he turned his gaze to a figure standing nearby, an elderly man clad in a gray robe. His emaciated frame adorned with various spots that rendered his visage somewhat grotesque. This individual was Luo Tian, the former head of the Wushang faction's stronghold in Fuming City. After the demise of the Wushang leader, he had joined the Bian faction, covertly eliminating its previous leader to assume control of the stronghold in Fuming City. However, the Bian faction was soon absorbed by the Qinglong Society, yet the leadership of the city remained unchanged, making him one of the 2 primary leaders of Qinglong in Fuming City. Mr. Luo, is it possible that not many have arrived? Inquired the clan leader. That should not be the case. I have received word that assassins from the Qinglong Society are converging towards this area, with at least 100 in number. It is likely that some have not even entered the city, Luo Tian replied solemnly. Is that so? What course of action will you take, Mr. Luo? The clan leader asked. Regardless, Patriarch, we must remain vigilant. I will rendezvous with Ling Luoshi and send word immediately upon receiving any updates, Luo Tian responded. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Luo. Once we have weathered this initial crisis, the momentum of the Qinglong Society will surely wane, and reinforcements from other clans will arrive. I promise that what I have pledged to you will be delivered without hesitation, the clan leader assured. I am most grateful, Patriarch, Luo Tian replied hastily. I shall take my leave now. He bowed to the clan leader before departing. After Luo Tian's exit, one elder spoke up, Patriarch. Do you think Luo Tian is merely attempting to extort a sum from our Tian clan? The Qinglong Society has yet to make an appearance. After years of collaboration, he would not resort to such tactics. Moreover, without the Qinglong Society's involvement, he cannot obtain what he seeks. This is a crisis for the Tian clan. If we survive, we may find hope, but if we fail, the consequences for our clan could be dire. Have we received any correspondence from Lai Jinbei? The clan leader inquired. Patriarch, Lai Jinbei has replied, advising me to manage the first wave. He has dispatched reinforcements, one elder stated. Yet, dealing with the first wave may result in significant losses for our Tian clan. Should we reach out to Feng Hanlai? Another elder suggested. Feng Hanlai will not assist us. He seeks to weaken Lai Jinbei's power at this opportunity. Our Tian clan must withstand the Qinglong Society's assault on our own. Remain alert to any disturbances within the city, and signal an alarm immediately upon any discovery, the clan leader commanded firmly as he rose to his feet. As night fell, in a dense forest outside the city, for figures were gathering in a secluded spot. For individuals stood silently to the side, among them a rather attractive woman. Suddenly, a figure descended. It was Luo Tian from the Tiansan clan. You all have arrived. Luo Tian greeted. Luo Tian, why are you so late? The Tiansan clan conducts strict inspections, which caused my delay. What about you, Brother Qin? Did you encounter any issues? Luo Tian addressed the speaker. What do you mean by that, Luo Tian? The Qin-named man replied, his eyes glinting with an ominous intent. He too was one of the leaders of the Qinglong Association in Floating Fame City and currently found himself in competition with Luo Tian. Now is not the time for internal strife. We shall discuss matters when Master Ling arrives. I have heard that Master Ling is quite domineering and ruthless. If you do not value your own life, do not involve us, spoke a man clad in a blue robe, clutching a long, black blade that reflected no light under the moonlight. As his words fell, a chilling aura suddenly permeated the surrounding forest. The 5 individuals exchanged glances, sensing a surge of murderous intent that instantly heightened their tension. Their eyes darted around, alert to their surroundings. At that moment, the sound of crunching branches echoed nearby. A figure approached from a distance, tall and slender with short hair, exuding an air of lean ferocity. Your strength is somewhat lacking, the figure proclaimed, swiftly appearing before the 5. I am Wen Xuan, one of the leaders of the 365 divisions of the Qinglong Association, responsible for Floating Fame City and Shaping City from now on. This individual was none other than Su Chen, who had drawn the title of the 7th in the world, Wen Xuan, just 2 days prior. If there were to be a villain in the tale of heroes, Wen Xuan would undoubtedly claim that role, uncompromising and ruthless, employing any means necessary. He had slain his own peers and betrayed his sect, being the favored disciple of Yuan Shisan despite his deep-rooted treachery. Driven by insatiable greed and cruelty, a quintessential scoundrel. Greetings, leader. The 5 simultaneously bowed to Wen Xuan. How is the assembly of personnel progressing? We shall strike at the Tiansan clan tonight. Wen Xuan declared. Strike at the Tiansan clan tonight? Shall we not wait for Master Ling? The Tiansan clan has many formidable experts. We may be at a disadvantage. Luo Tian hesitantly inquired. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wen Xuan's expression turned icy. With a swift step, he appeared before Luo Tian, raising his hand into a claw formation, each finger brimming with true energy, resembling a blade of air. The terrifying energy blade enveloped Luo Tian in an instant. You! Luo Tian exclaimed, lowering his voice in alarm, attempting to counter with a strike. However, a wave of dreadful energy erupted from Wen Xuan, overwhelming him. His aura was instantly shattered, and his body was suppressed in that fleeting moment. Then he beheld a colossal hand materialize above his head. With a swift motion, his head was severed, blood flowing freely. The strength of the celestial being's 6 trials is so feeble, yet it dares to question me. From now on, do not defy my decisions, otherwise, you shall witness your own demise. Wen Xuan's voice was chillingly cold, having faced defeat in his past life. He vowed that he could not allow himself to falter again in this life. Chapter 805. Infiltrating the Tiansan clan, a brutal slaughter your disciple, is quite vicious. I find it most appealing. Would you consider having him serve under me? In the shadows, Ling Luoshi observed Yuan Shisan with a pensive gaze. Yuan Shisan's expression was grave. Wen Xuan's betrayal weighed heavily on his heart. Are you not concerned he might turn against you? Yuan Shisan asked Ling Luoshi. I have taken far more lives than he ever could. My ruthlessness surpasses his. Ling Luoshi replied icily. Yuan Shisan fell into a contemplative silence. The betrayal by Wen Xuan was a knot in his heart that was difficult to unravel. He glanced at the 6 disciples behind him, a jolt of realization striking him. 5 of these disciples had perished at his hands. The thought ignited a fury within him. He yearned to kill, to release the pent-up frustration within his heart. The past has faded into oblivion. In this life, I have tasks to accomplish. There lies the celestial gate above. My lord may yet tread through it. If we cannot, we shall inevitably become lost in this realm. This cannot be our end. Ling Luoshi observed the change in Yuan Shisan and spoke. Rest assured, Brother Ling. I have seen the celestial gate. Once I break through my mountain sutra and combine it with my heartbreak arrow, I shall pierce the celestial gate with a single shot. Yuan Shisan exuded a formidable aura. Brother Ling, do share your plans. Yuan Shisan urged Ling Luoshi. This operation is entirely orchestrated by Ling Luoshi. For the Tiansan clan, we shall slay a portion of them, while sparing another. Ling Luoshi spoke coldly. Why spare some, brother Ling? Yuan Shursen inquired, perplexed. You still have 7 disciples. I, however, have none. These are some Qiyuan worms I have secretly concocted over the last few days. They can invade the minds of men, transforming them into loyal undead warriors. As Ling Luoshi spoke, he produced a vial. If I could annihilate all 36 alien clans, my legion of undead warriors would swell in number. The imperial ambitions are what my lord should pursue. The martial world is but a fraction. We must consider more for our lord. The martial artists of the great Zhou dynasty are one aspect, but the military must be the strongest. I intend to assist my lord in becoming an unparalleled sovereign. Does not the Zhou emperor, rumored to be poisoned and seeking a breakthrough, also bear a severe injury? If so, he ought to retreat. Ling Luoshi declared. Not only is Ling Luoshi the leader of the Great Alliance, but he also commands an army of 100,000. However, I still need to discuss the subsequent actions with Zhuge Jinghua. Ling Luoshi continued. I did not anticipate you would harbor such thoughts. After obliterating the 36 alien clans, I shall accompany you to meet Zhuge Jinghua. Yuan Shursen replied. At this moment, under the oppressive aura of Wen Xuan, the expressions of the other 4 were filled with terror. Their strengths were comparable to that of Luo Tian. The fact that a mere commander of the Qinglong society could exhibit such formidable power instilled fear in their hearts, yet simultaneously aroused a sense of exhilaration. The might of the Qinglong society equated to their own strength. Today, their task was to assassinate the ordinary guards and servants. Those with genuine prowess were not their concern. They were reminded to strike fiercely. Those who dared to lay a hand on the young dragon head must pay an excruciating price. Let the martial world be aware of the Qinglong society's ruthlessness. Remember that the young dragon head's authority brooks no challenge. When Xuan's cold voice echoed, Yes, move. As he commanded, the 5 figures advanced towards the city. As they moved, a series of messages were dispatched, alerting the assembled assassins of the Qinglong society. The night was enchanting, and as the assassins set forth, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the entirety of Fuming City. Many martial artists sensed this ominous presence, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the Tiansan clan. Shadows emerged from the clan, swiftly eliminating dozens of guards with their long swords in a clean and efficient manner. After the slaughter, these figures quickly infiltrated the estate, evading the guards as they headed towards the rear of the manor, where the carnage commenced. Servants, youths, anyone they encountered was slain, as blood and screams erupted. Enemy attack. The cries of terror resounded throughout the estate. The Tiansan clan's guards quickly regrouped, but these assassins. Poison in the wind. Some guards howled as they began to claw at their faces, only to let out cries of anguish as they succumbed to the hidden projectiles that struck them down. Despite the Tiansan clan's precautions, these were merely low-level assassins, not engaging in a frontal assault. In an instant, the Tiansan clan suffered severe losses, seeking death. At this juncture, a martial artist at the celestial realm from the Tiansan clan struck. However, just as he made his move, a hidden assassin among the guards lunged forward, piercing his chest with a long sword. Despicable! The celestial realm warrior gasped as he fell to the ground. At this moment, several members of the Tiansan clan swiftly converged towards the hall. The clan leader stood in the hall with a grim expression, flanked by a dozen elders. Within the hall were 36 fully armed warriors wielding iron umbrellas as their weapons. Father, the Qinglong society is utterly despicable. A figure entered the hall, accompanied by several others. It was the earlier guest from the inn, Xiong Fong, bloodied and battered, bearing multiple wounds and appearing quite disheveled. You arrived just in time. Take the 36 guards and eliminate all the invading assassins of the Tiansan clan, commanded the clan leader coldly. The attacking assassins were not particularly strong, so with the 36 guards forming a formation, they would surely be able to encircle and annihilate them. Yes, father. I will ensure that all of them are slain. Upon finishing his words, Xiong Fong led 36 individuals out of the courtyard with great urgency. As they advanced to a certain point, a silhouette abruptly emerged, launching an array of chess pieces that swiftly descended upon the 36. Witnessing this, a portion of the group swiftly unfurled their iron umbrellas to shield themselves from the falling objects. Attack! Others charged towards the mysterious figure. Their movements were remarkably coordinated. The apparition retreated rapidly, avoiding engagement, while the chess pieces, instead of exploding, merely settled onto the ground. Yet, upon contact with the earth, a dense mist arose, effectively separating the 36. Subsequently, 6 figures infiltrated their ranks, delivering debilitating blows that left their targets incapacitated. These individuals were crucial for Ling Luosher's training to become elite assassins. At that moment, Wen Xuan stepped confidently into the courtyard. "Who are you?" inquired the leader of the Tiansen tribe, his gaze sharpening upon seeing Wen Xuan. For he was not Ling Luosher. "I am Wen Xuan, the commander of the Qinglong Association. And I have come today under the orders of the January Hall Master to eradicate your Tiansen tribe," Wen Xuan declared with a fierce tone. "You seek death." An elder behind the Tiansen tribe leader flickered forward with the speed of lightning, unleashing a powerful strike towards Wen Xuan. To him, Wen Xuan was merely a commander, audaciously daring to act recklessly in the territory of the Tiansen tribe. Blood-red energy manifested in the elder's palm. "Do not underestimate me. Your demise is assured." However, Wen Xuan vanished before him, and an icy, terrifying voice resonated in his ear, sending chills down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. Despite his attempt to retract his hand, it was too late. With a resounding thud, his body was propelled backward, his chest punctured directly by a fist, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "You possess the strength of a Dan Tian transformation." The Tiansen tribe leader's expression darkened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Wen Xuan's formidable prowess at such a level. In that moment, the entire hall fell into an uneasy silence, the elders casting glances at their leader. The Tiansen tribe boasted 2 formidable figures in the realm of the Sea of Spirit, one at its pinnacle and the other, the leader himself. Only he could ensure victory against such an opponent. "Your strength is impressive, but do you truly believe you can annihilate my Tiansen tribe single-handedly?" The leader advanced, an aura of terrifying power enveloping him. A shadow of a black umbrella materialized behind him, radiating an oppressive force that bore down upon Wen Xuan. Under this divine pressure, Wen Xuan's own energy was swiftly subdued, a heavy weight pressing upon him. His expression contorted in agony as he struggled to muster his strength. Yet he was merely an ordinary practitioner of Dan Tian transformation, unlike his master, Yuan Shisan. Crack! The sound of bones creaking under the strain of the oppressive force echoed ominously. "I will kill you." At this moment, the chieftain of the Tiansen clan raised his palm, a metallic sheen emerging upon it, his fingers transforming into exceedingly sharp talons, a terrifying aura emanating from his being. With a sudden flash, he lunged forward, his hand reaching out towards Wen Xuan. However, as he moved, an overwhelming divine presence descended. 4 phantom stone gates appeared, and in an instant, the chieftain's divine might shattered beneath their weight, his aura ensnared. Seeing the stone gates, the chieftain's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the power of Ling Luosher, who had previously acted in Luoyang City, familiar with his techniques. At that moment, when Shui Dan unleashed a low growl, the oppressive atmosphere erupting into fury. "You shall perish," Wen Xuan bellowed, propelling himself off the ground, unleashing a terrifying punch. The chieftain, witnessing this, attempted to evade, only to find his speed no match for Wen Xuan's. The latter had already materialized before him, his fist imbued with a malevolent energy. Sensing this dreadful force, the chieftain's heart raced with alarm. He roared, summoning all his strength to hastily reposition himself. Wen Xuan's punch struck the ground with a resounding crash. Fissures spider-webbing across the surface, countless shards of stone shooting forth. Undeterred by the initial failure, Wen Xuan transformed his fist into a claw, gripping the fractured ground. The shattered stones lifted, hurtling towards the chieftain. At this moment, Wen Xuan's complexion flushed crimson, his blood surging violently. As the stones flew toward the chieftain, he appeared before an elder of the Tiansen clan, plunging his hands into the elder's chest and tearing them apart. A scream of agony erupted from the elder's lips. At that instant, the chieftain's palm had already shattered the stones. His face twisted in fury as he bellowed, "I will kill you," and charged at Wen Xuan. Yet, at that moment, the oppressive divine presence that had previously engulfed him intensified. His strength was curtailed. "To kill me? With your meager forces? You are all doomed. No one can save you today. If you seek a fair battle, know this: fairness does not exist in this world. Your attack on my Qinglong society signifies this very outcome. I, Wen Xuan, shall hang your heads at the entrance of the Tiansen clan." Wen Xuan was enveloped in a bloody aura, shouting for slaughter, unleashing his full power. The chieftain growled, his divine might surging as he sought to provide the elder with an opportunity to escape the divine suppression. However, his power crumbled under the weight of Ling Luosher's might, which completely overwhelmed him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of collapse, some elders seized their chance, charging towards Wen Xuan. At that juncture, it became a battle of life and death. But before they could close the distance to Wen Xuan, an even more terrifying force descended. Ling Luosher's figure appeared atop the courtyard wall, his gaze coldly fixed upon the scene unfolding below. Lacking strength, yet still leaping about, such is the fate that awaits. Ling Luosher's cold voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Wen Xuan struck again, eliminating several elders. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood, as it gushed forth from every corner of the courtyard. The chief of the Tian San clan growled, eager to intervene. What foolishness! Ling Luosher scoffed. A wave of gravity descending upon the clan leader, pinning him firmly to the ground. Such a feeble divine presence from a clan leader, one would expect better. Ling Luosher remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the Tian San clan leader. You! The leader roared, attempting to break free from the restraints. At that moment, Wen Xuan, having dispatched the others, vanished in a flash, reappearing before the clan leader with astonishing speed. A hand struck out, landing squarely on the leader's chest. Bang! The force of the blow caved in the leader's chest, causing blood to spew forth, yet he remained rooted to the spot, his body still oppressed by Ling Luosher's divine might. He bellowed, a surge of energy erupting from within him, striving to break free. Bang! The turbulent chi was instantly suppressed, drawn back into his body. Wen Xuan raised his hand, grasping the clan leader's head, and with a swift motion, severed it from his body. Bang! The leader's form exploded, transforming into a mass of flesh and blood. You will handle the aftermath. Display the heads of every member of the Tian San clan's direct line at the entrance, Ling Luosher commanded. Understood, Wen Xuan replied. The slaughter continued. The Tian San clan suffering countless casualties amidst the flames that soared toward the heavens. Many who witnessed this were too terrified to rise. The following day, the heads of 108 members of the Tian San clan's direct line, alongside the elders, were displayed at the estate's entrance, a truly horrifying sight that deterred anyone from approaching the Tian San clan's domain. This moment epitomized the brutality of the Qinglong society. Reflecting the earlier proclamation made by Ling Luosher, the leader of the Qinglong society. The day after, in Luoyang City, the actions of Wen Xuan and Ling Luosher were deemed rather ruthless. Su Chen listened to the report from Yuan Suiyun, somewhat astonished. Master, this has made it clear to some that you are not to be trifled with. Yuan Suiyun wholeheartedly agreed with this approach. The martial world is not merely about chivalry. Sometimes, one must exhibit absolute terror. Such is the nature of the martial world. Master, here is an invitation from the Holy Sword Lake. It opens tomorrow, Yuan Suiyun said, producing a letter. Is it truly set to open tomorrow? Will the Holy Sword Lake even exist after that? Su Chen sighed. Has Murong Qingchen arrived? He inquired subsequently. He has arrived and is currently in talks with Sima Changhen. He is expected to meet with you shortly, Yuan Suiyun responded. I am quite curious about the true nature of Emperor Zhou. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, Su Chen mused. Chapter 807. Qian Junmo's Refusal. The opening of the Holy Sword Lake. What manner of man is the sovereign emperor, who has suppressed an entire era of the great Zhou dynasty? How could such a figure be first ambushed and then severely injured without the ability to break through? This perplexed Su Chen. He sought to glean insights from Murong Qingchen, hoping to uncover some clues. At another location, Fang Huayuan and Qian Junmo were indulging in wine. Tomorrow, the Holy Sword Lake will open. I shall assist you in detaining the people of Lord Lanyue. In return, I ask that you help me fend off the personnel from the Heavenly Monitoring Office, allowing me to secure the Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic, Fang Huayuan said, gazing at Qian Junmo. Brother Fang, I have received word that the one targeting you is likely one of the 4 great commanders of Jiangnan. Their strength is formidable. My men may struggle to withstand them. Qian Junmo replied, setting down his cup to regard Fang Huayuan. Previously, he had contemplated forming a bond with Fang Huayuan, hoping to establish connections with the Eternal Life Society upon his return to Tianmen. However, after witnessing the Azure Dragon Society exhibit greater strength, Qian Junmo began to harbor doubts. Given that Fang Huayuan had offended Su Chen, it was unlikely that Su Chen would allow Fang Huayuan to escape unscathed. Assisting Fang Huayuan now could prove to be a fool's errand. What is this, Qian Junmo? Are you unwilling to collaborate with me? Fang Huayuan's expression darkened upon hearing Qian Junmo's words, his tone becoming quite unpleasant. Brother Fang, since you have laid your cards on the table, I shall speak plainly. The risks of cooperating with you do not align with the potential rewards. I was unaware of your past grievances with the leader of the Azure Dragon Society. Qian Junmo casually remarked. It seems you have made up your mind, Qian Junmo. Then I shall take my leave. Fang Huayuan rose, adding. The sword heart may remain elusive for you, Qian Junmo. With that, he turned to depart. Is he threatening me? Qian Junmo scoffed as he watched Fang Huayuan leave. Young master, might this not offend Fang Huayuan? Inquired the middle-aged man standing behind Qian Junmo after Fang Huayuan's departure. Let it be. Whether he can overcome this hurdle remains uncertain, Qian Junmo replied nonchalantly. Young master, there is another troubling piece of news. Mu Qingxian arrived in Luoyang 2 days ago and has become acquainted with a person named Yu Peiyu. It appears that Mu Qingxian is now infatuated with this Yu Peiyu, the middle-aged man stated solemnly. What sort of individual is this Yu Peiyu? Qian Junmo inquired, intrigued. I am unaware of the specifics, but his appearance captivates women. Many find themselves enchanted in his presence, the middle-aged man responded. I envy Yu Peiyu's visage. Which woman could remain unmoved? How has this Yu Peiyu ensnared Mu Qingxian? Qian Junmo pondered aloud, aware that Mu Qingxian was not one easily swayed by others. By virtue of his looks, the middle-aged man replied gravely. What? Upon hearing this news, Qian Junmo's expression shifted in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a revelation. With a serious gaze, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said, Do you believe that it is Yu Peiyu's beauty that has captured Mu Qingshuan's heart? Indeed, such exquisite beauty is rare in this world. The young master would surely recognize it upon seeing him. To be frank, young master, you pale in comparison to that visage. Sighed the middle-aged man. He directly issued a decree to Qian Junmo. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qian Junmo's expression faltered. It presented an unsolvable dilemma. However, the information I have gathered indicates that Mu Qingxian has come to Mu Yuan with Yang Yinluan, presumably intending to eliminate Yu Peiyu. The middle-aged man spoke. Is that so? If he could be slain, it would indeed be advantageous for me. We need not concern ourselves with Mu Qingxian for now. Tomorrow, when the sacred sword lake opens, chaos is likely to ensue. You must find a way to infiltrate the depths of the sacred sword lake's sword tomb amid the turmoil and retrieve a sword heart clarity herb, Qian Junmo instructed. The sacred sword lake has a total of 3 sword heart clarity herbs. When it opens, one will be presented as a reward for the young generation of swordsmanship experts to exchange ideas. Qian Junmo has already realized that in this endeavor, he may not secure the sword heart clarity herb, thus instructing the middle-aged man to seize one amidst the chaos. So, young master, this is your plan. The middle-aged man understood Qian Junmo's intentions upon hearing his words. Even after comprehending why Qian Junmo had declined Fang Huayuan's alliance, his emotions remained unchanged, as if this had all been premeditated. Outside the manor, atop a carriage, Fang Huayuan's countenance darkened. Qian Junmo had chosen this moment to abandon their alliance. Could it be that you truly fear the Qinglong society? He murmured. Young master, I have received word that Mu Qingqingshan has arrived in Luoyang, presumably in pursuit of you. An elder beside him remarked. Mu Rongqingshan is of little concern. Our primary focus should be the 4 great commanders of Jiangnan. Can we ascertain their identities? Fang Huayuan inquired solemnly. These 4 are quite enigmatic. It will be challenging to uncover their identities in a short time, the elder replied, shaking his head. Where is the lord of the Yanluo Hall? Arrange for me to meet with him. He may prove useful in tomorrow's battle, Fang Huayuan commanded. In another location, within a courtyard, Sima Changhan, cloaked in black, stood behind Mu Rongqingshan. Commander Sima, now that you have located Fang Huayuan, why not take action to apprehend him? Mu Rongqingshan asked in a low voice. She had only learned upon arriving in Luoyang that Sima Changhan had discovered Fang Huayuan's whereabouts days prior. Your Highness, Fang Huayuan is a descendant of the Changxing society. His brazen appearance suggests he has contingencies in place. A single strike may not suffice. Capturing him later would be far more difficult, Sima Changhan replied calmly. So, Commander Sima, you have devised a flawless strategy to capture Fang Huayuan? Mu Rongqingshan gazed at Sima Changhan. There should be no unforeseen complications. I have more than a 90% guarantee of success, Sima Changhan affirmed. Then I shall await your arrangements. Commander Sima, Mu Rongqingshan nodded. At present, Murong Qingchen remains oblivious to Feng Huayuan's specific plans, and Sima Changhan has not elaborated on them in detail. Thus, she must now await Sima Changhan's arrangements. I shall take my leave for now. Tomorrow the Sacred Sword Lake will open, and it is also the time for me to reel in my net. I still have some preparations to make, she stated. After Sima Changhan bowed respectfully, he departed. With the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake imminent, it seems significant changes are afoot. I shall first pay a visit to Su Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Qingchen resolved to seek out Su Chen, when suddenly a man clad in black entered. Master, the Qinglong Society's January Home Master, Ling Luosher, has eradicated the Tiansen clan, the black-clad man reported, bowing deeply. The Qinglong Society has annihilated the Tiansen clan of the 36 alien races? Murong Qingchen's expression shifted dramatically. The Lu family commands the 36 alien races. Such overt slaughter will undoubtedly provoke their fury. It is prudent not to visit Su Chen at this juncture. She is a princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, the sister of the 4th prince, and the Lu family is the maternal clan of the 7th prince. To meet Su Chen now could lead to dire consequences. The 36 alien races represent the very foundation of the Lu family, and any assault on their core equates to a direct threat to the 7th prince's power. One misstep could ignite a conflict among the princes. I shall await the opening of the Sacred Sword Lake before clandestinely visiting Su Chen, she mused. The following day, as the Sacred Sword Lake opened, the martial artists of Jianghu flocked toward its direction. Lao Yan stepped outside, apologizing for the delay in updates. You may allocate your monthly votes to others for now. I will strive to update soon. After a long day on the train, I will disembark at 10 tomorrow. By the 4th, I shall resume normalcy. Chapter 808. Ren Qianqing appears, challenging the Sword Master. Combined, outside the Sacred Sword Lake, an atmosphere of anticipation enveloped the scene. Young sword cultivators from the Jiangnan region were drawn to this gathering. The Sacred Sword Lake, opening once every few years, has attracted numerous young swordsmanship masters. At this moment, within the dense forest surrounding the lake, many individuals stood in wait. When the Sacred Sword Lake opens, a reward is offered, allowing young masters to compete against one another. The contest takes place on a sword platform situated amid the waters of the lake. Those wishing to claim the Sword Heart Clarity Grass must ascend the platform to compete. On the platform, life and death are indifferent. One may concede defeat, but once one departs the platform, further engagement is prohibited. Some spectators arrived early, eager to witness the battles of the young generation of sword masters, a spectacle that has historically been a grand event. Among them was Rong Rue from the Rong family of Tianyuan City, who began sword training at the tender age of 3. Rumored to be refining his sword body with sword intent, showcasing remarkable skill in swordsmanship. Suddenly, a voice broke through the crowd's murmurs. As this individual spoke, all eyes turned to a youth, clutching a long sword, who was gracefully approaching the lakeside. With steps as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, he advanced across the lake's surface. However, just as he was about to reach the sword platform, he abruptly felt a weight upon him. As if he were about to plunge into the lake. Boom! The true energy within surged rapidly, stabilizing my form as I charged onto the sword platform. However, beads of sweat trickled down my forehead. The sword platform is not a place to approach casually. It was the chariot of Lord Lanyue, who unexpectedly came to participate in the grand event at the Sacred Sword Lake. I had heard whispers that Lord Lanyue had declared intentions to thwart Qian Junmo from seizing the Heart of Clarity herb. Indeed, Qian Junmo had also arrived. This gathering promised to be even more animated than before. Those on the shore were abuzz with conversation. That was the chariot of Su Chen, the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society. He too had come. As the crowd murmured, Su Chen's chariot arrived at the outskirts of the Sacred Sword Lake. There lay the sword platform, where one must ascend to compete for the Heart of Clarity. On the sword platform, life and death are of no concern. The Sacred Sword Lake has attracted numerous young masters of the sword through this event. Mei Xuanchuang gazed at the sword platform in the center of the lake and said, "Let us proceed. The conflict does not reside here." Su Chen glanced at the sword platform and remarked, although he did not comprehend Sima Changhan's schemes. His restraint from moving against Feng Huayuan indicated that Feng would act at the Sacred Sword Lake, to Sima Changhan's advantage. After disembarking from the chariot, an elder clad in a sword robe from the Sacred Sword Lake approached and guided him into the estate. Within the estate, there was a grand hall. At the entrance of the hall stood a wide chair radiating a metallic sheen, flanked by 10 seats. Su Chen was led to an elevated platform. Upon that platform were numerous seats, all directed towards the sword platform. "Young Master Su, you may observe the battle from here," the guiding elder announced. Su Chen nodded and settled into a spot. Zhuang Xuanji and the others took their seats behind him to prevent anyone from seeking Su Chen and finding no place to sit. "Brother Su." Not long after Su Chen sat down, Lord Lanyue's figure appeared beside him. "Aren't you going to watch the duel on the sword platform?" Qian Junmo is eager for the heart of clarity. Su Chen regarded the combatants on the sword platform and replied, "My arrangements are in place. Today, it will not be solely I who obstructs him, but also Feng Huayuan." A smile graced Lord Lanyue's face as he spoke. While they conversed, a multitude of individuals arrived at the viewing platform, each taking their seats. Remarkably, Sima Changhen had yet to make an appearance. Su Chen observed the figures settling down, a slight frown forming on his brow. Amidst his contemplation, Murong Qingchen appeared, adorned with a veil and draped in a flowing white gown, drifting gracefully in the breeze, exuding an enchanting beauty. Murong Qingchen directly took a seat to Su Chen's left. Lord Lanyue cast a glance at Murong Qingchen. "Brother Su, if you have matters to attend to, I shall not intrude further." With a hint of a smile upon seeing the veiled Murong Qingchen, he turned and departed. "Princess Qingchen, it has been quite some time," Su Chen greeted her. "After the Sacred Sword Lake, we must meet. Your recent activities have been rather pronounced," Murong Qingchen replied softly. "This commotion is nothing. It would be significant if all 36 foreign tribes vanished," Su Chen remarked. "I am indeed assisting the fourth prince. Do remind him to prepare a reward for me," Su Chen remarked softly. Upon hearing his words, Murong Qingchen's expression faltered beneath her veil. "You must not utter such things, as it could incite conflict between the fourth and seventh princes," she quickly cautioned. "Conflict is inevitable. There is but one throne, and without contention, who shall ascend?" Su Chen replied quietly. "If we commence the struggle now, would it not merely serve to benefit a third party? Otherwise, why would our father, having been in seclusion for such an extended period, indicate the selection of an heir to govern the realm? Yet, why have so many princes not stepped forward?" Murong Qingchen remained silent, choosing instead to communicate cautiously through thought. In this world, strife has always been predicated upon strength. With overwhelming power, why not swiftly vanquish the opponent? Should the fourth prince require assistance, the Lai family possesses the formidable Lai Wuwang, and we, the Azure Dragon Society, can certainly arrange it, provided the price is right. Su Chen responded. "For now, it is unnecessary," Murong Qingchen replied. As they conversed, Qian Junmo's figure materialized atop the sword platform. At the same moment, Feng Huayuan surged onto the stage. Feng Huayuan. Murong Qingchen's gaze sharpened upon seeing him on the platform. She had come specifically for him. "Today, I, Qian Junmo, shall take the sword heart illuminating grass. All of you may withdraw," Qian Junmo declared, neglecting to acknowledge Feng Huayuan. "Eliminate him first." A voice called out as numerous individuals lunged to attack Qian Junmo. At this juncture, 5 figures appeared in a row of seats at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Among them was Lu Qimu, whom he had encountered previously. The 5 settled on the left side, while 4 more emerged on the right, leaving a single seat adjacent to the main chair unoccupied. The left side comprised the 5 elders of the Sacred Sword Lake, while the 4 on the right were other elders from the same faction, with the vacant position remaining a mystery. Murong Qingchen furrowed her brow. As she spoke, a towering figure emerged from within the hall, clad in a robe of purple and gold, his long black hair cascading freely. His countenance was strikingly handsome, radiating an aura of boundless sword intent, instantly captivating the attention of all present. He was none other than Lu Wujian, the sword master of the Sacred Sword Lake. However, following him was a young man of striking features, exuding an air of tranquility akin to an abyssal valley. His deep black eyes shimmered with flickering sword shadows, indicating formidable prowess in the sword arts. Lu Wujian took his seat in the main chair, while the young man settled beside him in the vacant position. Could this individual be the next sword master? Su Chen pondered, sensing a stir within. There was no mention of him in the records of the Sacred Sword Lake, suggesting he was exceptionally discreet. Boom. At that moment, on the sword platform, Qian Junmo unleashed his full power, the sword energy from his long blade erupting forth. Those who had approached him were sent sprawling backward, crashing into the lake under the force of the sword aura. Standing aside, Feng Huayuan did not make a move, yet the sword gripped within his palm radiated a faint, chilling gleam. His gaze briefly flickered towards the moment Lu Wu's sword was drawn, but he soon diverted his attention to Qian Junmo. Qian Junmo's mastery of the sword was formidable. On the sword platform, aside from the unmoved Fong Huayuan, none could rival his prowess with the blade. "Brother Fong, you seek to contest me for the sword heart clarity herb," Qian Junmo remarked, directing his gaze towards Fong Huayuan. "I stand here for the very same purpose," Fong Huayuan replied coldly, his eyes fixed on Qian Junmo. "Then I am eager to experience the sword techniques of the everlasting society," Qian Junmo stated, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a mere shadow, rendering him nearly impossible to detect. Suddenly, a sharp sword light, cascading like a waterfall, appeared before Fong Huayuan. As the sword light manifested, Fong Huayuan swiftly maneuvered, evading the encompassing glow. Yet, a blinding beam of light turned and instantly approached him. Fong Huayuan retaliated with his own sword, their lights clashing with a resounding impact. Boom! The sword energy radiated outward. At this moment, a youth seated beside Lu Wu spoke up. "Master, neither Qian Junmo nor Fong Huayuan has displayed their true strength. How do they intend to engage?" It is rumored that Qian Junmo seeks the sword heart clarity herb to illuminate his sword heart, yet Fong Huayuan, despite being a sword master himself, already possesses a clear sword heart. He is deliberately complicating matters for Qian Junmo. Upon hearing the youth's words, Lu Wu replied solemnly, "Many things cannot be judged by appearances alone. This exchange can only be deemed a spar, and they are not the focus." Lu Wu did not observe the contest on the sword platform, instead gazing into the distance. The current tranquility heralded an impending storm. The essence of the sword allowed him to sense an encroaching threat. Meanwhile, outside the sacred sword lake, within the depths of a forest, in a brightly lit cave, 3 figures sat in stillness. One was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, his face marred by a prominent scar that rendered him exceedingly fearsome. In his palm lay a pair of gloves emanating a cold glimmer, his fingers rhythmically flexing and releasing with a crisp sound. Beside him sat a frail, dark-skinned elder dressed in a blue brocade robe, grasping 2 azure orbs that spun continuously, emitting flickers of blue flame. Next to this elder stood an elderly man in a green robe, his features unremarkable, with graying temples and a few long wisps of beard, exuding an intangible blade intent that remained dormant, yet ready to strike at any moment. The 3 remained seated, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a figure dashed into the cave. This was the elder trailing Fong Huayuan, who emanated an aura of death. "Young master has given the order. You may proceed. Ensure you find a way for me to enter the Sword Tomb's sword repository and acquire the heavenly sacred sword cannon," the deathly aura elder declared. "Understood." The 3 individuals within the cave swiftly departed, followed closely by the morose elder. Once they had vacated the scene, 2 figures emerged from the shadows, Sima Changhen and Lin Xiaodian. "It seems Fong Huayuan's forces have moved. Let us make our arrangements," Sima Changhen remarked. "Understood," Lin Xiaodian replied promptly, retreating to prepare. Sima Changhen gazed at Lin Xiaoyan's departing figure, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. At that moment, in the heart of the lake, Qian Junmo and Fong Huayuan were engaged in a fierce battle, albeit without unleashing their full potential. "Fong Huayuan, you are merely stalling for time. What are your intentions?" Qian Junmo inquired, his expression dark. "I am unaware of what you speak of. You may unleash your full strength against me." "Qian Junmo," Fong Huayuan countered. Meeting Qian Junmo's gaze, Qian Junmo's eyes narrowed. "Let us settle this with a single decisive move. The victor remains while the vanquished departs." "Very well," Fong Huayuan responded, momentarily contemplative before nodding in agreement. "You need not linger upon this sword platform." A low, chilling voice resonated from the lakeside. Though soft, it reached the ears of all present. They turned towards the source of the voice, where Ren Qianqing approached, sword box slung across his back. "Ren Qianqing from Tianya Pavilion has arrived, and he bears the sword box of the sacred sword lake. What is his purpose?" A few onlookers exchanged surprised glances. Ren Qianqing paid them no heed as he stepped closer to the lake's edge. With a push against the ground, he propelled himself onto the sword platform. "I demand the sword heart, clear grass. If you choose to remain, you shall leave your lives here," Ren Qianqing declared, his tone icy and authoritative. "As for the sword heart, clear grass, I shall not contend with the vice pavilion master," Fong Huayuan replied, cupping his hands in respect before swiftly retreating. The spectators were momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. However, Reflecting on Ren Qianxing's formidable reputation, it was entirely reasonable for Feng Huayuan to withdraw. Ren Qianxing, I never anticipated you would come for the sword box today, remarked a youth beside the sword master, his eyes glinting with a hint of combativeness. That individual is exceedingly strong. You stand no chance against him. Avoid confrontation, cautioned Lu Wujian, his gaze fixed on the sword platform, where only Feng Huayuan remained. Feng Huayuan's expression flickered with uncertainty. He had not expected Ren Qianxing to arrive and vie for the sword heart, clear grass. As the heir of Chongqing society, I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess, he mused. Ren Qianxing's aura surged forth as he advanced, an overwhelming presence enveloping him. Infused with strands of sword intent, the surrounding air seemed to shatter like porcelain beneath the weight of this sword energy, which then cascaded towards Feng Huayuan. The latter's countenance shifted dramatically. The mere manifestation of sword intent bore such formidable power. Changsheng, Tianluo, 18 swords. In that instant, Feng Huayuan unleashed his blade, executing a flurry of 18 strikes in rapid succession. The sword energy tore through the air, a violent tempest coalescing into a curtain of blades directed at Ren Qianxing. Such a fierce sword energy. A gasp escaped the spectators as Feng Huayuan and Qian Junmo clashed, yet the terrifying sword aura that now enveloped them was unprecedented. The sword energy tore through the air, its brilliance blinding, while its ferocity sent chills down their spines. With a thunderous crash, the menacing sword energy descended, only to be completely thwarted by the surging true energy emanating from Ren Qianxing. The descending sword light shattered continuously. To think he could shatter the sword energy with sheer, true energy, such dominance was astonishing. Observing this, Lu Wujian's gaze sharpened. What kind of technique is this? Many were taken aback by the formidable aura of true energy that enveloped Ren Qianxing. Feng Huayuan, equally astonished, realized his attacks had been completely countered. With a swift pivot, he retreated. Now, receive my strike. Ren Qianxing raised his hand, wielding his arm as if it were a sword, unleashing a massive sword energy that pierced through everything towards Feng Huayuan. Draw, Feng Huayuan exclaimed, channeling sword energy from within into his long sword, which erupted with dazzling radiance. Flash! The long sword met the sword energy released by Ren Qianxing in a violent clash. Boom! Utilizing the force from both energies, he landed below the spectator stands at the Sacred Sword Lake Estate. If it weren't for the dealings between the young master and Sima Chang'an, you would not have been allowed to depart the sword arena alive, Ren Qianxing mused inwardly. No one else dared to step onto the stage. With a leap, Ren Qianxing appeared beneath the viewing platform of Lu Wujian and the others. That was merely a warm-up, Swordmaster. I have come to the Sacred Sword Lake to witness your true prowess. He did not immediately seek the sword heart clear grass, instead opting to challenge the Swordmaster. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Ren Qianxing's audacity to confront the Swordmaster. Impertinence. Ren Qianxing, this is the Sacred Sword Lake, not a place for your insolence. What qualifications do you possess to challenge the Swordmaster of the Sacred Sword Lake? One of the elderly five of the Sacred Sword Lake stood, his voice stern and piercing. As he spoke, sword energy erupted from him, his gaze fierce. Previously, Swordmaster Lu Wujian had foreseen Ren Qianxing's intent to challenge him upon arriving at the Sacred Sword Lake. At the time, he had merely scoffed at the notion. Was the Swordmaster merely a target for casual challenges? Ren Qianxing's displayed strength on the sword platform was indeed formidable, but only in comparison to others. He felt no overwhelming sword intent emanating from him. The masters of Sacred Sword Lake would not easily entertain such challenges. Seated firmly in the main seat, Swordmaster Lu Wujian's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Ren Qianxing standing in the square. A master. This Ren Qianxing is undoubtedly an extraordinarily formidable opponent. Yet, there lingered a perplexity within him. The sword intent radiating from Ren Qianxing was not particularly strong. Practitioners of the sword embody a certain sword intent through their essence, energy, and spirit, but Ren Qianxing lacked this, leaving him baffled. Swordmaster, please, grant me your guidance. Ren Qianxing paid no heed to the elder's admonition. His eyes fixed on Lu Wujian, a battle fervor radiating from his gaze. With great anticipation, I too am eager to witness the prowess of the deputy master of Tianya Pavilion, Lu Wujian declared as he rose to his feet. In that fleeting moment, a powerful transformation enveloped him, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he emanated an aura akin to a colossal sword reaching for the heavens. The swordsmanship he cultivated embodied the union of self and sword, a profound enlightenment he attained after a decade of seclusion in the sword tomb. Each master of the sword possesses a unique path, one that cannot be replicated by another, for doing so would confine their potential. With a swift motion, he grasped a long sword from within the hall. Though seemingly ordinary, the moment Lu Wujian made contact, the sword began to tremble with a jubilant energy, resonating with an exuberance that spoke to the very essence of the blade. Boom! With a powerful thrust against the ground, Lu Wujian propelled himself directly before Ren Qianqing. This unexpected turn of events left many in awe. They had not anticipated that the sword master would consent to a duel with Ren Qianqing. In the shadows, Sima Changhan, cloaked in black, observed the descent of the sword master and the figure of Ren Qianqing opposite him, his expression betraying his astonishment. What audacity! To issue a direct challenge, I am genuinely taken aback. It seems Ren Qianqing's purpose for visiting the sacred sword lake is indeed to confront the sword master. I have been deceived by Su Xiaolong, he murmured, beginning to grasp the gravity of his miscalculation. Suddenly, amidst the crowd's astonishment, a deafening explosion erupted from the center island of the sacred sword lake. Someone is vandalizing the sword tomb. A disciple of the sacred sword lake exclaimed in disbelief. Ren Qianqing, how dare you? At that moment, an elderly figure with a crimson visage descended beside the elder who had previously spoken, his fierce gaze fixed upon Ren Qianqing, implying that the turmoil on the island stemmed from the actions of Tianya Pavilion. Standing calmly in the center of the plaza, the sword master maintained his composure. Today, amidst the brewing storm, the hidden hand has already struck. The sacred sword lake is not worthy of such measures from Tianya Pavilion. I have come solely to gauge the sword master's might. However, should I vanquish the sword master, the sacred sword lake shall become my stronghold. And I would prefer to see no harm come to it, Ren Qianqing stated coldly, casting a glance at his opponent. You. In response, the elderly figure radiated a terrifying sword intent that swiftly coalesced. I shall slay you with a single sword. Boom. The formidable sword energy cleaved through the void. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the target of the strike was not Ren Qianqing, but rather Lu Wujian. With a piercing gaze, Lu Wujian's eyes shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and an overwhelming aura enveloped him. Boom. A formidable sword energy materialized around him, transforming him into a colossal blade. The incoming sword energy, before even nearing him, was utterly dissipated, scattering into the surrounding space. In that moment, one of the 5 elders, Lu Qimu, was decapitated by a strike from a fellow elder, his head soaring through the air and landing on the ground. Blood gushed from his neck. Meanwhile, one of the 4 elders shot forth, his sword aimed at the youth who had appeared alongside the Lu Wu sword. However, his strike was swift. Yet the youth's figure was swifter still. The youth's form shifted and transformed into a streak of azure light. In an instant, it pierced through the elder's body with a sharp sound, followed by a resounding explosion as the body shattered. The rapid sequence of events left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Was there turmoil within the sacred sword lake? Su Chen's gaze flickered at the scene. Were these individuals aligned with Fang Huaiyuan or with Sima Chang'an? Su Chen pondered. Yang Tianrong, how dare you? The elder who had spoken earlier surged toward the one who had slain Lu Qimu, while Yang Tianrong swiftly landed on the plaza after his successful strike, joining forces with the elder who had attacked Lu Wu's sword. The 2 other pursuing elders also appeared in the plaza, their eyes filled with malice directed at the duo. Yang Tianrong, Qin He, do you dare to betray the sacred sword lake? The elder who had earlier shouted with authority glared fiercely at them, saying, Li Xiaoqiu, Lu Wu's sword. He intends to open the heavenly gate with his blade. If he enters, what becomes of us? Our lifespans are nearly at an end. If we cannot ascend to the heavenly gate, we shall perish. Yet, we do not wish to die. Now that there is an opportunity to enter the heavenly gate, why should we not betray the sacred sword lake? Yang Tianrong replied coldly. To step into the heavenly gate, it seems your connection lies with the Eternal Life Society. I wish to know what Fang Huaiyuan desires, Lu Wu's sword said to Yang Tianrong with a calm expression. The Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic, Qin he interjected. The Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic? I never expected the Eternal Life Society to send Fang Huaiyuan to acquire the Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic from the Sacred Sword Lake. It appears that those who entered the Sword Tomb later are also members of the Eternal Life Society. Fang Huaiyuan. To have orchestrated such a scheme to obtain the Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic from the Sacred Sword Lake is indeed surprising. Unfortunately, you shall not succeed. Lu Wu Sword cast a glance at Feng Huayuan before turning to Ren Qianqing. Deputy Pavilion Master Ren, might I request to first address the internal matters of the Sacred Sword Lake? My intention in battling you is to confront the strongest among you, not to wait until your strength is depleted. Today, you shall perish beneath my sword. The Sacred Sword Lake need not concern itself. Ren Qianqing replied coldly. Upon hearing Ren Qianqing's words, all spectators gasped in astonishment. They had anticipated that Ren Qianqing would acquiesce to the Sword Master, allowing him to resolve the other matters within the Sacred Sword Lake before engaging in combat. However, they were taken aback by Ren Qianqing's outright refusal. This man was exceedingly arrogant, excessively domineering, as if he were certain that the Sword Master would inevitably fall by his hand. Chapter 8:10. Sword Master Lu Wu Sword and Feng Huayuan join forces. Such tyranny. I wonder if Lu Wu Sword can break the impasse today. If not, the Sacred Sword Lake may very well cease to exist by tomorrow. Sima Changhan remarked as he observed Ren Qianqing, having no intention of intervening. His objectives were twofold: to take Feng Huayuan away and to weaken the power of the Sacred Sword Lake. Previously, he believed that other forces were targeting the Sacred Sword Lake. Thus, he contemplated enlisting the assistance of the Azure Dragon Society to entangle the Sword Master, enabling him to capture Feng Huayuan. However, he was taken aback to discover that it was Feng Huayuan from the Eternal Life Society harboring intentions towards the Sacred Sword Lake. This unforeseen development made it apparent that abducting Feng Huayuan would pose significant challenges. Currently, he had only tracked down the whereabouts of 3 subordinates of Feng Huayuan, leaving him unaware of the broader situation. After all, the Sword Master was no ordinary individual, and since the Eternal Life Society had summoned Feng Huayuan, it was certain that other formidable experts were lurking in the shadows. His gaze was fixed intently on the square. At that moment, an expression of fury appeared on the Sword Master's face, his eyes flashing like lightning as they turned towards Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing's arrogance was intolerable, denying him the opportunity to eliminate his enemies while attempting to seize control of their Sacred Sword Lake. Therefore, he resolved to first eliminate Ren Qianqing. Just then, one of the 5 elders who had previously shouted at Ren Qianqing, Li Xiaoqiu, seized the opportunity and launched an attack. With his long sword in hand, he thrust forward, unleashing a sword energy that pierced through the air with formidable penetrating power, aimed directly at Ren Qianqing's head. A single strike, should it connect, could likely pierce through the very essence of his being. Innate vital energy. Ren Qianqing snorted coldly. Boom. A terrifying surge of vital energy erupted from his body, forming a tempest of energy that shattered the incoming sword attack. The Dragon Might Palm. In the instant the sword energy was thwarted, Ren Qianqing unleashed his palm technique. The Dragon Might Palm surged forth with an overwhelming and ferocious energy, transforming into a gigantic dragon that charged at the elder who had struck. Divine Might, Thunderfire Movement. Witnessing the unfolding events, Li Xiaoqiu let out a low growl, unleashing his own divine might, infused with a force of thunder and fire. Thunderfire surged through the heavens. As his divine might erupted, he swung his sword. The sword energy was imbued with the powers of thunder and fire, a terrifying force that began to alter the very atmosphere. In that moment, the battlefield was dominated by the clash of golden dragon silhouettes against the massive Thunderfire sword energy. The air was as deep as an abyss, and his palm was as fierce as a tiger. Perhaps the sword path was merely supplementary. Observing this scene, the Sword Master's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of astonishment. Boom. As his words fell, the dragon's silhouette shattered the sword energy and struck Li Xiaoqiu squarely in the chest. Bang! Li Xiaoqiu let out a wail, blood spewing from his mouth. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the steps in the square. Swoosh! In that instant, Yang Tianrong darted forward, appearing before Li Xiaoqiu. His long sword, like a streak of flowing light, pierced through Li Xiaoqiu's throat. Yang Tianrong. Upon witnessing this, the elder who stood in front of Qin He began to move. However, at that moment, Qin He stepped in front of him. At this juncture, among the 5 elders of the Sacred Sword Lake, only 3 remained, 2 of whom had betrayed their own. The Sword Master's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Tianrong. Boom! The entirety of his aura enveloped Yang Tianrong. Yang Tianrong had just slain Li Xiaoqiu with a single stroke of his sword, and as he prepared to retreat, a wave of terrifying power surged towards him. Ren Qianqing had joined forces to eliminate the Sword Master, and the Sacred Sword Lake could be yours. At that moment, Fang Huayuan, observing from a distance, spoke to Ren Qianqing. Are you commanding me to act? You are unworthy to collaborate with me. Ren Qianqing glanced at Fang Huayuan, who retorted fiercely, Dare you, Ren Qianqing? Anger flared upon Fang Huayuan's face at Ren Qianqing's words. One more word, and I shall slay you. Although Su Chen had an agreement with Sima Changhan, it did not preclude the possibility of eliminating Fang Huayuan. If he dared to prance before him again, he would be struck down in an instant. Boom. Just as Ren Qianqing finished speaking, the sword master unsheathed his sword, not with a display of divine might, but with a simple yet decisive motion. With a single slash, a silver radiance erupted, moving at an unfathomable speed, as if merging with the heavens and earth, cleaving them asunder before Yang Tianrong. Divine might. Yang Tianrong attempted to unleash his own divine power with a low growl, but before he could finish, his body was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground, blood pooling slowly around him. Such swiftness in a sword. Swordmaster, your power has indeed grown stronger. Sima Changhan, observing from a distance, felt a jolt of shock, his gaze sharpening. At that moment, silence enveloped the square. The elder confronting Qin, he wore an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Anger swelled within him at Yang Tianrong's reckless actions, forcing him to push aside his opponent and move toward Fang Huayuan, who now seemed the safest ally. Sima Changhan, why do you not make your move? What are you waiting for? Murong Qingshun mused inwardly, scanning the surroundings for Sima Changhan. However, the crowd, initially gathered to witness a grand spectacle, was now witnessing a cataclysmic battle. Boom. At that moment, a wave of terrifying sword energy erupted from Sword Heart Island. The sword energy transformed into several beams, enveloping Sword Heart Island. Swordmaster, the sword formation of the Sword Tomb has been triggered. The remaining elder proclaimed. Tai Xian, you and Elder Lan take the others to the Sword Tomb. I shall handle matters here. Lu Wujin glanced at the youth accompanying him, who spoke up. This is the Sword Master's token. You are now the Sword Master of Sacred Sword Lake. As he spoke, a token flew from his hand into the youth's grasp. Today, Tai Xian has ascended to become the 18th Sword Master of Sacred Sword Lake. At the instant the youth received the token, Lu Wujin's voice resonated across the skies of Sacred Sword Lake. Yes, Tai Xian addressed the crowd, casting a glance at Fang Huayuan. Fang Huayuan, the Chongsheng Society shall be avenged by Sacred Sword Lake. With that, he swiftly led his companions towards Sword Heart Island. Fang Huayuan merely shot a derisive glance at Tai Xian. In the midst of the chaos, Sword Master Lu Wujin's gaze fell upon Ren Qianqing, then shifted to Fang Huayuan. You desire the Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic. I can grant it to you, if you agree to join forces to eliminate Ren Qianqing. The Heavenly Sacred Sword Classic shall be yours. The Sword Master Lu Wujin suddenly spoke. Upon hearing his words, Fang Huayuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Wujin to propose collaboration. Do not be surprised. Ren Qianqing's intention is to consume my Sacred Sword Lake, while all you desire is the Celestial Sword Cannon. I am aware of the choices to be made. Moreover, I suspect there exists another force lurking in the shadows, and I am eager to uncover their identity. This is half of the Celestial Sword Cannon. As Lu Wujin spoke, he held an ancient parchment in his hand, and with a flick of his sword energy, the parchment split into two. One half then soared towards Fang Huayuan. Fang Huayuan caught the parchment, and upon examining it, a look of delight spread across his face. Lu Wujin, I did not anticipate the Celestial Sword Cannon to be in your possession. However, your choice is astute, for I too wish to eliminate Ren Qianqing. A sinister expression crossed Fang Huayuan's face, as he recalled how Ren Qianqing had just publicly humiliated him and sought his life. You truly disappoint me. I never expected you would resort to such tactics. Ren Qianqing remarked coldly, observing the scene unfold. To him, a powerful warrior compromising was nothing short of disgraceful. The atmosphere grew tense and silent, as two factions, once embroiled in a deadly conflict, now contemplated joining forces against Ren Qianqing. Sima Changhan's gaze sharpened as he weighed his options, pondering whether to intervene. Wait, I must remain patient. Fang Huayuan's backup has yet to appear, he thought, glancing towards Su Chen in the spectators' platform. The Qinglong Society surely harbored formidable experts who could assist Ren Qianqing. Chapter 811, A Solo Battle, 4 Swords. One sword across time, combined. On the platform, Murong Qingchen turned to Su Chen beside her. Sima Changhan's absence indicated he was likely waiting for Fang Huayuan's reinforcements to materialize or for their confrontation to escalate before making his move. What a pity, Murong Qingchen commented. Su Chen sighed. Sima Changhan's reluctance to act suggests he aims to reap greater benefits from the chaos. She inquired, will the Qinglong society not lend a hand to Ren Qianqing? I am aware that you possess a supremely skilled swordsman in Luoyang. Upon hearing Su Chen sigh, Murong Qingchen asked, misunderstanding its intent. She assumed it was an expression of concern for Ren Qianqing. If the Qinglong society chose not to intervene, Ren Qianqing would face Lu Wujian and the members of the Chongqing society alone. The Qinglong society may remain passive. But my lament is not for Ren Qianqing or Fang Huayuan. It is for Sima Changhan, Su Chen clarified. Lamenting Sima Changhan, Murong Qingchen's expression faltered slightly, perplexed by his words. Today, Fang Huayuan shall meet his demise here. He will not escape, Su Chen stated. Meet his end here? You mean Ren Qianqing will kill Fang Huayuan? How is that possible? Surely, Fang Huayuan has formidable allies at his side, Murong Qingchen replied, skepticism evident in her tone. As her words fell, Fang Huayuan called into the shadows, I summon the fourth elder. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. As the crowd cast their eyes around in search of the whereabouts of the fourth elder, Sima Changhan's gaze sharpened. To his astonishment, it was that individual who had arrived. When Sima spoke, a grave expression adorned his countenance, indicating that the fourth elder mentioned by Huayan was no ordinary figure. A gaunt elder, clad in a black brocade robe and with a demeanor as cold as ice, stepped forth from the throng. As he advanced, his raven hair billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the vicinity. Those who stood near him were instantly overwhelmed by this oppressive presence, collapsing to the ground as if struck by a mighty force. The Eternal Life Society, fourth elder. Qin Muliang. Sima Changhan exclaimed, his eyes flashing with recognition. He had not anticipated that Elder Song would come to the Sacred Sword Lake. The sword master regarded Qin Muliang and spoke, you have made a most astute decision. Exchanging the heavenly sacred sword cannon for the legacy of the Sacred Sword Lake is indeed a worthy trade. Qin Muliang, observing the sword master, replied, I find myself perplexed. While the heavenly sacred sword cannon is commendable, does the Eternal Life Society not possess sufficient sword techniques? The sword master, Lu Wu, responded, the swordsmanship of Huayuan requires refinement. The heavenly sacred sword cannon is a compilation of insights from generations of sword masters of the Sacred Sword Lake, which will greatly aid in the development of Huayuan's swordsmanship. Let us join forces to eliminate Ren Qianqing first. Afterwards, you shall provide us with the latter half of the heavenly sacred sword cannon, and we shall take our leave. Qin Muliang proposed, his gaze fixed coldly on Ren Qianqing. Exceptional talent, yet excessively arrogant. Today, you shall meet your demise at the Sacred Sword Lake. Are you planning to kill me, you old wretch? Ren Qianqing retorted with a frigid tone. Upon hearing his words, Qin Muliang's countenance darkened. An ominous and bloodthirsty aura emanating from him, enveloping the air with a palpable sense of danger. I once believed your arrogance had reached its zenith, but you have proven to be even more insufferable than I initially perceived. I am curious to know the source of your overweening confidence, Qin Muliang inquired, his eyes locking onto Ren Qianqing. Where does it stem from? It derives from my own strength, Ren Qianqing replied, equally cold. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and fear as they regarded Ren Qianqing. As the crowd gasped, Ren Qianqing took a step forward, his presence swelling as if driven by an unseen force. Since you are here, Swordmaster, let us strike together to spare me the need to kill you more than once. His aura surged, a terrifying energy bearing down upon the two adversaries. The Swordmaster's eyes turned icy. Ren Qianqing had already provoked his ire, and now, a murderous intent surged within him. You seek death. With a thunderous roar, a fearsome sword energy erupted from the Swordmaster, stirring the surrounding air into a tempest. The currents surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing relentlessly towards Ren Qianqing. The ferocity of the oncoming storm rendered all the more formidable by the Swordmaster's fierce intent. Piercing through all, the ground beneath the rushing air instantaneously cracked and was violently upheaved, sending fragments of stone and clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere. Ren Qianhong's gaze sharpened. He sensed the fierce intensity of this airflow, and a robust aura surged around him, the innate qi circulating outward. The oppressive air collided with the incoming force, momentarily halting any further advancement. This qi is extraordinary, immensely solid. Witnessing this scene, Qin Muliang's expression hardened, transforming into a menacing glare. Divine might, the blood gate. He intoned, as a terrifying crimson aura erupted behind him, coalescing into the image of a colossal blood-red gate. Hell, the blood claw? As the divine presence manifested, Qin Muliang raised his hand, clawing towards Ren Qianhang, unleashing a torrent of crimson true energy that formed into a gigantic claw, descending upon Ren Qianhang. Divine might. I am the sword. In that instant, Lu Wujian also called out, a surge of power emanating from him, materializing into a towering figure, resembling his own form, yet exuding a sharp, glimmering sword aura. Sword path. 3 absolute sword slashes. Lu Wujian lifted his long sword, cleaving through the air. As he did, the sword transformed into a massive shadow, which split into 3 beams of light that cascaded downwards. 2 formidable forces clashed, stirring the heavens and earth into chaos. A dark tempest of blood and sword energy raging forth. Sensing these 2 powers, Ren Qianhang's innate qi flowed rapidly within him, the strength escalating as a terrifying vortex formed. The descending sword light and the blood-red claw collided, producing a thunderous roar that shook the very ground. The platform where Su Chen and the others stood trembled, their gazes fixed on the center of the square, where the terrifying sword light and dreadful blood claw plunged into the vortex of qi, emitting a resounding, ominous sound. The sword light and blood-red claw attempted to breach further, yet they were firmly ensnared by the qi, unable to advance towards Ren Qianhang. As time progressed, the sword energy and blood claw were crushed by the vortex of qi, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. You cannot even breach my innate qi. How could you possibly defeat me? Ren Qianhang's deep, commanding voice echoed through the air, interfering on behalf of another, courting death. I shall eliminate you first. He directed his gaze towards the 4th elder of the Changsheng Association. As he spoke, his sword box suddenly soared into the air, swiftly opening. 7 long swords emerged from within, and with a flick of his hand, 1, 2, 3, 4 swords flew forth, clasped firmly in his grip. Divine might, 1 sword. Separated by worlds. A chilling glint flickered in Ren Qianhang's eyes as he intoned, instantly enveloping the 4 long swords in an aura of terror, a cold and lethal intent shooting skyward. The energies of heaven and earth seemed to respond, the surrounding air beginning to coalesce, while fleeting thunderclaps echoed across the sky. The sword master Lu Wujian's pupils widened in shock, as he concentrated the sword energy within him, his gaze fixed intently upon Ren Qianhang. The previously overwhelming sense of danger emanated from this place, thought Lu Wujian. Upon encountering Ren Qianhang earlier, he had sensed the extreme peril posed by this individual. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of such menace. Now, as Ren Qianhang unleashed his blade, a peculiar sword technique unfolded. 4 long swords should suffice to send you on your way. With a frigid gaze, Ren Qianhang directed his eyes towards Qin Muliang of the Changsheng Society. Assisting others in battle, thus you shall be the first to perish. A cold, menacing smile graced Ren Qianhang's lips. The 4 long swords he grasped floated before him, his right hand gripping their hilts, while the blades pointed ominously at Qin Muliang. In that instant, as the sword tips aimed at Qin Muliang, a tumult of thunder reverberated through the heavens, surging into the long swords. Qin Muliang of the Changsheng Society was equally taken aback, feeling as though he were ensnared by a fierce sword aura. Changsheng Juyo, he exclaimed, as his internal energies surged rapidly, an overwhelming aura of death erupting from him, enveloping his form in a shroud of black energy, reminiscent of the denizens of the underworld. Juyo Heavenly Claw. With his palm infused with energy, he raised his hand, unleashing a clawing strike. He sensed instinctively that he must not allow his opponent to execute this move. Lu Wujian, strike without hesitation, he urged. Even as he launched his own attack, the sword intent erupted from Lu Wujian, his long sword raised aloft. The sword's essence soared into the darkened sky, manifesting a terrifying beam of light. My body is the sword moves the heavens, Lu Wujian declared, delivering a swift slash. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed like a ghostly wail, tearing the atmosphere as it hurtled towards Ren Qianhang, faster than the claw. Boom! Ren Qianhang's innate protective energy flared, his gaze unperturbed by the incoming strike. In an instant, the 4 long swords shot forth, transforming into a bolt of lightning. seemingly vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, the heavens erupted with thunder, accompanied by a fearsome presence that sent shivers down the spine. The sword light was earth-shattering. Qinglong's heavenly claw was instantly pierced beneath the force of this sword. He was taken aback, unable to fathom how effortlessly his offensive could be breached. Attempting to shift his position, he found the surrounding space constricted as if ensnared, trapped in a moment of eternal stillness. In this fleeting eternity, he felt a surge at his heart, his skin rupturing, blood gushing forth. A wave of alarm washed over him, even before the sword light reached him. The unleashed sword aura managed to pierce through his protective energy, breaking the surface of his skin. Witnessing this, Qinglong strained to raise his palm, unleashing his energy to deflect the impending sword strike. Although this scene unfolded with a semblance of slowness, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Boom! In that instant, Lu Wujian's sword light clashed against Ren Qianxing's innate energy. The protective energy reverberated, unleashing chaos, as energy surged outward, obscuring the surroundings of the square. Sizzle! In that fleeting moment, a beam of sword light pierced through Qinglong's palm and penetrated his heart. He was utterly unable to defend against it. This was inconceivable. In the moment that the sword light struck his heart, he let out a howl, unable to accept that he had been pierced by such a blade. The roar echoed. Outside the burst of energy, Sima Changhen's gaze sharpened upon hearing that voice. It was unmistakably Qinglong's voice. He recognized the source of the sound. At this moment, as the energy dissipated, Lu Wujian held his sword, astonished that his strike had failed to sever the protective aura surrounding Ren Qianxing. His eyes then turned to Qinglong, who wore a fierce expression, a mixture of rage and disbelief. Why could he not withstand even a single strike from his opponent? He gazed at Ren Qianxing and spoke. You should feel honored that I had to use 4 swords to execute this move. What is there to be discontent about? Ren Qianxing replied coldly. For swords? Just how many are your strongest? Qinglong inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, clearly eager to know. The conversation between Ren Qianxing and the others left the spectators in utter astonishment, their gazes darting to those beside them in search of answers. Yet, they remained equally in the dark, as all 3 were now capable of speech, leaving them bewildered about the unfolding events. Suddenly, Sima Changhen and the others' expressions hardened, for at the location of Qinglong's heart, a point of light abruptly emerged. The light erupted, and in an instant, Qinglong's body seemed to be torn apart, transforming into a mass of flesh and blood. A heart pierced by a sword, so sharp, so domineering. Witnessing this scene, Sima Changhen's pupils constricted, his gaze warily fixed on Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing had actually slain the 4th elder of the Changxing society, Qinglong. The 4th elder. Fang Huayuan's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, as he glared fiercely at Ren Qianxing. You dare to kill an elder of the Changxing society. And what of it? Not only will I kill him, but you shall also meet your demise, Ren Qianxing retorted, disregarding Lu Wujian, his eyes locking onto Fang Huayuan. I had promised to spare you for someone else's sake, but since you have not made a move, I shall send you on the same journey as that 4th elder. His gaze turned icy. Sima Changhen had not acted, yet the intent to kill surged within him. Thus, Fang Huayuan must also perish. Hearing this, Morong Qingshan was taken aback, her eyes involuntarily turning to Su Chen. Now she understood that Su Chen's earlier sigh had indeed been directed at Sima Changhen. Ren Qianxing's words were unmistakable. He would not allow Fang Huayuan to live. Just moments ago, Ren Qianxing had given Sima Changhen the opportunity to act, but he had failed to seize it. Opportunities lost would not return. Su Chen spoke calmly. An opportunity was given. If you wish to reap the benefits without labor, then Ren Qianxing need not abide by any obligations. At this moment, in the shadows, Sima Changhen's expression faltered, his form twitching as he contemplated movement. Today, whoever stands in my way shall face death. As Sima Changhen prepared to strike, Ren Qianxing's somber voice resonated through the air. A long sword was swiftly drawn. The aura surrounding Fang Huayuan was not yet sufficient to warrant the use of such a formidable blade. In an instant, Fang Huayuan felt as though his body was ensnared, his pupils constricting as a surge of energy enveloped him. A metallic sheen emerged upon his hands, imbued with an ethereal force. To kill me. Do you truly believe that Fang Huayuan is so easily vanquished? He asserted. Swordmaster, unleash your power and employ your mightiest techniques to vanquish this Ren Qianxing. His threat now surpasses my own by a considerable margin. Feng Huiyan gazed toward the sword master, his expression resolute.